only time when we truly know the power of our light. Robert Story. Fact. On the 8th of January 2011, an asteroid with the potential to impact Earth in 2040 was discovered by the Mount Lemmon survey. This near-Earth object was given the designation 2011 AG5. The governments of the world's most powerful nations have secret contingencies for global disasters. These plans are kept from the public for a reason. There are still many life forms on Earth that are yet to be discovered by science. Many of these mysterious microbes, insects, plants, and animals populate our deepest oceans and darkest caves. Year 2041 AD. Prologue. Some people say the cosmos is a mere reflection of life on Earth, a mirror with which one can gaze into the depths of everything that life was, is, and will be. Others hold to the belief that God created the night sky in a matter of days, or that what we are actually seeing is merely a projection, a trick or sleight of hand on an epic scale. Scientists tell us with an unyielding certainty that the light from the stars is millions, even billions of years old, and that, as we gaze into the night sky, we are looking back through time and witnessing the past. A past before any one of us first drew a mortal breath, or long before our species had even evolved. Whatever theories of the universe you hold to, one thing is clear. It brims with glorious beauty in all shapes and forms. Pinpricks of flickering light populate the heavens, while dazzling, magnificent rotating disks, so bright and vast that they can only be appreciated from afar, punctuate an expanse beyond measure. But without the darkness, there would only be light, and without contrast there is no beauty, no good, no evil, no life. If there is one, there must be the other. As with all things, equilibrium must always resolve itself. On the fringes of space, framed against the backdrop of blissful cosmic serenity, a small craft orbited the once majestic vista that was planet Earth. Where before beautiful clear skies, glistening deep blue oceans, and lush green forests could be seen, now only an all-encompassing thick, dark cloud remained. Far from featureless, the predominantly brown and black veil remained in a constant state of flux. Hurricane-force winds created huge vortices which revealed fleeting glimpses of the surface below. Such momentary insights into what lay beneath were quickly swallowed up, snuffed out of existence like a small candle within a great and volatile tempest. Enormous thunderstorms coalesced over half a continent, sending lightning flashing and flickering across the upper atmosphere, with the occasional superplume reaching out into space itself. Drifting through the celestial sphere, untouched by the maelstrom far below, the tiny vessel continued its balletic odyssey, and on the side of this distant wayfarer's white hull, large black letters read USSS Orbiter 1. Underneath this, the evocative flag of the United States of America, the star-spangled banner, glinted majestically as the light of the sun streamed across its cold, pristine surface. Rotating through the icy vacuum of space, Orbiter 1 turned in slow motion, small white lights blinking on and off in leisurely regularity along its silken metallic length. Inside, through this thin alloy skin, past bulkheads, and cocooned within a mass of electrical and finely tuned mechanical equipment, a small yet comfortable area provided room to live and work for 2 resident NASA astronauts. Tyler Magnuson and his colleague, Ivan Sikorsky, currently on long-term assignment, sat at the observation and control deck. The large, transparent, domed window provided the 2 men with a clear view of their target, an imposing, disc-shaped structure that approached from their port side. Concave and smooth, the massive ship's topside was crammed full of high-yield solar panels, while the underbelly sprouted an intricate latticework of intersecting walkways and modules of various shapes and sizes. The United States Space Station, also known as the USSS Archimedes, moved within final docking range. "Orbiter 1, this is Archimedes on final approach," a strong female voice said over the internal speaker system. "Prepare clamps and adjust position as per the navigation graphics showing on your screen projection." "Copy that, Archimedes," Tyler replied, before dialing into the computer the new parameters for the craft's trajectory. "Action, pitch, and yaw adjustments on my count," he told Ivan. 3, 2, 1, maneuver. Small puffs of air vented into space as Orbiter 1 lined up with one of the space station's external entry ports. "Synchronizing," Ivan intoned, carrying out the final docking procedures. "Reduce thrust by 15% aft," Tyler said. Ivan rotated a small joystick, its white rubber surround stretching as it inched back, notch by minute notch. "Reducing thrust by 15% aft," he confirmed. The 2 space vehicles came together, and Tyler felt a soft but perceptible jolt pass through the orbital vehicle. A clunk of dense metal on metal and a muffled hiss of hydraulics indicated the sophisticated dampers, locks, and clamps activated flawlessly to secure Orbiter 1 in place. "Welcome home, gentlemen," the female flight controller said. "Once you've acclimatized from microgravity to the partial gravity environment here on Archimedes, we can proceed with a full mission debrief at 0400 hours. "Copy that, flight," Tyler said. "We'll look forward to some hot chocolate and cookies, which I'm sure the captain will have waiting for us when we get there." "I'll be sure to let him know of the request," the woman replied, with no hint of humor. "Archimedes, out." Ivan flicked off some switches overhead. "She's a battle of laughs." Tyler shrugged. "She must be new." He powered down Orbiter 1's systems, putting the ship they'd spent many months aboard into hibernation. "All I know is it's good to be back." A mere 360 minutes later, at 4 hours past midnight, Central Standard Time, Tyler and Ivan found themselves loosely strapped into chairs in front of a large, oblong, transparent table in a circular conference room. Each held an Orbiter 1 mission folder. Across from them, the captain of the Archimedes, Bo Hidefield, sat on a similar seat, flanked by various members of NASA, the U.S. military, and the GMRC, the Global Meteor Response Council. It had always irked Tyler that the GMRC had such control over NASA and the U.S. space program in general. Well, perhaps control wasn't the right word. Influence may have been more appropriate. The GMRC would recommend, request, and suggest with increasing frequency until the powers that be relinquished or came up with alternatives to satisfy the GMRC's bigwigs. Of course, it wasn't just the U.S. that had to submit to this kind of intervention. The Europeans, Chinese, and international space programs also had to toe the GMRC line. Unilateral cooperation was paramount to the survival of the human race, or that's what he was told anyway. What all select NASA employees were told when they were given the real truth. In order to ensure an efficient and effective planetary response to the asteroid threat, the GMRC would lead the way, and every nation on the planet had signed up to abide by its guidance. While this sounded fair and just, it was far from democratic, as the world's entire civilian population had no vote on the issue or any idea what was to come. As far as Tyler understood it, and gossip was rife within the segregated space station fraternity, over 95% of each country's politicians also had no idea of the scale of the threat to humanity and planet Earth itself. Everyone, of course, was aware of the first meteorite, 2011 AG5, which had struck in 2040, over 6 months ago, off the South African coastline. 2011 AG5's existence and predicted repercussions had been disclosed to the public in 2022. However, what the rest of the populace was blissfully unaware of was that 6 more asteroids were on their way, and that life on the surface of Earth was nearly at an end. It was a stark and terrifying thought that life as we knew it was to cease in 2045, when the last of the asteroids arrived. Thankfully for Tyler and his family, his job had ensured their continued survival. They were guaranteed precious harbor in one of the United States underground facilities. Even Tyler and his small circle of colleagues in the know were left in the dark as to the location or scale of the base they were destined to live out their days in. He only knew its name: United States Subterranean Base Steadfast, or USSB Steadfast for short. Tyler glanced up as movement caught his eye through the large transparent ceiling above. The streamlined Sabre space aircraft had just arrived from Earth and was coming to rest at a refueling arm. Tentacle-like hoses snaked out from Archimedes to lock onto it, like a giant squid with its prey. Yet this squid was supplying life, not taking it, as the craft's exhausted tanks were replenished with vital oxygen and fuel. The NASA captain cleared his throat, bringing Tyler back to the present. "Gentlemen," Bo Hydefield said, addressing the 2 Orbiter 1 astronauts in a formal, businesslike tone. "First, I'd like to congratulate you both on the completion of your mission. You have been in microgravity for 1 year, so I hope your transition to life on Archimedes has not been too taxing. As you will have been informed, we are joined by GMRC representatives who are here to ensure all information transfer conforms with their strict protocols." "My apologies for interrupting, Captain," said a woman sitting immediately to Bo Hydefield's left. "But we are more than mere observers and administrators. We are here to report directly to the GMRC's Senior Directorate and to advise them on the information gathered here today." Tyler noticed Bo's eyebrow twitch, and a clear expression of anger appeared on his face at the woman's comment, an indicator that he was far from his usual impassive self. Tyler knew Bo well enough to realize tensions were running high between the factions in the room. Looking around at the faces assembled, he wondered how he'd missed it before. What the GMRC were up to now to cause such feelings he was sure to find out later. Now, though, he was here to report on Orbiter 1's mission. Ivan began their presentation on the weather patterns of the all-pervasive dust cloud caused by the fallout of the asteroid 2011 AG5. "As you can see," Ivan said, while everyone in the room turned to the current page of his report, the paper documents rustling in unison, "the dust cloud has reached a stable density in Earth's upper atmosphere. The Coriolis effect produced by the Earth's rotation and axial tilt has reasserted its force, and the cloud now conforms to a new but predictable weather pattern. The circulation cells are now clearly visible due to the cloud's particulates providing a visual reference of their direction and path. From observations made on Orbiter 1, over hundreds of tracks at varying compass points, we were able to extrapolate a lot of useful data on the intense weather currently being experienced on the surface. The unusual and powerful lightning strikes, which have caused disruption to the GMRC's subterranean program across the Americas and Eurasian continent, are symptomatic of the negatively charged particulates and the enormous supercells that have been forming on a regular basis over the last few months. Utilizing large data groups, Ivan continued, we have been able to accurately predict the occasional breaks in the global cloud cover. This will obviously be useful in scheduling Sabre flights to and from the surface, and to position and launch rockets into orbit for various purposes. Ivan went into further detail about forecast weather patterns and areas of specific scientific interest, and then Tyler took over the report. "If you turn to the next section," Tyler told them, flipping over a couple of pages from his own folder, "you will find the thermal images we have taken over the last 6 months. Underneath each image are corresponding charts and tables outlining temperature drops in comparison to the previous month and to the location's normal rolling 10-year average temperature prior to the Asteroid AG5's strike. Figure 5.3-A is an enhanced image taken of the Sahara Desert 2 weeks after impact day." The GMRC observer, who had irritated Bo Hidefield, interrupted Tyler's flow. "Pilot Commander Magnuson," the woman said, addressing Tyler by his formal title, and with a supercilious air, "can you tell me why there appear to be no images here for the 2 weeks after impact day? Surely this was the most important time to collect such information?" Bo looked like he was about to intervene, but Tyler was prepared for the question. "Due to the unforeseen speed of the dust cloud kicked up by the primary strike, we were unable to record said data as scheduled. As I'm sure you are aware, the cloud was meant to take 6 to 12 months to cover the entire planet, and yet in actuality this event took only days to unfold. Orbiter 1 operates on a strict prearranged course to maximize fuel and operational efficiency. We were unable to react to the cloud's speed at such short notice without significantly compromising future mission parameters. 2 weeks was the time it took to reposition." Tyler waited for a response, but the woman merely nodded and motioned for him to continue. "As I was saying," he said, "Figure 5.3-A is a thermal image of the Sahara Desert 2 weeks after impact day. It clearly shows a dramatic temperature drop compared to the previous month and to previously observed averages. The following images for this particular location show further temperature drops over the next 3 months, not of the same magnitude as the initial fall, but significant nonetheless. After this, the figures become steadier and in line with averages, albeit at a much colder level. Across the surface of the planet, we have witnessed a drop in temperature equivalent to 8 degrees Celsius or 14.4 Fahrenheit. Africa has experienced a higher-than-average fall of 10 degrees Celsius or 18 degrees Fahrenheit. This is mainly due to the thicker cloud cover over the region due to the extensive wildfires instigated by the initial strike. Impact winter is very much upon us, although it is not as severe as some models predicted." Tyler carried out the remainder of his report in greater detail before closing the Orbiter 1 report folder. He then pulled a secure case onto his lap, the exertion required to lift it 1/10 that of normal, due to the partial gravity experienced on Archimedes. He activated the security locks using a combination of biometrics and codes, a process Ivan had to repeat before handing it back to him. Tyler opened the case and withdrew a bundle of reports, each wrapped within bright red film. Tyler passed one to Ivan, took one for himself, and handed the rest to Bo, who distributed them to those sitting either side of him. Once everyone had a copy, Tyler took his file and tore away the top edge using the supplied metal strip manufactured into the film. Everyone else followed suit, the tearing noises briefly filling the room. Removing the red sheath revealed the black folder inside. On the front of this, a white panel had been placed containing the following bold red text. Classified documents. GMRC clearance level 10 Alpha. Special access personnel only. NASA clearance level Amber 1. Segregated personnel, eyes only. Inside the front cover, the NASA insignia was printed on white paper, its familiar blue disc and white lettered logo standing out against the background. Below this, a heading read DSDA, Deep Space Detection Array, and Project Ares. Collated report, February 2041. Tyler began detailing the information to the room. He noted the main attributes of each of the 6 approaching asteroids, including the latest composition, spectral light and deviation analysis. Potential fracturing events had also been assessed and predicted and proffered up graphically for the various scenarios. Everyone in the room knew that any splitting of the asteroids prior to impact would result in vastly different outcomes and subsequent fallout. This collective foresight was due in the main to one such occurrence having already happened when 2011 AG5 had gravitational forces exerted on it as it passed the moon. A smaller chunk had broken free and ended up wiping out a large city in northern India. Nothing could alter the final outcome, of course, but there would be some form of human activity on the surface of Earth until 2045, and the GMRC wanted to avoid any hindrance to its subterranean program prior to its final protocols reaching fruition. Finally, Tyler reached the most anticipated part of the report, the plain white page he'd turned to, displaying an elegant silver logo in its center. Project Ares. While on their analytical fact-finding mission aboard Orbiter 1, the 2 astronauts had also been tasked with testing a new piece of technology devised by the U.S. military and the highly secretive GMRC R&D division. Strangely, the substantial piece of equipment in question was missing a large critical component. Ivan had pointed out as much when the 2 astronauts had first been prepped for the operational procedures prior to their deployment. They had been told they were to test the system's functionality in the rigors of space. They were not there to test its full capability, or to even understand what it was they were actually testing. This was perhaps the strangest part of the whole operation. The ambiguity and secrecy of what it was they had on board, and were tasked to carry out a multitude of diagnostics on, was more than a little disturbing, especially considering the military's involvement. As Tyler went through the results from Project Ares, which encompassed an assortment of observational data, computer readout analysis, error codes, and system parameters during partial operation, he was asked the occasional question by a couple of the GMRC personnel who were lead scientists on the program. As he completed the debrief, the questions increased. Did you experience any undue fatigue when the device was activated for longer than 30 minutes? One of the scientists said, peering intently at the 2 astronauts over the rim of his glasses. We both felt a little tired. Tyler looked at Ivan for confirmation, but that may have been due to the intensity of the daily schedule we were adhering to. The scientist nodded and jotted something down on his notepad. Before Tyler could continue, the second scientist asked, Did either of you witness any unusual visual activity during the final testing period? Tyler didn't really understand the question, such as any hallucinations or disturbances around the module when it was deployed outside of Orbiter 1. Again, Tyler glanced at Ivan, who shook his head. Not that we noticed. The other scientist once more scribbled something down on his notepad. Tyler was beginning to get an uneasy feeling about the direction the line of questioning was taking, and looked to his captain for reassurance. Grim-faced, Bo avoided his gaze. "And did either of you encounter any difficulties sleeping or breathing during or after the operation of the machine?" asked another man at the opposite end of the table, a U.S. military officer who had until now remained silent. Tyler looked around the room. Is there some danger attached to using this device? Like Bo, some of them, mainly the NASA employees, avoided eye contact with him, while others looked on impassively. He suddenly understood how a rat might feel when being experimented on by men in white coats, an array of disturbing apparatus close to hand. It was not a pleasant feeling. "Of course not, Commander," the GMRC woman said. "We are just being thorough. We can check through your bio readouts and visual records for the mission at our leisure, rather than bore you with any further questions." After some final statements, everyone handed back the mission reports, which Tyler resealed in the case before handing it to Captain Hidefield, who in turn handed it to the military man who had been the last to question them. As everyone filed out from the room, aided by semi-magnetic footwear for ease of movement, Bo indicated to Tyler that he wanted to speak with him. He moved to one side and waited until they were left alone. The captain approached him. "Follow me, Commander," he said, and moved off down a deserted corridor, his shoes echoing metallically on the grid flooring. With Tyler at his heels, Bo Hidefield passed through a more populated section of the vessel and then down another confined walkway, its small windows filled with the view of the blighted earth, its long curved surface stark against the blackness of space. The next intersection they came across had 8 diverging passageways. 2 of these offshoots were guarded by 4 heavily built GMRC security operatives who moved to bar any entry to the areas beyond. Such restricted access on Archimedes was unheard of, and clearly this constraint also seemed to include the captain himself, who neither slowed nor looked in the guard's direction as he passed. Tyler, however, found himself gawping at the spectacle, and he craned his neck to watch as the eyes of the GMRC men followed his every move until he'd disappeared from view. While projectile weapons aboard a spacecraft were strictly prohibited for obvious reasons, Tyler had been quick to recognize the advanced taser and stun gun devices each guard had holstered at their waist. The reason for the animosity towards the GMRC personnel the Archimedes captain had displayed during the debrief suddenly became clear. Not only had the GMRC brought with them armed soldiers, but they had also cordoned off parts of the ship which even the captain was apparently prevented from accessing. It wasn't long until Bo halted his march at a white, nondescript, reinforced hatch. Looking up and down the passage to ensure no one was around, Tyler's commanding officer tapped in a 6-digit passcode and swung the door open. Entering, he motioned Tyler to follow. Once they were both inside, he shut the door, turning the large wheel attached to its inner skin and locking it in place. The circular handle reached the end of its rotation with a dull thud, the noise echoing in the small room in which they now found themselves ensconced. Without saying anything further, the captain turned on a computer station and fired up a large screen located on one of the walls. "Sir, what's going on?" Tyler asked. The captain was now accessing some part of the ship's internal computer system. "Why is that section of the ship off limits? Have you seen what they are guarding? And they have weapons, too. That's against one of NASA's fundamental directives." The captain stopped what he was doing while a small dialogue box on the screen read, "Accessing data feed," in bold green letters. He looked at Tyler with haunted eyes. "The GMRC and U.S. military have deemed it in the global and national interest to utilize the USS Archimedes as a base of operations for some kind of bastardized scientific research program." "What kind of program?" The kind that NASA would never sanction unless it was forced upon them. The kind that seals off whole parts of the damn ship and prevents even her captain from knowing what's been brought on board. The computer beeped, and an error message popped up on screen. The captain swore and started typing on the keyboard once more. The previous message reappeared. Accessing data feed. 10 days ago, Bo continued, I was contacted by Mission Command at Houston. On a conference call, I was informed that the military and GMRC would be requisitioning Archimedes for something we are all too familiar with, Project Ares. Amidst high security, a cargo was flown from the surface and placed within the main laboratory modules, and access has been limited ever since, with guards like you just saw posted around the clock. Whatever they are doing on this ship, one thing is for certain. The safety of every one of my crew has been compromised as a result. Since they arrived, 5 of our team have experienced vivid nightmares, and 2 have exhibited breathing difficulties. One of our youngest pilots also experienced extreme psychological events, and he had to be sedated and, with the rest, sent back to the surface. As far as I was able to ascertain through the official and unofficial channels, all of them are under quarantine, pending further tests. A team of doctors has been on board to carry out exams on the rest of us. So far, we all seem to be in the clear of whatever it is that's causing these symptoms. Jesus, Tyler said as he tried to take in what he'd just been told. So what are we doing here? Bo glanced at the screen, which still displayed the same message. He looked back to Tyler. Before they took control up here, I was informed that the lab was to be cleared and all cameras and recording equipment were to be extracted, barring life support and critical system sensors. Having to adhere to their request, I cleared the area under GMRC supervision. However, the safety of my crew is my priority, first and foremost. And so, in order to find out what they were bringing with them, I managed to install a small remote camera with the help of Sandy Turner. The spacewalk specialist? Tyler said. Bo nodded. When Sandy was on her way out for some routine maintenance, I slipped her the device and she positioned it on a limb which has line of sight to the laboratory's window cluster. Initially, I was able to get a look at whatever they had in there, but my luck changed yesterday when it was repositioned. Tyler's curiosity was piquing, but not in a good way. Whatever was occurring on this space station was tied directly to the machine he and Ivan had been extensively testing on Orbiter 1, a piece of equipment intrinsically linked to a project that had already compromised some of the crew's health, both physically and mentally. Here we go, the captain told him as the screen dissolved into a 4-picture live stream of the outside of the Archimedes main laboratory complex. Tyler scanned the images for anything unusual. What am I looking for? There. Bo pointed at the bottom right feed. He tapped a couple of buttons and expanded it so it filled the whole screen. At first, Tyler could only see the movement of technicians, all of whom wore white hazmat suits and breathing apparatus. I can't see. Wait, Bo said, cutting him off and pointing to one particular window. Tyler watched, and then one of the people moved out of the way, and he could see part of something. "What is that?" he said in a hushed tone as he stood transfixed, staring at the screen. "I have no idea. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. It looks alive." Tyler couldn't take his eyes off it. "Yes." "If you look at the technicians," the captain told him, "you can see they're documenting their work on a computer terminal on the right-hand side of the room. I know 10 years back you were tasked with the simulations for all of Archimedes' internal sensors." "That's right," Tyler said with a small nod of his head, still intently watching the oddity. Are you able to access them and get us some audio to go with this picture?" Tyler thought for a moment, recalling memories he thought he would never use again. "Yes, I can do that," he concluded. It was relatively easy for someone who had spent 18 months fault-finding to the nth degree. Taking over the console, he executed a few commands and altered a subroutine, and then rerouted the sensor's signal. "That should do it," Tyler informed his captain. Bo turned up the volume on the display. A strange, oscillating noise came through the audio system. At first, Tyler thought he had made a mistake, but as he watched the screen once more, he realized he had utilized a sensor in the room where the object was located. He also noted that the technicians were wearing some kind of hearing protection underneath their suits. He presumed the noise must have been a lot louder in the room itself. At that point, the sound changed. Its pitch made the hairs stand up on the back of his neck and sent an odd tingling sensation running down his spine. A movement in the room dragged his eyes away from the strange vision that had so mesmerized him. The captain, hyperventilating, his breath coming in ragged gasps, had dropped to one knee. "Sir, what's wrong?" Tyler asked, gripping the man's shoulders in an attempt to stop him shaking. The audio coming through the room's speakers changed again, and Bo convulsed, froth seeping from his mouth. "Sir!" Tyler shouted in alarm, but he was helpless to do anything as his superior's legs beat wildly on the floor. Realizing the feed from the lab had sparked the fit, he slammed the audio off, almost breaking the touch screen as he did so. Turning back, he saw that Bo now lay unmoving, his eyes open in a fixed stare. Tyler felt for his pulse. There wasn't one. In a panic-induced state, he made sure the man's airway was clear, repositioned the body, and began CPR. After what seemed like mere moments, but must have been many minutes, he stopped to regain his breath. His arms ached and his head throbbed. He looked down in despair at his long-term colleague. Getting unsteadily to his feet, he reached out and hit the emergency response alarm, sending lights flashing and sirens wailing throughout the ship. The captain was dead. Chapter 1. New York City, USA, year 2041. Sirens wailed and chirruped, drifting on the wind, while red and blue lights pulsed and flickered over the buildings of Manhattan Island as emergency vehicles sped through its troubled and turbulent streets. In the foreboding black skies above, police and civilian helicopters fought a battle of cat and mouse, one seeking to impose a no-fly zone on the other. Ominous storm clouds gathered on the horizon, warning those in its path of the rain to come by bellowing out deep, far-reaching claps of thunder and thrusting down dazzling bolts of lightning. In the center of this maelstrom of activity, a seemingly endless line of large, jet-black, twin-propeller helicopters approached from the Hudson River to the east. Emblazoned on their sides was a familiar white logo, GMRC. One by one, they fell into a holding position around a large, circular skyscraper, carrying out an intricate aerial dance, while other pilots sought to unload their passengers as quickly as possible, while avoiding the next wave coming in to land on the tiered helipads adorning the building's roof. Far below, at street level, tens of thousands of protesters had gathered outside the edifice, and right in the heart of the chaos, a small, handsome woman stood facing a cameraman. She wore a bright red, fur-lined, three-quarter-length hooded trench coat and thick blue thermal mittens, her long dark hair falling in immaculate waves across her shoulders. In one hand she held a clipboard, and in the other a microphone. Behind her an imposing blockade had been erected from metal fencing, steel bollards, and, for good measure, heavy-duty plastic and wooden barriers, replete with red and white stripes, each pillar topped with a flashing orange beacon. Behind these obstructions a vast array of NYPD officers had assembled. Further back in the shadows, heavily armed U.S. soldiers lurked, assault rifles locked and most certainly loaded, ready and willing to repel any unwanted visitors to the gathering unfolding inside. A bitter wind whistled down Ninth Avenue. Paper bags and other detritus swirled around the feet of the protesters, who shouted their fury at the untouchable dignitaries being ferried in high above. For what seemed like the 100th time, the woman swept back her hair with one hand, placing it to one side in order to keep it from covering her face. A few strands caught in her mouth. She pulled them away as she looked around her to make sure she had the required space to work. The camera and light operator held up 5 fingers, then 4, 3. The woman's face changed from a look of concentration to one of serious intent as she shook her hair back and squared up to the camera's lens. 2, and finally his index finger pointed straight out to indicate she was on air. This is Jessica Klein reporting live from New York City for the BBC's Worldwide News Service, the woman said in a flawless English accent, her voice raised to be heard over the cacophony of noise filling the air around her. In the skies above me, as I speak, the world's leaders, greatest scientific and military minds, are being flown in from this iconic city's surrounding airports for the Global Meteor Response Council's annual summit. As ever, this vital meeting is being held behind closed doors with the tightest of security and the minimum of disclosure. What will be discussed in the GMRC's imposing HQ behind me is a matter of great debate and of increasing national and international concern. It has been 6 months since the meteorite impact, and in that time the world has experienced devastating climate change, plunging the northern hemisphere into sub-zero temperatures. The all-pervasive dust cloud transformed our days into 24-hour-long nights, resulting in catastrophic failure of ecosystems on an unprecedented scale. The GMRC has long prepared us all for these events, but the reality of them has been far more traumatic and chaotic than anyone could have imagined. The initial panic and terror caused by the unexpected speed of the meteorite's fallout, specifically the dust cloud itself, threatened to bring humanity to its knees. Swift action taken by governments around the world acting on GMRC protocols did well to prevent a global collapse of law and order. The methods utilized to accomplish this task, however, are still being questioned. As ever, the GMRC has covered up the true cost every nation has paid. The countless deaths of civilians only equaled in ignominy by the far greater number of those injured as National Guards ruthlessly quelled widespread rioting and violent disorder. The blood of the innocent, many say, is on the GMRC's hands. Since those horrific times, now referred to as the days of blood and dust, civilization has teetered on the brink of disintegration in the majority of the world's nations. Those countries that were already fragile, where stability had already been sporadic, have disintegrated into wastelands of social anarchy and economic collapse. While civil wars rage across South America, China, emboldened by its heinous missile assault on Japan and South Korea, has expanded into other neighboring sovereign nations to harvest their natural resources and exploit their labor force. Strangely, the GMRC, United Nations and the US and its allies have only instigated token sanctions against the Chinese, followed by empty threats of military action. The reasoning behind this weak resolve is to avoid a world war at a time when humanity needs to be uniting rather than tearing itself apart. While this is a sensible standpoint, it begs the question whether China will ever be punished for its crimes. On the other side of the coin, the Chinese argue they were merely responding to an assault on its people in a prior engagement of hostilities that, it says, were instigated by the Koreans and Japanese. As the BBC understands it, at this time there is little evidence to support these claims. However, some inside sources at the GMRC indicate there may be some truth to China's version of events. A special program entitled China's War, tackling this and other issues, will be aired on this channel and via our other media streams at the local time now displayed on screen. In Europe and the USA, food and water rationing is taking its toll, and protests, like the one surrounding me now, are testament to the ill will and anger currently aimed at the politicians in their ivory towers. Unfortunately, our elected officials seem to be in a position of impotence as the GMRC gathers more and more powers to itself in the name of humanity's best interests. As the world's economies crumble and stock markets plummet to record lows, plant and animal life continues to die off at alarming rates, while the contingencies installed by the GMRC to ensure food stocks last until the dust cloud breaks up in 5 to 10 years' time seem disturbingly inadequate. Despite the best efforts of the GMRC and the world's leading nations to ensure the global economy continues to operate effectively, it is clear this goal was optimistic to say the least. In the USA, the Western world's leading manufacturing powerhouse, inflation is skyrocketing, unemployment is at a 100-year high, and consumer confidence is at an all-time low. Jessica paused for breath and steeled herself as the unusual sensation of nervousness rippled through her body. Her lips became dry, and she fought down the urge to run her tongue over them while live on air. "This is it," she thought to herself. "Why wait? Just go for it." "So is there any good news on the horizon?" she continued. "Perhaps. Independent studies have proposed the dust cloud may break up more quickly than the GMRC has predicted. If this is the case, the impact winter may lose some of its teeth within the next 24 months. As ever, the GMRC has played down such reports and dismissed these findings as specious and ill-informed. Coming from the GMRC, however, such a statement smacks of double standards bordering on outright hypocrisy. At this point in Jessica Klein's report, her cameraman, James, looked out from behind his equipment and shook his head at her. She resisted the temptation to flick her eyes towards the movement. Jessica's producer, Martin, located hundreds of miles away back in an office in London and connected to her via an earpiece, also chose to add his twopennyworth. "Jessica," Martin said, "be careful what you say. We only have one shot at this." Jessica computed this dialogue on the fly, and as ever showed no sign to the camera that she was receiving any remote communication. "Switch to Kira's feed we have on the roof," Martin continued, "and we can take a break and discuss this one last time." As she heard this, Jessica shifted her stance, adjusted her hand on the microphone, and altered tack from what she had been about to say. "We're now going to hear from Kira Jones, our latest dedicated GMRC correspondent, who is on the roof high above us. Kira, over to you." Jessica paused. "And we're out," James, the cameraman, said. Jessica slumped into a more comfortable posture and pulled her hood up to warm her head. The crowd around them was chanting as loud as ever. Many held placards with slogans like "No more ration cards" and "Down with water credits." Others displayed the usual anti-GMRC rhetoric, or the simplistic yet effective GMRC logo itself surrounded by a red circle with a line through it. The street was well lit due to the substantial increase in lighting introduced by many major cities to distinguish between daytime and nighttime hours. The simulation effect even ran in conjunction with the cycle of the sun. The extra lights dimmed at dusk and turned off at night, leaving just the normal street lighting in place. James took the microphone from Jessica and handed her a flask of hot tea. Sticking one of her mitts in her mouth, she gripped it with her teeth and pulled her hand out. Unscrewing the lid, the steam escaped its container, and she took a satisfying sip and wetted her parched lips. "I thought you were going to wait," James said as they huddled together while the mob around them kept up its relentless verbal barrage against its caged enemy. Jessica shrugged. "I thought it was the perfect time to transition into it." James sounded sceptical. "Are you sure you want to go through with this?" Jessica frowned at him in answer. He held up his hands. "Okay, you know what you're doing, and Martin is backing you, but if I were you, I'd leave it alone." Jessica ignored him and took another drink of the tea, feeling its heat warm her from within. She didn't care what he thought. He'd voiced his concerns before, she'd given them due consideration, and dismissed them. She'd already had such discussions and much more in depth with her husband Evan, and it was his advice she valued above any other. At the end of the day, he'd told her one evening when they sat up in bed discussing it, as they usually did when work matters were a problem, "The decision is up to you, but from what you've told me, it seems like the right thing to do regardless of the consequences. It's not like we need the money if the worst happened." "That might not be the worst that could happen," Jessica had said. "No, but even they wouldn't be able to cover up that. It would be too obvious. You're too high profile." As usual, he was right. Well, Jessica hoped he was right anyway. Otherwise, her life could change dramatically and quite quickly. Pushing the thought from her mind, she felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. She gave the flask back to James, withdrew the device, saw it was her producer, and moved away for more privacy before answering it. "What the fuck, Jessica?" Martin's voice blared in her ear. "We agreed what we were going to do, and you nearly fucked it all up. I've already had the editor on the phone giving me all kinds of grief after your little tirade. It was touch and go for him to keep the GMRC bastards off our backs. If we're going to do this, we've got to stick to the plan. We won't get a second chance at it." "I know, I'm sorry." Jessica walked across to the far side of the road to get away from some of the noise. "I thought I might as well get it over with. The intro was perfect, and as I spoke, it unfolded so I could just flow into it. I didn't think you'd mind." "You mean you just didn't think?" Jessica bristled at his tone. "Look, it isn't just your neck on the line here, and you came to me, remember? I'm the idiot who everyone will be watching, not you, so ease off, will you?" A momentary silence ensued as Martin computed Jessica's point of view. "Fine," he said, "but just stick to what we agreed, that's all I ask. We owe it to them to get it right and get it said. They can't get away with it any longer. Something has to be done." She suddenly remembered why this meant so much to him. "I know. We'll find out what happened to him, and the others too. It's what we do. We find the truth and we tell the world." "I hope so," he said with feeling. And yet Jessica could hear the defeat in his voice. Like her, he knew what they were up against. "It's time," he told her. "Okay. You're sure you can stop them from cutting the broadcast?" "For a while, but by then the damage will be done." "Right." She didn't know what else to say. "Good luck," Martin said, and hung up. Jessica put the phone back in her pocket. "You too," she murmured, before walking back towards James, who still stood amidst the screaming masses. Squeezing past some protesters, she caught the eye of a woman, the rage in her face a vivid and powerful image that spurred Jessica onwards and strengthened a resolve which had begun to falter as she contemplated the words to come. Pulling her glove back on, she accepted the microphone from James. "You ready for this?" he asked. Jessica nodded, despite her stomach suddenly feeling like it was barrel-rolling within her. "You?" "Fucking A," he said, noticing the tremor in her voice and trying to induce some courage. "Let's give it to the fuckers, both barrels. I want to see Jessica Klein at her bitchin' best. No prisoners." She knew what he was doing, but it worked all the same. Years of hardened debate on numerous television shows flashed back through her mind. She was Jessica Klein. I am Jessica Klein, and yes, I take no prisoners. Let's do this. She positioned herself back in front of the camera, double-checked her earpiece, and put on her game face. It wasn't long until she heard Martin's voice. "Kira is cutting back to you in 10, Jessica," he said, as if it was just another day at the office. She was then patched into Kira's feed, and she could hear her colleague's voice as she wound up her set. "Final one has landed. This has been Kira Jones reporting on—" Jessica steadied herself, going through in her mind one last time what she was about to say. James's hand came up as a fist, which turned into 5 fingers, 4. This is it, she thought, no turning back now. 3, 2, 1. She was live on air, and she froze. Her perception of time faded into a treacle-like pace. The protesters' movements slowed, and the noise around her became muffled and distorted. The microphone felt heavy in her hand, and the smell of the fires set by the crowd to keep warm tasted strong and pungent, like incense on her tongue. James popped his head up from behind the camera as her silence continued, his eyes asking a question. "Jessica, you're on," Martin's voice echoed in her ear. "Snap out of it!" Everything came back into focus, coupled with a roar of noise. She blinked a couple of times, and then started to speak. "Thank you, Kira," she said woodenly. "It's good to have you on the case up there." Jessica hesitated again before finding a stronger voice. The moment was upon her, and she must deliver. Martin West, Jessica's producer, sat back in his chair in his state-of-the-art broadcasting control suite. In the room with him, his usual production crew of 10, including audiovisual technicians responsible for producing and transmitting all live output content for the BBC's worldwide news service across all media platforms. In front of him, a sweeping, curved screen dominated the wall, the flickering images of multiple video screens within laid out like a living patchwork quilt. Those to the left showed footage of other channels being aired on the BBC, while those to the right spun up local, national, and overseas news networks. The core area consisted of a large grid which displayed the previous, backup, current, and future feeds, the current live transmission taking centre stage. Of course, this had a slight delay on it in order to prevent any technical issues or unwanted content escaping the confines of the studio. Using his personal control terminal, Martin tapped a few keys and brought up a secure login screen to which he entered his username and password. Accessing a little-used command program which looked like a simple black box containing a flashing white cursor, he entered the following code. Live channel World News _1. Override external source control Y. Override internal shutdown control Y. Broadcast multiple feed UHF all. Sound carrier frequencies linked. Terrestrial megahertz band 400.00 through 900.25. International bands all. Live feed delay 0. Save Y. Martin hit the enter key and a message popped up, followed by the same cursor, the small hypnotic blinking line sucking in his attention like a whirlpool, demanding he make a decision. Disable live feed delay ? Y/N. Martin hesitated before entering the letter Y and pressing the return key. The main screen on the wall flashed once, and a message in red text briefly appeared. Adjusting transmission. "Martin, did you see that?" his assistant producer asked, noticing the interruption to the stream. "Yes, it's just a scheduled update to the system. Nothing to worry about." The assistant nodded, apparently satisfied with his answer. Martin got up from his seat and ambled over to the only door into the office and quietly locked it before slipping the key into his trouser pocket. Returning to his chair, he settled in to watch Jessica's report. As you may know, I have been one of the BBC's main news anchors for the last 5 years, Jessica began, addressing the camera, and now easing back into her usual professional style. In that time, I have been privileged to report to you, our viewers, the headline stories as they have broken around the world. Unfortunately, in many instances regarding the most important matters, I have not been given or allowed the freedom to report on the issues that I believe you have a right to hear. I, like many in my profession, hold dear the simple principle of the freedom of the press, a principle which a free and fair society must cherish and protect, lest those in power become above reproach, and injustice and corruption rots civilization from the top down and from the inside out. Without a free press, governments may act with impunity and commit atrocities in our name for the benefit of the few belonging to organizations and companies without borders, the few in power who publicly preach patriotism and yet privately practice treason against their nation and against humanity itself. The greatest threat to humanity's future is not the dust cloud or the nuclear bomb, but the hidden sociopath in a position of power. How can the human race function with compassion if we are ruled by those without any? But I digress. In what will probably be my last broadcast for the BBC, I want to bring you the alarming truth about a global cover-up perpetrated by the world's leading nations. A cover-up planned and directed by the GMRC itself. What is this secret that we are not being told? I do not know. What I do know is that there is a cover-up, and they will go to any lengths to make sure it stays hidden from view. How can I prove this bold claim? As ever, direct proof is hard to come by. The GMRC has seen to that. What I can prove is the surrounding evidence. A wise man once said you don't need to see something directly to know that it is there. Anything with substance, physical or otherwise, leaves telltale ripples which reveal its presence. The fact is, for over 50 years, governments, powerful companies and organizations have been manipulating these ripples to cover their tracks. How do they do this so effectively? The utilization of the media is key to their plans. I am reporting to you now for the first time operating under true freedom of the press. What you have been told is a lie. Whatever the GMRC is hiding, they are willing to suppress, silence, and murder those seeking the truth to keep it hidden. So what is my proof? I can reveal the ripples surrounding the lie. Within the BBC alone, over 50 journalists and researchers have disappeared or died in supposed accidents in the last 10 years, over half this number within the last 3 years. Coincidence? No. Many of these people have been linked with and reprimanded over anti-government and anti-GMRC reports. What's more, my contacts have revealed a disturbing trend within the entire media industry across seemingly every nation. I personally know broadcasters from CNN and Fox News in the USA and CTV News in Canada who tell me there is a deep unease and fear within the networks about reporting any overly negative views against their government, and even more so with regard to the GMRC itself. As with the BBC, these organizations have experienced similar disappearances and accidents to their workforce. This high labour turnover in the journalistic profession is also replicated across Europe, Australia, India, China, Brazil, and anywhere that has a high-quality, so-called independent press. I myself have been told on numerous occasions to avoid anti-GMRC viewpoints and not to report my findings on my missing colleagues. I have witnessed firsthand the seizure and destruction of BBC News computers by government and GMRC officials on no fewer than 3 occasions. Reporters have also been arrested, while others have just disappeared without trace. The question is not whether the media is being suppressed, but why. What is the GMRC hiding from the people of the world that it will go to such lengths to cover it up? I hope this report will go some way towards exposing the truth and to galvanizing and fostering public support for an end to unilateral GMRC control. It's time our politicians said no more to GMRC protocols and sanctions and stood up for the rights of the people they were elected to protect. Jessica, Martin's voice came through her earpiece. They've blocked the signal internationally. It's only a matter of time before the terrestrial feed goes too. Jessica gave an imperceptible nod. Even now, she continued, the GMRC seeks to halt this broadcast. They don't want anyone to know the truth. What are they hiding from us? What are they hiding from you, from everyone? What are they planning for our future, for our children's futures, and for the generations to come? Why is it that... Jessica, we're off air, Martin told her. It's over. How did I do? Brilliantly, he replied with real warmth. You did us proud. You did us all proud. Martin's voice cut off. Martin? Jessica said, her concern audible. Martin! There was no reply. In London, Martin West relaxed in his chair as his phone rang for the umpteenth time. His 10 colleagues looked at him with nervous eyes. The banging on the door to the broadcast suite continued unabated as the people outside shouted their demands for entry. Casually, Martin picked up the phone. Yes? Martin, open the door! It was his editor's voice, fraught with emotion. The GMRC are on their way. Don't make this harder than it already is. I told you to do something, Martin told his boss. My brother went missing and you did nothing. No investigation, no reports to even suggest there might have been foul play by the government or by the GMRC. What did you expect? For me to forget the whole thing? Forget my brother even existed? I couldn't do anything. I'd have lost my job. Martin snorted in derision and slammed down the phone, just as the door to the room burst open with a bang. Wooden splinters flew across the floor as grey-garbed GMRC soldiers stormed inside. The other workers screamed and cried out in fear, some putting their hands in the air, while others fell submissively to the floor. Pulled from his chair, Martin was thrust against a wall, handcuffed, and marched from the room. Back in New York, James had come round to the front of the camera to give Jessica an uncharacteristic hug. The noise of the crowd increased, and Jessica turned to see the barriers had opened up at the front of the building. The NYPD brutally held back the protesters as a team of GMRC operatives swarmed out of the entrance and headed straight towards the BBC News crew. James swore and turned to run, but he was brought up short by the sight behind them. U.S. troops had cut off their escape. Relax, Jessica laid a reassuring hand on his shoulder as the grim-faced men bore down on them. This was inevitable. Just stay strong, and we'll get through this together. Before James could reply, they were forced to the ground by angry, shouting, armed men. As Jessica's face was held down hard against the freezing cold tarmac, all she could see were feet shod in heavy black military boots with the occasional glimpse of a terrified-looking James a few feet away, trying to maintain eye contact with her. Jessica gave him what she hoped was a reassuring smile, and at the same time wondered if she'd ever see her children and husband again. Chapter 2. Malcolm Joyner, director of the powerful and feared GMRC Intelligence Division, stepped out of his plush helicopter and onto the roof of the GMRC's Western Hemisphere headquarters. No sooner had the director and his entourage disembarked than the twin-rotored aircraft's wheels lifted back into the air. The helicopter angled up and away, creating a tremendous downdraft. A deafening, reverberating whump, whump, whump of the massive blades accompanied its departure as they cut through the dark, turbulent skies above. Reaching a set altitude, the dazzling landing lights turned off, and when the ponderous bulk of that vehicle had shrunk into the distance, another soon took its place, the relentless procession continuing without pause. 100 stories high, the building punched its way heavenward, but it was by no means the tallest tower in the Manhattan skyline. What it lacked in height, however, it made up for in sheer volume, above and below the surface. The chrome and glass-clad, purpose-built circular structure had an impressive diameter and dominated its block on uptown 9th Avenue. It had to, as it housed thousands of staff in key hub offices for the various departments of the GMRC. The whistling ice-cold wind had initially sought to snatch Joyner's breath away and turn his skin to stone as his ridiculously expensive shoes had touched down onto the helicopter's hard, painted surface. The intelligence director fought back the urge to shiver as he strode across the vast rooftop towards one of the 4 main entrances to the building. In front of him, other arrivals, garbed in dense layers of fur-lined clothing, made their way past high levels of security, the first of many such interventions before they reached their final destination. For the sake of appearances, Joyner refused to dress like a cocooned Eskimo and cover his body from head to toe in thick thermal attire, like many of the dignitaries now filtering towards the warm interior. Instead, he wore his usual close-fitting suit, which accentuated his considerable height, although, as ever, he wore a classic pair of soft Italian leather gloves, a thin yet warm knee-length handmade overcoat, and a pair of narrow rectangular glasses, to which he had attached flip-down sunshades. It wasn't that the sun was ever an issue these days. It was that he liked his appearance to be in keeping with his role, and since he was also head of U.S. intelligence, it was almost a prerequisite to exude an ominous, untouchable, and superior air. Nothing could state this more than a pair of dark glasses. The fact that he was untouchable was beside the point. He wanted to make sure others knew he was untouchable, and that to consider otherwise was a very bad idea, not just for their own health, but for the health of everyone else they held dear. Joyner had spent many years cultivating his aura of invincibility and power, and he wasn't prepared to let it falter by wearing the wrong kind of clothing. As every politician and civil servant knew, appearance was everything. Like those before him, Joyner subjected himself to the preliminary security station. A GMRC guard in Arctic weather gear waved him forward. "Keep your arms inside the scanner at all times," the man told Joyner, raising his voice to be heard above the roaring winds and heavy air traffic above. Without any acknowledgment, he'd heard the guard's instruction. Joyner stepped onto a shoulder-width, round, rubberized mat, a red circle at its rim and the representation of a person in the center. The automated scanner hummed into life. White light illuminated Joyner from above, the beam emanating from an integrated fitting sunk into an overhang from the building's entrance. Joyner and the mat he stood on were situated within an inconspicuous 2-inch-wide square metal border that had been set into the floor, and which now rose up to reveal itself. The scanner produced a high-pitched, drawn-out whine as the metal structure swished up, down, and around Joyner's body in short, sharp motions, intense, ice-blue lasers sending short arcs of light over his whole frame. After 10 seconds, the security device sank back into the floor. Joyner stepped forwards, passing beneath a strong, continuous jet of hot air, and into a warm, brightly lit foyer. When the rest of Joyner's team had been similarly swept, they boarded a short escalator which whisked them to a row of gold doors, each embossed with the GMRC logo. At the edges of the room, 6 well-armed soldiers stood to fixed attention, their grey-clad forms virtually invisible to the flow of VIPs passing by them on a regular basis. A pair of the plush doors opened, and Joyner's group entered the lift's glass interior. After descending a number of floors, Joyner emerged into a massive, open atrium. Bustling with orderly activity, the large internal expanse consisted of a grand airport-style check-in system, the 100-foot oval desk at its centre manned by a veritable army of administrative staff and encircled by row upon row of seating. Joyner's primary aide and his assistant collected up the party's overcoats and deposited them at the counter. Further clerical security checks were actioned and passes handed out, with the appropriate clearance levels assigned to the embedded digital architecture. They were then ushered through a gate built into the desk itself and accompanied by an administrator down another escalator, 2 more lift shafts, 2 more security checkpoints, and at last into the joint largest council chamber in the world, the twin of which was located in the GMRC's near-identical sister HQ building in Shanghai. The huge domed room's functional design consisted of circular rows of polished mahogany desks and comfortable blue and grey upholstered seating. The simplicity of the decor was not to be misconstrued for cost-saving, however, as the area bristled with conferencing technology on a mind-boggling scale. Hundreds of active holographic computer displays and a multitude of interface devices adorned each table. Large OLED screens hung from the ceiling at regular intervals, while even bigger displays encircled the central hub of the summit chamber, this focal point acting as the main stage of interaction between council members and their guests. Proceedings adhered to a strict schedule, and a specially produced handbook and guide to the summit was duly handed out to every person of every delegation that attended. Joyner had been to such summits on many occasions over the years, but since the arrival of AG5 in 2040, the world was now a very different place. The buzz in the air from the ever-growing number of people congregating in the chamber was noticeable to Joyner as he made his way through the throng. He shook hands and spoke to world leaders and other influential dignitaries, whilst all the while extracting and storing information for future use. He was always on the job, a master of manipulation and deception. It was what he did, what he excelled at, amongst other considerable talents. Finally, Joyner made his way to a segregated area raised above all other seating except that of the council's chief chair, who sat at a similar level in the central hub. Joyner enjoyed sitting in his elevated position amongst the elite GMRC directorate. It was a public display of his global power and influence for the benefit of those that were not previously aware. Joyner settled into his seat, his retinue close behind, although at a lower level. He picked up a crystal glass and poured some ice spring water into it from a plain glass jug that had sat off to one side. As he sipped his drink, the screens above spooled up information on the schedule of the soon-to-commence summit. Joyner used the brief lapse before the endless talk began to take in his immediate surroundings and the people populating it. The Global Meteor Response Council consisted of many departments, some vastly more powerful and influential than others, but all operating, to varying degrees, under the following criteria: public, activities disclosed to society; covert, activities not disclosed to society; classified, existence not disclosed to society. The departmental powerhouses, the main players that drove the GMRC's policies and actions the world over, were as follows: subterranean program, covert and classified; space program, public and covert; R&D division, covert and classified; intelligence division, covert; population education, public and covert; population control, covert and classified; economic control, public and covert; conservation, public and covert; resource control, public and covert; operations and military, public and covert; UN integration, public; GMRC oversight, public and covert. At the head of each one of these departments was an elected director, each of whom took their rightful place on the most powerful body of them all, the preeminent GMRC Directorate. People not in the know wrongly assumed that the highly classified subterranean program wielded the most clout within the GMRC. This had been the case for the last 2 decades, but since the underground bases around the world were all but completed, the balance had shifted slightly, and Joyner had been quick to exert his authority over the power vacuum that had resulted during this transitionary time. Through his dark lenses he looked over at the chair which held the subterranean program's acting Director-General, Shen Zhu Ren, the now controversial Chinese replacement for Professor Steiner, who had been taken ill while on assignment at USSB Steadfast. Professor Steiner's illness was, of course, a fabrication of Joyner's own making and a deception he had sold to the rest of the GMRC Directorate in a perfectly choreographed display of misinformation and video and audio manipulation. It was amazing what one could do with video editing software and the political power to push it through. There were mutterings about Steiner's sudden disappearance in certain circles, but that was inevitable, and one imperfection of his plan to get rid of the insufferable professor he could live with. The fact the Subterranean Director-General's stress-induced illness just happened to coincide with USSB Steadfast going into lockdown procedure for the impact of the Asteroid AG5 and an inopportune breakdown in the underground base's communication system was perhaps more difficult to explain away. And yet, as the intelligence director, he could maneuver and subvert those who complained the loudest, regardless of their position in the GMRC or otherwise. Joyner not only had an extensive reach, he had allies around the world whose cunning, power, and resolve all but matched his own. Now that Steiner was out of the picture and the Chinese had caused political and military headaches for the West by attacking Japan and South Korea, Joyner was able to better pursue his more secretive agendas outside of his GMRC remit and, in some cases, directly opposed to what the GMRC was trying to achieve. Flicking up his sunshades to reveal the clear lenses beneath, he caught the eye of the R&D director and gave him an almost imperceptible nod of acknowledgement. The R&D director, Dagmar Sørensen, a sallow, grim-faced individual, always seemingly on the edge of a life-threatening illness, lifted his hand in reply. Dagmar had proved a key ally to Joyner over the years and represented an asset he could ill afford to lose at this point in time. If the evil bastard were to drop dead now, he thought, it could prove a significant annoyance. As the summit got underway, Joyner took another sip of his water and tuned in to proceedings. When each person spoke, they utilized a sophisticated translation algorithm to ensure everyone present received the most accurate information in real time. Each team had backup translators in order to make sure no errors were made, but it enabled a flowing interaction between all speakers, regardless of their mother tongue, a true technical marvel of the modern age. As you can see, a climate and ecosystem expert from France was saying, ice sheets have advanced significantly in the last 6 months, making most of Scandinavia and Canada virtually uninhabitable. North American states and northern European countries are now experiencing extreme weather conditions, ranging from tumultuous rainfall one week to sustained hail and snow the next. Temperature drops and zero sunlight across the world are wreaking havoc with our ecosystems, and the extinction of plant and animal life on land has begun. Tipping points will be reached in the next 6 months, ensuring the inevitable, irreversible decline. Earth's aquatic life is also experiencing mass upheaval. However, full extinction of life in our oceans will only be reached in 2045, when the last 2 asteroids strike. The speakers came and went, each outlining various unfolding scenarios that for many years everyone in the room had been well prepared for, resigned in their expectations of the inevitable. These events consisted of chaotic and sudden breakdowns in law and order in a quarter of the world's nations, with civil unrest in the remaining 75%. It was all the GMRC and leading governments of the world could do to keep up the appearance that things would get better, when in fact they were fighting a losing battle that would ultimately result in the death of 99.9% of the world's population. The remaining lucky few would be evacuated to the 45 massive underground bases constructed around the globe in order to continue humanity's way of life and very existence on Earth. A scheduled break brought with it light relief for the assembled masses. Joyner stood up and surreptitiously stretched out his back and arms, which had begun to ache after the long hours of inactivity. His aide informed him that the rest of the day's presentations regarded administration and government integration concerns, something he had decided weeks before he did not need to attend. Taking his leave, he retired to his allocated suite in the accommodation wing of the building. Later that evening, Joyner reclined on a soft leather chair with matching footstool as he read through the week's upcoming summit schedule. The final 2 days would prove to be the most interesting, as they were open only to the highest clearance holders, which naturally included him. In particular, a slot led by Dagmar Sørensen regarding something called Project Ares caught his eye. As intelligence director, Joyner had prior knowledge of the array of black projects conducted by the GMRC's R&D division. However, this one did not ring any bells. He was impressed. Not much got past Joyner these days. But when something did, he was quick to sit up and take note. He would make sure to get a team of his top intelligence agents on it and work up a profile by the end of the week. He didn't like surprises. In fact, he employed others to make sure they didn't arise. His mood darkened, and he pressed the intercom button to summon his aide. Moments later, the man Joyner referred to as Debden appeared. "Yes, sir?" Joyner continued reading the schedule. "What is your job title?" Debden squared his shoulders. "Primary aide to the GMRC intelligence director." "And as primary aide, it is your duty to inform me about important developments within the GMRC, those that may have escaped my attention." "Yes, sir," Debden said, an edge of uncertainty creeping into his voice. "Then why is it," Joyner continued as he swung his chair round 20 degrees so he could fix Debden with his steely gaze, "that the R&D division is presenting to the Directorate a project I know nothing about?" Specific schedule details were only released and disseminated upon commencement of the summit, sir. We work in the damn intelligence division! Joyner's eyes flashed fierce. We should have had a copy of the schedule a day before it was written, and a dossier on the project should have been on my desk the day it was conceived. Debden looked shaken by his director's anger at this apparent oversight, and stood locked in Joyner's unrelenting stare, unable to formulate an appropriate response, most likely because there wasn't one. Joyner watched and waited, maintaining silence in order to intensify Debden's discomfort and to instill in him the knowledge that failing in his duties was not an option. More agonizing seconds ticked by. Then he swiveled his chair back around. "Project Ares," Joyner said, as he once more perused the schedule, his glasses perched at the end of his pointed nose. "Get a team on it, full workup. I want to know everything there is to know." "Very good, sir." Debden departed, leaving Joyner to ponder on what Project Ares might be. As his irritation mounted due to his lack of information on the subject, his phone, which rested on a glass table to his left, emitted a small beep which progressed into a drawn-out, repeating, singular note. Joyner drew the phone to his ear. "Yes?" "Director Joyner, my apologies for this intrusion at such a late hour. My name is Duncan Sanderfield. I'm a senior on-site population control manager. Earlier today a major public relations situation transpired, and my superiors suggested you may want some input into how we go about clearing up the mess." "How major?" "A Code 2 media breach, national and international exposure by a prominent and credible source." "Duration?" "A few minutes." "Has it got legs?" "We've prevented further broadcasting of the coverage and hunted down and destroyed any copies stored on public and private mobile and static devices. There were some files we were unable to access straight away, but our computer coders ensure us it will only be a matter of time before we have them all." Joyner considered the implications of such a Code 2 event. "How prominent is prominent? Does the name Jessica Klein ring any bells?" Joyner swore. "Quite," Sanderfield said. "They don't come much bigger, do they?" "Where is she being held?" "Here, in this very building." Joyner sat up straighter. "Convenient. Where are you located?" "Sub-basement Green, Sector 12. Use the east side elevator shafts. Interrogation Suite 1. "I'll be with you shortly." Joyner hung up the phone. Clearly, population control was finding this potato too hot to handle. As was often the case, the intelligence division was at hand to mop up the messes others could not. Any issue of a smaller scale, and Joyner would not have even been considered as a point of contact, but in this instance his experience was invaluable, and it was well known he relished dealing with such cases. Who wouldn't, he mused. A chance to throw one's weight around was always something to savour. 10 minutes later, after taking a couple of travelators and a lift, Joyner walked into a sizable conference room to be greeted by Sanderfield and various other personnel from the Population Control Division of the GMRC. As ever, Joyner's aide, Debden, and a few other intelligence agents had accompanied him. Sanderfield led Joyner through the events that had taken place and showed him the footage that had been broadcast around the world. "This has been very damaging to the GMRC's reputation," Sanderfield concluded. Clearly the man's talents lay in stating the blindingly obvious, Joyner noted. He gave Sanderfield a withering look before walking over to watch the BBC News crew on a video wall. Secured in separate holding cells, the team of 2 awaited their fate. The cameraman had his head in his hands, while the woman of the hour, Jessica Klein, paced around her small room like a caged animal, occasionally staring up at the camera that filmed her movements. Joyner knew the broadcaster was well liked by her many viewers, and even within the upper reaches of the UK establishment, people believed what she said. The British Prime Minister had even referred to her as a national treasure on a couple of occasions. This support had evidently given the news anchor a false sense of security and emboldened her to take such an ill-advised step against the GMRC. However, a 5-minute speech by one woman could only do so much damage. The problem now was how to react, and how to quell any further rants that might spout from her mouth. Joyner knew they were nearly at the stage when such concerns would no longer be a problem. In a few years' time, they could even have just let it go altogether, but as it was, they needed to deal with it with her. "Options?" Joyner asked one of his agents, testing his subordinate's acumen. "Profile the target," the agent replied after a moment's pause. "Determine past indiscretions, work up possible scenarios to discredit them." Joyner nodded. "What about elimination?" "A last resort." "Is it?" The agent looked at Joyner, unsure if his director was testing him again or proposing a serious solution. "You can't just kill her," Sanderfield spoke up, visibly shocked at the suggestion. Joyner turned to look at the man as one might look at a bug on one's shoe. "Can't," Joyner said, his voice cold and flat, and yet loaded with a threatening challenge. Sanderfield, suddenly realizing who he was talking to, swallowed nervously. Joyner looked meaningfully to his aide, Debden, who acted as required. "Take your people and vacate this room immediately," Debden told the population control manager as he ushered him away. "Your services are no longer needed." Sanderfield and his team scuttled from the interrogation suite, leaving the intelligence agents alone with their director. "Sir," another agent said, "surely killing them will cause more problems than it solves. The damage has already been done, has it not?" "Of course it has." Joyner removed his glasses and polished the lenses with a cloth. "No, their deaths would not alter anything. But we need to make sure they, or more specifically, she, cannot cause the GMRC any more bad publicity." "We could permanently relocate her to one of the subterranean bases," Debden suggested as he rejoined the group. Joyner shook his head. "No, she would be too much of a liability to have running around inside the system. We will keep her under 24 hours surveillance and discredit her with a subtle finesse. We will need to get creative on this one. Laying it on too thick with multiple infractions will appear too convenient, but infidelity or sexual deviance will be too weak or implausible. Dig up what you can on her family and her past. There will be something we can use. If not, run an audio-visual study on her, and we can then make sure there is. The basic profile workup won't be necessary if we already have every top employee within the media fully documented. Everything we need is at our fingertips. Make it happen." "Yes, sir," his men replied in unison, then went their separate ways to carry out his orders. As Joyner watched the two prisoners once more, he took out his phone and spoke in a command. "Call UK Prime Minister." "Downing Street," a man answered almost immediately. "How may I direct your call?" "Put me through to the Prime Minister." "I'm sorry, he's in a cabinet meeting for the rest of the day. Please call back tomorrow." "Not good enough," Joyner told the civil servant. "Can you not see from your display who this is?" A pause left Joyner waiting on his phone. "I'm sorry, Director Joyner, forgive me. I will ask him if he's able to speak with you. I take it this is a matter of some urgency?" "It is." The phone went silent once more, and it was some time before another voice came on, a deeper and more powerful one. "Director Joyner, how goes the GMRC's annual summit?" "Prime Minister," Joyner said respectfully, "it goes very well, thank you. Your presence has been greatly missed." "You're too kind, Director. How might I be of help to you today?" "You have no doubt been made aware of the incident that occurred earlier with one of your BBC newsreaders." "I have." The PM sounded grave. "We have collaborated with your GMRC office here in London to ensure the fallout has been minimal." May I ask what alterations have been made to the BBC's managerial structure? A full review of the computer systems responsible for all television and media broadcasts has been instigated, the PM said. Any flaws will be found and corrected. Rest assured, Director, lessons have been learned. With all due respect, Prime Minister, that is not what I asked. Yes, of course. I have reprimanded Lord Eaton, who is the chairman of the BBC Trust, and he has assured me that no such event will occur again under his watch. Joyner introduced a firmness to his voice. I'm afraid that is not good enough, Prime Minister. The GMRC will require a clean sweep of the BBC's hierarchy, including the replacement of Lord Eaton, who is clearly as incompetent as his staff for allowing this to happen in the first place. A clean sweep, the PM repeated. You can't be serious. Responsibility begins at the top, Joyner said, enjoying himself as he dictated terms to one of the world's foremost leaders. Please don't force me to take this to the GMRC Directorate, as it will only end in your capitulation and subsequent humiliating concession. I want the BBC's management replaced with more malleable counterparts within the day. Do I make myself clear, Prime Minister? As Joyner waited for a reply, he could almost visualize the Englishman's blood boiling as he computed what he'd just heard. I'll see what I can do, the PM said with barely concealed fury, and hung up the phone. And a good day to you, Prime Minister. Joyner put his own phone down, with a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. Once more, Joyner's eyes were drawn to the images of the two captives displayed on the video wall. He knew it would be so much easier and significantly more satisfying to torture and then kill these puerile fools for their crimes, but even he had to abide by the rules on occasion. The rat-a-tat of his finger tapping the table brought him out of his reverie. He clenched his fist to quell the outward display of frustration. "Release these two idiots to the NYPD for processing," Joyner told one of his agents. "They can then be deported with immediate effect to the United Kingdom." The agent bobbed his head in response. "Yes, sir." "And get the UK government to revoke their passports when they get back. Their days of travelling are over. In fact," Joyner said, "confiscate their passports and then put them on a plane to somewhere inhospitable like Siberia." "That will stick them in limbo when they get there," the agent informed him. "They won't be able to get back to the UK for some time." "That's the idea," Joyner said as he walked from the room. "That is most definitely the idea." Chapter 3. Small, dimmed, oblong lights ran in rows along the walkways in the main cabin of the Airbus A380 Super Jumbo airliner, their faint illumination highlighting the slumbering passengers as they flew across European airspace towards London. The plane's massive engines droned away in the background. Internal fixtures and fittings squeaked and rattled, responding to the repetitive rise and fall of the fuselage, held aloft by vast, swept wings that sliced through tumultuous, interconnecting weather systems. Jessica Klein shifted in her economy-class window seat, trying to regain some semblance of comfort after being awoken by a hostess wheeling a rattling trolley cart along the nearby aisle. Her eyelids rested shut, but she could feel the tension within them, preventing her from drifting back to sleep. Keeping her eyes closed, she willed her mind to slow, to relax into a state of calm, while attempting to block out the noise of the aircraft and its many inhabitants. A person coughed in the seat behind her, a child cried out for its mother off to one side, and the mutterings of two people a couple of rows in front was enough to make her blink and stir, fully awake. She wasn't getting back to sleep any time soon, and now, she realized, she needed to relieve herself. Oh, how she hated flying like this, cramped and uncomfortable and hemmed in on all sides. It was a far cry from the roomy and opulent surroundings of business class, which she had grown accustomed to over the years, one of the many privileges of being amongst the BBC's highest-paid television presenters, privileges she now had to learn to live without. James, the cameraman, who had been Jessica's constant companion since they were ejected from the United States, was no longer with her. He had taken an earlier flight destined for Birmingham, England's second-largest city, and James's hometown. She was on her own now, returning from the ice-laden municipality of Novosibirsk, Russia's third most populous city. Since the arrival of the asteroid AG5, the drop in temperature had hit parts of Siberia the hardest, and now, even in its warmest months, temperatures of -40 centigrade were commonplace. It had taken many trips by British Embassy staff to the main terminal building in the Tolmachevo airport on the outskirts of the Russian city to secure them passage back to England. The confiscation of their passports by the U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers prior to their departure from JFK International had caused them no end of headaches and stranded them for a month in a part of Russia that was in total disarray. Jessica had almost been glad they hadn't been allowed out of the arrivals lounge into the city proper, as law and order was at breaking point. It was all the police and local government departments could do to keep critical services operational. Poorer parts of the city had turned into complete no-go areas, even for the military. Unable to put it off any longer, Jessica stood up awkwardly. The backs of her knees rested against the seat, and she had to hold the headrest with one hand to stop herself from falling back down again. The man sitting next to her was fast asleep, but he was reasonably slim, enabling her to squeeze past without disturbing him. Unfortunately, the next chair was occupied by a rather large lady whose ample legs barred Jessica's much-needed escape. As she debated whether she should wake the immovable blockade, a hostess, seeing her movement, came over to offer assistance. Taking the proffered hand, Jessica stretched out a leg and managed to hop out into the relative freedom of the aisle. Sharing a quick smile with her saviour, Jessica thanked her and then walked on unsteady legs towards the rear of the plane and into a cramped toilet. Pulling the narrow door shut behind her, she engaged the small lock and then looked down at the toilet seat with trepidation. Apparently some economy-class flyers had decided hygiene and cleaning up after themselves was not on their to-do list. Gagging slightly, she exited and selected a cleaner abode to enter. After she'd cleaned this new seat with copious amounts of toilet paper and gone about her business, she was greeted with an up-close and personal view of her countenance in a mirror. Washing her hands vigorously, she placed her ever-present handbag onto the sink and opened it up. She looked at her reflection once more. The face that peered back was supposedly attractive. According to some UK magazines, she was deemed as top posh totty and had claimed the embarrassing title of sexiest female newsreader on 3 separate occasions. Such accolades made her uncomfortable, and sometimes they even brought a blush to her cheeks. Normally she shrugged off such comments with an easy indifference and modesty, but deeper down she felt a guilty rush of girlish pleasure at the unsolicited flattery. At the moment, however, all she saw were heavy bags underneath overly large, deep brown eyes. High cheekbones gave way to a squarish jaw, a gift from her father, which ensured her looks favoured handsome rather than conventional pretty that most men seemed to favour. Her hair, usually perfectly arranged, looked like a pterodactyl had decided to nest in it while dancing a Scottish jig. Also, according to her husband, she tended to sleep with her mouth open, and this always resulted in dry, cracked lips. Taking out a tiny tub of Vaseline, she unscrewed the lid and popped a small amount onto the tip of her little finger. Expertly, she then applied it to her bottom and then upper lip. Smacking them and rubbing them against each other, she worked the balm well into the skin. Happy with the result, she took out her comb and went to work on the fantastically arranged bird's nest located on her head. After 10 minutes, she'd regained some semblance of humanity, and rather than a weary 40-something, a passable 30-something woman looked back at her. At least that's what she hoped, anyway. Emerging from the tiny room, she bumped into a large youth who towered over her. "Watch it," she said, her foot crushed beneath his size 12. He mumbled an apology and disappeared into the filthy lavatory she'd had the misfortune of entering earlier. Jessica's stature was diminutive, but she had never paid it much heed or let it hold her back in any way. She had a fearsome reputation if riled, and would not let anyone take advantage of her, regardless of their size or position. Back in her seat, and a few monotonous hours later, the plane touched down at Heathrow Airport, and Jessica collected her luggage and made her way through customs without incident. Despite her general inner self-assurance and sometimes hard demeanour, Jessica found herself welling up as she caught sight of her family waiting for her at arrivals. Her 2 daughters, Victoria, 5, and Daniela, 7, ducked underneath the railing, unable to contain their excitement at seeing their mother for the first time in many weeks. Detaching herself from the main cavalcade of passengers, Jessica veered towards her 2 girls, dropped her luggage, and knelt to embrace them. Evan, her husband, soon joined them, and she found herself wrapped in his strong arms and sharing a long, lingering kiss. "It's good to be home," she murmured in his ear. He held her tighter. "It's good to have you home. We've missed you. I've missed you." Jessica leant back from him and looked deep into his eyes before the girls drew her attention back to them. The journey home was a pleasant one as she caught up on the trivia of family life, while their black cab wove them through the congested traffic of West London and on into Kensington. Exhausted after her trip, she slept well, and with a fresh vigour upon waking, she instigated love-making with Evan as they renewed their physical bond after their enforced separation. While the passion Evan returned towards her matched that of her own, she sensed his tension throughout, and after they had uncoupled, he left the room without a word to go into the ensuite. Normally they settled into a fulfilled cuddle after sex, so she was acutely aware of his unusual behaviour. Sliding out of bed, she padded, naked and bare of foot, into the bathroom after him. He stood, head bowed, in front of the sink unit. She approached from behind and wrapped her arms around his waist. "What's the matter?" "I lost my job last week," he said without turning round, his voice taut with stress. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "What? How? You've worked there for years. You're a damn partner in the company, for God's sake. They can't just sack you." He turned round and her grip on him fell away. "They didn't. The firm folded. Our business dried up overnight. One minute we had corporate clients lining up out the door, and the next, nothing, apart from the odd small case." "Do you know why?" she asked, already knowing the answer. "Why do you think? The GMRC apparently don't take kindly to public airing of their business, and they like to spread the pain to anyone involved, or just involved by association." "Why didn't you tell me before?" Jessica's mind was reeling in despair as she enclosed his clasped hands within her own. He grunted something unintelligible. She drew him to her, and he encircled her with his arms. Leaning his head on her small shoulder, he heaved a deep sigh. "I suppose we should have seen this coming." Jessica didn't reply, as her guilt had already set in for ruining his career. Now they were likely to both be out of work by the end of the week. Her disciplinary hearing with her bosses at the BBC was scheduled for 2 days' time, and all things considered, its final outcome was almost a foregone conclusion. Her hand stroked his hair. "I'll make this right," she told him, but her words, while said with heartfelt conviction, rang hollow in her ears. Jessica, in a crisp blue suit, made her way into work as she always did. Catching the London Underground from West Kensington, she changed at Green Park onto the Victoria line and got off after one stop at Oxford Circus. Making her way through the station and past the ticket gates, the usual press of bodies accompanying the commute, she emerged out into the street. Overhead floodlights installed for daytime simulation glared down as she made her way along the crowded pavement towards her destination, passing cars, creating miniature tsunamis as their tires cut through the pooling rain. Saving her from a drenching, newly erected awnings lined the roads of London town, protecting commuters and shoppers alike from the ferocious weather that had been battering Europe for the last few months. Mirroring the sunless, brooding sky above, grim-faced, armed police officers stalked the roads, adding a sinister air to the UK's capital city. Jessica crossed a narrow road and walked past a stationary armoured military patrol vehicle, then on into the familiar building of BBC Broadcasting House, leaving the noisy bustle of the city behind. Usually she would have taken another entrance, but as an inquiry into her actions on air was pending, she had to report to the main desk. Leaning atop the counter, with its illuminated white signage bearing the famous BBC logo, Jessica waited for one of the receptionists to finish helping someone else. The man was soon with her, and handing her a temporary security pass, he gave her an understanding smile before she turned and left to enter the building proper. As she strode along the functional carpeted corridors, her anger at her treatment and at Evan's forced redundancy, which had been simmering for the last 2 days, rose to the surface. Jessica's presence moved before her like a wave, and people parted at her passing like the Red Sea preceding Moses. People called out greetings to her. Some even clapped, while others merely nodded to her in grim recognition of her personal sacrifice for their lost colleagues. Jessica's face was set and steely when she banged open the doors to the executive offices. Following her arrival at the room designated for the hearing, she didn't have long to wait before being told to go in. Jessica stood up and prepared herself for what was to come. A woman from Human Resources gave her an encouraging smile. "Good luck, Jessica." Jessica nodded to her, opened the door, and went inside. A lot had changed since she had last been at work. It seemed the senior management team had undergone a rapid transformation of personnel. She only knew one of the 4 people present, and none of them showed the support she had witnessed on the way up. This was likely due to the fact that one of the 4, and the only one she did recognize, was not a BBC employee at all, but an MP from the Prime Minister's Cabinet Office. "Miss Klein," the Member of Parliament said, after Jessica had taken a seat opposite the disciplinary panel. "Thank you for coming here today. You understand the gravity of your situation. Shall we begin?" The Human Resources receptionist leaned forwards, perched on the very edge of her chair, straining to hear what was being said in Jessica Klein's hearing, which had sounded heated from the outset. The occasional swear word and raised voice was easily discerned as emanating from the well-known newsreader, as she fought her corner with unexpected vigour. When the duration of the meeting neared the 1-hour mark, a sudden barrage of swearing and shouting erupted from the room. This time it wasn't just Jessica's voice to be heard. The receptionist, however, still couldn't make out the gist of the exchange, and in her eagerness to find out what was going on, she rolled her chair closer, at which point the door to the room flew open, making her jump in surprise. Jessica Klein stood bristling with fury in the doorway and looked back into the office. "Well, you know what you can do with your job," Jessica bellowed at her tormentors. "You can stick it up your fucking arses, you pathetic, snivelling wretches. I hope you and the GMRC are happy with this cover-up. The blood of all those journalists is on your hands now, as you are all a party to this shit." Jessica's finger, which pointed accusingly at the people in the room, shook with enraged tension, and emotion mirrored in its owner's face. The receptionist, who had stood up, gawped at the scene unfolding before her. The former renowned BBC presenter heaved the door closed with an almighty effort. The heavy fireproof door smashed into its frame with a loud bang, sending it rattling in its hinges and near tearing it from the wall. Jessica Klein, dishevelled yet defiant, all but flew out of the office, leaving a deathly silence in her wake. The receptionist watched for some time to see if anything else was about to happen, but all was quiet once more in BBC Broadcasting House. The show was over, and yet another BBC icon had made their last bow. "I'm surprised you didn't punch him," her husband said as Jessica relived her experience with him. "Believe me, I felt like it." Jessica poured herself another glass of wine and took a long draught. That smug, piglet-eyed MP's face really got my fucking dander up. The piece of shit is totally a GMRC puppet, and the bloody idiots now in charge of the BBC might as well have cunt written on their foreheads. Evan nearly choked on his drink at his wife's unexpected use of the C-word. Jessica rarely used profanity, and when she did it was only shit or bugger. To hear her cursed like that was a queer experience for him. A melodic, undulating ringtone drew Jessica's attention to her bag, which sat perched on the central worktop in the kitchen. Taking out her phone, she saw she'd received a text message from Martin, her old producer, who'd himself been sacked from the BBC for gross misconduct 2 weeks earlier. It read, "Need to talk tonight. Come alone. Have some important news. Meet at Colton Arms at 8. Strange, Jessica thought. She hadn't seen hide nor hair of Martin since a brief video call she'd made when she was stuck out in Russia. If he was all the way over in West London in person, it must be important. Taking her leave of Evan a few hours later, Jessica sat alone, as requested, in the Colton Arms pub, located a few streets away from her home. Nursing her second glass of wine, she looked at her watch. 9 o'clock. Where the hell is he? Her mind wandered, and she found herself studying a rather nice wooden cabinet positioned next to where she sat. One particular carving portrayed lions pulling a chariot. Above this, winged angels blessed the vehicle's occupants, while all around other strange images of semi-naked men and women cavorted and leapt. A hand touched Jessica's arm, making her jump. Martin sat down in a seat next to her. He looked out of breath. Droplets of sweat beaded on his brow and ran down his temples. Wiping them away with the back of his sleeve, he picked up Jessica's glass and downed the contents in 2 swift gulps. The Colton Arms was quite a small place, and a couple of the locals eyed Martin with interest before turning back to chat with the barman. Jessica looked at her empty glass, feeling a little aggrieved. "What happened to 8? "Had a tail, had to shake him," Martin said, and then asked the barman to bring over 2 more drinks. "Tail?" "GMRC spook, probably." Martin removed his coat and placed it on the back of his chair as the drinks were brought over. He took a big sip of his lager and rested it down on the table with a sigh of satisfaction. Jessica was confused. Why would they be bothering to follow you round now? You were sacked, like I was today. We don't have the means to give them any more trouble. Martin took another sip, eyeing her over the top of his glass before lowering it back down again. "That's where you're wrong. You really think I was going to give this up? My brother is still missing, and many others too, some dead." "I know, but our hands are tied. Evan's lost his job, I've just lost mine. I did what I could, and it doesn't seem to have made much of a difference apart from ruining my family's prospects." "You're not listening to me." Martin lowered his voice and leaned in towards her. "I have a lead, a good one. It could deal the GMRC a big blow if we could get it into the public domain. But I need your help to do it." "Why me? What can I do that you can't?" "Speak German, for one." It was true Jessica could speak German fluently. Her father had insisted she take lessons as a child to please her grandparents, who were both born and bred in the fatherland. She hadn't used it for years, however, and didn't know Martin even knew about it. "What kind of lead?" she asked. "What sort of blow? Do you have proof they targeted journalists?" He looked around to make sure they weren't being overheard. "Better. I think we can find out what they're covering up, why the media is being gagged in the first place." "And how do you propose to do that when so many have failed before?" "Because my lead is a hacker, and he says he can get us what we want." Martin grabbed Jessica's hand, his eyes intense. "We can still break this story, you and me, together." Jessica couldn't help but be drawn in by Martin's fervour, but due to what had already transpired, she knew the risks of taking this further were great. "I don't know," she said, her heart telling her to go for it while her brain warned her to let it go. Martin didn't seem to acknowledge her reticence and slid a grubby piece of paper across the table to her. She picked it up, scribbled across its centre a German address and a set of numbers. Philological Library, Freie Universität Berlin, Habelschwerte, Allee 45, 14195, 314. "This person wants us to go here," she said, "to Berlin. You do remember I have no passport. Getting out of the country is going to be a bit of a problem, especially since the GMRC locked down every nation's borders." Without a word, Martin placed a brown padded envelope on the table and pushed that across to her too. Jessica glanced at the bar, suddenly feeling her actions were very conspicuous. Picking up the packet, she looked inside to see a set of documents. She looked up at Martin, who returned her gaze expectantly and flicked his eyes to the envelope, indicating he wanted her to extract its contents. She did so, and found herself holding a folded piece of paper and a British passport. Opening the paper out first, she saw that it was a GMRC border pass, a blank one at that, ready to accept whoever wanted to use it. All she needed to do was fill in her details. Wondering how her old producer had got his hands on such a thing, she opened the passport, expecting it to be his. But the image inside made her catch her breath. It was a photo of her. Well, a photo that had been doctored to give her short, bright red hair, glasses, and a large dose of makeup she wouldn't want to be seen dead in. "How?" she asked. "I have my sources. All you need to do is make yourself look like that." He indicated her new passport photo. "And you're good to go. Your new pseudonym is Eliza Sterling. I think the name fits the new you, don't you think?" Jessica stared at the passport photo again. "What about yours?" She knew that the UK government had confiscated his travel documents, as the US authorities had hers. Martin withdrew some more paperwork and waggled it in front of her. "I have a flight and train booked in our new names. Your Eurostar ticket is in that envelope. You leave next week, and I fly out to Berlin tomorrow." Jessica didn't know what to say. She knew he wouldn't rest until he'd found out what happened to his brother, but she had other priorities to think about. "I'm going with or without you," Martin told her, as he finally realized her zeal for the plan didn't match his own. "Martin," Jessica said, her voice heavy with a mixture of emotions, "I want the GMRC to answer for their crimes as much as you, but I just can't leave my family. Not now." "I thought you, of all people, would want to take this further." His smile was bitter. "Obviously I was wrong." Martin got up, reclaimed the piece of paper with the address on it, and made to leave. Jessica grabbed his arm. "Martin, wait." He looked down at her. "For what?" Again, Jessica couldn't find the words, an anguished expression, her only answer. Martin shrugged off her arm. "Goodbye, Jessica," he said, and stalked away, leaving her alone in the pub once more. Chapter 4. The rest of that week Jessica fretted about not helping Martin track down his lead, but she knew she'd been right to turn him down. His motivations dwarfed her own, and right now she needed to take stock of recent events and to nurse her mental wounds rather than make any rash decisions. It hadn't made her feel any less guilty, though. To let down a friend in need weighed heavily upon her, not to mention the frustration of passing up on the chance to expose the GMRC for what they were, and to get some payback both for her and her colleagues. Ex-colleagues now, Jessica thought sadly, as she made her way down the stairs of her London home. It was Saturday evening, and she'd just spent time reading a storybook to Victoria and Daniela. She'd then sung the prerequisite Purple Ducky song she'd made up especially for them. The two girls had giggled in sheer delight when Jessica had carried out the accompanying dance moves. Kissing them both good night, she'd switched off the light in the large, shared room, and then decided to rejoin Evan, who rested downstairs in the living room, watching the TV. "Did they get you to do the dance?" Evan asked her as she settled down onto the sofa next to him. She smiled fondly. "They did." "I'll have to record you doing that someday for posterity." "You'd better not." She dug him in the ribs. Evan looked across at her, perhaps gauging her mood. Leaping up, he grabbed her and pinned her down, an impish grin lighting up his eyes as he looked down from above. "No," she said, "don't, or I'll scream and wake the kids." His smile broadened. "Ha-ha, that old excuse won't wash with the tickle master." As usual, she descended into a screeching, laughing, mad thing, fending him off as he tickled her under the arms. Just as she felt like she couldn't take any more, she caught sight of the television in the melee of arms and legs. "Heaven, stop!" she said, trying to regain her breath, as the shock of seeing her picture on TV subdued her laughter. "No chance. I've started, so I'll finish." In no mood for him to continue, she pinched him hard until he let out a yelp of pain. He rubbed his arm. "What was that for?" She pointed at the television. "Shut up and look." The BBC News was on, and in a slot sometimes presented by Jessica herself, a story about her was running. Picking up the remote control, Jessica rewound the stream to watch it from the beginning. "A late-breaking news story," the presenter read from the auto cue. Jessica knew the woman well, knew blood from a rival channel, and with the morals of an overripe dead frog. "Controversy rocks the reputation of one of the BBC's recently departed presenters, Jessica Klein, tonight, as revelations about the disgraced news anchor, sacked this week for gross misconduct, hits the front pages of tomorrow's newspapers. Video footage of Miss Klein, 42, from London, has surfaced today, appearing to show the mother of two receiving bundles of cash on 3 separate occasions from members of a right-wing extremist group with a well-known anti-GMRC agenda and ties to terrorist factions in the Middle East. A spokesman for the group, known as Humanity One, has denied ever having any contact with Miss Klein, who herself has refused to comment on the allegations at this time. The footage, however, which we are about to show you, seems to be a damning indictment in itself. Jessica watched, dumbfounded, as the promised video ran on screen. She watched herself, filmed from a concealed camera, taking possession of a plastic carrier bag from a well-known Humanity One activist. In the video, Jessica then unfurled and withdrew wads of used notes tied together with elastic bands. She appeared to go through the process of counting the money. 2 more similar videos were shown, filmed at the same location, this time with audio. Jessica could easily be heard conversing with the same activist, discussing how she would hijack the news channel. The last footage showed her receiving a typed piece of paper, some of which she read aloud. It was, word for word, what she had said on that fateful day outside the GMRC headquarters back in New York. The screen switched back to the presenter. The BBC asked the GMRC if they would like to comment on this shocking turn of events, and in the last few minutes they have released the following statement. The broadcast greyed out before a white rectangle appeared containing a short paragraph of text which read, "It is not GMRC policy to comment on unsubstantiated evidence. The video footage and supporting documentation we have received from a third party has been passed to our legal department. If it is deemed that there is a case to answer, we will pursue our interests vigorously through the courts." GMRC Public Relations Department. If this wasn't bad enough, the newsreader continued, reappearing, another leaked film, this time from within the BBC itself, has shed further light on the volatility of Jessica Klein's darker side. Viewers are advised the following content contains bad language unsuitable for younger viewers. Jessica, still in shock, now saw herself on television once more. This time she stood in a doorway, the footage shot from inside the room where she had her disciplinary hearing earlier that week. "Well, you know what you can do with your job," Jessica shouted at the panel. "You can stick it up your fucking asses, you pathetic snivelling wretches. I hope you and the GMRC are happy with this." Jessica sank down onto the sofa as more footage of her swearing and ranting during the meeting was played on screen. She suddenly realized that the hearing had been designed to goad her into losing her cool for the specific purpose of using it against her later. And she'd fallen for it, hook, line, and most definitely sinker. Evan looked to Jessica when the news story finished. "How did they film you taking that money?" "They must have fabricated it somehow," she said, massaging her tired eyes. "I didn't realize they had the capability to create something that realistic. It looked perfect, totally authentic. If I didn't know I hadn't done it, I'd believe it myself." "I take it that stuff in the office was real, though." She nodded. "It seems the GMRC wasn't content with making us lose our jobs. They're out to destroy me." The next day soon arrived, and so did a mass of news crews and camera vans outside Jessica and Evan's home. Their telephones rang off the hook as journalists hunted for the elusive headline quote from the former BBC employee, now in the eye of a media feeding frenzy. Setting foot outside their Kensington home with this circus of vultures parked on their doorstep was ill-advised, and Jessica and Evan decided to keep the girls out of school until everything had calmed down. This latest development in the fallout from Jessica's verbal assault on the GMRC had infuriated Evan. Understandably, he was angry at the loss of their jobs, but he had resolved not to let it affect them detrimentally, holding on to the fact that everything would blow over and they could get new work somewhere else. Now, however, they were attacking his wife in ways he could not protect her from. It also impacted on the children, and this was something that he just couldn't handle. When yet another opportunistic photographer sneaked into the back garden, he found Daniela on her way to feed the rabbits, and, unsurprisingly, the little girl had screamed when she'd come face-to-face with the unexpected intruder. Evan had stormed outside, and a physical altercation had ensued, resulting in one smashed camera and an aggravated scuffle that only made matters worse when the police were called by one of the neighbours. The final straw came the following day, when a letter arrived from the bank which advised them that they would be foreclosing on the house due to missed mortgage payments. Jessica had been quick to ring them, as they had already paid a substantial amount off over the years and only missed 2 recent repayments. Trying to reason with them, though, was akin to talking to a brick wall, as her, and then Evan, were taken round and round in dizzying circles by various bank employees without resolving the situation. Evan had exploded when it became clear that the house was lost and there was nothing either of them could do about it. Jessica had argued with her husband before, but nothing on this scale and intensity. The situation was compounded as Victoria and Daniela, unable to understand why their parents were at each other's throats, both sat crying their eyes out in their bedroom. "This can't go on," Evan told Jessica after they had calmed the children down. "I'm going to take the girls to my parents' house. They can't be exposed to this toxic cauldron any longer. You can follow us when they're settled in and everything has calmed down again."
"What? You're just going to up and leave me here to deal with all this on my own?"
"I don't want to, but it's what's best for the kids that matters. If you came with us, then the hounds outside our front door would soon follow." Jessica could see his logic, and she didn't want the girls traumatized any more than he did, so she had relented and let them go. The separation had been difficult, considering the circumstances, and Victoria, being the youngest, had clung to Jessica, unwilling to let her mother go. Finally they had departed, and Jessica was left alone in the big, depressingly quiet house. Unsure what to do next, she wandered into the office after hearing an alarm sound on the computer. She logged onto her email account, more out of habit than any real need to see what was contained within. 218 unread messages had filled the inbox in just 2 days of neglect. Deleting the obvious junk files and opportunistic messages from several amoral journalists, she whittled it down to 50 and then went through them one by one. Some were from friends offering their support, while many were sent by old colleagues trying to get her to comment on her situation for an inside scoop. Some people had little shame in her profession, but to experience it like this gave her a different perspective on an industry that had previously been so good to her. Disgusted by these underhand tactics, she shook her head in disbelief before hitting the delete button again. Carrying on through the inbox, 3 messages didn't appear to be related to current events. 2 of these were from internet shopping firms providing information about her accounts, and 1 was from her mobile network provider. She deleted the first 2, but the third kept displaying the following message: "Error, unable to delete message. Attached linked file contains active connection." Frustrated, she accessed the email once again to see if she could delete it when it was open. This also failed. However, instead of getting an error message, a separate white pane flashed up on the monitor. After a couple of seconds, this window filled with black text resembling some kind of computer code. The text scrolled endlessly down the page until it stopped. A second window appeared, this time with a luminous green background and a white flashing cursor in the top left corner. Jessica stared at it before attempting a hard shutdown of the computer, which, strangely, failed to work. As she contemplated pulling out the power cord, worried she'd infected the computer with a virus, the cursor moved across the screen, leaving behind it 3 words which made Jessica sit back down in her chair. "Are you alone?" Wondering what to do, she watched the cursor move once more. "Jessica Klein, I have bad news for you." Without her touching anything, a photo materialized onto the screen. Jessica's hand went to her mouth, and she let out a sound of despair and loss when she realized what she was seeing. The image showed a pavement next to a tarmac road. In the gutter lay the body of a man. His limbs rested at distorted angles, and a trail of blood seeped out from underneath the torso to flow into a large pool. The dead man's eyes stared up to the sky, his face a mask of fear and pain. Jessica couldn't look away from the horrific photo of Martin, but she didn't have to, as it soon disappeared. The cursor moved again. "You are in danger." Jessica typed in a reply with shaky hands and hit return. "Who is this?" "I can give you answers, Jessica Klein." "What answers?" "Who killed your friend? Why they killed your friend?" "Tell me now," she wrote. The cursor blinked on and off, unmoving for some moments, before the reply came. "GMRC intelligence, to hide a secret." "What secret? Tell me now," she typed, as she lost patience with this mysterious digital intruder. Take your train tomorrow. Meet at Philological Library, Freie Universität Berlin, Haberschwerter Allee 45, 14195 Berlin, Deutschland, 3:14. As the message appeared, her printer hummed to life and spewed out a piece of paper with the same address on it. Another message displayed soon after, a message that chilled Jessica to the bone. You have been classified as a credible suicide risk, Jessica Klein. Easy to kill, easy to explain. Get out of your house now. The last message was too much for her to take, and Jessica sprang out of her chair and yanked the computer's plug from the mains supply, sending the screen black, its threat nullified. Angry at herself for believing every word this anonymous person had fed her, she took to the kitchen for a glass of red to calm her nerves. That night she slept fitfully, her mind struggling to deal with the day's events. Rising at 3 a.m., she went downstairs in her nightwear to get some cereal to eat, a routine she usually reverted to whenever she couldn't sleep. Was the photo of Martin's dead body real? She asked herself for the umpteenth time. If the GMRC could recreate her in a video, a photograph would be relatively simple by comparison. Although, why would the GMRC bother to infiltrate her computer when they had already discredited and all but destroyed her? She was metaphorically on her knees, no further threat, yet a multitude of nagging doubts remained. The hacker had provided the same address as she'd seen on the piece of paper Martin had shown her in the pub, and the fact that they were a hacker matching the profession of Martin's contact in Germany also spoke volumes as to their credibility. Crunching down her cereal, the noise sounding loud in the surrounding quiet, Jessica eyed the train ticket Martin had bought for her. It lay conspicuously on the kitchen work surface, next to the printout produced by the hacker. What if the hacker was right, and the GMRC have deemed me a suicide risk, perfect for elimination? They could be coming for me right now. Surely not. Part of her scoffed at the idea. With all those reporters outside, one of them would see someone breaking into the house, wouldn't they? She glanced around in the dark kitchen and the hallway, which led to the staircase and front rooms. Getting up, she turned on the light switch and went back upstairs and on up to the second floor of the townhouse. Jessica may have been petite and physically weak compared to most people, but she had never allowed it to make her feel vulnerable, not like she did right now. Retrieving a stick, she hooked open the attic door and hauled down the ladder. Climbing up, the aluminium rungs squeaked and rattled until she took her weight from them and onto the bare wooden floorboards of the third floor. Bending down, she felt in the dark for the light switch she knew was concealed off to one side. Locating it, she clicked it on and headed towards the far end, navigating through many years of dusty, accumulated clutter. Unearthing a large oak chest from beneath some old clothing, Jessica heaved up the creaking lid. A lingering smell of old leather and musty books settled in the air around her. Moving aside some dusty volumes, she located a heavy metallic box. Shifting her body to the right in order to remove the cast of her shadow, she spun the numbered dial located on the top of the small safe back and forth to enter a 6-digit combination. The latch sprang up with an audible click, and she opened the lid to reveal a soft, partially oiled, light brown cloth. Moving it to one side exposed a present her father had bought her for her 21st birthday, a stainless steel Smith & Wesson Model 60 LS. Taking it out of its moulded insert, she flicked open the cylinder to make sure it wasn't loaded. Placing the gun back down, she took a key out of the gun safe and then opened another box, which had been well concealed behind a hidden compartment in the trunk. Inside rested a cardboard box stamped with .357 Magnum high-velocity ammunition. Jessica opened it and slid out the bullets, the shiny metal casings held vertically in a plastic tray. Picking the gun back up by its wooden grip, she loaded the rounds into each of the 5 chambers and then double-checked the safety was on. Her father had been in the British military all his working life, and he'd taken a young Jessica with him when he went to the shooting range, which he did every weekend when he was stationed at home. She'd become quite proficient with the weapon, and at this point in time appreciated feeling its snug weight in her grasp once more. Sleep came surprisingly quickly, now that she felt safer, although she had left the lights on throughout the house to make any would-be assailants less sure of themselves, if, heaven forbid, they did come a-knocking. In the morning, Jessica woke with the heavy loaded gun resting underneath the palm of her right hand. She sighed and rolled her eyes heavenward. Is this what it had come to? If her father had taught her anything, it was not to let anyone push her around regardless of their position. This advice had stood her in good stead for the previous 42 years of her life. So why had she stopped paying heed to it now? So the GMRC were the biggest and most powerful organization anyone could come up against. So what? She could hear her father saying. The bigger they come. Martin had gone to Germany and ended up dead, but she could well end up the same way if she stayed here. She was damned if she did and damned if she didn't. She had to wrest control of her life back, and that is exactly what I'm going to do, she decided, starting right now. 5 hours later, Jessica had packed a case, left a letter for Evan, collected the train ticket, Berlin address, and passport papers, and left the house, the front door swinging shut behind her with purposeful finality. Fighting her way through the assembled mass ranks of the media still camped on her doorstep, she reached the street and her parked silver Mercedes. Shouts and cries from the paparazzi wanting a comment fell on deaf ears, the flashing of cameras dazzling her as she struggled into the confines of her car. Glad she'd put on her dark glasses, she was amazed the cameras hadn't sparked some kind of epileptic fit as there were so many going off. I don't know how these big celebrities deal with this on a regular basis, she thought, securing her documents in the glove compartment and starting the car. Revving the engine on her diesel-driven Classic, she edged her way past the people and roared off down the street, the twin turbos whining as they kicked into gear. As Jessica raced through the West London streets, she felt free and empowered and back in control. Next stop, Berlin. Chapter 5. The heat from the big yellow sun fell hot on her skin, pleasant and comforting. Springing up from the dry, cracked earth, bright orange flowers with tall, green, luscious shoots swayed in the soft breeze. They were nearly as tall as her. She bent and sniffed inside the cup of petals. A wondrous smell flooded through her senses. Leaning back up, she jumped in surprise, letting out a small yelp, when a huge bright red and orange butterfly flitted past her face. It moved funny, jerky, like a puppet on a string, but coupled with an effortless ease. Leaping high, she attempted to catch it in her small hands, but on inspection only her empty palms were revealed. It had been too quick for her. Searching around, she spotted her quarry once more, skimming over the surface of the lawn. Chasing it across the dry-mown grass, she couldn't help but giggle as every time she closed in on her prey, it escaped her clutches. With the butterfly always just out of reach, she danced and hopped along behind the flying beauty until her foot caught on something and she fell onto a hard, flat surface. Pain exploded within her, and she couldn't help but cry. "Sarah, come here, little one," her mother's voice called out, the sound seeking to make itself heard through the agony of the fall. Sarah clambered to her feet, her hands pressed onto her left leg as tears streamed down her face, and racking sobs escaped her mouth. Each step made the pain seem worse, but at last she made the long walk down the garden to be embraced in her mum's arms. "Have you hurt your knee?" Sarah nodded mutely, the shock lessening. "Have you? Oh, no," her mother said in deep concern. "Do you want me to kiss it better for you?" Sarah very much wanted it better, so she nodded again as she wiped the tears away from her chubby cheeks. The kiss helped, and then she was lifted into the air, and she found herself sitting on her mum's lap, cuddling into her warm body. Sarah felt safe and enclosed, away from the sharp, hard world she had just experienced. The sound of her mother's slow, rhythmic heartbeat became louder to her ears, the gentle thump, thump, thump morphing into an all-encompassing, hypnotic embrace. Sarah felt herself drifting off to sleep, and the heat of the sun increased on her skin. Hotter and hotter it got, accompanied by a roaring noise that exuded a thick, dense smoke. Shouting and other noises sought to overwhelm her senses as she felt her lungs choke with the pervasive black gases that sprang from the fire that now blazed around her. A piercing scream punctuated the night sky, an awful sound entwined with pain and terror. Sarah looked on as her mother's hair caught alight, and her skin blistered and burned. Screaming out as loud as she could, Sarah sat bolt upright in her bed, feeling traumatized and confused, her breathing shallow. Sarah Morgan placed her hands over her face, which felt cold and sweaty. Her mind cleared, but the emotions evoked by the horrific dream lingered. She sank back onto her bedroll as the cruel reality of her situation reasserted itself in her now fully conscious psyche. A single powerful bright LED lamp hung suspended high above the bed, shedding its crisp light over the confined space. The small area, Spartan, cold, and unwelcoming, smelled of bleach and a musty neglect which hung in the stale air. Rough linen clung to the small bed on which Sarah lay, and harsh grey tiles lined the floor and walls. A formidable steel door dominated the room, a small slit in its centre, the only means of access to the outside world. Sitting back up on the cot, Sarah pulled her knees up to her body to keep warm. The ill-fitting bright orange jumpsuit she'd been forced to endure itched and scratched at her skin as she moved. She felt tired, exhausted, but couldn't sleep now, not after that dream. The dazzling light on the ceiling also didn't assist her condition. She'd been imprisoned for weeks, perhaps months now, living on rationed food and water. She must have lost quite a few pounds during her captivity, and her stomach had definitely shrunk in size during that time. Her body clock told her it was nearly time again, time for more questions, time for the same answers. She wondered when they would stop, these endless interrogations and mental mind games. She had told them everything she knew. Well, almost everything. She wasn't prepared to let them have it all their own way. It was one of the only things left that was hers to control, and she wouldn't give it up lightly. Sarah's head came up when a muffled bell sounded outside of her cell. Footsteps followed, and a key was inserted into the lock and turned, the clank and click of metal on metal echoing in the enclosed space. The door slid to one side in one fluid motion, accompanied by a grinding noise and a heavy boom as it hit the end of its rails. "Morgan, let's go." Sarah glared at her guard, a burly, shaven-headed U.S. Marine, dressed in loose-fitting combats and black steel toe-capped boots. She didn't move. "Don't make me come in there again, Morgan," he said in warning. Sarah sighed, swept her unkempt blonde hair back, unfurled her long legs, and dropped to the floor, her thin plimsolls squeaking on the shiny surface. Once she'd emerged, the guard slammed the door shut and relocked it. Stowing the bunch of keys on his belt, he moved past her, leading the way down a passage and up a flight of stairs she knew only too well. A left and right, followed by another left, and they were entering a large room, empty except for a plain table and 2 functional chairs. Sarah pulled out one of the seats and sat down on it while the guard left to stand outside the door. It wasn't long until her tormentor, one Sergeant Major Collins, appeared and sat down opposite her. He had with him the same red folder he always had and opened it the same way he always did, arranging it just so on the desk and then placing a white plastic pen alongside. "So," he said, in his sharp, cutting voice, which accentuated his American accent, "how did you access this facility?" "By magic," Sarah replied, almost smiling at her own insolence. Collins slammed his hand down on the table with a loud bang, making Sarah jump. "Do not fuck with me, girl," he said, eyeballing her, "or things will go badly for you. You think what you've experienced so far has been hard, then think again. I can make your life unbearable in so many ways you wouldn't believe. I'd have you begging for me to end your miserable existence in less than 24 hours if I wanted to, so stop fucking me about and start talking." Sarah looked at the man, and his flat, dead eyes told her he wasn't messing about. She dreaded to think what he was referring to, and as she didn't want to find out, she played along, as usual. "We found this place, this facility, through tunnels and an entrance we located on the surface," she said, her tone sullen. "Where on the surface?" "Tankama." The sergeant major noted something down in his red folder. "And where exactly is that?" "In the mountains in Mexico." Collins looked up, and his eyes flashed a warning. "East of a small town called Jalpan de Serra," Sarah said, knowing full well he knew the answer. "And this Tankama is an old ruin?" "Yes, it's an archaeological site built over 1,000 years ago." "You're English. Why were you in Mexico?" Sarah really wanted to say on holiday, but knew she shouldn't push the man. He wasn't right in the head. She also wanted to point out to him he was an American and ask him why he was in Mexico, or should that be beneath Mexico? Sadly, though, she decided on a non-antagonistic answer. "We were exploring the site. We're archaeologists. That's what we do." "This entrance," he said, going back to her first answer. "How did you find it?" "From a map." He took an A4 photo from the folder and put it in front of her. It was a picture of a rectangular metallic artifact with Mayan hieroglyphs on it, a single line intersecting them. "This map?" "Yes." "And where did you find it?" "As I've told you before, we dug it up in the Mayan ruins of Copan in Honduras." "How did you know it was there?" "Using a scanner, I found it buried in one of the stone stelae." "Stelae?" She sighed. "Sculpted stone monuments, or statues, you could call them." It was quite true. The metallic map had been a wonderful find, although Sarah had to deface a priceless Mayan statue to extract it. On a sanctioned dig, breaching the integrity of the site in such a way would have been a big no-no, but, as it was, they were there without authorization, and Sarah had certain motivating factors which had driven her into desecrating the World Heritage Site. Collins stood up and picked up the folder, turning over the pages as he read through it. "Have you found other ancient artifacts in the past?" "Many," she said. He considered her for a moment. Have you ever discovered bones and artifacts which you thought were much older than human civilization? He said, rephrasing the question.
Yes.
How many?
A handful.
Where?
In Turkey, near Mount Ararat.
And where are those now?
They were stolen from us.
By whom?
I don't know who.
But you suspect someone, an organization?
The Catholic Church. But now you lot are on the scene, I'm beginning to wonder.
Collins ignored her quip. Have you found anything anywhere else?
A few locations, she said evasively.
Recently? He added, his face growing angry again.
South Africa.
What did you find there?
More bones and a canister.
Were these human bones?
No.
What were they?
I think they're from a human ancestor or cousin who evolved on the planet over 500,000 years ago.
And you refer to these human ancestors as, Collins said, pausing as he looked in the folder once more, Homo gigantes, correct?
Sarah nodded.
It was the most appropriate scientific Latin name, and one generally agreed upon by those who believed in its existence. She liked it. It rolled off the tongue and fitted in well with the names of humanity's other close relatives, Homo erectus, Homo floresiensis, and Homo neanderthalensis.
And what was in the canister? The U.S. soldier asked her.
A parchment. He glared at her. A map on a parchment, she conceded. He took out a piece of light brownish paper and laid it in front of her. She picked it up, feeling its odd texture and noting the small circle indented into it at the top. It was also completely blank. Collins's eyes narrowed. And where is that map now?
I don't know. It was on here, she told him, knowing full well that you had to access the images on it using her pentagonal pendant, something else they had confiscated from her. The pendant in question was similar to another one Sarah had found over a year ago, buried deep in the ground amongst bone fragments and what turned out to be hair. Carbon dating had revealed the bone and hair to be 500,000 years old, raising the tantalizing question that the pendant had been forged in the same era. Since humans, as they are known today, hadn't even evolved at that point in time, it posed the question, who made it? The answer soon became apparent. Homo gigantes, a large, ancient human ancestor who may have been as advanced, if not more advanced, as modern humans themselves. The second pendant, which activated the map, Sarah had found in a curious canister she'd dug up on the Turkish plains during a quest that had ultimately led to her current location. Amazingly, this small artifact had also enabled Sarah to operate some kind of lift transportation device that had brought her deep underground. Of course, she wasn't about to disclose any of these facts to Collins, and it was the one thing she'd been holding on to. She knew if the U.S. military found out about the pendant and its amazing properties, she would definitely never see it again, and she couldn't allow that to happen for anything. She had made the discovery, and she was damn well going to keep it. At least that was the plan. I think it runs on some kind of battery, Sarah continued by way of explaining the oddity of the disappearing map. It's like digital paper and the power source has run dry.
That's what your friends keep telling me. Collins looked frustrated at receiving corroborating information which was of no use to him. The friends he referred to, who'd accompanied her on her journey of discovery, included her best friend, Trish, from London, whom she'd known since university, and Jason, another archaeologist she'd met on a dig site and whom she'd also grown close to over the years. After their capture in this, for want of a better word, underground city, and prior to their separation, the three friends had benefited from some precious moments alone. Sarah had told them both not to disclose anything about the pendant and its secrets, and how they'd managed to activate the ancient device that had brought them there.
They'd also devised a basic cover story to cover their tracks. Apparently, Jason and Trish had stuck out as stubbornly as she had, apart from a few slip-ups, like letting Collins know the parchment was capable of displaying moving images. However, this new knowledge about her friends, to know they were still nearby and on her side, helped to strengthen her flagging resolve. Collins was slipping, it seemed. This was the first titbit of information he'd relinquished in all the many hours she'd had the misfortune of spending with him. Collins sat down again and pondered his precious red folder. "These tunnels that brought you from the surface," he began. "How far from this facility did they bring you out?" And there it was, the question that caused Sarah the most problems. Since she had used the ancient device to descend into the depths of the earth, there weren't any actual tunnels to speak of. Therefore, the exit, by simple deduction, was also non-existent. The issue came when Collins and his military colleagues wanted to know where, exactly, Sarah and her two companions had been able to infiltrate this most secret of compounds. "A few miles away from here," Sarah said. "Elaborate," Collins demanded, his eyes searching her face, perhaps for the telltale signs that she might be lying to him. "When we emerged from the tunnels, we found ourselves on a narrow path next to a high cliff with a deep drop on the other side." "And where did you go from there?" "We scaled a few rock faces, travelled underneath a couple of massive carved archways, and then passed through what appeared to be a long, dead forest, which is weird, as we're deep underground. So how did that happen?" "And then what?" he said, ignoring her question. "And we saw a light. I saw a light, and we followed it to here. That's when your men chucked a stun grenade at us, arrested us, and stuck us in here." Collins's brow furrowed further as he frowned down at his folder. He rubbed his temples with his hands. In something resembling agitation, he flicked through the pages until he stopped, and then amazingly closed it altogether. "I want to know exactly where these tunnels came out. Do you hear me? Exactly!" "I don't know exactly. It was pitch black, and we only had small torches with us." "Try harder," he said, an odd desperation to his tone accompanied by a curious twitch in his right eye. "I can't tell you what I don't know," Sarah replied, her tone placating, her hands held open, and an apologetic half-smile playing across her lips. The sergeant major banged the metal table once more. "Unacceptable!" Before Sarah knew what was happening, he'd risen up, hurled the desk to one side, and grabbed her by the throat. Sarah may have been nearly 6 foot tall and athletic, but Collins, although slightly shorter, was powerfully built, and she found herself up against the wall while he slowly crushed her windpipe. Fighting for breath, she felt herself blacking out as she fought to prise his vice-like grip from her throat. With her vision fading to a blur, she caught sight of the guard sprinting into the room. Grabbing Collins around his neck, he grappled him to the floor as 2 more soldiers came running in from the corridor to subdue the out-of-control interrogator. Sarah dropped to her knees, coughing and gasping for air. Her lungs and face burned with heat, and it took some time to get her breath back. By then the sergeant major had vacated the room, whether by force or of his own volition Sarah hadn't seen. As long as he was no longer around, that was good enough for her. Instead of receiving any kind of medical attention, or even just an apology, Sarah was left on her own in the room for another hour. As she sat on her chair, facing the now empty seat across from her, the utilitarian clock on the wall ticking away time, a noise from behind made her turn round. A man stood in the doorway. This person was new to her, and he also wasn't a soldier. At least he wore a suit and not military issue. He also had a red folder. In fact, it was the same one Collins so cherished. The new arrival, however, didn't seem to hold the brightly coloured file in the same reverence, as, walking round to stand in front of her, he plonked it down in the middle of the table. "Look," Sarah said, rubbing her bruised throat protectively, "I've answered your questions for today. Just put me back in my cell and leave me be." The man, who had also brought with him a cup of gloriously sweet-smelling tea, placed the steaming mug in front of her. Sarah looked at him questioningly. "Go ahead," he told her with a smile. "It's fresh." A smile. What a simple thing. You didn't realize how much emotion such a simple gesture could provide when you had been starved of it for so long. Sarah didn't need to be told twice. Compared to endless water and cold food, tea was a treat not to be passed up. Burning her lips, she sipped the drink, relishing its taste. "So it says here," the man said as he idly perused the folder on the desk while standing up, "you're an archaeological anthropologist." Sarah nodded at the man, not sure how to take this new softly approach. "You're a published academic," he continued, "and have a lot of hours in the field from dig sites all around the world, although your career seems to have stalled after some outlandish claims regarding an extinct human relative you call Homo gigantus." "That's right," she said, her expression non-committal. "And you've circulated on the outskirts of your chosen field's community ever since." Sarah nodded again. "I see," the man said. "So what with the discovery of your most recent artifacts and the revelation of this subterranean facility, it appears your theories have actually, in fact, been proved correct." Sarah had been looking down while picking at one of her fingernails, but on hearing this, her head shot up. "They are? I mean, you acknowledge that they are?" He smiled. "Of course." Sarah looked at him in stunned amazement. "Are you willing to testify to that fact?" The man chuckled. "They told me you were a live one," he said. Then his expression grew serious. "But I'm afraid my answer is no. However, it appears that my military colleagues have decided you're not to be classed as a direct threat to this base or its objectives. Their words, not mine. And as such, you are to be discharged from this detention center with immediate effect." Sarah's hopes soared. "I'm free to go?" "I wouldn't go as far to say free." He put a small object on the table in front of her. "What's that?" she said, her eyes wary. "That is a transmitter, which will monitor and track your movements within this base for the duration of your stay, which, I'm afraid, is going to be quite a long time." Her hopes turned painfully inward. "How long?" "There's no easy way to say this," he told her with an apologetic smile. "For the rest of your life." "What? You can't do this. I have rights." "Unfortunately, you actually don't. This is a secure operation, and you have breached its security, and as such you are now trespassing on United States territory, making you an illegal alien. You have no rights, I'm afraid." Sarah's heart was pumping. She got up and strode about the room, her tea long forgotten. She stopped pacing and looked at the man across from her. "And if I refuse?" "Unadvisable. You've already experienced the pleasures of the only alternative, and I can imagine they're not nice or particularly spacious." Sarah gave a hopeless sigh and slumped down into her chair once more. "Look, it's not as bad as you think," he told her with annoying optimism. "There are many benefits to living down here. Zero crime, well, nearly zero. No dust cloud from the meteorite strike. We still have sunlight down here, albeit artificial. There's even a simulation for the moon and its lunar cycle. There's always good food and intelligent conversation, depending on your sector, and you're protected from all manner of nasties down here. If it makes you feel any better, the 20 million or so people in this subterranean base are all here for life.
we signed over our freedom to participate in this project. Sarah didn't care what this man had done, or anyone else for that matter. She couldn't remain a prisoner underground for the rest of her life. The man put a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Look," he continued in a conciliatory tone, "the majority of people here are civilians. Wait until you're cleaned up and well-fed and have had a good night's sleep. Things will seem better in the morning. Trust me." The man slipped the tracking bracelet onto Sarah's wrist. She didn't resist. She then let herself be led out the door and down into a long corridor she didn't recognize. They passed through some security gates, the military guards waving them past, and finally emerged from a large, low-slung building. Above, a dazzling blue sky extended into the distance, and an indistinct sun sent down its rays to warm her upturned face. Sarah savored the simulated scene created by the dome the man had alluded to, and she herself had glimpsed on entering the base they called USSB Sanctuary. Chapter 6. The next day Sarah woke late, her soft new bed a glorious luxury compared to her previous digs. Arching her back and then scrunching up her body again, she snuggled back down under the duvet cover, and then she felt it, the tracking device attached to her wrist. The previous day's memories came flooding back to her, and she groaned and turned over, splaying out like a star on the bed. Realizing you're trapped in some government-run science project for the rest of your life is something to sober up anyone's morning. Sighing, she flung off the cover, sat up, and rubbed her face to life. Dropping her feet to the floor, she got out of bed, enjoying the warmth of the room and the feel of the carpet on the soles of her feet as the fibers pushed up between her toes. After being released from custody, Sarah had been allocated an apartment. Apparently, homelessness in Sanctuary was non-existent. The civilian man, Andrew, who had rescued her from the prison, had chattered away as he'd led her through various administrative departments, going through the process of enrolling her into the relevant databases and systems of the military-controlled base. Eventually, she had been escorted to her new home, and by then exhausted, she'd had little time or inclination to take in her new surroundings. Now that she was feeling refreshed, however, she was keen to look around, locate Trish and Jason, and then plan their escape. Getting up, she found new clothes laid out regimentally in a chest of drawers nestled in the corner of the room. Taking out some white underwear from the top drawer, she chose a crisp yet tight-fitting short-sleeved white T-shirt and a pair of grey jogging bottoms from the middle drawer. As she sat on the edge of her bed, putting on her clothes, she glanced around. The decor was well done, yet a little gaudy for her taste. Red swirling patterns intersected with silver grids crisscrossed the walls and flooring, blending perpendiculars in a simple yet pleasing way. Curious to see the view from the buildings, Sarah, still half-clothed, crossed to the window and touched a green button sunk into a panel on the glass. The blinds outside rolled up into the ceiling, the mechanism producing a deep whirring noise, to reveal an elevated pathway with lots of people walking along it, some of whom were now staring at her and smiling. Looking down, Sarah realized her top half was still bare. Wrapping her arms around herself, she whacked the red button with her elbow to bring the blind back down again. "Bloody Ada," she cursed. "Who puts a bedroom next to a busy public footpath?" Going back to the bed, she put on her bra and top. Now, moving into the kitchen-cum-diner, she poured herself a glass of orange juice and swigged it down, letting out a satisfying gasp once she'd drained it. After refilling the glass, she drank more slowly, savouring the taste. In a cupboard, she found an unwrapped fresh loaf of crusty bread and a new block of cheese. Cutting and buttering 4 slices and breaking off a hunk of cheddar,
She munched down on the veritable feast with a voracious vigour, washing it all down with some more juice. Wiping the back of her arm across her mouth, she stretched her arms up high, her fingertips brushing the opaque ceiling. It felt good to have a full stomach for once, especially one off the back of a good night's sleep. Looking around as she further inspected her new abode, Sarah noticed some shrink-wrapped training shoes sitting by the front door. Cutting them loose, she slipped them on and did the customary new shoe dance as she tested them out, although she forewent checking the position of the big toe. She wasn't buying the damn things after all. Satisfied at their soft, cushiony feel, she noticed a white envelope stuck to the door, just above the handle. On the front, in faint pencil and in capital letters, her first name had been scrawled. Plucking it off, she prized open the unstuck flap, which had been tucked inside, and with a rustle of paper she extracted a folded sheet. Opening it up, it read, "Sarah, I trust your new accommodation is to your liking. It's not the largest of spaces, but it should be better than you've been used to of late. I can only apologize for the way you've been treated during your stay at Sanctuary so far. However, I can assure you the civilian contingent at this base will prove a lot more welcoming. You have by now seen your multifunction card. This is your life. Make sure you look after it, as it will ensure you can pay for essentials and negotiate the city in the various sectors available to your clearance level, which sadly is very low. Due to your qualifications, I have managed to secure you a position as an archivist at the Smithsonian Institution. While this position will be a waste of your talents, it was the best one I could get for you that the military were happy to sign off on. You'll notice your photograph has not been engraved onto the card. This will have to be done when you turn up for your first day at work, which will be tomorrow. Make sure you're not late. You start at 8 a.m. sharp. A map of how to get there can be found on the wall screen in your living room." Pausing in the middle of the letter, Sarah looked in the envelope again to see a credit card-sized shape nestling at the bottom. Taking it out, she noted it felt metallic, appeared very durable, and was quite dense and heavy for its size. On one side it had an emblem embossed into the surface, USSB Sanctuary, and the other contained her details. MF Card GMRC USSB Sanctuary, Morgan, Sarah, GMRC Clearance, Level 1 Beta, Designation, Civilian, Deployment, USSB Sanctuary, Occupation, Archivist, Employer, Smithsonian Institution. She continued reading the letter. Before you start to explore your new surroundings, you will need to watch the induction video that all new residents to USSB Sanctuary are required to sit through. To access the presentation, simply wipe your card over the data induction panel at the side of the wall screen in your quarters, and you will be shown a simple menu enabling you to access it. All screens are equipped with built-in face recognition cameras, so the software can ascertain if you have watched the full film. If it decides you haven't watched the presentation properly, your multifunction card will not have its basic restrictions lifted. This will prevent you from accessing even the most fundamental functions on the card, such as acquiring food, using public transport, and accessing the designated sector areas covered by your Level 1 Beta clearance. As I told you yesterday, the military don't want you to know the whereabouts of your two friends, who were relocated into other parts of the city a few days ago. To me this seems rather pointless, as you will be able to look them up easily enough once you've unlocked the resident database on your wall screen after watching the induction video. Oops, did I just say that? Silly me. Once again, welcome to Sanctuary, and I wish you well with your future endeavors here. If you have any problems, let me know, and I'll be more than happy to help. Good luck. Sincerely, Andrew Melanie, Civilian Affairs Officer. Well, that makes life easier, she thought, with some relief. Finding Trish and Jason was going to be the first thing on her to-do list, and that had now become a lot easier. Sarah looked at the card again and then walked over to the wall screen, which made up one side of a small living area. Noting the panel Andrew had described in the letter, she ran the multifunction card over it. The 8-foot-high video wall sprang to life, accompanied by a simple yet elegant introductory music sample which faded to silence. In the center of the screen, a three-dimensional rendering of the USSB Sanctuary logo rotated, glinting and reflecting an unseen light source from its glossy surface. On the right-hand side, a segregated touch-screen option list was revealed. Each selection appeared as an individual glossy blue button with accompanying silver text. The list of options available was as follows: induction video, civilian resources, information, emergency. Sarah tapped induction video, and the button expanded and transposed onto the main screen. Taking this as her cue to take a seat, she moved over to a comfortable yet small, pale blue sofa and settled in for the show. A swirling chrome graphic swooped across a bright white background and then dissolved into a large GMRC logo, which in turn faded away, disappearing to leave behind the following text in bold black letters. This induction video was produced by USSB Sanctuary's Public Relations Department in conjunction with the GMRC Directorate's Office and on behalf of the United States Subterranean Program. The text disappeared, to be replaced by an image of a slim, congenial woman dressed in a simple gray uniform. "Hello and welcome," she said. "This induction video will introduce to you United States Subterranean Base Sanctuary, also referred to as USSB Sanctuary. This large-scale project was instigated, designed, and constructed by divisions within the GMRC and United States Subterranean programs." As a previous resident of one of the GMRC's other United States subterranean bases, you will be aware of the classified nature of facilities such as this. However, while the existence of these other bases is undisclosed to the general populace, and even to the majority of the U.S. government, Sanctuary operates at an even higher level of secrecy. Little about this base is known even to some of the most high-ranking GMRC officials, and the handful that are aware of what goes on here are, first and foremost, United States citizens and are beholden to the Espionage Act of 1917. Unlike the other underground facilities operated by the GMRC throughout the world, Sanctuary, while retaining some minor GMRC civilian oversight, is purely a U.S. military-run installation. All residents within this base, military and civilian alike, will have previously been stationed in one of the other 9 United States subterranean bases. As you may have already noticed when you made your way into the base, Sanctuary is rather unusual in many ways when compared to its siblings. In order to provide you, our new residents, with a greater understanding of Sanctuary, who better to explain than the lead designer of USSB Sanctuary and Director General of the GMRC Subterranean Program himself, the esteemed Professor Steiner. The screen switched scenes to a small, silver-haired man with a neat, bushy beard, glasses, an open face, and sharp, intelligent eyes. He stood with his hands loosely clasped together in a well-lit studio with a large wall display on his left-hand side. Like the woman before him, he wore a simple grey uniform, but his cuffs and epaulettes were adorned with a golden weave similar to dress uniforms worn by many military leaders the world over. "Firstly, I bid you a warm welcome to USSB Sanctuary," the man said, his voice powerful and his American accent soft. "This facility, the jewel in the crown of the United States Subterranean Program, has been many years in the making and still has many years ahead of it for expansion. The predicted arrival of the asteroid 2011 AG5 may have precipitated the worldwide effort to create sustainable, livable habitats below ground, but Sanctuary's scope goes much further than being just a bolt hole.
It is a long-term project utilizing humanity's finest technologies, brightest minds, and most valuable resources to produce something truly remarkable, a virtual guarantee of continued human existence on Earth, regardless of any catastrophic events that may occur on the surface. It may seem strange to some that a member of the GMRC Directorate such as myself is privy to and supportive of a highly clandestine U.S. facility, and quite assuredly the largest black project in our great nation's history. Conflict of interest are unfortunately something I have had to address on occasion, but it has been possible to ensure my role in the GMRC has never been compromised as a result. So what makes this base so special? Let me show you, he said, with a twinkle in his eye and a boyish grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Facing the screen next to him, he brought up a complex blue and green three-dimensional diagram. With a flick of his hand, this image moved from the screen and into the air next to him by means of a holographic projector. This is a detailed schematic of USSB Sanctuary, the professor said, indicating the image with a small gesture of one hand. Like all underground bases, the USSB operates on multiple levels. However, Sanctuary stands apart from the rest due to its sheer scale. Currently, the USSB in which you now stand is home to 20 million people, and a capacity for half as many again will be reached by 2055. Sanctuary also contains the world's largest man-made PSSBO, or partial self-sustaining biological organism, boasting forests, fields, rivers, lakes, and even weather systems. The main dome, which you can see in this projection, encloses the top level of the base and is crucial to maintaining the PSSBO. The dome is by far the largest suspended structure in existence and spans an incredible 20 miles in diameter. Not only can the dome produce weather events such as rainfall and wind, it also replicates the sun using sunlight wave technology similar to that found in some other bases. Sarah, transfixed by the video, shifted in her seat to make herself more comfortable. "Now," the professor continued on the screen, sounding quite excited, "here comes the good bit." With a flick of his hand, he shrank down the image next to him, and then, using an expansion gesture, he introduced an irregular-shaped, transparent red graphic around the now much smaller depiction of the USSB. "This," he said, opening his arms wide in an expansive attempt to indicate the larger holographic area, "is what is known as Sanctuary proper. You see," he continued as he looked back into the camera, "USSB Sanctuary is actually contained within a much larger structure. Sanctuary proper, or, confusingly, simply Sanctuary, from which the USSB takes its name. This massive structure, and it is indeed massive, runs for more than 200 miles in length, 100 miles in width, and 20 miles in depth, although latest surveys are beginning to reveal that the depth may in fact be closer to 30 miles in most places. To give you a true idea of its size, the USSB can fit into Sanctuary proper over 188 times. Or, to put it another way, it is estimated the surface area of Sanctuary proper, due to its many, many levels, is anywhere from 10 to 30 million square miles, or roughly as much as half the surface area of all the land mass on Earth. Professor Steiner paused at this point to let that amazing information sink into his audience. "So, I hear you ask, how did we construct something so vast so quickly? The simple answer? You didn't," Sarah whispered. "We didn't." His expression turned mischievous. "Whoa, calm down now, everyone,"
he said to his invisible viewers. I know. It poses the most tantalizing of questions, does it not? If we didn't build it, then who did? Well, he said, obviously enjoying his role of storyteller, let's go back in time a little, or a lot, depending on your point of view. Turning around, he did away with the image of sanctuary, and with an upward-lifting motion of his right hand, he drew up a new graphic, seemingly from the floor. This one was a plain two-dimensional affair with a single axis at the bottom entitled Millions of Years Before Present Day. The main heading of the simple graph read Hominid Evolutionary Timeline. Above the axis were multicolored blocks placed at different levels and intervals. Each block had the same height but varying lengths, and each had its own unique text identifier next to it. So, the professor continued as he looked at the graph and then back to the camera once more. Here we have a hominid evolutionary graph. For those of you who don't know what a hominid is, take a quick look in the mirror. Humans, he said, pointing to the last block on the far right, which expanded forwards from the image at his mere reference to its name, are the only living member of the Hominidae family. As you can see, there are many extinct relatives of Homo sapiens, dating back almost 7 million years. One of these extinct human cousins is well known, of course, the Neanderthal, also referred to as Homo neanderthalensis. Two more celebrity species, if you will, include Homo erectus and Homo floresiensis, nicknamed the Hobbit. Some, or maybe all, of you will be asking where I'm going with this, the professor said with a small smile. Well, the graph you see before you is in fact incomplete. There is one member missing. Sarah watched, her heartbeat quickening, as turning back to the image the professor pointed to the hologram, and another block materialized from the ether. Behold, Homo giganthropsis, he said dramatically. Humanity's long-lost relative, and one, as the name suggests, substantially larger than ourselves. The graph faded from view, and a revolving anatomical image appeared portraying a large man alongside a much smaller one. Sarah instantly recognized that the bigger figure was, in fact, what she knew as Homo gigantis, its facial structure matching the skull she and her team had unearthed on the Turkish plains. Next to this, the smaller image was of a human, almost 2/3 the height of its giant kin. Current projections, the professor said, estimate Giganthropsis lived between 1.3 million and as recently as 20,000 years ago. Why they died out is still a mystery, as is much of their history. However, they left behind a legacy like no other. Sanctuary, built over 900,000 years ago and left deserted for countless centuries. This immense structure was rediscovered by a special team formed by the 6th President of the United States, John Quincy Adams, in 1826. So, unlike our other long-dead ancestors, Homo giganthropsis was able to evolve into a species capable of advanced thought, a species with creativity and a thirst for knowledge that rivals our own. In many ways, sapiens and Giganthropsis are very alike. We both learned to shape our environment around us. We both created tools and technology. But perhaps most significantly, we both created civilizations. The fact that their civilizations lasted for hundreds of thousands of years is also why some of their technology and capabilities far exceeded that of our own. How they managed to build such a large and deep underground expanse containing chambers of phenomenal dimensions is still something we are yet to answer. So, Professor Steiner said in an amused conversational tone, hands up those of you who thought aliens must have built Sanctuary. "Don't worry," he said, as if he could see people putting their hands up. "A surprising number of people jump to that conclusion. Unfortunately, the answer is much more terrestrial, but I think you'll agree the reality is still out of this world." He paused and looked down, as if gathering his thoughts. When his head came back up, his expression grew serious. "That these two monumental discoveries, Sanctuary and Giganthropsis, have been kept hidden from the rest of the world is highly controversial. Needless to say, the U.S. government deemed the existence of Sanctuary to be of significant national importance, despite it being located beneath Mexican soil." Sarah listened as the professor went on to explain how Sanctuary was claimed by the United States. Apparently, the U.S. purchased the site from the Mexican government in the latter stages of the 20th century for the purposes of building a subterranean base. The Mexicans, believing it to be just a large, naturally occurring cave system, were willing to let the Americans build their base there under certain conditions, and to this day were none the wiser as to what lay beneath their feet. The Director General of the GMRC subterranean program also explained how the existence of Homo giganthropsis was known to various factions in Europe, perhaps as early as the 11th century, although it was mainly the Vatican that erased any evidence of their existence in order to preserve the doctrine of the day. "I knew it!" Sarah said out loud, unable to contain herself as her own theories were confirmed. This all but guaranteed that the Catholic Church had been behind the seizure of her Gigantis finds back in Turkey and stolen artifacts in Oxford. It also meant that her theory on the circumstances of her mother's death became distressingly more concrete. A set of ancient maps Sarah had found many years earlier in Iran's Zagros Mountains had been destroyed in the same fire that ended her mum's life, and Sarah knew in her heart that the fire had been deliberately started by those responsible for taking her other evidence, which exposed the existence of Homo gigantis. It fitted too perfectly to be coincidence. Those people would stop at nothing to protect their faith, and if that included murder, so be it. History was testament to this disturbing reality, and Sarah was first and foremost a student of the past. As her hate for the Vatican churned within her mind like a dark, simmering volcano, the professor continued. The main reason Giganthropsis left relatively little trace of their habitation on Earth was that they lived mostly underground. Their reasons for this have been speculated on for many years, but basically they are just that, speculative, and we may never know the real reason they chose to exist as they did. One thing is a certainty, however. Due to Sanctuary's web of interlocking levels, chambers, near-infinite tunnel system, and various areas of structural instability, the majority, currently 98% of the construct, is still uncharted. The fantasists among you, and I count myself as one, will wonder what fabulous treasures may rest tantalizingly close to hand. But before you pick up a shovel and head for the nearest tunnel in a gold rush-like fervor, be aware that exploring outside the USSB's boundaries is strictly forbidden. This is not only for your own safety, but also to preserve the fragility and integrity of virgin archaeological ground, which is of significant scientific importance. So, there it is, Steiner said, pacing across the studio floor, each hand thought-provokingly poised against the other like a priest in a ceremonial procession, while behind him the previously shown holograms in his presentation flowed past. The truth, one you didn't even know existed, is now yours to digest, reflect on, and discuss to your heart's content. As you will be well aware, when you severed all ties to the surface, signed the relevant documents, and committed to living out the rest of your days here in Sanctuary, the knowledge you now hold cannot be disclosed to anyone outside of this facility for national security reasons. In time, the communication isolation for residents will be lifted in a carefully staged progression when it is seen fit to reveal to the world Sanctuary's existence and true nature. Perhaps in the far future, passage into and out of Sanctuary will be granted to other USSBs and then beyond. Until that time, your sacrifice and commitment to this long-term program is appreciated beyond measure. Without you, Sanctuary could not succeed in its purpose to create a fully functioning, self-sustaining subterranean ecosystem and civilization, completely independent from the surface above. Your dedication to the cause will not go unrewarded, however, Steiner said as the lights in the studio brightened with natural light and the screens behind him lifted up into the ceiling. All residents are provided with accommodation, a career, and perhaps most crucially, a privileged purpose to ensure the long-term existence of our species. The professor was now walking alongside the camera as he headed to a large open balcony filled with clear blue skies and punctuated by small wisps of cloud. You are now living in what is effectively the 51st and the largest state of the U.S. of A. As he emerged from the building, the camera moved past him, revealing a dazzling, beautiful city laid out below like a paradise on earth, the edges of the great dome barely visible against the power of the artificial sunlight it generated above. Professor Steiner came back into shot. "Welcome," he said with a broad smile and a sweep of his arm, "to Sanctuary. You are now, and forever will be, a Sancturian." Chapter 7. Sarah's head swam with all the information that had just been rammed into it, along with the many implications it held. Getting out of this place and back to the surface was going to be far harder than she'd imagined. Uncurling her tall frame from the cramped sofa, she paused the induction video and refreshed herself with a cup of coffee and a sumptuous chocolate-coated biscuit. The kitchen had been well stocked for her arrival, as the civilian affairs officer had promised her the day before. Sitting back down, the packet of biscuits in tow, she hoped the wall screen had voice command, as she couldn't be bothered getting up again. "Play," she said. The pause icon disappeared, and the film resumed. Feeling pleased with herself, she took out another hobnob delight, enjoying its oaty taste, while the woman who had begun the presentation came back on screen. "Thank you, Professor Steiner," she said with genuine warmth as she looked off to one side, before turning back to the camera to continue the induction. For much more information about Sanctuary and Homo giganthropsis, please visit the Smithsonian Institution's Museum of Sanctuary, located on the dome level in the New Park District. A USSB Sanctuary Rules, Regulations, and Information Handbook can be found in your residency, all of which is also available on the USSB's cloud system, accessible via your wall screen's navigation panel. An image resembling Sarah's wall screen displayed next to the woman. Now that you are up to speed on the main aspects of Sanctuary, I can introduce you to the main areas of the base and advise you as to how to make the most of your experience here. This menu," she said, indicating a navigation panel identical to one Sarah had used on her own wall screen, "will be key to you navigating the base, contacting friends, relatives, and colleagues, and pretty much everything else you may want to do in your life as a Sancturian." Sarah watched the presenter outline the options on the screen one by one. Some of those she listed were only available to military personnel, and the video skipped these sections automatically due to Sarah's clearance level and civilian status. From what Sarah could gather, Sancturians earned United States credits by working, in her case, at the Smithsonian Institution. Each USC was equivalent to $1, which was simple enough to remember. Not that she had any plans to stick around long enough to bother with it all, but if she wanted to escape, she first needed to know what was what. The credits, as Andrew had indicated in his letter, would be held on her multifunction card, which would also be used to access public transport systems and confirm her identity to military personnel and civilian authorities throughout the base. The card could also be used to purchase goods and services. It all seemed a very comprehensive system, and Sarah couldn't help but be impressed by the magnitude of it all, despite the surreality of her situation seeking to blur her perception like a hallucinatory drug. The film eventually came to a close, and a final message appeared on screen accompanied by a female computer-generated voice which said, "Multifunction card, restrictions lifted. USSB cloud access now fully activated." "Thanks," Sarah said to it, and moved to swipe her card across the induction panel, instantly bringing up a new extended navigation menu as per the video. The available options were Map Simulator, Resident Database, Social Database, Applications, TV, Retail, Services, Information, Emergency. Selecting Resident Database, she typed in her friend's name, Trish Brooke, and pressed Enter. "Trish Brooke," the computer confirmed. "Sector 18, Residential District, Level 25, Chamber 5, Route 20, Domicile 192. Trish's photograph appeared on the main screen, and Sarah felt tears welling at seeing her friend's face again. A code displayed below her image, S18 L25 C5 R20 D192. And then both shrank to the left-hand side, and a large three-dimensional graphic of the base displayed with a red pulsating dot on it. Assuming this must be Trish's location, Sarah tapped the dot on the big screen and the view zoomed in, rotating in an anti-clockwise spiral as it did so. Sector 18 appeared, highlighted in orange against the surrounding USSB, which was now greyed out. Another box sprang up next to the red dot, detailing a suggested route to Trish's apartment from Sarah's own, but a warning message at the bottom of the information flashed on and off. "Warning! Travel to this sector is only available at weekends. To unlock restrictions, a higher clearance level is required. To view your restrictions, please visit the information portal." Sarah cursed under her breath and looked at the navigation screen to see the bold letters Monday written large. 5 days to wait until she could travel to Trish's sector. A telephone icon also rested within the graphical box. She pressed it. This time, an error message appeared. "Error. No suitable credits available." Letting out a growl of frustration, Sarah flicked through to the information section. After a few minutes, she'd worked out she had credits for necessities only. Once she'd been to work, she'd have what they called active credits. The information portal also revealed a whole raft of restrictions on her movements, too many to remember, so many, in fact, that the list of what she could do would have been more helpful. And a lot shorter, too, she guessed. Knowing the outcome already, Sarah entered Jason's details. The same problems arose, although thankfully Jason's home looked to be only one sector over from Trish's. Giving up on seeing or speaking to her friends that day, she decided to get outside and explore as far as she was able. A cleverly concealed wardrobe in her bedroom contained a smart grey uniform, like those worn by the two people in the induction video. Deciding this must be for special occasions, she plumped for the only other available garment, a black hooded sweater. Dragging it on, she arranged her long tresses inside it and then collected her multifunction card. With some trepidation, she opened the front door and stepped outside. She found herself at the top of a short flight of stairs, one she briefly remembered having climbed up the evening before in near darkness. Looking up, she expected to see the great tower and a bright blue sky, but she recalled she was on a lower level of the base, having descended a massive lift system with Andrew, and then been transported by a car to this apartment. Instead of the dome, the chamber's smooth, dense rock ceiling lurked some 100 feet above, lined with row upon row of powerful floodlights which tailed off into the distance in all directions. Buildings, some nearly reaching the lights themselves, surrounded the area, all seemingly residential, much like the apartment she'd just been given. To her left, the street ended abruptly in a large, transparent wall. Through it she could see an amazing sight. A vast thoroughfare cut through the chamber, and not just on that level. As she approached the wall, she could make out at least 10 levels extending up towards the dome, and 10 more down towards the lower reaches of the base. Great lift systems, interconnected with a mass of complex road layouts, teemed with moving traffic, the muted roar and whine of fast-moving machines penetrating the chamber where she stood looking out. Close to either side of the gigantic swathe, hewn out of the rock, wide walkways bustled with human activity as people went about their daily lives. As she'd learned to her cost earlier, the rear of Sarah's apartment backed onto one of them. Looking left and then right, she could make out a large white rectangular beam that hugged the rock walls. As she watched, on the far side and along such a beam, a blue and white train flew past at high speed. Below it, another came in the other direction, but this one slowed, coming to rest in a futuristic glass-clad station, passengers exiting and boarding like on any major city network the world over. This place was something else. Looking back at her front door, she made a note of the numbers: S5, L15, C8, R12, D274. How could she be expected to remember that? She recalled the card in her zipped trouser pocket. Andrew had shown her this last night. "Wake up, Sarah," she told herself. Swiping the MF card over the entry pad caused a red light to replace the green that had been glowing through the transparent plastic. Now the door was locked. Her address code, S5L15C8R12D274, lit up in a muted white light on the emblem side of the card and then slowly disappeared. According to Andrew, the card was able to read her fingerprints and pulse rate, providing a unique identifier so only she could utilize it. Any time she wanted to see the address, all she had to do was hold the card for a few seconds and it would appear again. Simple, she thought. As long as I don't lose it, that is. The inner streets of the chamber were quiet as Sarah made her way along them, her new shoes helping her to bounce along in comfort. Turning a corner, she found herself on a wide, sloping walkway that took her down to the transport channel she had just been looking at. A noisy cacophony of traffic came thrusting along the path towards her as she drew closer. Approaching the bottom, her nerves came to the fore when she saw 2 armed U.S. soldiers standing watch over a multi-arched gate system. As people moved through each barrier, they held up their card to something on the inside of the arch, and then a blue laser flashed over their body in the blink of an eye. Most people walked through, almost without slowing, but Sarah halted in front of one, apprehensive. One of the soldiers ambled over to her. "Are you okay, ma'am?" Yes," she said, cursing her reluctance to just walk through as if she belonged. "Do I just swipe my card and walk on past? I won't get zapped or anything, will I?" The soldier chuckled as his partner came over to join them, increasing her tension further. "No, ma'am, no zapping. It just scans you. See?" He pointed to a man as he passed beneath an arch, unscathed, It makes sure you have no unauthorized weapons, explosives, liquids, and the like on you." "Standard protocol," the other soldier told her gruffly. She gave a nervous smile. "That's a relief. I didn't fancy getting incinerated today." "I like your accent," the first soldier said. "What is it, Australian?" Sarah laughed as she relaxed a little. "Australian? It's English. East London, land of hope and glory and all that." He brightened. "Ah, like the royal family, yeah? I know. I really like your king and queen. Cool couple." The other guard eyed her with suspicion. "We don't get many foreigners in Sanctuary." "Don't mind him," the first man said. "He was born to get out on the wrong side of the bed." Sarah looked at him. "You couldn't tell me how to get to the Smithsonian Institution, could you?" "Sure." He held out his hand for Sarah's MF card. Taking the card from her, he walked over to a robust-looking wall screen and swiped her card into the system. Up came all her details and her location on the map of the base. "So," the soldier said as his colleague wandered off, disinterested, "you're here and the Smithsonian is—" He tapped and rotated the screen with practiced ease. "Here. Basically, you can get the monotube straight through without needing to change. You're lucky." "That makes a change. Bad day?" She made a face. "Bad few months." "Well, things are looking up. You're very lucky to get a job at the museum. It's smack in the middle of the nicest part of the base. Most people need a high clearance level to be able to go there as much as you can." "As much as I can?" He grinned at her naivety. "You really are new, aren't you? Basically, as you work there, you could go 7 days a week if you wanted, but most people would need a clearance level of 6 or above to go there that much. I have level 3 clearance, so I can only go to the new park district on my days off." Sarah was confused. "But you're military. I thought you could go anywhere you liked." "I wish," he said with feeling. "Military or not, we all have clearance levels and we all have restrictions. It's how the base works. You haven't got it all your own way, though. Since you're a level 1, you won't be able to get off at any other stop or sector along the way, during the days you work, anyway. Weekdays or days off, some of your restrictions will be lifted to the main areas of recreation and commerce." Sarah's brow furrowed as she looked at the screen. She felt more disorientated now than she had before, and it must have shown. "Don't worry," the soldier said. "You'll get used to it. It always takes a while to adjust to Sanctuary. It's so much bigger than the other bases." "I haven't been to the other bases," Sarah mumbled to herself. He leaned forward. "What was that?" "Eh? Oh, nothing. So I just catch this monotube thing straight to New Park Central?" "That's right. You'll need to cross over to the other side to catch it, though, or you'll end up in the industrial sector." The soldier gave Sarah directions to the station on the other side of the road and rail system, and it didn't take her long to cross over using a few travelators and an elevator. The monotube took a while to arrive, but at last the futuristic machine cruised into the station and came to rest with the venting of some kind of gas, which rolled across the surface of the platform, covering the shoes of the waiting travellers, including Sarah. Some kind of discharge from the braking system, she presumed. The bright blue and white exterior of the train was adorned at specific intervals with the transport system's logo, Monotube. When the doors opened, the barriers that prevented station users from plummeting to their deaths sank into the platform surface with a pneumatic hiss. Sarah boarded, deciding to sit at a window seat that provided some interesting views as the train sped through different sectors, levels, and chambers of the base. After a particularly long section of interconnecting enclosed tunnels, the monorail burst out of the darkness and onto the top surface of Sanctuary. Sarah couldn't help but peer out from her vantage point in awe as the train took an elevated section of track towards its destination. The tower she had only glimpsed once before, located in the very center of the base, cut a sleek profile high above, disappearing from view as it sliced through the realistic-looking blue sky of the great dome itself. The spectacle of the rest of the dome level of the city was also beautiful to behold. Trees and plants dominated swathes of the landscape, interspersed with ornate buildings utilizing the most modern and aesthetically pleasing designs. A few miles away she could also make out an impressive huddle of man-made skyscrapers, or should that be dome scrapers, she wondered. And off to the right the flat landscape was punctuated by a group of high hills bordering on small mountains, and at their feet what looked like a sparkling chain of lakes. After a couple more stops, the train slowed again, and a simulated voice announced the destination she wanted. "New Park Central Station. Please enjoy your visit." Sarah departed the monotube and passed through the cleanest and most minimalistic station she had ever been in, the footfalls of the other passengers echoing between the glass confines and tiled flooring as they made their way out. Sarah took note that many of the people in this district wore casual and expensive-looking clothing, compared to the more functional work attire of those she had been around at the start of her journey. As before, armed soldiers patrolled the area. However, these guardians wore a grey uniform instead of standard issue, the smart attire befitting their surroundings. The gate system at this station matched the one she had previously used, and Sarah flashed her card at the arch. Having been scanned, she moved off out into a pleasant, sun-drenched plaza bordered by various exits and well-tended flower beds, the sweet scents drifting on a light breeze to prickle her senses. Digital scrolling signposts guided her to the museum. Unfortunately, once she got there, she was unable to enter as she hadn't the credits. More than a little disappointed, she spent the rest of the day wandering the area and looking for ways someone might escape. From a high vantage point atop an observation platform, she couldn't see any lift mechanisms, not one, throughout the 20-mile expanse that led to the surface, which meant only one thing. They were located outside of the dome and the USSB itself, a fact that would prove to be a major obstacle to her plans. That night, after returning to her new quarters, she slept well, tired after the day's exploration and a lot of walking, which she was unused to after her long confinement. Like a finely woven silk sheet, the night slipped past, and Sarah woke, the prospect of her new job the first thought to penetrate her mind. Deciding it prudent to dress in the grey uniform rather than go baggy casual, Sarah was careful not to open the blind of her window prematurely, having given everyone an eyeful the day before. After a quick breakfast of cereal and toast, she left the apartment for the museum once more. This time, however, it was 7 in the morning. Outside, the air was surprisingly crisp and fresh, almost as if she was on the surface rather than in the bowels of the earth. Normally starting a new job would bring with it a certain anxiety and thrill, but as she had no intention of staying there or making a good impression, she just felt alert and wary of the people she might meet. All she wanted was to earn some credits and then meet up with Trish and Jason at the earliest opportunity. This time, when she reached the impressive building of the Smithsonian Institution, she was able to gain admittance via the workers' entrance she had scoped out the day before. Reception guided her through some open-plan offices and up a flight of stairs to the archives department, where her enforced labor was to begin. Greeted by a tiny, elderly woman whom Sarah towered over, her photo was engraved onto her new MF card, and she was then presented with a company computer phone. The phone had a direct link to the USSB's cloud system, but also had a few credits on, perhaps enough to enable her to call Trish and Jason. Her spirits rising, the rest of the day flashed by as she bumbled along, forgetting most of what she was being taught, which was very little and all utterly tedious. Rather than waste all the phone credits on a voice call, she sent a text message to both Trish and Jason, and was overjoyed when she received replies from each of them. The following 3 days began and finished much the same way, although Sarah made sure to take photos and videos of the base whenever she was able. People needed to know about this place. She knew it was far too important to be kept hidden away like it was. When the end of the week arrived, Sarah's desire to see her friends grew with each passing hour. They had arranged to meet at the museum on Saturday morning, and Sarah found it difficult to sleep the night before. Her excitement spilled over into the next day as she took her now usual route into work. As she'd been informed by her supervisor in the office, her credits for that week would enter her account at midnight on Friday, and thankfully they were as good as their word. Jason and Trish were both waiting for Sarah when she disembarked the first train of the day from her sector to arrive at New Park Central Station. Approaching the gates, she drank in the sight of them as they stood impatiently at the main exit. Trish, her best friend, looked thinner than she remembered her, but then that was to be expected if she had been fed the same way Sarah had while in the military jail. Her hairstyle had also changed from being tied back to being let loose into a big frizzy explosion like she'd worn it back in her uni days. Trish's dark brown locks framed a harsh but attractive face, her light brown skin and full lips a giveaway to her mixed ancestry. Jason, the Welsh moron, as Trish occasionally referred to him, sometimes to his face, didn't seem to have lost much weight, but his tanned skin had definitely lost some of its colour, much like her own. Jason's face, as ever, looked mildly comical to Sarah's eyes, but then he did tend to play the fool, which may have had something to do with her perception of him, besides the fact that a giant cheeky grin was never far away from hijacking his features. After Sarah passed through one of the scanners, the three friends could contain themselves no longer. Running forwards, they embraced one another. "Why are you hugging me, too?" Trish asked Jason, looking at Sarah over his shoulder and rolling her eyes in amused exasperation. "Just getting in the spirit," he said in his Celtic lilt. "You're such an idiot." Trish laid a hand on his shoulder with a fond familiarity. Sarah noted the inflection in her friend's voice and realized for the first time that there might be something between her two pals, something more than friendship alone. She looked to Jason, who winked at her. Sarah tried to hide her smile. Trish may have her hands full if he got his way. She'd always known Jason was as stupid as he made out, and this only served to confirm her suspicions. As the three of them chattered away excitedly, they ambled towards the Smithsonian. "Can you believe this place?" Jason said to Sarah, looking up at the dome and marvelling at the simulated sky. "It's friggin' awesome!" Sarah gazed upwards too. "I don't think I could ever get used to it, even if I lived out the rest of my days here." Trish made a disgruntled sound. "That may well end up being the case for us all. How are we ever going to get out of here?" "Get out?" Jason said in genuine surprise. "Do you know what some people would pay to be in a place like this, to just know that it exists even? Hollow Earth nuts would literally pass out in I told you so overload if they knew all this was down here." Trish gaped at him as if he'd just sprouted a tree out of his head and a long trunk from his nose. "Are you kidding me? You want to stay here, a prisoner, for the rest of your life? No chance of going back to the surface, ever?" Jason gave the question careful consideration. "Well, not the whole of my life, but a few years down here. Imagine what you could learn. Don't you think, Saz?" "I don't plan on staying here any longer than I absolutely have to," Sarah said as they approached the entrance to the museum. "Although I think we are about to find out all we need to know right now." She indicated the large turnstile gates ahead. The front of the museum consisted of a single convex pane of frosted acrylic nano sheet, 200 foot wide, with the name of the building in large, bold chrome lettering arcing across its surface. Smithsonian, Museum of Sanctuary. Offering their multifunction cards at one of the booths, they were each provided with a free information booklet and guide before proceeding inside. The front foyer was typically a large open area full of signposts, milling people, and even the prerequisite souvenir shop off to one side. All three, however, were too busy reading through their respective pamphlets to take much notice of anything else.
"Oh, my God," Jason said as he read through it. "Are you two seeing this?"
Sarah was indeed seeing it all. Exhibits covering a mind-boggling array of everything and anything to do with Homo giganthropsis, from the earliest remains and artifacts to detailed models of huge unearthed complexes which, according to the text, dwarfed anything seen in Egypt, Mesoamerica, or anywhere else found on the surface.
"To process all this would take a lifetime,"
Trish murmured. Trish was right. The Smithsonian had amassed a staggering amount of objects, and this enormous, multi-level museum only contained a fraction of what was still being found on an almost daily basis. Sanctuary was, for all intents and purposes, an archaeologist's dream come true. Not just any old dream, but the mother of all dreams, a dream pumped up and engorged on a plethora of narcotics fit for 1,000 drug-addicted rock stars 10 times over. Sarah withdrew her phone and checked the battery, which was at 93% capacity.
"We should split up," she told them in a business-like manner. "Take your phones and take as many photos and videos as you can. Document everything you can, down to the smallest relic, and then meet back here when you're done. When we get out, this footage will be invaluable in proving what we've found down here, and exposing the truth about Homo gigantis, and this base too, for that matter."
Jason looked at her with a sulky expression, and Sarah raised a questioning eyebrow.
"I was looking forward to enjoying this," he explained to her. "Now I'm going to have to rush around taking sodding photos like some demented tourist."
Trish pouted her bottom lip out like a small child.
"Ah, diddums."
Jason gave her the finger, and Trish retaliated by sticking out her tongue. Sarah was pleased to see her friends hadn't let their recent experiences dull their natural ability to bicker with each other. Strangely, this lifted her spirits as much as anything else.
"Look," Sarah said to Jason, "I wouldn't mind spending a few weeks looking round this place, but our priority should be to get out of here. And besides, it costs a bomb to get in, and we'd have to work for months to afford to go round this whole place thoroughly. Since I don't plan on staying here longer than a week, we better get cracking."
Jason acknowledged her point with a grunt. Agreeing to meet back at the cafeteria at noon, the three newly reunited friends split up once more to go their separate ways. As Sarah left Trish and Jason, she felt a pang of loss to be leaving them again so soon.
"Stop being a baby," she chided herself. "You'll be back with them again in a few hours."
Sarah had opted to take the lower levels of the museum, while Trish took the middle ones and Jason the top. As she descended in a large glass lift, she had already stopped a few times to take pictures of some primitive Giganthropsis wall art extracted from one of the natural caves dating back even before Sanctuary itself, over 1 million years past. The designs were of human-like figures, plus animals and plants. By themselves, they would have been the discovery of a lifetime, but within this museum they were merely a very small appetizer, and she'd had to tear herself away for what treasures lay ahead. The lift reached the bottom floor, and Sarah was already hypnotized by the sight of what lay in the large, high-ceilinged room she walked out into. In front of her, standing in row upon magnificent row, were statues, giant statues. Walking between them, she examined the tourist information plaque that stood in front of one of the towering sculptures. According to this, they measured over 40 feet high and had been some of the first major discoveries made by a team of explorers back in the 1800s. The scale of the statues wasn't their only remarkable feature. Each one had been carved from dense granite and in exquisite detail. The strange forms and shapes of the ancient peoples they depicted also captured Sarah's attention. Realizing she had been staring at one particular piece for a few minutes, she grabbed her phone and took some video. This was one of the hardest things she had ever done, To walk through this place quickly was an impossibility, as her thirst for knowledge and her love of archaeology exerted its powerful forces upon her, slowing her to a crawl. Finally, leaving the first hall behind, Sarah found herself in a much more regular-sized exhibition full of large architectural models, each enclosed within a square glass case. The brochure told her these were scale representations of the major structures found so far within Sanctuary. As Sarah read on, she kept noticing the word Anakim, replacing Giganthropsis. It seemed this was how the race of giants was referred to, like the word human was to sapiens, or perhaps Asian or Hispanic was to sapiens. Sarah needed to get hold of some books to get up to speed on the subject. It didn't escape her attention, though, that the name Anakim was used in the Judeo-Christian Bible when it spoke of giant men. Clearly, Giganthropsis had been extinct for millennia at that point in human history, so it was most likely deemed an appropriate name to bestow on the builders of Sanctuary by latter-day explorers. Sarah liked it, despite its religious overtones. Anakim. Anakim. It had a good ring to it. The buildings that had been excavated or found abandoned but intact were wide-ranging in their size, design, and function. Palaces and temples were the most prevalent sites, but other, more intriguing structures had also been discovered, their purposes as yet only speculated upon. Sarah found it more than a little strange to think that some of the ancient discoveries in this museum may have been more advanced technologically than humans were today. As she took more photos, the distant sound of raucous laughter caught her attention. Looking around, she saw she was the only one in the area, probably due to it being so early in the day. The clamour from an approaching group of people grew louder, their footfalls and voices echoing through the all-but-deserted halls of the museum's lower level. Finally, 9 people strode past, 20 feet from where Sarah stood holding her computer phone. Dressed in dusty, mud-splattered, military-style red and blue uniforms, each of these individuals also sported a robust utility jacket and carried in one hand an expensive-looking high-tech helmet. They walked like they owned the place, and with an arrogance born of a superior self-confidence that was replicated in their tone of voice and general demeanour. A couple of them turned to look at Sarah as they passed, and one man made lingering eye contact with her before turning back to join in with his comrades once more, cajoling and joking. As they moved away, and just before they disappeared from view around a corner, their footfalls receding on the hard flooring, Sarah glimpsed a sign on the backs of their jackets. In bold white lettering it read, "Deep Reach Survey Team, Alpha 6. Her curiosity piqued, Sarah decided to follow this close-knit crew of men and women to see where they were headed. Ensuring she stayed at a comfortable distance to avoid detection, and after a few twists and turns, Sarah lost track of her quarry, the sounds of their passage no longer in earshot. Scampering along, she found a door swinging shut on an emergency exit stairwell, the echoes of activity drifting up from below. Pursuing them inside and down the flight of steps, Sarah found herself emerging into a darkened corridor with illuminated exit signs directing her to the right. The noise of the survey team, however, could be heard coming from the left. Hurrying to catch up, Sarah found another door closing in front of her. Grabbing it just before it shut, she saw it bore a restricted access sign and the words, "Authorized personnel only." To one side of this entrance, on the wall, was a swipe card reader, and at its top a small light glowed a bright neon green. With only a moment's hesitation, Sarah ducked inside, the door shutting behind her with an audible click. A duplicate card reader sat on the other side of the entrance, and, unseen by Sarah, who now traversed along a narrow corridor,
its green light switched to red. Chapter 8. Sarah moved through the deserted area, her senses heightened, like an athlete waiting for the starter's gun. The low-lit, echoing hallways extended into a rabbit warren of little-used office space and storage rooms full of unopened crates and curiosities large and small, many bound in copious amounts of bubble wrap. Not wanting to get left behind in unfamiliar surroundings, her bearings already shot to hell, Sarah made sure to keep pace with the team of people walking ahead of her. Turning a corner, she had to duck back out of sight as the team had halted outside a large black opening fronted by bright red and yellow safety barriers. Peeking around to see what they were up to, she realized they were waiting for some kind of industrial-sized lift. Soon enough, a whirring screech of metal cables travelling at high speed announced the arrival of the roofless platform which the mysterious survey team boarded and then activated, disappearing into the depths below. Sarah, now completely alone, darted out from her hiding place, her footsteps pitter-pattering over the vinyl flooring. Craning her neck to see over one of the barriers, she could just make out the service lights of the elevator as it continued its rapid journey down, ever deeper, the muted sound of its descent now barely audible. Now that she had come this far, she felt almost desperate to find out where these people were leading her. The chase and her commitment to it were too far advanced to give up now. There was a problem, however. The lift didn't seem to have any controls to call it back up. It must operate on a remote switch, she concluded, wirelessly called by whoever needs it. Sarah brushed back some long strands of hair behind one ear as she stared into space. An idea popped into her head. Taking out her phone, she directed its light into the shaft, illuminating its steel-clad, girdered interior. The beams were placed at such angles and intervals to make climbing down them a real possibility. "I can do that," she reasoned, as she attempted to mount one of the waist-high safety gates to enter the void. Holding onto one of the side walls, she balanced both feet on top of one of the narrow barriers, wobbling precariously as she did so. As she hung out a long leg to traverse to the nearest girder, her standing leg slipped from under her, sending her flailing into nothingness. Sarah's shriek sang out into the abandoned expanse. She flung out her arms and somehow latched onto the floor. Clinging on for dear life, her hands slid an inch on the vinyl surface, almost sending her plummeting to certain death. Her heart thumping and her breath ragged, Sarah dared not move her legs or body in case her fingers, which had now begun to perspire, might slip from their tenuous hold. Her brain frantically sought a solution to her problem, but as the milliseconds flashed by, she knew with a gut-wrenching, fear-inducing certainty that she wasn't going to be able to prevent herself from falling. Millimetre by excruciating millimetre edged her closer and closer to oblivion. A strange noise, flashing lights, and the image of her mother's beautiful smile were Sarah's final thoughts as she slipped from the ledge. Air rushed past, and then she hit a flat surface. Hard, twisting a leg painfully, the air knocked from her lungs. She'd never been so pleased to hurt so much in her life as she lay on the cold steel floor of the lift which had been returning from below. As the elevator halted, Sarah groaned and sat upright. With a tender touch, she probed her left kneecap, checking to see the extent of the damage. It was a bad twist, but not as bad as it could have been. Standing, she put pressure on it, wincing at the pain which lanced up her leg. Testing it further, she managed to walk a few hesitant steps. Bending to massage it, she bit down on her lip against the agony before she deemed it fit for purpose. Thanking her lucky stars that the lift had returned of its own accord, but cursing her own reckless stupidity, Sarah considered her options.
The platform consisted of a checker plate floor and a thick handrail that ran around 3 sides. Attached to this thick tube was a rugged control panel comprising large, well-worn, coloured plastic buttons. Moving to the panel, she eyed it while deliberating as to what to do next. Should I carry on or go back, she asked herself, or just stand here like a lemon? Her hand hovered over the big green button with the down arrow on it. Sod it, she thought, depressing the button to send the platform whizzing back from whence it came. As the lift continued down, Sarah questioned the sanity of her actions. Her inhibitions in risk-taking over the last 12 months had slowly been eroded, and her reasoning to continue had suppressed an intuitive warning for caution. Was this the real her, a risk-taker, a chancer? Or had she just become too used to such situations, her mind learning to adapt to them, or worse, was she seeking out danger? She didn't think she was as she attempted to look inside her own mind with an objective eye. While mentally wrestling with herself, the whine of the elevator decreased as it slowed before coming to a shuddering stop, the sensation bringing her back to the present. Exiting the lift and still slightly favouring her injured knee, Sarah found herself in a large brick tunnel, a stark contrast to the museum's interior. A row of bright strip lighting ran off into the distance and out of sight as the dazzling panels traced a bend in the wide passageway's ceiling ahead. To her mind, judging by the bricks used and the construction, it was similar to something built in the Victorian era, rather than a part of the super-modern, clandestine project located above and around it. She presumed it was one of the first things built by the U.S. President's team back in the 1800s, still surviving as a tribute to those that first discovered sanctuary all those years ago. Moving on, it took only a few minutes to reach the end of the wide passageway, which consisted of an old rusty iron door located in a brick surround. With no obvious locking mechanism, Sarah lifted the latch and pushed open the heavy metal obstruction. A cacophony of noise rushed in through the ever-increasing gap. She dived inside in one fluid movement, sealing the opening behind her with a dull clang. With her back to a wall, Sarah peered out over a large crate and into the inside of an enormous steel and glass-clad building. A high, expansive atrium with a circular design encompassed the entire circumference of a curiously shaped inner structure full of floors and rooms with transparent walls and staircases made of cross-hatched metal grating. The whole building had a sparse military feel to it, aided in no small part by the presence of camouflaged, gun-toting soldiers who bustled about inside alongside their civilian counterparts. Where the tunnel had been old tech, this place was the polar opposite, with cutting-edge technology bristling from seemingly every surface. Whatever was going on here, it was a large-scale operation, and one Sarah felt sure she shouldn't be privy to. Sensing no one would notice her presence, and feeling oddly emboldened by her previous brush with death, she stood up from her hiding-place and walked into the building as though she belonged. Walking amongst the people, Sarah didn't exactly blend in, but she didn't stand out like a sore thumb either. The continuous activity inside consisted of individuals wearing a whole range of clothing, from grim-faced, armoured Special Forces personnel to bumbling lab technicians in their stereotypical white coats. Having read her fair share of spy novels, Sarah believed she knew the basics to blending in to somewhere you didn't belong. Passing an empty desk, she snatched up a paper-laden ring binder, opened it out, and pretended to refer to it as she wandered in towards the centre of the busy place of operations. "Out of the way!" a woman called out as she approached Sarah at speed along a tight corridor. She pushed a flatbed trolley loaded with what looked like an overabundance of climbing equipment. Sarah, initially thinking she'd been rumbled, pressed herself flat against a wall. "Thank you," the woman rattled on past. Intrigued and more than a little relieved her cover remained intact, Sarah trailed along behind. Passing a doorway, she saw an unattended lab coat hanging on a hook. Filching that too, she shrugged it on and hurried to keep pace with the fast-moving trolley and its owner as they barreled along at breakneck speed. The hallway soon opened out into some kind of warehouse or staging area, where men and women checked and donned various pieces of equipment and outerwear. The woman and trolley disappeared into the melee of activity, but Sarah's attention was drawn to the people at the far end and some kind of command center. Above this, a large, impressive emblem hung, cast in thick, pockmarked, burnished steel. SED, Sanctuary Exploration Division, founded in 1826. Nearby, the elusive red and blue-clad survey team had gathered, mingling with other similarly garbed men and women. This must be an assembly room for teams going outside of the USSB, Sarah realized. Edging forwards, she glimpsed many other team designations on the backs of the ever-growing number of people that now streamed into the vicinity. As far as she could tell, there were 5 types of team, including mapping, structural, archaeological, scientific, and deep reach, the latter the only type with the oddly shaped, high-tech headgear. The helmets in question drew Sarah forwards, closer to the original team she had followed from the museum. Surreptitiously, she took out her phone and began to record what she was seeing. "This is good footage," she thought, while easing past a couple of trolleys. "I can definitely utilize this when exposing Sanctuary back on the surface." "Quiet down now, people!" A man's voice rang out over a speaker system into the large oval chamber. The assembled masses, which Sarah estimated now numbered a few thousand strong, settled into a respectful silence. Sarah looked expectantly, along with everyone else around her, toward some kind of command center, where a broad-shouldered man stood on a large platform. He wore a simple white shirt, blue tie, and plain black trousers. His silver-grey hair and demeanor intimated seniority, while his voice left it in no doubt that he expected, nay, demanded, your attention. "Now listen up," he said. "As ever, it's my pleasure to provide some words of wisdom to all of you taking a trip out into our fair sanctuary. Many of you will have heard them before, but equally there are many of you still green around the gills who will need reminding of the dangers you're about to face outside of this base. You all have the potential to come up against situations which even the most experienced among you will never have encountered. Safety is paramount, people. If you discover something that looks dangerous, it probably is. We have no idea what you will stumble upon out there. And if the human race is anything to go by, our older and larger cousins may have left behind some pretty nasty stuff. Ensure all personal gauges and detectors are checked regularly. Seismometers and structural stability maps for all teams except Deep Reach are to be adhered to at all times. No exceptions. Always keep in radio contact with your teammates. Due to the rock composition, many parts of Sanctuary proper will limit long-range transmissions. If you get in trouble, don't be afraid to call for help. Egos will get you dead down there very quickly. Make sure you double-check your kit before you disembark. Most of you will be gone for a few weeks, and you may need your emergency supplies when you least expect it. So no trying to lighten your pack by taking out things you think are non-essential. As ever, as far as our signal relays will permit, rescue and decontamination teams will be on standby in the field to respond to any distress beacons. The man looked at his watch. It's 1100 hours. We are a go for deployment at 1300. Make ready, and good luck. The crowd began breaking apart, and Sarah found herself standing on her own in the middle of the room. She turned to walk away, but as she did so, a hand grasped her left wrist. Looking to see who had accosted her, Sarah peered up into the dark brown eyes of the deep-reach team member who had held her gaze back in the museum. "Hi there," he said with a smile, but still holding firmly to her arm. "Are you lost?" Sarah, feeling like a wild animal trapped in a cage, managed to produce a confident-sounding laugh at the suggestion. "No, not at all." She brandished her folder. "Just taking some notes." "Really?" He looked amused and proffered a hand. "Do you mind if I take a look?" "Of course," she said, while inwardly cursing her stupidity for thinking she could walk in and out of such a facility without getting caught. Releasing his grip, he plucked the folder from her hands and opened it up to peruse. Sarah, now free to make a dash for it, stood frozen to the spot. As she waited with bated breath, her tormentor continued to read the folder. "So," he said at last, looking up at her, his annoying smile still plastered across his handsome features, "I can't see any notes in here about the final debrief before the off. Just some computations on thermodynamics." Sarah had no idea what was actually in the file, apart from some odd diagrams and meaningless numbers. Thankfully, he'd slipped up and revealed to her its contents. What an idiot! She tapped her temple. "It's all up here. I was just about to write it all down before you interrupted me." "Ah, how silly of me." He passed the folder back to her. "I'll let you get back to your physics." "Thank you," she said, with what she hoped was a conciliatory tone. "Those computations won't get done on their own." Sarah turned and walked away, while her mind screamed at her to run. As she reached an exit, thanking her lucky stars she'd managed to blag her way out of such a tight spot, his voice called out to her from behind. "Just one more thing." Sarah paused and looked back round. He walked towards her, closing the gap between them. "It's strange," he gestured to the ring binder in her hand. "That file contains the food supply logistics for the mapping teams. There's nothing in it on thermodynamics." Sarah's anxiety resurfaced, and she stood looking at him, desperately trying to think of a plausible defense. "I must have picked up the wrong folder," she said, the lie sounding lame even to her own ears. "Ah, is that the reason?" He moved closer to invade her personal space. "Didn't I just see you back in the museum?" "I think you must have me confused with someone else." "I don't think so." "Can I see your MF card, please?" Reluctantly, Sarah removed the card from her pocket and gave it to him. "Ah, so you work in the Smithsonian," he said, looking at the card before handing it back. "It seems, however, you have but a lowly Level 1 clearance, and since this outfit requires 7 or above, you most definitely don't belong." Sarah didn't know what to say, so she decided to say nothing at all as she tried to avoid his penetrating gaze. "Do you know the punishment for being down here without clearance?" he asked, more serious now. "No," he continued, when she still didn't respond. "I'll tell you what, instead of calling in the military to arrest you right now, I'll give you a 3-minute head start on them. Sound fair?" Sarah gawked at him, unsure if he was being serious or not. "Clock's ticking, Sarah Morgan." He tapped a watch on his wrist. 2 minutes 55, 54, 53. Sarah, realizing he was giving her a chance to get away, bolted down a corridor while throwing away the incriminating folder. Flying up some stairs, she dodged in and out of people, startling many of them as she flew past. Within a minute she'd flung open the old iron door and ran down the brick tunnel. Already she could hear signs of pursuit. It seemed the 3-minute head start had been rescinded. Too bent on escape, she had little time to curse the man who'd blown her cover. Instead, she tapped furiously at the up button in the lift she'd just boarded. Shouting could be heard now, and as the lift moved upwards, Sarah caught sight of armed men swarming down the tunnel towards her. Sinking to her knees to catch her breath, Sarah tried to remember the winding route back to the museum for when she exited the lift. Unable to recall it, she prepared to run again, massaging her injured knee, which throbbed painfully. The platform jolted to a stop and the barriers rose up. Sarah was out and running, her long legs propelling her round a corner to collide with a soldier approaching from the opposite direction. As they tumbled to the ground, the soldier let out a shout of alarm. Sarah, quicker to her feet, scrambled away, but another soldier appeared in front of her. "Halt!" he shouted, bringing his assault rifle to bear. Skidding to a stop, her hands gaining purchase on the floor, Sarah turned to go back, but as she did so, she glimpsed the other man she'd just sent flying behind her. The raised butt of his gun snapped down in a jarring jab to her temple. Lights flashed before her eyes, and she crumpled to the floor, a deep blackness engulfing her with its inescapable, smothering embrace. Chapter 9. London's St Pancras International Railway Station, conceived in 1863 and completed by 1868, had at the time boasted the largest enclosed space in the world. Now fronted by the St Pancras Renaissance Hotel, a Victorian Gothic architectural masterpiece, the station acted as the city's land-based gateway into Europe, and due to this, as ever, it pulsated with vibrant activity. Businessmen and women strode with purpose and an assured air of self-importance as they sought their destination with a determined focus. Students and school children, while mirroring their elders' self-involved demeanour, seemed more haphazard in their progress through the station, more relaxed and less stressed, taking time to cavort with their companions, or to pause and ensure their favourite tune played over their headphones. Tourists, still ready and willing to travel despite the strict GMRC protocols, stood in small, excited and bewildered groups, like clusters of pebbles surrounded by a continuous flowing stream of water. Like all other areas of the city, a military presence made itself known as armed soldiers stalked the platforms and guarded entrances and exits, ensuring civil unrest would be met with a swift and fierce resistance if it dared to rear its ugly head. Amongst the hither and thither of the station's patrons, a petite woman gazed up at the departures board. She wore a short, black, heavy-weave plaid skirt, thick white thigh-length socks, and a pair of chunky black leather ankle boots. On her back perched a turquoise rucksack, which resembled some kind of furry animal with huge eyes and a surprised expression on its face, beneath which a tight, transparent, padded jacket had been secured. A shock of bright red hair topped off the woman's ensemble, along with a pair of thick black horn-rimmed glasses. Jessica Klein pursed her lips, the skin feeling tight as she did so. She'd almost foregone the make-up, as once she had kitted herself out in her ridiculous outfit she hadn't recognized herself in the mirror. However, the passport photo Martin had mocked up for her required the addition, so she had plastered it on. She'd needed quite a bit of foundation anyway. Passing off middle age as early 20s was always an ask, but she was quite pleased with the results. A slim frame helped with the impression of youth, of course, and Jessica had always been slight. She didn't have long to wait for the train to Berlin. According to the timetable, which scrolled across the departure screen, the Eurostar was on schedule. Taking out the train ticket, Jessica hobbled to the gate entrance for the appropriate platform. "These shoes are killing me," she thought. "Why I decided platforms were a good idea, heaven only knows. They add to my wannabe Japanese appearance, though, so I can live with it for now. But as soon as I get settled for the journey, they're coming off, quick smart." There was one thing about her costume that Jessica did like, the anonymity it gave her. Normally, in public, she would draw the classic double take as people recognized her from the television. Some would even spark up a conversation with her out of the blue, or ask for an autograph or picture. While she didn't mind now and then, it could begin to grate when it continued throughout a whole day. Now, however, she could walk around incognito. It felt quite liberating in a peculiar kind of way. Standing in a short queue as she waited for the ticket to be checked, she couldn't help but follow the movements of the soldiers as they patrolled the area beyond. She was acutely aware she was travelling A, illegally, and B, armed. Her cherished and loaded revolver, even now, nestled in the bag, perched on her back, its dense weight, along with that of the extra ammo, noticeable as it pulled against the straps of the bag on her shoulders. The closer she came to the turnstile, the clammier her hands became, her nerves taut and her fear of discovery growing. She double-checked the GMRC border pass, which also acted as a travel order, and which she'd had stamped upon entry to the station. The pass allowed her to circumvent usual security checks, fast-tracking her through the otherwise tiresome boarding procedure. It had also enabled her to bring the gun with her, a risk she had to take considering her circumstances. She just prayed a spot bag check wasn't instigated when she passed through. Her new name, Eliza Sterling, had been scrawled across the top of the border pass in what she hoped was an adequate disguise of her normal handwriting. Not that she should need to hide this aspect of her real identity, but with her producer's untimely death and the warning from the hacker that the GMRC might try to kill her off, her paranoia was sky-high. As she stepped forward, the queue growing shorter, she felt a hand brush against her bottom. Turning round, she saw the man standing directly behind her, looking off to one side. Frowning at him, she turned back, only to once more feel a hand on her behind, this time lingering longer and accompanied by a slight squeeze. Jessica whirled round. "What do you think you're playing at?" The man, dressed in a suit and in his mid-40s, looked at her, innocent-eyed. She pointed at him. "Touch me again, and I'll report you for sexual assault." "I didn't touch you," he protested. She took a step closer and stared up at him with baleful eyes. "Don't take me for some naive little girl." Unfortunately, her confrontational approach didn't have the desired effect, and the man, instead of backing off, had the audacity to reach out again, sliding his hand up the outside of her exposed thigh. Jessica smacked it away, but it was too late, as the quarrel had attracted the attention of a soldier. "What seems to be the problem here?" the armed guard asked. Jessica cursed inwardly and prayed no one would recognize her. "This man is harassing me," she said loudly, making people look round in their direction. "Touching me inappropriately." "I didn't touch her," the groper repeated. "We can soon find out." The soldier indicated the CCTV dome which protruded from the high ceiling above. "Do you want to take this further, miss?" As much as she would have liked to, she didn't have the time or the inclination to bring more eyes upon them, especially considering her predicament. "No," she said, her tone reluctant. "I have a train to catch." The guard nodded and sauntered off, leaving her in the queue with the man who now smiled at her with sickening smugness. "Just because I didn't report you doesn't mean I want you to keep touching me," she told him in no uncertain terms, keeping her distance from his wandering hands. The man winked at her and then ran his eyes over her body, mentally undressing her and making her feel distinctly uncomfortable in the process. Thankfully, she was able to ignore him, as it was her turn to have her ticket punched and passport papers checked. The Eurostar employee, apparently satisfied everything was in order, handed the documents back to her, and she carried on through the gate and onto the platform. Boarding at the centre of the train, Jessica found her seat and removed her footwear with a great sigh of relief. An hour later, the train sped through the dark Kent countryside on its way towards the Channel Tunnel and France beyond. The carriage had near half its seats occupied, and Jessica's paranoia had increased even further since she'd boarded. A few seats along from her own, in an empty section, a woman sat facing her. Jessica felt she had seen her before, but couldn't place her, which made her uneasy. Able to adjust the lenses on her glasses to make them darker and lighter at will, Jessica altered them to their darkest setting, enabling her to keep an eye on the woman without fear of discovery. Every so often the passenger flicked her gaze at Jessica, far too frequently to be mere curiosity. Jessica put her shoes back on, sat back down, and then pretended to fall asleep, letting her head loll to one side, but all the time keeping the woman in sight. The train was now underneath the English Channel, and some of the lights around her flickered and went out, sending areas of the compartment into dark shadows, and yet leaving her own seat in bright light. Jessica, straining to see what the woman was doing, glimpsed movement in the half-light. Unable to see directly, Jessica switched her gaze to the reflection in the glass, which produced a better angle. The woman, leaning down, fiddled with something in her hands. As she sat up, Jessica realized with horror the woman now held a gun, a silencer screwed to its barrel. Instantly alert, Jessica grabbed her bag and rolled smoothly from her seat to hurry down the aisle and into the next coach. Reaching the end of the carriage, she turned to see the woman had followed her. Sliding past a sleeping passenger, Jessica cowered down beside them to tear at her bag, desperately hunting for her own weapon, without success. The woman, much taller than Jessica, strolled past. She didn't have a gun at all, but a hairbrush, and she disappeared into one of the lavatories further along towards the locomotive. Heaving a sigh of relief, Jessica was about to apologize to the person who she'd squeezed in next to, but the words caught in her throat. She looked into the face of the man she'd had the altercation with in the queue. He grinned at her and twisted in his seat, eager hands reaching out to touch her. Crap! Feeling like a fly trapped in a spider's web, Jessica jabbed out her right palm, impacting the man's nose with a sickening crunch. As he let out a yelp of pain, Jessica made her escape. She almost felt sorry for him. Almost. He must have thought it was his lucky day, except that Jessica had always enjoyed going to courses over the years, bettering herself, and she had excelled at self-defense classes. Making use of her small stature had always appealed to her, and it was nice to be able to put it into action in real life. Sliding back into her seat, she indulged in a small smile. Oh, that felt good, she thought, her composure regained and a semblance of self reinstated. Outside the window, she saw they had exited the tunnel and were now in France, the lights of distant buildings apparent in the darkness. She smoothed down her short skirt, trying without success to close the gap between it and her long socks in an attempt to hide the flesh on display. Part of her regretted opting for the sexy schoolgirl look, although it had done its job, as, even when she had solicited the attention at the station, no one had twigged it was her, and she hadn't even tried to alter her voice. Now that she was out of the country, however, she would make a point of putting on some jeans, not only to heighten her dignity, but to increase her warmth, as, according to weather reports, Berlin was in the midst of a snowstorm. Wonderful, she thought, dreading the prospect while the train continued on. 5 hours later, and Jessica, now feeling snug in her trousers, having changed an hour earlier, left the high-speed train behind and walked into the confines of Berlin Hauptbahnhof, the German capital city's main railway station. Once more, Jessica passed through passport control without incident, and she headed outside into the cold night air, her breath easy to see as she looked around to gain her bearings. The snow had stopped falling, but the roads were clogged with drifts, and ploughs were out in force clearing the streets. Unlike the armed forces back in London, the German military kept their heavy machinery in plain sight. 2 large grey tanks dominated the area outside the station, and a gun emplacement had been positioned on the other side of the road. Jessica skirted past a huddle of soldiers and on towards a taxi rank. She stopped next to the first car, and the driver wound down his window. "Kannst du mich an diese Adresse nehmen, bitte?" Jessica asked the nearest cab driver, handing him the address the hacker had printed out for her. The man looked at it and nodded. "Ja, das ist kein Problem." Jessica entered the back, settling in for the ride. "Wie lange wird es dauern?" she asked him, wondering how long it would take to get to the library. "Bei diesem Wetter, 2 Stunden," he replied. 2 hours in the snow. Not as bad as it could have been, she reflected, staring again at the printout. Philological Library, Freie Universität Berlin, Haberschwerte, Allee 45, 14195, Berlin, Deutschland, 314. The 5 numbers were clearly the postcode, but on the scrap of paper that Martin had shown her, she thought they looked like some kind of cipher requiring decryption. The only numbers left were 314, which could have been a time, but if it was, she had missed the meat by quite a margin. No, she decided, the hacker would have known I wouldn't have been able to make it, so it must pertain to something else. But what? Unable to think of another meaning for it, she abandoned her ponderings to soak up the snow-draped, floodlit sights of Berlin as the taxi crept along the icy roads. The time soon drifted by, the driver bringing them to a careful stop outside the Freie Universität Berlin. Having left her computer phone at home for fear of it being tracked, she had to pay with cold hard cash, which she had procured back in a bureau de change in London. Stepping out of the cosy taxi and into the freezing street, Jessica pulled the zip on her coat up to its highest point to keep the sub-zero temperatures at bay. Now, glad of her thick-soled shoes, Jessica crunched through some virgin snow and onto a path treated with brown grit, which had helped melt the tiny ice crystals into a thick slush. Slip-sliding her way along, she found firmer footing when she entered a municipal building. A sign to the library guided her along a wide, carpeted corridor, and then back outside into the cold once more. In front of her stood the Philological Library of the University, its black-and-white checkerboard dome exterior framed by the dark skies behind it. Hurrying along, she was soon inside and knocking off excess snow from her shoes on a thick, fuzzy brown doormat. Not having been to the library before, Jessica was surprised to see the interior layout. A third of the space in the dome was empty, while in front of her 2 3-story, open-tiered floors dominated the rest, almost resembling a giant staircase. It was beautifully designed. Each level had a thick white surround supported by white cylindrical pillars. The stepped floors were also exposed to the dome's interior, and consequently, if you were so inclined, you could quite easily climb unimpeded onto a desk and drop down 20 foot to the wider tier below. Moving forwards, Jessica passed over a large university emblem woven into the carpet itself and made her way into the right of the 2 mirror-image structures. As she expected, the library was deathly quiet apart from the odd, low mutterings and occasional rustle of paper emanating from its patrons. Up on the first floor, a few students lined the continuous desk which ran around the outside of the level. Old-fashioned computer terminals interspersed the workplace, while the interior of the floor was lined with what one usually found in a library: books. Feeling like she blended in well with her bug-eyed animal rucksack, horn-rimmed glasses, bright red hair, and copious amounts of makeup, Jessica sauntered across the staircase and up onto the next tier. All the time she kept her eyes peeled for the meaning of the 3 digits, 314. But it soon became apparent that they didn't fit in with the library's classification system, or the desk numbers either. Her frustration mounting at her lack of progress, she finished her round trip of the 3rd and final floor, and then traipsed over to the staircase joining the 2 tiers and on down into the second structure. Unable to see anything on this side either, Jessica slumped down into a vacant chair and stared out in defeat at the inside of the dome. The desk at which she sat had a computer, so, flicking on the screen, she entered the term 314 within the library's in-house system and hit the search button. Ergebnisse 0 displayed on screen. Results 0. Wonderful, she thought. I've come all this way literally for nothing. Just as she considered her next options and a depressing trip back home, she noticed a small section of underlined text at the top right of the screen, which read, System Informationen. Moving the cursor up to the link using the quaint touchpad interface, she clicked on it. A small drop-down box on the screen appeared detailing the computer's software, processor, and hardware specifications. The thing that caught Jessica's attention, however, was the single line at the bottom. Terminal Nummer. Next to this were the digits 219. Second floor, Terminal 19. Jumping to her feet and garnering curious stares from some of the students, Jessica trotted back upstairs and went from computer to computer until she had located Terminal 315. The next station along had to be 314, but there was a problem. It was occupied. Entschuldigung, Jessica apologized to the slim young man sitting at the desk. Kann ich diesen Computer benutzen? She asked him. Use another one, he said in German, without looking up. There are plenty free. I have to use that one. Tough, he said, continuing his work. Not in the mood to take insolence from some obnoxious man-child, Jessica leaned over his shoulder and switched off the system's power supply, sending the screen blank. Oi, what do you think you're doing? He said, finally looking round at her. Jessica put one foot on the front edge of his swivel chair between his legs and leaned down to look him in the eye. I'm taking this computer, she said with a smile, and then bracing her right hand on the desk, shoved out with her leg, propelling the surprised student 2 desks along. Picking up his books and satchel, she strode over to him and dumped them down on his new desk. Danke, she gave him a condescending pat on the head. The young man stared at her open-mouthed as she returned to the terminal she had just claimed, dragging another chair behind her to sit on. Feeling a little too pleased with her acquisition, she turned the terminal back on and waited for it to boot back up. Now that she was on it, she realized there was little difference between it and any of the other computers lining the surrounding desks. Sitting there, she stared at it, unsure of what she should do to attract the attention of the hacker, if indeed this is where she needed to be. She typed her own name in the system and hit search. Nothing. She tried Martin's name. Again, nothing happened. After entering combinations of her name, profession, and Martin's particulars, she gave up, letting out a loud noise of discontent which earned her a shushing from a librarian who had appeared to put some books back on one of the shelves behind Jessica's desk. It was at this instant that her luck changed. The computer beeped. A small chat window appeared at the bottom of the screen, and text crept across it. Miss Klein, it's nice to finally meet you. Jessica typed in response, I wouldn't call this meeting. Where are you? Close by. I'm sorry about your friend, Martin. He was a good man. Yes, he was the best. We must make sure he didn't die for nothing. We must meet, and you need to give me the answers you promised. Answers? There are only more questions, but I will do my best. I have noticed disturbing trends in the data I work with. Trends I have been following for some years. A mutual friend put Martin in touch with me so that I could attempt to get my findings into the public domain. Why didn't you use someone in Germany? Too risky. The German government is stricter than most when it comes to censorship. I had to go outside of the country. I had hoped the BBC would have been strong enough to withstand outside influence. I was wrong."
"You were. Did you see my broadcast?"
"I did not. There were rumors about it on DeepNet, but actual recordings were quickly hunted out by GMRC hounds and deleted or corrupted."
"What is DeepNet?" She waited for the response on screen.
DeepNet is what people call the hidden web. It has a number of other names: deep web, undernet, invisible web, dark net. It is the name given to digital content and traffic that is hidden from mainstream indexers and regular commercial web constructs. Over the years, it has evolved into a whole plethora of forms, consisting of many layers, each harder to infiltrate than the one above.
But the GMRC are able to control DeepNet.
They like to think they can, and to an extent they can delve very deep indeed. Anything that enters from the surface web is trackable for a time, and with the vast resources the GMRC has at its disposal, it can send in armies of operators and intelligent spyware, what we hackers call hounds, to comb the digital verse. Only the very gifted can evade their reach.
"And you are one of these?"
"No, I only operate in the upper levels of DeepNet. I skim the data and messages left by those who dare to resist the GMRC and global governments. And yet, if you know how, and I do, this is enough to find out information otherwise completely hidden from the general populace. The system we are on now is totally independent of the web. Nevertheless, it is still patrolled by subversive GMRC spyware programs, 3 in fact. Fortunately, I have been able to trick them into leaving me alone."
"So what are these trends you have noticed?" Jessica typed, unhappy that this hacker seemed to be backing out of their promise to enlighten her with the truth of why journalists were being targeted and murdered.
"Movement of resources. Not just your run-of-the-mill government logistics, but relocation on an industrial scale of epic proportions. Foodstuffs, water reserves, oil, gas, you name it. It is being taken from stockpiles allocated for the general populace. The same stockpiles that are needed to see out the after effects from the impact of the asteroid AG5.
"Taken where?"
"I don't know. That is the problem. It simply disappears from the records that have been very carefully monitored and suppressed. The only reason I noticed it is that I plugged masses of data into a sophisticated program that hunts out different types of numerical patterns. If I'd looked on a local or even a national scale, I wouldn't have seen anything out of the ordinary. But I was looking on a global scale, and the patterns are there, and they are as stark as the daytime sky is dark. There is no mistake. The world's resources are being siphoned off at an exponential rate. Within 6 months, half of the stockpiles will be empty. Within the next 2 years, if the speed of the removal continues, they will be completely barren."
"What does that mean?"
"It means, before the world starves to death, it will die of dehydration first."
"Dear God," Jessica murmured out loud. "But why would the GMRC do such a thing?" she typed, hitting the enter key with trepidation.
"I'm not sure. That is what terrifies me the most. That and the fact that at least some of the largest governments are in on it. They have to be. Wait!"
Jessica looked at the last word, her tension increasing. For over a minute no further message appeared, and she looked around, feeling more than a little disconcerted by this lapse in the conversation. "What's wrong?" she asked the hacker. No reply was forthcoming for another minute, and then the screen came to life once more.
"I was afraid this might happen, Miss Klein. You must trust me now. You will find a small transmitter taped to the underside of the desk. Pull it off and place it on your ear." Jessica felt underneath the table and found a small object held to the surface with a piece of tape. Peeling it away, she withdrew a small earpiece which she eyed warily before brushing it off and placing it in her right ear. "Miss Klein," said a man's voice in perfect English but with a heavy German accent, "my name is Eric. The system we were just conversing on has been compromised. You will need to leave right away. The GMRC will have dispatched a team." Her voice wavered. "A team?" "A team of operatives. You must leave now. Hurry." Jessica sprang up and ran to the staircase. Clattering down the steps, she shouldered her bag, its large googly eyes swaying on her back. "I thought the system was secure," she said as she rushed out the front of the library. "Take a left through the university complex," Eric told her. "The earpiece has a tracker, so I can guide your movements." Jessica veered to one side, following his instructions. "Apparently there was a fourth GMRC program embedded within one of the components," he continued. "Like a sleeper agent, it activated once a set number of keywords were strung together. Very clever. It was held within a component I assumed was redundant, but the GMRC must have introduced it to the manufacturer at least 15 years ago when these computers were manufactured. They have great foresight." Jessica jogged down a long corridor, her breathing stretched. "You sound like you respect them." "Of course. A healthy admiration for an adversary avoids complacency and aids in identifying their weaknesses and strengths." "Where now?" she asked, finding herself emerging from the far wing of the main building and out into the night. "Cross the road ahead of you, and then head diagonally right across the park." Jessica angled in the direction he wanted. "It would be a good idea to run faster," he said. Not for the first time, Jessica cursed her shoes as she turned a trot into an awkward running lope through the thick snow that blanketed the pitch-black park. A deep, pulsating hum approached from the air off to her right. "I think I can hear a helicopter." "That will be the GMRC response team. Don't worry, you're almost there." "Almost where?" she said, the blackness still all-encompassing in front of her. As she uttered the words, light blazed out ahead, highlighting the edge of the snow-covered park she had just traversed. A door slid open in the side of a beaten-up old van, and Jessica saw that a young man stood inside it, holding out a hand for her to take. Grabbing it, she was hauled inside before the door closed behind her with a swish and a bang which vibrated through the floor pan. The youth, for he was barely an adult, jumped into the driver's seat. Starting the old petrol engine, he shifted the vehicle into gear and floored the accelerator, sending the rear wheels spinning in the snow. The tires gained traction, and they shot forwards, forcing Jessica to brace herself as they did so. After they reached a steady speed, Jessica squeezed through into the front passenger seat, falling down into it with a great exhalation of breath. The adolescent looked over at her, a broad grin on his young features. "Nice run," he said, his voice higher-pitched and less manly than the one she had been speaking to over the communication device. She frowned. "That was you I was just speaking to?" "Yes, I disguised my voice just in case. You can never be too careful when you're dealing with the GMRC." "You're just a kid." She felt foolish to have been led up the garden path by a person only just out of diapers. "I'm 19, he said, without any hint of taking offence at her comment. "We were lucky," he continued as he drove past the slow-moving traffic which had ventured out in the treacherous conditions. "Any longer, and they would have caught your heat trail. As it is, they will only find your physical passage, and we'll have been long gone by then. Dummkopfs!" He gave a whoop of joy. Jessica blinked in disbelief at his lack of fear at their situation. "You do realize we would have been in serious trouble had we been caught?" Seeing that she was less than impressed by his attitude, Eric became subdued in a belated attempt at mature gravitas. "Of course," he said, glancing over to her. "But I had it under control. I always have redundancies in place. I'm not called Das Gespenst for nothing, you know."
"The ghost. Who calls you that?"
"Well, I do," he admitted. "But if people knew who I was, they would know me as das Gespenst." He sat up higher in his chair at the mere mention of the handle he had bestowed upon himself. Seeing that he set great store by it, and deciding not to comment further, Jessica took in his appearance. He wore an old, worn-out leather biker jacket, black jeans, grubby white trainers that had seen better days, and a T-shirt with some obscure words and images adorning it. His short blonde hair, stuck up at odd angles, and an almost effeminate profile matched his less-than-masculine voice. "Dear God," she thought, "what am I doing here? This kid is young enough to be my son. How can he possibly help me against the might of the GMRC? So where are we heading, Eric?" He shot her another broad smile. "Hauptsitz." "Headquarters." She groaned inwardly, praying it wasn't located in his mother's basement. This definitely wasn't going as she'd hoped, although what she'd been expecting she wasn't quite sure. But not this, that was for certain. Not a thrill-seeking youth. "I like your hair," he said, trying to start a conversation as she sat looking out of the window, wondering what her next move should be. "You look very different from how you do on the television." "It's a disguise." "Ah," he tapped his nose and nodded. "It is a good one, Jessica. May I call you Jessica?" Jessica nodded, and an uncomfortable silence ensued, with Jessica lost in thought, until they eventually slowed and came to a stop outside an old warehouse complex. Eric hit a button on his dashboard, and a rickety metal shutter wound up from the ground and disappeared above. The van edged inside and came to a halt. Eric whacked on the handbrake, cut the engine, and hit the button once more on the dash. Exiting the vehicle, he led Jessica through a cold, empty garage as the external door sank back down behind them. A dim, flickering fluorescent light hung on a wall above an old door that was filled with dents and covered in flaking green paint to reveal a rotting, blackened wood surface beneath. The whole place smelled of damp timber and engine oil. So far, Eric's head office left a lot to be desired. Taking out a set of jangling keys, the young hacker opened the door and stepped through, with Jessica close behind. Inside, a small elevator took them up 3 stories to the top floor. As they emerged from the lift, Jessica was taken aback by the room in front of her. Having expected some filthy, damp pit, the spacious, clean, open-plan apartment that Eric moved into was a welcome relief. The subdued lighting highlighted a pristine white kitchen off to one side, which was complemented by a luxurious living-cum-dining area in the center. Over to the right of the high-ceilinged room, a ladder led up to a second level, which looked like a bedroom. Underneath, gathering little dust, was a bank of computers and screens, and a mass of cabling and wires which led off in all directions. Setting off the whole scene, a sweeping glass wall provided a spectacular view of the Berlin skyline. Jessica walked over to take in the vista and their surroundings outside. As she looked, Eric came to stand beside her. "It's a beautiful sight, isn't it?" he said. "It is very beautiful." The image of the brightly lit city, hunkering beneath its snowy blanket, looked picture-perfect in all respects. "The glass is covered in one-way film, so the outside looks like part of the metal facade," Eric told her, as if she had inquired about it. "This whole place was left to me by a friend. Well, dead relative, to be more precise. My uncle was in the car manufacturing business, made specialist parts for some of the top companies until he went bust. Luckily, before he died, he left all of this to me in his will. I say luckily, as he wasn't really my uncle. He and his wife used to look after me when I was little, and not having children of their own, they decided to leave everything to me." "You don't have any other family?" "No, I'm an orphan." "I'm sorry," she said, suddenly feeling for this young man. Eric looked out across the city for a moment without saying anything. "Don't be. I'm doing pretty well for an orphan, don't you think?" He waved a hand around his impressive home, lightening the mood. "You are. This is a lovely place. But aren't you worried about being discovered by the GMRC or German authorities?" "Why?" he said with genuine surprise. "I haven't done anything wrong, and I operate below the radar. I am das Gespenst. They don't even know I exist." "Until today," Jessica pointed out. Eric made a face to show his doubt about that observation. "They won't find any trace of me." "Not of you, but what about me? We both know the manpower the GMRC has behind it. It won't be long until they pin me down, or at least to someone matching my description, and I will lead them to you." "Then we will have to change your appearance again," he told her. "Not a problem. Look, relax. We are safe here. I guarantee it." And there it is, Jessica thought to herself. The folly of youth. Or is it arrogance? Either way, Eric didn't instill her with the confidence he obviously felt in abundance. She pointed to his grotto of high-tech equipment. "So this is how you hacked into my computer at my home?" Eric gave her an odd look, a look of incomprehension. "When you showed me the photo of Martin's body on screen and then told me to get out of the house," she said. He looked bewildered. "I don't know what you mean." Jessica, getting concerned now, struggled with her wallet and pulled out the sheet of paper with the library's address on it. She handed it to him. "You printed this out for me. That's why I'm here. You told me to come here 24 hours ago." "I'm sorry, Jessica. I did not contact you at your home. Yes, I did expect your arrival, but only from speaking to Martin. Whoever hacked your home computer, it was not me." Jessica's head spun at the implication. "Someone else knows I am here. Someone else knows about you, Martin, everything." "That's impossible. No one else knows." "Then who hacked my computer and printed out that? Who sent the image of Martin? Who told me I was a credible suicide risk and that I had to get out of the house?" Eric finally looked worried. "A credible suicide risk? This could be some kind of elaborate trap to draw you out or to implicate me further." Jessica put down her bag and hunted through it. At last she found what she was looking for and withdrew her gun. "Heilige Scheiße!" Eric swore at the sight of the pistol. Out of habit, Jessica checked to see if the gun was still loaded. It was. "We need to get out of here, fast," she said. Eric backed away, his eyes wide and transfixed on the weapon, before he switched them back to Jessica as though she were a live cobra ready to strike. An alarm sounded within Eric's computer room, and Jessica whirled in its direction, gun pointed, ready to shoot. "Sich beruhigen! Relax," Eric told her, before moving over to one of his computers to tap at some keys. Jessica joined him to see what was happening. "Verdammt! This isn't good." Eric's fingers danced with dizzying speed across his keyboard. "What's wrong?" "Someone has breached my system. This is not possible." He began yanking out power cords left, right, and center. As he did so, Jessica looked at his main monitor in shock. "Stop!" she shouted at him, and then hauled him away from his electrical demolition when he didn't respond. "Look!" she said, pointing. He turned round. On the screen, within a luminous green window, were 3 lines of white text, followed by a flashing cursor. It read, "Eric, forgive my intrusion. Jessica Klein, we need to talk. DMI." "Mutter hab Erbarmen," Eric said in awe. Jessica glanced at him, confused by his sudden reverence. "What is it?" "DMI," he said, as if that explained everything. "DMI?" "Da muss ich." "Because I must," she translated. "What does that mean?" It means we're speaking to the greatest hacker in the world, the greatest hacker of a generation. He is a legend, a true ghost, a god amongst men.
Jessica felt tense. What does he want with us?
With you, he said. I don't know. Shall we find out?
Chapter 10. Jessica looked at the flashing cursor as if it were an unexploded landmine, armed and incredibly dangerous. This was the person who had hacked her home computer, not young Eric, who stood with her now. "What else do you know about him?" Jessica asked, as at Eric's gentle insistence she sat down in front of his keyboard.
"He is one of the most wanted men on the planet," Eric said. "Most people outside of underground circles will not have heard of him, although he does go by many other names. The GMRC have been after him for a decade, with little success. He is the only man who has been able to repel the hounds. Well, that isn't totally true. There have been many who have been able to fight back at the GMRC operators and intelligent code clusters, but out of them all he is the only one left standing. Or so it is whispered on the deep net. Many say he is from South America or Japan, but I think da muss ich is German."
"What are his other names?" Jessica said, still reluctant to begin a conversation with such an intangible and nefarious individual.
"Deforcement Insidious, D-Force, Bic, because I can, Elusive D. There are many others. It depends which country you come from. The Japanese simply call him Oyakata, or Master."
Hang on. She recognized one of the names. "You don't mean BIC, the cyber-terrorist, do you?"
"That is what I said, Bic, because I can, although that is what he is called in America."
"Oh, my God. I think I have heard of him. A hacker called BIC stole millions of dollars from multiple banks about 8 years ago, but the U.S. government said they'd caught him. They exposed him, his photo, background, everything." Eric gave her a knowing smile.
"That is what they wanted everyone to believe. They couldn't let the public think there was someone running around stealing that much money and getting away with it. It would give other people ideas. He also devised a combined attack on the Chinese government 3 years later, stealing secret documents and codes. There are many other successful hacks he is credited with, plus the greatest infiltration ever, a hack into the GMRC archives themselves. That particular incident resulted in a massive virtual flooding of the system 4 years ago. Whatever he found must have been big, as the kickback was unprecedented. DeepNet hasn't been the same since, and proactive hackers are a dying breed."
"How do you know so much?" she asked. "You're so young."
"I started getting into hacking when I was 12, and haven't looked back since. It's my life. I'm not the greatest. I just dip into DeepNet and back out again. I did do some local hacking and even some national stuff when I was younger, but as I said, DeepNet and the surface web is different now, more dangerous for people like me to operate."
Jessica, still staring at the monitor, digested what Eric had just told her. An international terrorist. That's who she was relying on to help her, to give her the truth she was now closer to than ever before. Eric's disturbing news on the world's resources could well be what the GMRC was trying to hide, but it still begged the question, why? Why were they transferring critical food and water supplies away from the populace? And just as importantly, where was it going to?
"Are you going to answer him?" Eric said. "He's still waiting."
Jessica rested her fingers on the keys and began to type. "Who are you? Eric says you are da muss ich, but I think you're an international terrorist, a wanted criminal." Jessica hit enter and waited for a response. "You are both correct."
"Then why should I trust you?"
"The reasons are many. Your options are few."
"Of course we can trust him," Eric said, reading over her shoulder, his excitement plain to hear. "Ask him what he wants to talk about." "Why do you want to talk to me?" "That's not what I meant," Eric said, sounding exasperated. "Look, neither of us really knows who we're speaking to," she told him. "He could be the GMRC for all we know. Let's just be careful, okay?" Eric muttered something in German that she didn't quite catch. "You are well known, Jessica Klein. You have a following. People listen to you when you talk. You are the conduit to the people." "Why do you need a conduit, and why me? There are plenty of other newsreaders out there." "I saw your broadcast, Jessica Klein. You have power, a presence, motivation, and are known the world over. You are the perfect one, the only one to bring truth to the people." "What truth?" "I cannot tell you the truth. You need to see it, document and record it." "And then what happens when I have seen this truth?" "I will release the playground." "What the hell is the playground?" she said in frustration. "This cryptic cloak-and-dagger charade is getting old fast." "The playground is supposedly a part of deep net that is free from all other digital influences," Eric explained. "It operates like a single bubble in a sea of liquid. Nothing can get in and nothing can get out. This bubble, however, can disintegrate and reappear anywhere at any time, which is why it is impossible to track, hack, or intercept. Whoever controls the playground is able to produce massive amounts of pristine code unaffected by hidden programs or operators." "Supposedly?" Jessica felt way out of her depth. "I thought it was just a myth." "Obviously not." Eric nodded and looked as though he was in shock. "So what happens if it was released, this playground?" she asked. "Its effects, if it was released into deep net and beyond into the surface web, would depend upon what it contained inside. That's its main weapon. No one knows what would happen. It would be a law unto itself." She typed another message. "You mean to expose the GMRC and whatever it is they are hiding from us?" "Yes." "And you will use whatever I record and witness to be part of the exposure, to give credence to your message?" "Yes." She hesitated. "Where do you want me to go?" "Stuttgart, to meet a GMRC insider." "And he will take me to see for myself what the GMRC is hiding from us?" "Yes, he works on a classified program." "Will this be dangerous?" "Yes." "I have a family to think about. What makes you think I will do as you ask?" "You know as well as I that your family and the rest of the world's population will be starved to death within 2 years. Eric's observations are correct. The world's resources are secretly being eroded. To ensure your family's survival, you must do anything I ask. Besides, either way, you will both be leaving soon anyway." "Why would we be doing that?" "The GMRC are coming." "What? How? When?" "I have access to local GMRC transmissions. They have scoured the library. They know who you are. They know someone is helping you. They are interrogating the programs within the library system. It will only be a matter of time before they query the German government's big data servers. They will track you down within the hour. Tell Eric to plug his printer back in. I have some instructions for you both. It is time to move." Eric didn't need telling twice. He was already reattaching various plugs to their respective sockets. The printer hummed to life and spewed forth a sheet of paper. Eric snatched it up. "What does it say?" Jessica said. "Instructions to get to a safe house and information on how to keep in constant communication with him during our journey." "What about this place?" She indicated his plush home. He shrugged his shoulders. "Easy come, easy go. This is way more important than a nice house. We could be changing the world, saving lives. This is bigger than big. It's as big as it gets." Eric handed the paper to her and then rushed off to start gathering supplies together. Jessica read the sheet and then typed one more line into the computer and hit enter. "I'm trusting you, Bick. Do not let me down." "The truth shall set you free, Jessica Klein." A few seconds after the last message displayed, the screen went blank and shut down. One thing was for sure. She had more reasons to trust Bick than the GMRC or the authorities. Jessica knew the risks involved, but this is what she did. This is what she was born to do. If she couldn't accept this challenge as a reporter, then she might as well give up now. Whatever it was the GMRC were hiding, it was big, massive. If what Eric had told her about the resources was true, and she believed it was, then her family was as good as dead if she didn't do something about it. In fact, the whole world's population was as good as dead if she didn't do anything about it. She had to find out what was going on and help this DMI Bick, or whatever his name was, to expose the truth, whatever it might be. If Bick wanted to play games, then she would just have to follow the rules until she had what she really needed, the information to protect her family. After that, she would concentrate on exposing the GMRC itself, with or without Bick's help, perhaps changing the game in her favor in the process. In less than 30 minutes, Eric had disassembled all the equipment he deemed too valuable to leave behind and loaded up his van with that and other cardboard boxes full of clothing, food, and drink. Following the instructions Bick had provided, Eric connected up some odd-looking pieces of electrical equipment and positioned a small touch screen in the middle of the van's dashboard. He tapped a few keys on his computer. The screen glowed into life, and Bick was once more in direct contact with them. "Time to go, Eric," the screen read. Eric started the engine, activated the garage door, and drove out into the freezing night. Jessica slept for the first few hours of the journey as they travelled southwest down the E51, a route within the European International Road Network. She woke to the sound of Eric singing along to a German pop song. Frowning at the noise, she stretched out her back, which had cramped up during her sleep. "Where are we?" she asked, her voice groggy. "Approaching Nuremberg." Eric looked over to her. "Have a nice sleep?" "Has our mysterious friend been back in touch?" she said, ignoring his question. "On and off. I've opened up a voice command, our end, so we can just speak and he will hear what we say. Just press this button," he pointed to one side of the touch screen, "when you want him to hear us." "What did he have to say for himself? Anything interesting?" "Some, yes." "And?" Jessica said when Eric failed to elaborate. "Oh, yes, sorry. Well, he says he has been following both our movements and helping to hide our tracks from prying eyes. He's been aware of my activities within DeepNet for a couple of years. Fancy that! Da muss ich taking an interest in das Gespenst." Jessica could see Eric was ecstatic that his hero had been keeping tabs on him. She, however, felt more than a little violated that someone had been monitoring her every move, regardless of their intentions. It creeped her out and stripped away the facade of privacy even further, on top of that already stolen from her by the GMRC itself. After a few more miles, they pulled into a lay-by and Jessica took over the driving, enabling Eric to catch up on some sleep. The information that she had been tracked was playing on Jessica's mind. Now that the GMRC knew she was in Germany, she'd decided her appearance needed to be altered, although there was little she could do at that point in time. She settled for wearing a baseball cap loaned to her by Eric, which covered up her red hair. It was an hour into her stint that Bick decided to get back in touch via the screen. a small bleep announcing the arrival of a message. "Our secret is out. The van has been identified. Increase your speed and take the next exit. GMRC aerial drones are en route." Jessica swore and stepped on the gas. The racket from the van's old engine increased in volume as it strained to obey the mechanical command of its driver. Jessica watched the speed on the main dial edge upwards towards 150 kilometers per hour. The van, now in the fast lane, flew past slower traffic on the inside. A blue road sign, alerting her to the next exit, appeared out of the darkness ahead, lit up by the van's headlights. Jessica aimed the vehicle down the off-ramp, hitting the brakes hard to slow down their rapid transition onto a tight bend. The van's suspension rolled to one side, the tires screeching on the road surface as they flew round and onto a smaller single-lane back road. Jessica slowed the pace, checking her mirrors for any sign of pursuit. They might have drones in the air, but the feeling of being chased was a powerful one, and her senses were all on edge. "Keep your speed up and pull off into the town of Arlen. Follow the map I am about to put on this screen." Jessica increased her speed again, overtaking a couple of slower vehicles in the process, but wary of the smaller road, which appeared to have less salt on it to keep the snow and ice at bay. Following the coloured map on the screen, she soon found herself pulling into a small field. The van bumped and bounced across the uneven surface, which roused Eric from his deep sleep.
"What's going on? Why have we left the main road?"
he asked in concern. "We're being followed. They're looking for the van. Bick guided us here. We're on the outskirts of a town called Arlen."
"What does he want us to do, hide?"
"No," she pointed to the screen, which had changed back to text. "He wants us to do that. Take what you can carry from the van, and then run it into the lake in front of you. Hurry, the drones are in the area and are scanning for you." Eric spoke into the screen.
"What about all my things? There's too much to carry."
"There is no time to argue, Eric. Just do as I say, or you will get caught." Jessica stopped the van near the edge of the body of water, which looked to have a thin covering of ice over it, and clambered into the back to join Eric, who was throwing things around in a blind panic.
"Calm down," Jessica said. "Think. Just take the bare essentials."
It wasn't long until the two stood outside on the hard snow, their breath sending dissipating puffs of hot air twisting into the starless night sky. Each carried a cardboard box crammed with Eric's most cherished computer equipment, a few items of clothing, and some packs of food. Jessica put her box down, got back into the van, turned the engine on, and backed it up 20 feet. Leaving the handbrake on, she put it into first gear, and then wedged down the accelerator with one of Eric's discarded box of tricks. Opening the driver's door, Jessica dropped the handbrake and jumped clear. The van gained some speed and then crunched down into the ice at the edge of the lake, its momentum sending it further in as water rushed in around it. Eric looked downcast as the top of the vehicle disappeared from view, consumed by the black depths of the lake to which it had just been sacrificed. Jessica glanced down at the screen perched in the top of the open box she now cradled in her arms.
"Come on," she told him. "Bick says to follow this map."
The two fugitives trudged out of the field and onto the road. 5 minutes on, and they'd reached a residential housing estate, Bick's messages guiding them to an empty house wired into a high-tech security system. Regrettably for the absent owners, the system hadn't accounted for coming into contact with a world-class hacker, and Bick had soon disabled it, providing them with entry through the back door. Taking the opportunity to create new disguises to aid with any future evasion of the GMRC and police, the two searched the bedrooms for clothing. The women's clothing Jessica found in one of the wardrobes was way too large for her small frame, but Eric had found the house was also home to 2 teenage boys, perfect for him and adequate for her. Gathering up some sports jackets, trousers, trainers, and sweatshirts, the two went into separate rooms to change. Jessica, alone in a stranger's house and putting on boy's attire while on the run from the GMRC, felt a strange kind of detachment from reality as she struggled into a tight T-shirt. Managing to wrestle it over her head, she saw that Eric stood in the doorway watching her. She let out a small scream. "Get out!" she shouted, acutely aware she was only in her knickers below the waist. Eric ducked back out of the room. "Sorry," he said, from the other side of the door. Jessica emerged a few minutes later and gave him a stern look. "You should knock if a lady is changing." Eric blushed and nodded in mute recognition of his inadequate etiquette. Now, ready to move again, they worked their way through into the attached double garage, which contained a brand-new electric sports car. Eric whistled in appreciation. "Schön. I get to drive it first." Eric took the lead this time and used one of his gizmos to unlock the doors and start up the electric motor. Stowing their dwindling gear into the tiny boot, Jessica opened the large up-and-over door and then returned to sit in the passenger seat next to an eager Eric. "Be careful," she said. "It's still icy out there." Eric heeded her warning, and they only picked up speed once they'd returned to the Autobahn. As they kept to the limit to avoid drawing attention, a high-pitched whistling noise passed overhead. Peering out of the windscreen, they caught sight of a small, fast-moving object in the sky above. Jessica's eyes narrowed. GMRC drone. "Except they're looking for an old, beat-up van, not a state-of-the-art sports car," Eric said, a mischievous grin spreading across his boyish face. He was right to be pleased, too, as they arrived at Stuttgart without further incident. Again, following Bick's directions, the two found themselves driving the car into what looked like an old monastery, the cobbles beneath making it feel like the car was being shaken to pieces as it travelled over the uneven surface. From out of a small building within a courtyard, a man, dressed in plain brown ecclesiastical garb, directed them into a small carport. Exiting the stolen vehicle, the doors shutting with two soft thuds, the companions retrieved their possessions and followed the man into a nearby building without a word being exchanged between them. Eric entered first, with Jessica close behind. Shutting the door, she turned around to see Eric standing with his hands in the air. "Handy hoch," the man said. He held a large double-barreled shotgun, and it was pointed at her chest. Jessica put down her box and rucksack and raised her hands in the air. The man motioned at the floor with his gun. "Hinlegen! Legen Sie Ihre Hände hinter dem Rücken!" Eric and Jessica did as they were bid, lying face down on the floor and putting their hands behind their backs. As she lay on the cold, hard stone, her face going numb, Jessica remembered her experience back in New York and felt an unpleasant sense of déjà vu. The man who dressed like a monk but acted like a soldier grabbed her wrists. A plastic cable tie was pulled tight around them, the sound of its small ratchet teeth loud to her ears as it bit deep into her flesh. "I don't know who you two are," the man said in English, his accent Middle Eastern, "but you have made a big mistake coming here." Jessica closed her eyes and sighed. They had been betrayed. Chapter 11. Sarah awoke with a start, another nightmare lingering on the edges of memory, the same images of maps, fire and smoke haunting her dreams, like a vengeful spirit reluctant to depart. She could almost taste the ash in her mouth and feel the heat on her skin, so vivid and powerful were the departing visions. She put her hands to her face as her emotions sought to release tears she was determined not to let fall. Sweat had beaded on her brow, and the rest of her skin felt cold and clammy. Curling into a ball, she attempted to preserve some body heat and opened her eyes to take in her stark surroundings. The familiar cramped cell was an unwelcome sight, so she pulled her small blanket up over her head to block it from view. This was the 5th day of her 2nd stint in the military prison. Mercifully, so far at least, she hadn't had to endure the company of Sergeant Major Collins, although, she mused, the way my luck is going, give it time. Why did I venture into that restricted area so soon after my reunion with Trish and Jason? She asked herself. I'd barely had time to speak to them, and now I could be locked up for God knows how long. She inwardly cursed her own stupidity. But another part of her mind, a quieter, more sensible part, advised her that hindsight was a wonderful thing. Given the high level of security clearance required to enter the Sanctuary Exploration Division, level 7, according to the man who had blown her cover, her stay could well be a long one. Military justice was not often associated with a fair trial. In fact, I'll be lucky to get a trial at all, she decided. Strangely, her guard seemed almost happy to see her return to the prison. She assumed he must get lonely down there and be only too pleased to have someone to feed and water on a regular basis. It made the atmosphere of confinement marginally better than her previous experience, but when he'd given her a small rubber ball to while away her time, she'd felt like a caged pet that had just been gifted with a new toy. While being a kind gesture, it was still humiliating, and she'd refused to play with it as a matter of principle and pride. Hours came and went, and Sarah shifted round the cell in varying positions as her boredom mounted. When she found herself lying upside down on the bed with her head hanging towards the floor, she could resist it no longer. The small orange ball, which she had been trying to ignore, all but shouted, "Play with me, Sarah," from its position in the corner of the room. Jumping up, she grabbed it and squeezed it in the palm of her hand. The sensation felt oddly comforting. She bounced it a few times on the floor, each impact echoing around the enclosed space. Positioning herself on the bed, she bounced the ball from floor to wall and back over to the bed, where she caught it deftly. Repeating the process, she zoned out, enjoying the basic pastime with a mindless enthusiasm. The fact that the activity resembled an old movie she'd once seen was not lost on her, the rhythm of the ball hitting the hard surfaces becoming almost hypnotic in its regularity. Sarah was unsure how much time had passed when the sound of her cell door being unlocked roused her from her game. She was almost annoyed at the intrusion, as she'd been varying the ball's speed and trajectory, making it harder and harder to catch. It was actually quite entertaining. The guard pulled back the heavy sliding door. "I see you like the ball." Sarah shrugged and made an odd noise of indifference. She didn't want to show her appreciation too soon. Perhaps he would try harder and bring her something even better next time. As he led her down the all-too-familiar corridor, a feeling of dread descended upon her. "You're not taking me to see Collins, are you?" "No, the sergeant major has been suspended from duty since... well, you know why." "Thank God for that," she thought to herself, sitting down in the interrogation room. "Someone will be with you shortly," the guard told her, and then left her alone once more. From the sound of it, he wasn't even sticking around to prevent her from escaping. His footfalls receded down the corridor until they were out of earshot. Once more the time dragged inexorably by, and Sarah fiddled with her fingers. As more time passed, the clock on the wall ticking away the seconds, she found herself chewing at her fingernails. Biting one off, she leant to her left and spat it onto the floor. As she looked back, Sarah near jumped out of her skin as someone sat down in front of her. "Jesus!" she said in shock. "Creep much, why don't you?" The man looked amused. "Lost your nail clippers, have you?" "You!" she said, her eyes narrowing in recognition. The man smiled. "Yes, me." "What happened to the 3 minutes head start you promised me?" she said, as various emotions vied for control within her. "I don't remember promising anything. I offered you 3 minutes, And then you shot off like a cheetah with its tail on fire, and I had to reevaluate my position. I'm Riley Orton, by the way." He held out a hand. Sarah looked at the proffered digits with disdain, refusing to take them. Riley didn't take offense, and instead pointed to her face. "How's the bruise?" Sarah's hand went to the right side of her face before she snatched it back down, her expression fierce. "What do you care?" "It looks painful. Butt of a gun, I heard." Sarah looked at the floor, not caring to speak any further to the man who'd been pivotal to her current incarceration. "Look," he said as he put a hand out towards her to try and regain her attention. "I didn't know you had form. I thought you would just get a rap on the knuckles. No harm, no foul. How was I to know you'd already been in here for months? Everyone who lives and works in Sanctuary is selected on merit. No one is ever down here unless they're allowed to be down here, which, by the way, is very impressive, you gaining access to a top-secret facility over 2 miles underground. You'll have to tell me the story sometime." Sarah glared at him. "Or not," he said quickly. "Anyway, when I heard of your indefinite term in the prison, I thought I'd better act, seeing as I was the one who landed you here." He paused, waiting for a reaction, but Sarah still sat stony-faced, refusing to interact with him. Whatever he wanted, she wasn't going to make it easy. "I used to work in the military," he told her as if she cared. "So I called in some markers, and I've got you released." Sarah's distrust switched to disbelieving hope as she looked at Riley in a new light. "So you'll be free to go as soon as the paperwork is completed," he said. "What's the catch?" She feared some kind of but coming on. "No catch." "Well, that's not strictly true. I will need you to commit to something for me." Sarah heaved a sigh. She knew it was too good to last. "Something?" "Yes. I want you to come and work at the SED." "What? You want me, a Level 1 interloper, to work at Sanctuary's Exploration Division? Why and how?" Riley smiled at her. "The how is easy. I lead one of the elite deep reach teams for the SED, so I operate with a certain amount of autonomy, and I also wield some clout with SED command. As to the why, I want you on my team. It's as simple as that." Her mistrust returned. "Nothing is that simple." "Well, no, you're right," he conceded. "There are many reasons why I and the SED want you working for us. First, you've already seen our hub of operations, which we would like to keep out of the public sphere. If you worked for us, we wouldn't have to worry about exposure. Most of our work is highly classified, and if word got out that teams of people were regularly going outside the USSB and deep into Sanctuary proper, then unrest could spread through the rank and file. Secondly, according to your file, you are an accomplished climber with extensive field experience in a variety of challenging terrains. Such skills make you a perfect candidate for a deep-reach survey team. Thirdly, you are a qualified anthropological archaeologist who has not only managed to uncover ancient artifacts and remains belonging to a race that has been hidden away for generations, but someone who has managed to locate and penetrate the most secretive and secure facility on the planet. Sarah, if anyone, was born to work in Sanctuary's Exploration Division. It's you. If you want further reasons, you have helped highlight significant flaws in the SED's security procedures. And last, but by no means least, your deployment to the SED will alleviate my guilt for getting you into this mess. Also, on an entirely more selfish note, your addition to my team will give me the edge over the competition." "So what do you think?" he asked her. "Fancy becoming a member of one of the most exciting, dangerous, and important professions in the world?" Sarah couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head in disbelief at the sudden turnaround in her fortunes. Riley certainly put up a good case for why she should take him up on the offer. What he didn't know was she had an even better reason for joining. It would gain her precious access outside of the USSB and much greater freedom to document and then to potentially escape sanctuary itself. Sarah gestured to his red and blue uniform. "Do I get to wear the helmet that goes with that suit?" Riley grinned at her, and the effect was contagious. Riley was as good as his word, and later that day Sarah was released from military custody back into the general populace of the United States subterranean base. Amazingly, Riley had already managed to secure her a new apartment located within a chamber reserved for SED personnel. Upon leaving the military enclave, she had also had her MF card upgraded to a clearance level of 7 Delta, a far cry from the level 1 Beta she had initially been allocated. Riley himself had shown her round her new home, which was a 2-story affair with over 4 times the space of the old apartment, although, as before, half the rooms, including her bedroom, backed onto a transport route, pedestrian walkways passing right next to her windows. Nothing was ever perfect, it seemed. Once Riley had departed, Sarah, readjusting to her new reality, was overwhelmed to see her MF card now contained a sizable number of credits, an advance on future earnings, she assumed, or perhaps another bribe from Riley. Either way, she was pleased to have it, as it enabled her to call Trish and Jason and to arrange a meet-up in the new Park District. An hour later, the 3 friends sat next to a burbling stream in a picturesque cafe in one of the parks that surrounded the museum complex. This was the first time they'd had the luxury of an in-depth discussion since they'd been in the USSB, Sarah's latest arrest having thrown a spanner in the works of any meaningful conversation when they'd visited the museum almost a week earlier. She filled them in on her new job at the SED and how Riley had ended up saving her bacon, a big turnaround from initially being the villain of the piece. Of course, she wasn't supposed to disclose such sensitive information, but quite frankly, she didn't give a damn. "You're a jammy bastard," Jason said with envy. "I'm stuck with refuse collection, and poor old Trish is working in some kind of sweatshop." "Oh, it's not that bad," Trish told Sarah, giving Jason a withering look. "I work in a factory. We produce machine parts for the construction industry, which is expanding the base. It's quite important, really." "Well, none of our jobs matter anyway," Sarah said. "Now that I'm going to get access outside the base, we can begin to plan our escape. In the meantime, we can all keep documenting Sanctuary, the museum, everything." "We wondered what had happened to you," Jason said as they sipped their drinks and nibbled on a rich selection of iced cakes Sarah had ordered for them. "It was only when some guy came to see us a few days later that we found out you'd been arrested by the military again." "What guy? Riley?" Jason looked thoughtful. "Yeah, I think that was his name. Tall chap, yeah? Seemed nice enough. Same bloke that gave you your job, I suppose." Sarah looked to Trish. "You met him too?" "Yes, I was with Jason when he came round. He's rather nice, isn't he?" Sarah gave a shrug. "He's okay, I suppose?" "Oh, come on, Sarah. He's more than okay. He's gorgeous, tall, handsome, in control, and definitely charming." "He looked like a bit of a twat to me," Jason said. Trish frowned. "You just said he seemed nice." "I was being kind. It's not nice to put someone down when they're not around." "But you'd do it to their face then, would you?" Trish said, unconvinced. "I might do if I wanted to. Anyway, he was a bit of a lech. He probably only gave Sarah that job to get into her knickers." Sarah crossed her arms. "Oh, thanks." "No offence," Jason added, with little deference. "Some taken." "Well, it's obvious, isn't it?" Jason continued, unabashed. "What is?" Trish asked, her tone hardening. "Single guy. It would have been his main driving force. I'm a man." "That's debatable," Trish said. "I'm a man," he repeated, "and if I was in a position of power," Trish snorted at the prospect, "I'd employ young single women, not some old frump who was over the hill. It's the way of the world. Sarah could have been some boss-eyed goon, but if she had a nice bum and a good pair of legs, then she'd have got the job." Trish picked up a piece of cake and chucked it at him in disgust. Jason looked down at the offending projectile, picked it off his shirt, and popped it in his mouth. "Thanks," he said with an insolent grin. "You disgust me," Trish said. Jason appeared smug. "Just telling you how it is, we're the world and all that." "So let me get this straight," Sarah said. "The reason Riley gave me the job had nothing to do with my hard-earned qualifications or skills in the field, but because I've got a nice bum and a good pair of legs?" Jason put a finger to his nose and pointed to Sarah with his other hand as he munched down another cake. "Correct," he said with his mouth full. "And to be honest, your legs and bum don't even need to be that nice. As long as you're youngish and firm, you'd have got in, no probs." This time a whole cream cake flew into Jason's face. He squawked in protest. "Oi!" "Nice shot." Trish held out her hand to Sarah, who slapped it with a resounding smack of solidarity. "Some people just can't take the truth," Jason muttered to himself, as the two women looked at him with a mixture of amused disapproval and superior contempt. While Jason cleaned himself up, Sarah told Trish more about her new position at the SED and how they might use it to their advantage. "Perhaps you could get us on the team too," Jason suggested, butting into the conversation as he rid himself of the last remnants of Sarah's cake attack. "It had crossed my mind." Sarah glanced at Jason and then turned to face Trish again. "If all three of us had passes out of the base, then it would make things a lot easier." "You could put in a good word for us," Jason said. "We've got good field experience, and we're good archaeologists too." "There's one problem with that," Trish told him. "Your legs and bum are hideous and hairy, and as for your face, well, I suppose we could shave you and put you in a dress, but we want to get a job in the SED, not in a cabaret club for the blind." Sarah couldn't help but laugh as Trish turned the tables on Jason's previous outdated rhetoric. He held up his hands. "Okay, perhaps I deserved that, but—" He got to his feet and turned round to stick his bum out. "This is one fine piece of Welsh rump. I reckon it'd get me in. What do you think?" He wiggled his bottom round and then jiggled it up and down energetically. Trish looked mortified as other patrons of the cafe peered in their direction. "Oh, my God, stop it!" Sarah, not wanting to encourage him, turned away and put her hand over her mouth to stifle her laughter as her shoulders shook with mirth. Jason sat back down again with a big beaming grin on his face, his attempt at reconciling their differences by self-humiliation a resounding success. "You're an idiot," Trish told him. He gave her a wink. "And proud of it." As time went on, their fleeting altercation forgotten, and Jason's misogyny forgiven, talk inevitably turned to Sanctuary, the museum, and Homo Gigantis. "Can you believe there are 45 underground bases around the world?" Jason said. "They kept that quiet, didn't they? You'd have thought word would have got out that these places were being built." "They won't all be as big as this one," Trish replied. "But yes, you'd think there would have been rumours or leaks at some point." Sarah sat up straighter. "They must have been building them for a long time. The cost must have been monumental. So much for the government's not having much money to spend." "Well, that's probably true," Jason said, "because they've spent it on all these bases. Oh, and what about the induction video?" he added, his eyes alight with excitement. "What about it?" Trish asked. The bit where that professor guy said, 'Put your hands up if you thought aliens built sanctuary.' I put my hand up. I said it was aliens, didn't I?" "Yes, you did." She looked at Sarah and rolled her eyes. "Even though I thought it probably was Homo gigantis, I said aliens, as it's always aliens," Trish and Sarah said in unison, stealing his punchline and laughing at his perplexed expression. A waiter came over to the table. "Excuse me, sir," he said, addressing Jason. "One of our female customers asked me to bring you this drink." He placed a lavish cocktail down on the table. "Excellent!" Jason picked it up and saluted his admirer a few tables away. The waiter coughed. "Yes, sir. She also asked me to give you a message." "Which was?" "The lady said you can wiggle your booty for her any time." "No way," Trish said, looking at the woman in question. "Is she blind?" The waiter leaned forward. "Excuse me, sir." He extended a hand and plucked a cake peanut from Jason's hair and placed it on his plate. "Thanks." Jason picked up the offending item and popped it in his mouth. "All part of the service, sir." The waiter moved away. If Jason's smile gets any bigger, it's going to swallow his head, Sarah thought. "Am I dreaming?" Trish asked. Sarah laughed. "No, afraid not." While Jason basked in his glory and savoured his free drink, Sarah continued the conversation with Trish. "I'm gutted we haven't made the find of the century. I thought we'd found ground-breaking evidence of Homo gigantis. But with this place, sitting down here, it pales into insignificance." Trish shook her head. "You don't know that. What about the pendant? You figured that out, and from what Jason and I saw in the museum, they haven't figured out how to operate any of the ancient technology they found. They haven't even been able to decode any of the languages yet, as far as I can see." Jason sipped his drink. "There was also no sign of any pendants like yours in the display cases." "That's something, I suppose." Sarah felt a bit more upbeat. "That's what we need to do as well, recover our artifacts and gear, mainly the artifacts." "Your higher clearance might make that easier," Trish told her, "although the military might still have it all under lock and key." Sarah pursed her lips. "Riley said he used to be in the military. I'll try and broach the subject at some point and see what he thinks. You never know, the Smithsonian might have it by now. They are, after all, Anakim-related." "I wonder what happened to our camp on the surface," Jason said. "The canister and bones might still be up there, sitting out in the open for anyone to get their thieving hands on." Trish leant forwards. "I've been thinking about that too. They're either still where we left them, or the locals or Vatican have nabbed them, or maybe the military from this base sent out a communication to have everything picked up and brought back down here." "Sadly, we may never find out," Sarah said. "I try not to think about it. We have enough to worry about down here. We can think on that when we get to the surface. If we don't find any trace of our stuff down here, that is," Jason added. Sarah nodded in agreement. "I have to admit, though, the knowledge that this place exists and actually being in it comes a very close second to having discovered Sanctuary ourselves, don't you think?" "Most definitely," Trish said. "Bloody hell, yes," Jason agreed. "This place is unbelievable." Sarah looked around, making sure they remained out of earshot of any eavesdroppers. "It shouldn't be a secret, though. To keep something like this hidden is a crime against humanity. Also, some of these people may seem nice, but I don't trust any of them. We are basically prisoners down here, for all intents and purposes. We must never forget that." "I suppose you're right," Trish said. Sarah looked up at the sun, or at least the simulation of sunlight from the dome above. She thought it strange to be underground and basking in this light, whereas on the surface everyone else was consigned to living beneath a blackened sky. It was perhaps this abstract image, in a roundabout way, that made her realize she needed to unburden herself. There's something I need to tell you both."
Trish and Jason looked at her expectantly as she struggled with how to begin.
After my artifacts were stolen in Oxford, I realized my previous discoveries hadn't been taken from me in freak occurrences. The stolen femur and burnt maps must have been the work of the same people who broke into the vault in Oxford. The confrontation with Carl and the Italian in Turkey reinforce my certainty that my theory is actually fact, and that the Vatican was behind all 4 incidents. Sarah halted and fiddled with her fingers as she sought more words to say, while Trish and Jason exchanged looks, unsure where this was leading. "As the maps were taken from me on purpose," Sarah continued, "that also means the fire was started deliberately, and in turn, my mother's subsequent death was no accident. The inconclusive report on how the fire started also lends itself to arson. Since they targeted my maps, and I put the maps in my mum's house for safekeeping, it's down to me that she died before her time." "Sarah, no!" Trish's voice was full of concern. "You can't possibly blame yourself for that. You didn't start that fire, and even if someone did do it to destroy your evidence of Gigantis, then they are to blame, not you." Sarah knew her friend was right. She didn't start the fire and couldn't have prevented her mother's death, but it didn't stop her from feeling a deep sense of guilt, shame, and despair about her indirect contribution to it. They may have started the fire, but it was my actions that led to her death, and there's nothing you can say to convince me otherwise. It's a fact. Trish looked at Jason for some support, but he seemed reluctant to say anything. Trish frowned at him, and with a subtle head movement indicated she wanted him to say something supportive. "It might not have been deliberate, the fire," Jason said at Trish's instigation. "It could have been just an accident, a coincidence." Sarah gave him a weak smile and knew he meant well, but she could tell he believed that as much as she did. "I want to bring the people responsible for her death to justice," Sarah told them, her voice flat and cold as she fought to keep her emotions in check. "How will you do that?" Trish asked, choosing her words with care. "The police didn't find anything at the scene, if I remember rightly." Sarah shifted in her seat. "I don't know, but I won't stop until I find out who killed my mother, or at the very least expose the cover-up of Gigantis, which will strike a blow at the Vatican and the people that work for them." "Is that why you were so intent on extracting that Mayan plaque from the monument in the Copan ruins?" Trish said, finally able to understand her friend's motivations. "And why you were so keen to go to South Africa despite the danger involved?" Jason added. Sarah nodded. No one spoke for a moment as they digested Sarah's revelations. "Have you considered the GMRC or US government might have started the fire that destroyed the maps?" Trish asked, her tone tentative. "The thought crossed my mind," Sarah admitted. "But my online group always fingered the Catholic Church for the cover-ups, especially in Europe. Plus, our run-in with the Italian all but seals it for me. There were other fires that destroyed Gigantis evidence in the past, according to my group, and from records found dating back to the Middle Ages, the Vatican even admitted they set fires to purge heresies from being spread. Specific cases even hint that the objects targeted for destruction may have been of Gigantis origin. That the Vatican set fires to maintain their doctrine isn't new, Sarah," Trish said, "and your group can come up with some pretty outlandish claims in their quest to prove Gigantis exists." "I don't think the US or GMRC had anything to do with the fire or the theft of the other artifacts," Jason said to Sarah. "There was mention of the Catholic Church's activities in Sanctuary's museum. I saw it on the day you got rearrested. It goes into some detail about the lengths that the Catholic Church went to in covering up the existence of Gigantis in Europe and South America. The U.S. government had altercations with agents of the Church back in the 1800s and even as recently as the late 20th century. The major difference between the two factions, the Vatican and the U.S. government, is that one wants to destroy the existence of Gigantis, while the other just wants to keep it hidden. The museum we visited should be testament to that fact on its own.
Trish looked at Jason with some surprise, clearly impressed by his serious and well-thought-out argument. Sarah wasn't taken aback by Jason's new information, but it did confirm beyond a shadow of a doubt who was to blame for the fire that had robbed her of much more than evidence of the historical existence of giants. Jason leaned forward and lowered his voice. The references in the museum also indicate that there is still friction between the Smithsonian Institution and the Vatican to this day. It didn't go into details, but that's what it implied. There was also one interesting passage of text about another organization that has links to the Roman Catholic Church, and one that may have knowledge of the Anakim. What are they called? Sarah knew every scrap of information could help her in her quest for justice. The Apocryphon. It doesn't say anything else about them. I thought you might be interested, so I looked up the term on the USSB's library's database, and there's no further reference to it anywhere. Sarah listened as Jason described other interesting tidbits of information he'd unearthed at the museum, and Trish also joined in, relaying details of her own discoveries. Sarah, happy to let talk divert away from the painful subject she had finally had the courage to share with her two friends, sat back, only joining in to ask the odd questions. Some time later she took her leave and made her way back to her new digs, the emotional drain from bringing up the subject of her mother, making her seek out her own company. Trish, now alone with Jason, had time to discuss Sarah and the concerns she had for her friend. "I'm just worried about her," she said, as they walked around a small lake in the park. Jason made a dismissive gesture. "She'll be fine. She's just got a lot on her mind, is all." Trish's brows remained furrowed. "I know she wants to blame someone for her mum's death, but if she thinks she can bring the Vatican or individuals working for them to book for their crimes, she'll only meet with failure, and the only one left to blame, according to her, will be Sarah herself." Jason plucked a flower from a nearby bush and began detaching the petals from it one by one. "What do you propose we do about it? She's made up her mind. You know Sarah. When she gets a mind to do something, she doesn't stop until she achieves it." "You're right, but I can't help thinking she's seeking revenge rather than justice, and revenge is unhealthy. It will eat away at her from the inside." "You don't know she's out for revenge," Jason said. "And besides, revenge is a form of justice in itself, an eye for an eye and all that. Although, considering it's the Church who she's up against, that phrase is perhaps a little inappropriate, but you know what I mean." Trish did know what he meant. He wasn't the subtlest of people, but she couldn't help but fear for Sarah. Jason was right about one thing, though. Once Sarah had made her mind up, there was little chance of changing it. They would just have to be there to help when she needed it, or pick up the pieces if things went badly. Trish glanced up at the dome's simulated sunset, which announced its presence above them with a sumptuous display of colour. Deep reds, blues, and greens intermingled in a vision that amazingly managed to outstrip the real thing. "Keep an eye on her for me, will you?" she asked Jason, as they made their way back to the monotube station. "Of course." He gave her shoulder a reassuring squeeze. "She'll be fine, though, you'll see. You worry too much." "I hope so," she said, her vexation undiminished. "I do hope so," Chapter 12. Loud, drawn-out grinding noises punctuated the air, accompanied by a deep rumbling that sent powerful vibrations through the SED command center and its surrounding building. These mysterious sounds petered away to nothing before starting again minutes later, indicating to Sarah that giant mechanisms were at work behind the scenes somewhere in the complex, somewhere close. Nearby, a bewildering array of staff manned a multi-tiered office kitted out with state-of-the-art workstations, computers, and communication systems, a control center set up resembling something utilized by NASA or the CNSA, China's National Space Agency. Huge transparent wall screens dominated the rear of a raised platform which backed onto a large area Sarah recognized as the room in which Riley had become aware of her infiltration. Now, in Sanctuary's Exploration Division legitimately, Sarah could relax and take in her surroundings at leisure. She had yet to see Riley, but so far her first day had consisted of boring and yet necessary administrative procedures to enroll her in the program as an SED employee. She didn't expect to understand the full workings of the extensive outfit on her first attempt, but from what she'd seen so far, and from her initial illegal foray, it would take many months to get up to speed on what went on here, if not longer. One thing was for sure, however. The SED beat the pants off the archivist position she'd previously been given in Sanctuary's Smithsonian Institution. Currently, from her location in a reception room on the third floor of the command center, Sarah watched a number of survey teams performing a rigorous set of training exercises. The instructor looked military and shouted out various commands in order to get his graduates to switch positions or to improve their energy or technique. One man fell to the floor in utter exhaustion, but rather than offer any kind of assistance, the drill sergeant moved to stand over him and scream out obscenities until his victim forced himself back to his feet to continue the punishing session, only to fall back down again moments later. Sarah's chest tightened in sympathy before a movement glanced out of the corner of her eye, made her turn her head. Riley had appeared at a doorway in front of her and waved her inside. "Sarah, come in. He'll see you now." Sarah, dressed in her plain grey USSB uniform, stood up and brushed her hair back with a nervous hand before walking past Riley, who gave her a brief smile of support. "Sit down, Miss Morgan," a man seated behind a desk said, his voice rich with authority. Riley, remaining with her, closed the door behind them. Sarah instantly recognized the man who had addressed the SED teams during her impromptu visit. Close up, he seemed a little less imposing and a tad older. His silvery hair, cropped in a military style, accentuated his powerful shoulders and strong jaw. Unlike before, he wore a white and red uniform, similar to the red and blue one Riley sported. The deep-reach team leader in question took an informal seat on top of a desk off to her right. "My name is Dresden Locke," the man behind the desk began, his hands clasped in front of him on the table as Sarah settled into a chair opposite. "I am the Sanctuary Exploration Division's commanding officer. While the SED operates with military oversight, we are primarily a civilian outfit, and as such we have our own strict codes of conduct which we expect all our personnel to adhere to at all times. Riley here," he said, indicating his subordinate, "tells me you will prove a valuable asset to the SED and has requested you be assigned to his survey team Alpha 6. Sarah glanced at Riley, who gave her a wink. "You will be aware that your clearance level has already been upgraded," Locke continued. "But before I can sign off your deployment, you will need to pass the necessary tests and exams, both mental and physical. Everyone at the SED who goes outside the base
is required to achieve a certain proficiency, but members of our deep reach teams are in privileged positions, and only the best have what it takes to make the grade. Since your introduction to Sanctuary has been less than regular, and your standing with the military is blotchy at best, Riley will be overseeing your training. He is also your guarantor, and will be responsible for your actions. Any transgressions on your part will not only land you back in military custody, but will also have significant consequences for Riley himself. Needless to say, you are now representing the SED, and I expect you to uphold our reputation with an exemplary and sustained commitment. If any of your actions are to the detriment of the SED, I will personally drag you back to your cell and throw away the key. Do I make myself clear?" Sarah nodded. "The proper response is yes, sir," Riley told her. Sarah bobbed her head. "Yes, sir." "Since Riley is to begin an important assignment in 6 weeks' time," Locke continued, "your training has been compressed to suit. Usually it takes 4 months to prepare for the assessments, so you are being thrown in at the deep end and will have to hit the ground running if you want to succeed. Fail the tests, and you will be moved to admin, your clearance downgraded. Pass the tests, but fail to meet the levels required for deep reach, and you will be put on an archaeological team. Given the circumstances, an archaeological position is the most likely outcome, but it should not be seen as an easy ride. The work of all our teams outside of deep reach is still highly demanding, although it is not as dangerous, and you will only be working on sites already found by other teams." Dresden Locke appraised her for a moment before continuing. "Personally, I don't care if you succeed or not," he told her. "If you do, however, you will have joined an elite group undertaking perhaps the most important work on the planet. Surveying Sanctuary proper will be extremely challenging, exciting, and immensely rewarding as you uncover lost civilizations, discover ancient artifacts, and potentially document new materials, species of plants, insects, and even small animals. You should also be aware that the SED has a long and illustrious history dating back to the year 1826, when Sanctuary was first discovered." Locke indicated a black-and-white photograph mounted on the wall behind him, portraying a group of bearded men wearing 19th-century clothing and kitted out with similarly antiquated climbing equipment. "Our founder, John Quincy Adams, the 6th, and in my opinion greatest ever President of the United States, wanted to create a legacy for those that followed in his footsteps. In various guises and over many generations, the SED has functioned as the first and foremost agency in the exploration of this vast subterranean world. We were here long before the USSB was built, and long before the military even knew it existed, and the GMRC was ever conceived. Our purpose, and now your purpose, is to uphold the SED's traditions and values for our brothers and sisters that will follow us in the future. I want you to think long and hard about your motivations to be here, and what you want to get out of an opportunity many others have strived for their whole careers, only to fall short. To tarnish our long history by underperforming is to demean the hard work of those around you, those that have gone before, and those that will surely come after. I employ the best, so I expect the best. Any questions?" She shook her head. "Nope, good. Take her away, Riley," he told him, and shooed the two of them out of his room with a motion of his hands, the one-sided conversation at an end. Outside the office, Riley slapped her on the shoulder. "Welcome aboard. And don't worry about Locke, he's a pussycat, really. He just hasn't got much time for new recruits. If you pass the tests, he'll have more respect for you and will give you the time of day. It may be a short time, but you'll get it nonetheless." "You're my guarantor. Are you crazy?" she said as Locke's words sank in. "You do know my track record here, don't you? I have a tendency to break the rules." "You're an explorer. That's what you do. I get it. It's my job, too. You just happened to discover somewhere that's protected." "Twice," Sarah pointed out, following him down a corridor. "And that's exactly the sort of tenacity I look for in my team." Sarah smiled at his smooth answer. "You failed to mention the exams and tests when you offered me the position. Don't worry about it. You'll breeze it, especially with me as your trainer." "Confident, aren't you?" He opened a door to a room marked Gymnasium. "I back my abilities, and I trust my judgment. In my line of work, you have to be able to make snap decisions. There's no room for uncertainty or the unskilled. We're the best at what we do. It's as simple as that." Sarah liked his attitude. It was one she'd like to replicate. To have that much faith in yourself must be a great feeling. She'd felt she could reach a peak at certain times, but she had always found it hard to keep herself there. Although, she reasoned, if someone had a job on an SED team, then motivation would be unlikely to be a problem. The energy and buzz of the place was infectious, and she found herself being sucked in by it as Riley took her on a tour of the facilities on offer. A group of multifaceted and extensive climbing courses took up a huge segment on one side of the building and around the grand atrium that surrounded it. Every type of climb imaginable could be replicated, with some reaching up hundreds of feet. Other areas included various departments, ranging from decontamination simulation to subterranean survey equipment and training, and from archaeology to structural engineering. The scientific departments even had their own dedicated building located to one side of the main SED complex. Sarah was amazed at the resources they had available to them, but it wasn't until Riley took her down a couple of floors that she was truly bowled over. "This is the inner workings of the transport system all the teams use when they are launched into Sanctuary proper," Riley said. Sarah took in the scene before her, not quite sure what she was looking at. Dominating the area ahead, a massive gaping hole disappeared into the ground, its interior brightly lit by an array of strip lighting. Spanning 200 feet across, the giant oval shaft had 8 evenly distributed vertical tracks attached to its inner surface. At its pinnacle, each twin-railed track twisted 180 degrees and then curved at right angles to the vertical drop, bringing them onto a horizontal plane and up onto the ceiling of the level on which Sarah and Riley now stood. One of these tracks, its shiny metal rails glinting above her, ran past and into some kind of garage with grey frosted shutters blocking out whatever mysterious machine lay beyond. "They're the docking stations for the air shuttles," Riley said when he saw her looking. "Air shuttles?" "The vehicles we use to travel outside the USSB and into various areas of Sanctuary proper." "Each track goes to a different place?" "Pretty much. Mostly they head out west, but one takes a southern route, while another heads due north." "None go east?" "No, the density of the rock in that direction is unusually hard to penetrate, and the huge chamber that contains the USSB's dome has collapsed to the east. We think there might be a significant chamber behind it, but our equipment has been ineffective in penetrating it so far. That section also suffers from a high frequency of quakes and has been deemed too high risk for exploration. Personally, I think they're being overcautious, as there are plenty of structural and geological disturbances elsewhere, although a whole survey team was lost many years back on one of the first Eastern surveys, which had a big bearing on the decision made by SED Command." "Can we take a look at one of the shuttles?" Not right now. Everything has been locked down. Don't worry, Riley said, noticing Sarah's disappointment. You'll get to see one soon enough when you go on your first mission, although your enthusiasm may be short-lived once you've ridden one. Rough ride? Sarah took one last glance behind as they made their way back upstairs. Some think so. Its nickname is the roller coaster. Sounds fun. Riley just grinned and moved off to show her yet another part of the SED's operation. The next few weeks flew past in a blur as Riley pushed Sarah to her limits and beyond. The mental side of the training taxed her, but at times the grueling physical workouts she found almost impossible. "No more," Sarah said on one such occasion, collapsing to the floor in a heap, her energy reserves spent. Riley squatted down next to her, also breathing hard from his own exertions. "Circuit training is perfect for your situation. We don't have much time to get you ready, and CT condenses a lot of exercise into a shorter time period. You'll gain muscle mass on your scrawny limbs, which will help with climbing, and it'll improve your cardiovascular endurance, which is currently pathetic." Sarah usually retorted with a well-aimed quip when he directed one of his playful jibes her way. Now, however, she just resorted to giving him the finger. "Having trouble with your new recruit, Riley?" a woman's voice said from nearby. Sarah rolled her head sideways to see a group of people entering the gym. At their head was the person who'd made the comment, a tall, muscular woman with short, spiky, jet-black hair, hawk-like features, and a web of colourful tattoos covering her upper arms and shoulders. "Shouldn't you be competing, Cora?" Riley replied as he held out a hand, which Sarah took to be pulled to her feet, her sweat-soaked vest clinging to her skin. Cora stopped to talk further while her colleagues walked on past, acknowledging Riley and giving Sarah interested looks of appraisal. "I've already won my heats," Cora said, looking Sarah up and down as if she were a prize sow in a farmer's fair. "You think you'll be beating Richardson again this year?" Riley asked. "Some say he's faster than ever." Cora shifted her gaze back to him. "I don't care what some people say. I am the best, and I'll win." "I see your modesty is in check, as ever," Riley said with a wry smile. "This is Sarah, by the way. She'll be taking her assessments at the end of the week." "Ah, the girl who supposedly broke into Sanctuary." Cora held out a hand. "I was expecting someone less—" "Less what?" Sarah frowned as she took the woman's powerful grip, not appreciating being referred to as girl. "Fragile." Cora squeezed Sarah's hand harder before releasing it. "I'm stronger than I look," Sarah said, cursing her defensive stance when Cora smiled at her pathetic attempt to save face in front of Riley. Cora grabbed one of Sarah's wrists, wrenching it up and out. Sarah, taken by surprise and unable to stop herself, stumbled forward into Cora, who held her gaze with an intensity that took Sarah off guard. The hold on her arm was hurting, so she went to release it with her free hand, but as she did, Cora snaked out her other meat hook, locking that arm in place too. The woman was freakishly strong, and Sarah was held fast like an insect caught in liquid amber. "You'd better build up some muscle, girl." Cora held her gaze, while Sarah's forearms shook from the tension as she resisted the woman's strength. "Sanctuary is a dangerous place. You wouldn't want to lose your hold in the darkness. It could prove fatal." At the word fatal, Cora released her grip and nodded to Riley before departing after her fellows. Sarah watched Cora stalk away. What the fuck was that all about? "Don't worry about her. She's all talk. Well, sometimes she is. Cora's always a little mental, competitive. She's threatened by you." "By me? Why?" "Word's out you're the woman who broke into Sanctuary. You must have expected it sooner or later." "I hadn't even thought about it," Sarah said. And it was true. She hadn't given her previous exploits a second thought. Well, not in that sense, anyway. Riley chuckled. "You'd better get used to the attention. You're infamous with the SED already. You have a lot to live up to, so you better do me proud and make it into my team, or else I'll look like a right fool." Sarah didn't reply. Infamous, she thought, that's all I need. She wanted to keep a low profile and stay under the radar in order to escape. If everyone knew who she was, that would make it that much harder to sneak around. She needed help, and so she broached the subject she'd been plaguing Riley with once more. "Have you thought any more about Trish and Jason?" Riley sighed. "Again? As I've said 1,000 times already, it was a problem getting you in. Locke would chew me a new one if I pushed him." "Can't you just ask? He might be okay with it." "I'll tell you what, just to shut you up, if you meet the deep reach requirements in your tests, then I'll ask him about your friends working here at the SED. Sarah brightened. "Promise?" Riley swore. "Yes, I promise. Now get your butt back round this course. You've got 3 more circuits to complete." Chapter 13. The final weeks of Sarah's SED training came and went as quickly as the previous ones. During this time, Riley had cranked up the intensity even further until Sarah ate, drank, and slept deep reach. When yet another new day dawned, Sarah rose early, an anxious excitement ensuring her night's sleep had been spent in restless anticipation. A few days before, she'd received word that she'd qualified for a position on Riley's Deep Reach survey team. Riley, keeping his promise, had posed the question to the commander about Trish and Jason also being enrolled into the exploration division. Sadly, the answer had been a firm no. Riley suggested Locke might change his mind at a later date, especially if Sarah proved herself in the field, and today was the day she was about to be given that chance, as her first deployment outside the USSB had arrived. As she walked through the main entrance to the SED, Sarah twisted the small tracking bracelet encircling her left wrist. She'd got used to the device now, but she knew the hindrance it presented to her cause. Now that she was a fully fledged member of Alpha 6, many of the restrictions had been lifted from her MF card, enabling her to move freely around the complex. The band, however, ensured her location was known at all times to the military and their surveillance systems. Apparently her presence unnerved the non-civilian oversight committee, and to ensure she didn't wander where she shouldn't, they had requested she keep wearing the device at all times. She had wanted to point out that the tracking system obviously hadn't worked when she'd sneaked into the SED, but she'd decided there was no point rocking the boat any further, and to alert them to a possible flaw in its design would be downright stupid. Riley had said it was unheard of for an SED member to be so mistrusted, but it was something she had to accept if she was to be allowed off-site. No-go areas included the scientific departments and the U.S. military's laboratory complex, located in a highly restricted sector close to the SED itself. These laboratories were off-limits to all SED personnel anyway, but Sarah had attracted special attention due to her past record. The last 10 days had flown by, as, even after her assessments, Riley, confident she would pass the tests, had then submitted her to an intensive course on the numerous protocols every Deep Reach officer had to be familiar with before they could venture outside the USSB. Now that all the preparations had been completed, her excitement mounted at the prospect of exploring parts of Sanctuary untouched by humans. Of course, she had already been outside the base and even operated Anakim devices, but this was different. She was now venturing out with state-of-the-art kit and backed up by a highly qualified and experienced team who would take her into areas believed to be of great scientific and archaeological importance. If she was honest with herself, she couldn't wait. An hour later, now dressed in her red and blue coveralls, Sarah looked at herself in the mirror of the women's changing room. Turning round, she peered over her shoulder and pulled her long blonde hair to one side to catch sight of the sign on her back. Deep Reach Survey Team, Alpha 6. She then moved to look at the patch on her uniform's shoulder. SED, Sanctuary Exploration Division. Steadying herself, she left the room with her head held high and strode along a couple of interconnecting hallways and into the main ready room, where the rest of her team was busy gearing up. She had already been introduced to many of the people in Alpha 6, but she saw a couple of new faces. A bald, heavy-set man, sporting a thick black beard, approached her.
"Welcome aboard. I'm Jefferson." He held out a hand.
Sarah said, introducing herself.
"Looking forward to your first outing?"
"Yes, very much."
"Glad to hear it. I'm the archaeological lead, so I hope I can rely on your support when needed."
She smiled. Of course. Jefferson looked pleased and returned to what he'd been doing. The only other person she didn't recognize nodded in her direction when she caught his eye. He had a cropped haircut and athletic build, and seemed much more withdrawn than the other people around him, keeping to himself and refraining from verbal interaction. Sarah became alert as Riley walked in, flanked by Cora, the woman she'd had the brief displeasure of meeting previously. Riley made a beeline for Sarah, while Cora moved boisterously amongst the team, slapping people on the arm, hugging some and high-fiving others. Sarah suspected Cora might be doing it to intimidate her. If she was, it was working. "Let me help you on with your kit," Riley said as Sarah struggled with her multipurpose harness. She turned round so he could pull it up over her shoulders. "Thanks, I still can't get the hang of this thing." "You'll get used to it. It'll feel like your second skin after a while." "What's she doing here?" she whispered, indicating Cora with a nod of her head.
"Cora? She's my number 2, deputy team leader. Didn't I mention that?"
"No."
Sarah felt like her parade had been well and truly rained on. "She may have given you a hard time, but out there you'll want her at your back. Besides, I'm in charge, so I'll keep her in check if she gets funny with you."
"I don't need babysitting." Sarah's expression turned angry. "I can handle the tattooed freak." Riley laughed. "Of that I have no doubt." Turning from her, now that she'd shouldered her heavy backpack, Riley addressed the 22 people gathered in the room. "Okay, quieten down. Listen up, team leader on deck," Cora shouted at the top of her voice to help shut up those who had kept talking. Riley made a wry smile. "Thank you, Cora." Cora gave him a mocking bow in response. "Right. We're on an open-ended deployment commencing at 1200 hours, Riley told them. "All the other teams have already shipped out, so we're the last to go." Sarah had thought she'd felt intermittent vibrations traveling through the room. It must have been the air shuttles traveling down into the earth. "Unusually, our target zone will already be occupied by the time we arrive," Riley continued. "An SFSD unit was sent there 3 weeks ago, along with some military scientists. And before you ask," Riley said as many of them had begun to protest at the prospect, "I don't know why they're there. SED Command is not in the loop on this one, so we'll all have to tread carefully." Jefferson looked over at the quiet loner. "Perhaps the lieutenant can shed some light on it for us." "I'm not at liberty to say," the man said. "Fucking bullshit!" Cora fumed. "What's the point of having Army on the team," she gestured at the lieutenant, "if he can't contribute?" "You know why he's here," Riley said to her as everyone else looked on. "Deal with it. Now saddle up. We've got a shuttle to catch." Everyone filed out of the room, and as Cora passed by the lieutenant, she said, "Fucking waste of space." The lieutenant glanced up, appearing impervious to the hostility and hard stares of his teammates as they walked by. "He must be used to it," Sarah assumed, following Riley out of the door. As they approached the departure lounge, as some liked to call it, each person collected their helmet from a large wall rack, a sign above it reading Alpha 6, their team's designation. The plethora of other racks surrounding it were empty, indicating they were the last to depart, as Riley had informed them. Sarah had been fitted for the sophisticated headgear a few days previous. She'd also trained on a simulator to get used to all the commands that were available on the inbuilt computer and its optical and audio systems. Riley had told her she wouldn't need most of the functions the helmet provided, which was a relief, as even the basic communication procedures had been difficult to master. Each helmet had seen its fair share of use, with nicks and scrapes adorning the black protective outer shell. As Sarah knew, though, they were each tailor-made for the individual members of the Deep Reach team, and as such they each had identifying marks. The person's first initial, followed by a full stop, and then their surname adorned the right-hand side in white block lettering, while on the front, above the visor, an individual's call sign was placed. Sarah had been offered a huge array of fonts, colours, and formats for her own call sign, which she'd also been able to choose herself. She hadn't yet seen the finished article, so when she saw her helmet hanging on its hook, a thrill of delight and pride ran through her. Riley chuckled. "Morgan?" he said, noting her call sign. "Not very original." Sarah felt embarrassed by her lack of imagination. "I couldn't think of anything that didn't sound stupid and self-serving." "What, like mine?" He pointed at his own name plastered across the front of his helmet. "Ace," she read. "Not bad. And I like your picture of the ace of spades on the side." He peered over at the other side of her helmet. "And your picture is—" "A white pentagon." She angled the helmet so he could see it. "Interesting choice. Does it have any significance?" "No, I just like the shape," she said, feeling lame and cursing herself for even considering putting it on there in the first place. She wanted to be unobtrusive, so God only knew what she was thinking when she told the designer to put an image mirroring the shape of her Anna Kim pendant on the side. In truth, she hadn't been thinking, and the five-sided image had just presented itself at the time. She'd been more interested in the helmet's shape. Two raised strips ran over the top like two large flattened ears, and it was these elongated nodules which contained the lights, sensors, and cameras, the controls of which fed back into the head-up display, or HUD, on the visor, operated by the wearer's eye movements and a cluster of command buttons on the outside. With her helmet in place, Riley led Sarah and the team out into the massive oval-shaped shuttle bay. Overlooked by a large swathe of the command center, its panoramic angled glass windows giving operators a perfect view of the launch platform below. The center of the floor consisted of a large, thick oval metal plate, which Sarah assumed covered the huge, similarly shaped hole beneath. Around the edge, 8 50-foot-long metallic platforms protruded from the flat concrete outer surround. Walking on a metal walkway around the edge, their many feet rattling the surface as they went, Team Alpha 6 approached one of the platforms. On an unheard command, flashing red and yellow beacons spun into life, and sirens wailed out an unpleasant tune as immense machinery ground into action. Before Sarah's eyes, the central metal floor separated out into a star-like pattern, each point sliding back from an ever-widening hole in the middle of the room. Eventually, with a resounding boom, the process finished. The floor, now fully retracted, revealed the deep, wide shaft below, its smooth rock sides displaying the 8 tracks that bore the air shuttles down and out into Sanctuary proper. After everyone had assembled atop the raised platform, Sarah watched as more mechanisms whined into action, presenting to the waiting passengers an air shuttle from beneath. This was the first time Sarah had seen one of the machines, and it wasn't at all like what she'd expected. Instead of an enclosed vehicle like a train or even a car, the air shuttle consisted of a sharp, contoured nose cone attached to an open compartment which housed the seating. Around the chairs, a silver skeletal subframe held everything together. "You're up front with me," Riley told Sarah, waving a hand for her to move up to the craft's first row of seating. 4 abreast, the chairs ran in rows 10 deep. At the rear, 2 substantial remote-operated all-terrain vehicles had been loaded, on top of which durable-looking black and chrome crates had been lashed down, carrying essential supplies for their mission. These low-slung, snake-like, multi-wheeled robotic machines, encased in bright yellow metal panels that had seen their fair share of knocks and scrapes, were each 15 feet long and would be their lifeline out in the dangerous environments that awaited them. After stowing their backpacks in an allotted rear compartment, they moved to the front of the craft. Declining Riley's offered hand, Sarah climbed into the air shuttle, sliding into a snug, winged seat. As she rested her head back onto the headrest, an audible click could be heard. Her head was now locked back, allowing only minimal movement up and down and left and right. A small beep emitted in her left ear, and the inside of the helmet lit up like the proverbial Christmas tree, ice-blue digital dials and displays buzzing to life as the visor slid down over her face to lock in place. An efficient-sounding voice came through her headgear's internal speakers. "This is SED Command. We are go for shuttle launch in T-minus 90 seconds. Sarah's nerves came to the fore as their imminent departure loomed, an anxiety deep in the pit of her stomach, matched only by the rising excitement within her mind at the prospect of her first air shuttle ride out of the USSB. "Keep your arms down," Riley's voice said next to her when an odd-shaped metal frame swung up from between her legs and wedged against her shoulders and chest, securing her in place. She moved her forearms and hands, getting used to the odd sensation of being unable to move the rest of her torso. "I can see why they call it the roller coaster," she said, her voice a little shaky. Riley gave her a pat on the knee. "You haven't seen anything yet. Just relax. Try and enjoy the ride. The front seats provide the best view, but I know many people shut their eyes during their first trip." "I don't like the sound of that," Sarah thought, as the air shuttle shuddered to sink down through the floor's thick concrete and into the area she'd seen once before during Riley's tour. A loud clanking noise filled the air, and the shuttle slid to the left before latching onto the twin rails above. In front of her, the track twisted out into the abyss and then sharply down and out of sight. A transparent screen raised out of the nearest part of the nose cone, providing a windshield for the journey ahead. Either side of the vehicle, technicians and ground crew went along the rows, checking each person was secured in place. The man who checked Sarah's security bar yanked it backwards and forwards a few times, increasing Sarah's anxiety further. "Is it supposed to do that?" Sarah asked the man in concern as the bar moved a couple of inches from her and then back again. He grinned. "First time." "Does it show?" "Just make sure you don't bite off your tongue when the rocket fires." He tapped her helmet twice and raised his hand above his head. "Clear!" he shouted to a colleague and moved away. Sarah felt sick. "Rocket? I thought this was an air shuttle." "It's a series of long drops, climbs, and straights," Riley said. "Some sections need extra speed to navigate the twists and turns." A warning message on your visor will tell you when the boosters are about to be fired. Hold tight." He sounded excited as the air shuttle crept forwards. "Here we go!" "T-minus 15 seconds to launch," SED Command informed them through their helmets. Sarah's visor, tinted around the edges where all the computer displays were located, threw up a red countdown timer in the central clear section where the field of vision was unimpeded. The air shuttle had reached the twist in the track, and Sarah's view spun 180 degrees upside down. Her body sagged against the restraints. She hung there, sucked forwards by gravity as they settled into a holding position. Suspended by powerful brakes, the immense sheer drop below now engulfed Sarah's eyeline, the light around the massive oval shaft fading away into a pitch-black hole 100 yards beneath them. The countdown timer sank under 10 seconds, and SED Command spoke again. "T-minus 7 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch." Chapter 14. A sense of weightlessness stole over Sarah's body as the brakes released, sending the air shuttle plummeting into the bowels of the earth. Despite the front screen, wind ripped at the passenger's clothing, while a speedometer on Sarah's visor shot up to 120 miles an hour in the blink of an eye. Down and down they fell. Small lights flickered on along the shuttle's interior surfaces, and powerful main beams stuttered to life on the nose cone, illuminating the track and tunnel ahead. Sarah wondered when the drop would end. The answer soon came as the air shuttle gained traction on the rails above, the tunnel curving upwards, or was that downwards? Her sense of time and space was fried as they flew onwards. When the tunnel levelled out, they slowed, but Sarah could see a disturbing sight ahead. The track twisted out of view as all 7 tracks around them diverged. They were soon plunging downwards once more, regaining momentum in freefall, but this time within a much smaller tunnel, increasing the sense of speed tenfold. The rock walls sped by at a dizzying rate. Her head slewed to one side when the tunnel bent left, the turn followed by a series of stomach-churning 360-degree spirals, sending her helmet rattling against its support as they continued to fall. Finally, they slowed, but as the tunnel regained a horizontal aspect, a disturbing message appeared on her visor. "Warning! Rocket propulsion imminent. Burn duration 10 seconds. Stage 1 ignition in T-minus 3 seconds." "Stage 1?" Sarah said, the wind whipping her voice away. The countdown timer reached 1, and the message disappeared. A thunderous detonation catapulted the shuttle forwards, forcing Sarah further into her seat, her arms pinned to her sides. Sarah watched in despair as the speedometer's digits flashed by until it reached 200 miles an hour. Feeling like she was being shaken to pieces, the tunnel system disappeared, and they were flying along the suspended track through a vast, impenetrable blackness, untouched by the lighting of the vehicle. The track veered upwards, and Sarah felt nauseous when they slowed once more. Another message appeared on her visor's head-up display. "Warning! Rocket propulsion imminent. Burn duration 30 seconds. Stage 2 ignition in T-minus 3 seconds. Sarah looked in horror at the duration displayed for the second burn. 30 seconds? This isn't a roller coaster, it's a tethered space rocket! The shuttle sent another explosion, thundering through the air around them, thrusting her back into the seat again. Sarah shut her eyes as they entered a narrow tunnel, the vibrations of the track above rattling her teeth as they flew like an arrow through the interior of Sanctuary proper at 3 and then 400 miles an hour. When the second burn ended, and with her eyes open again, she saw the shuttle slow to 3 and then 200 mph. as they ploughed onwards, yet another message appeared on her visor. "Warning! Track transition imminent. Disengaging in T-3 seconds." Wondering what this message meant, Sarah watched as around them the air shuttle became encased in a transparent skin, an outer shell spreading out from the individual sections of the subframe enclosing the fuselage within. Ahead the track ended, and it looked a certainty they would be dashed on the rock wall. With her heart in her mouth, Sarah prepared to close her eyes against the inevitable impact, but before she could, the shuttle detached from the rails above with a mechanical clunk, and entered a tight see-through tunnel made of what looked like the same material that now sheathed the vehicle itself. With a sharp downwards turn, the air shuttle glided through its custom-built tube. Sarah finally understood why the machine she rode was called what it was. The craft was flying along, wrapped in a cushion of air, propelled forwards like a cork out of a bottle. Now able to enjoy the ride, Sarah glimpsed below them, in a brightly lit chamber, a huge lift system cutting upwards into the rock above. Around it were armoured tanks and a detachment of soldiers, some of whom looked up as the shuttle shot past. Sarah had assumed the worst of the journey was over. She was mistaken, as section after section of tight, painful turns flung her around in her seat, until at last they slowed, the top of the transparent skin retracting to act as an air brake, cutting their speed even further. Unseen brakes engaged, and they cruised to a stop within a large rectangular building which contained more ground crew dressed in the same outfits as those they'd just left behind back at SED headquarters. Sarah's helmet clicked and detached from the headrest, while the metal bar jerked back and then collapsed down into the floor from whence it had come. Sarah sat there trying to decide whether to throw up or pass out. Riley touched her arm. "Sarah, time to get out. Are you okay?" She stood up on wobbly legs and grabbed onto Riley's arm for support. "The trip messes with your inner ear," he said. "It'll pass." He was right. Already feeling more balanced, she followed everyone else out of the shuttle and onto a waiting platform. The floor felt spongy, her body light as if she was walking on air. Another after-effect she knew. She'd felt something similar when she'd visited a theme park as a child. The difference was funfair coasters travelled up to 100 miles an hour. They'd just been touching 400. Sarah chuckled, trying to sound nonchalant. "I don't know how I didn't pass out." "The security bar connects with your vest and coveralls to create a temporary G-suit." "Clever," she said, and then a thought struck her. "How do we get back?" "Same way, but with a few more rockets." Sarah cursed, and Riley laughed. "Come on," he said. "We've got a site to explore." A smaller command post, housing a handful of air shuttles and the personnel that ran it, also acted as base camp for any team that had the pleasure of using its facilities. After an hour of further prep work, the Deep Reach survey team moved out, guided by a set of waypoints plotted by previous expeditions. Behind, the two multi-wheeled remote supply vehicles trundled along in their wake, hugging the ground like the many-legged insect to which they owed their nickname, the centipede. As they walked, Riley told Sarah the shuttle had taken them 25 miles in 6 minutes, and they were now 15 miles outside of the USSB. He also explained the shuttles were the quickest and sometimes the only way to travel across long distances and across multiple levels within Sanctuary proper, the 8 long twin-railed tracks having been laid down by specially designed robots many years before. Looking at the current landscape, Sarah began to see why such a transport system took precedence. Building roads out here would be nigh on impossible. Unlike the wide-open areas Sarah had experienced on her way into Sanctuary many months before, this section of the ancient underground complex was surprisingly confined. The chambers and tunnels they walked through still commanded a certain respect, but their scale was visible as their twin helmet lights adequately illuminated their passage. It wasn't long before intriguing, crumbling structures surrounded the red and blue-clad explorers, affording a tantalizing glimpse into the distant past of the master builders, the Anakim. Sarah pressed a button on her helmet to activate the personal camera and took some stills and video. The helmets recorded everything they did anyway, but specific points of interest could be documented as a team member saw fit. As they moved further from base camp and deeper into Sanctuary, the terrain became increasingly difficult. 4 of the team, whose job it was to look after and maneuver the supply vehicles, broke out a large hover drone to ferry essentials to their final destination. Each of the 4 would operate the machine at various intervals along the extensive route, passing over control of the drone like a baton in a relay race. Multiple trips with the aerial machine would need to be made to transfer everything required for the work ahead. Once their job had been completed, the supply crew would then switch to mapping new areas of Sanctuary, using the drone along with some of its smaller siblings. Out in the unknown, everyone had to pull their weight, and multitasking was a must. 2 days came and went surprisingly fast as Alpha 6 tackled a series of enormous fissures that had opened up over thousands of years, driving a near-impenetrable barrier through the center of an equally large cavern. A tough ascent, followed by a kilometer descent, taxed Sarah's newfound endurance to the limits, as they all utilized the state-of-the-art climbing equipment stored in their backpacks. On the 3rd day, Sarah finished yet another strength-sapping climb, and Riley was there as ever to lend a helping hand when she reached the summit. Grabbing his calloused hand with her own, she was hauled up onto a loose surface, the dirt underfoot giving way slightly when her weight settled onto it. Shifting to a less precarious position, her climbing gear clinking and rattling as the shackles, hooks, and clips knocked against one another, she took in her new surroundings. 1/2 a mile away, across a flat, rolling expanse, 10 floodlights positioned in a sweeping semicircle illuminated a massive excavation site. Huge piles of displaced earth squatted together on the fringes of the dig, like little hills produced by a giant mole. Across from the mounds, an extensive temporary compound of tents had sprung up. Even from this distance, Sarah could see the hustle and bustle of activity as small vehicles darted in and out of the earthworks, and cunningly constructed modular cranes distributed their loads. Moving amongst the machines, the small figures of people wove in and out of the shadows, carrying out their respective duties with a measured yet purposeful efficiency. "How did they get all that machinery up here?" Sarah asked Riley. "Piece by excruciating piece," Jefferson answered, the bearded, bald-headed man coming to stand by his 2 teammates, "and then reconstructed on site. Riley, you'll need to make communication with them. You know how they are if we drop in unannounced." Riley grimaced. Taking off his helmet, he withdrew a military-type walkie-talkie and moved away from Sarah and Jefferson. Sarah wiped the sweat from her brow. "Who are they? The army?" Jefferson hawked and then spat on the ground. "Yeah." He scratched his bear-like chest with coarse fingers. "Damn SFSD." "SFSD? Special Forces Subterranean Detachment," Cora said, joining them, her helmet with her Vixen call sign on the front hanging from a hook on her belt. "A bunch of green beret-wearing yahoos with above-average IQs and a penchant for killing people," Jefferson elaborated. "They call themselves Terra Force." "They sound intimidating," Sarah said, feeling uncomfortable due to Cora's close proximity. Cora snorted. "They're nothing of the sort, just a bunch of maggots with guns and long knives who think they can climb." Sarah frowned. "What are they looking for?" "Something to weaponize, most likely." Jefferson pulled out a small silver hip flask, flipped off the lid, and took a sip. Cora held out a hand, and Jefferson passed the drink to her. Taking a long swig, Cora then offered it to Sarah, who hesitated. "Don't you English drink?" Cora asked, her tone mocking. For England, Sarah thought, accepting the small canteen and knocking back a shot. The fiery liquid left behind a distinct caramel flavour and set the back of her throat aflame. Stifling a cough, she passed it back to Jefferson, who stowed it back in a compartment on his harness. "We good to go, Ace?" Jefferson asked Riley when he returned to them. Riley nodded and gave the command for Alpha 6 to move out. The Deep Reach survey team were soon setting up their own camp on the opposite side of the site to that of the U.S. Army personnel. Sarah, keen to see what the military were excavating, forewent eating her evening meal to take a look. Walking past one of the large floodlights mounted atop a telescopic tripod, the sound of the bulbs buzzing in her ears, she looked out at a large, oblong structure that had been unearthed. Amazingly, they'd revealed 3 stories of the building, its crumbling facade displaying what looked like windows of some description. Strange angular depressions on the roof hinted that at some point in the far distant past other structures may have protruded towards the glistening rocky ceiling of the chamber, some 300 feet above. "Fancy a closer look?" a familiar voice said from behind. "Won't that piss them off?" she asked Riley, who, like Sarah, had shed most of his climbing gear. In one hand he held his helmet, and in the other, hers. Riley shrugged and handed her headgear to her. "Probably, but I want to find out what they're up to, and the best way to do that is to nose about. Come on." He moved past her and down a steep slope, kicking up dust and dirt as his feet clove into the dry soil. Following him down, she caught him up, her long strides keeping up with his. "How is there dirt down here?" Sarah said as they neared the Anakim edifice. "I also saw what looked like fossilized trees when I first entered Sanctuary. How is that possible?" The Anakim were extremely advanced. They found a way to produce, as far as we can tell, a fully functioning, self-sustaining ecosystem within Sanctuary, or should I say, throughout Sanctuary. "Throughout?" "Yes." He slowed to a stop and looked up. "Have you noticed how the ceilings of the chambers sparkle when the light catches them?" She craned her neck to look at the phenomenon. "I suppose so, yes." "It's not a result of the geological composition of the rock, but because across virtually every chamber's ceiling, tunnel, and cave roof, a translucent material has been applied." "What sort of material?" "The scientists aren't sure what it is, only what it does, or did." "And what's that?" "Produce light. In fact, they think it functioned much like our dome back at base, but instead of being localized like the dome, it provided light for the whole of Sanctuary." "What, on every level?" "Yep, every level. Well, every level we've surveyed so far has the same feature, so it's assumed it goes everywhere." "That's incredible. So Gigantis had the ability to create huge swathes of plant life underground, along with simulated sunlight, too." Riley gave her a strange look. "Gigantis?" "Sorry, yes, that's what and many others who theorized and promoted the existence of the Anakim named them Homo gigantis. And yes, I know, everyone down here calls them Giganthropsis or Anakim." "Gigantis," he said, trying out the word again. "I like it. Rolls off the tongue better than Giganthropsis." "I know, doesn't it?" she enthused, pleased he agreed with her own viewpoint. "It wasn't just plant life, though," Riley continued. Many small animal fossils have been found down here, too. And there are still many insects and different types of algae clinging on to life in certain places we've surveyed.
Amazing, Sarah said, excited at the prospect.
Some people are even holding out for larger animal remains to be found. The Anakim had to eat something after all, and a diet consisting solely of vegetation seems unlikely, considering they were omnivores, much like us.
You know that for certain? Riley nodded. Oh, yes. From the remains we've found so far, their internal organs and bone structure are virtually identical to ours in every respect, the only significant difference being their size. Remains, internal organs? You found individuals that well preserved? He grinned at her.
The museum doesn't have everything on show. Some discoveries are deemed too sensitive for public viewing, as in the case with most of the more advanced technological objects we find, which, to be honest, are few and far between, and always snapped up by the military quicker than you can say theft. A lot of the remains of the Anakim themselves are not on display due to the fact that they are still being analyzed and documented. Plus, the Smithsonian powers that be want to create a special exhibit dedicated to what they have ferreted away. Supposedly, they're having funding issues for a new building they want to erect for it. I'll have to give you a tour of the vaults sometime. I guarantee you'll absolutely love the boneyard.
Boneyard?
It's what we call the vault that contains the most important and impressive Anakim remains found so far. Like their technology, there have been curiously few specimens detected by our scanning equipment, although this might be down to the composition of the strata throughout Sanctuary. Whatever they used to build this place plays havoc with a lot of our kit. The idea of such treasures sent her imagination into overdrive.
I'll hold you to that tour.
It's a date, then, he said with a sly wink, before walking off towards the monument once more. Sarah, momentarily disarmed by the implication of his wording, regained her senses and trotted to catch up. Handily, due to the time it had taken them to set up their base of operations, the activity around the site had tailed off, allowing the two of them to walk unchallenged through a smallish opening in the rear of the impressive structure. Riley and Sarah, already having donned their headgear, switched on their lights, dropped down their visors, and deployed their breathing filters by depressing the appropriate buttons on the side of their helmets. Sarah angled the twin beams of light around the dark interior with her head. Reaching out, she ran her hand along one of the walls. It felt unusual. On closer inspection, the dark brown rock was riddled with perforations and pockmarks, its rough texture reminiscent of a hard, dried sponge or piece of dead coral. Curved ramps within guided them up a level, dust falling from the ceiling and swirling around their feet as their passage disturbed the still air around them. Various warning signs on the inside of Sarah's visor indicated the impurity of the atmosphere within.
"It's pretty toxic in here," she said to Riley through the helmet's onboard communication system, her voice sounding muffled due to the breathing apparatus across her mouth and nose.
"So would you be if you'd sat around for 900,000 years.
"Is that how old this place is?"
"According to the mission brief, this is one of the oldest structures we've found so far, almost as old as Sanctuary itself."
"Is that why the military are so interested in it?"
"That's why everyone is interested in it."
"There doesn't appear to be much in here," she said as they passed through yet another curiously shaped yet empty room.
"Switch to ultraviolet on your visor." Doing as he suggested, Sarah was amazed to see the walls, ceiling, and floor. Seemingly every surface had been covered in intricate patterns, pictures, text, and even maps.
"Oh, my God!"
She shook her head in reverence.
"It's pretty special," Riley agreed, while studying a spectacular scene of two Anakim warriors stalking what looked, for all the world, like a saber-toothed tiger. Sarah's attention was drawn elsewhere, however, as across from a large, ragged crack in the floor, another wall had an image of an Anakim woman wearing a pentagonal pendant, a pendant just like the one she'd used to activate the two ancient devices at the surface. Tracing the outline of the distinctive shape with her fingers, she wondered about the significance of the picture and its context amongst the writings that surrounded it. The clothing of the female owner almost looked regal. Perhaps she was some kind of priestess, Sarah considered. Her stance, arms heavenward, hands turned upwards as if in offering and head bowed, pointed towards an important ritualistic rite. Without a translation of the text, the answer was tantalizingly close, and yet quite possibly, at the same time, infinitely far away. She hoped the key to solving the riddle of the Anakim's language would be found, but unlike relatively modern human texts, such as the Egyptian hieroglyphs, it was doubtful that a Rosetta Stone would present itself. Human civilization and that of the Anakim were separated by tens of thousands of years. Maybe the tablets found beneath the Pyramid of the Sun would provide the answers, if the Church hadn't already destroyed them, a possibility Sarah knew was highly probable. Via her helmet's internal speakers, Riley's voice interrupted her musings. "Sarah, stop dallying. We need to cover as much ground as possible before someone spots us skulking around." Sarah turned to see she was on her own. On the far side of the room she glimpsed Riley's light fading away into the darkness, disappearing down yet another passageway. Hurrying to catch him up once more, she kept watch of her step to avoid the many pitfalls that countless years had opened up in the ground as they worked their way deeper into the warren of tunnels. Glancing at a small map on her visor, she was pleased to see their route was plotted in real time, ensuring getting lost was unlikely. "What are they looking for, do you think?" Sarah asked. "It's difficult to say." Riley investigated a dark and intriguing alcove. "When they go to this much trouble, it's usually for some piece of Anakim tech. The Deep Reach team that originally found this place probably recorded an unusual signal from a ground scan. The military scientists are always first to analyze any data we bring back, so they would have flagged it and prioritized the area for one of their own units to investigate further. Doesn't it annoy you that the military are corrupting important historical sites?" Riley glanced at her. "Of course it does. But we're all here on the say-so of the top brass. We can't do anything about it. We just pick up the pieces as best we can. Or snoop around when we're not supposed to." "Exactly. You're catching on to how things work down here. Perhaps you're not as stupid as I thought." Sarah punched him on the shoulder, and he chuckled in response. They walked on a little further before he stopped dead in his tracks, held his hand up, and extended one finger to his breathing mask, indicating for her to keep quiet. Edging forwards, they rounded a corner and stepped into a large room lined with elaborate balconies, ascending 2 floors up and 3 down. Emerging onto the gallery's 3rd level, Sarah could see people in the center of the bottom floor below, powerful lighting illuminating the area and sending shadows dancing across the walls. They wore helmets similar to their own, only in white, along with matching coveralls and steel-grey boots. 4 of the scientists worked around a single object on the surface of the floor, taking readings with various pieces of equipment. Riley touched some buttons on his helmet. "There's a residual power signature coming from whatever's buried in the floor," he whispered. "That's incredible." Sarah took some still images of the scene. "This must be what they've been searching for." "This is the first time I've seen, or even heard of, any Anakim device emitting any kind of energy.
Riley sounded in awe of the ramifications of such a find. This is a major discovery. Sarah dearly wanted to tell him that she had actually seen and activated an ancient device in the past, but knew she mustn't. They may have grown close during her training over the past couple of months, but disclosing that kind of information would ensure she would never see the pendant again, or worse, the military might cart her off for some kind of experimentation. She wouldn't put anything past them. Below, a team of armed men marched into view, each clad in green and brown armor, topped off by a wicked-looking helmet that gave them the appearance of having glowing green eyes. Slits further down the mask-like headwear indicated they, too, utilized an integrated air filtration system. The lead man, his jet-black visor reflecting the lights around him, spoke to one of the scientists. Turning back to his men, his purposeful and urgent hand signals sent his team fanning out in all directions. "They know we're here," Sarah said, panic rising within her. "You know what will happen to me if I get in trouble with the military again? Fuck, I'm such an idiot." Riley, ducking back down, drew Sarah out of sight of the people below and looked her in the eyes. "Nothing will happen to you as long as you're with me. I'm a Deep Reach team leader. It gives me some clout. Besides," he added, "they haven't caught us yet." Retracing their footsteps, using their visor maps, they made good progress until a light could be seen approaching from ahead, and then another from behind. They were trapped. Riley, without hesitating, dragged her forwards, decreasing the gap between them and their hunters. "Are you mad?" Sarah saw the light ahead growing ever brighter. "Turn off your helmet torches," Riley said as his dimmed and flickered out. Sarah did so, leaving the two of them without light. That wouldn't matter for long, though, as the soldier was almost upon them, the glow of his torch already enough to see by. Behind, the other beam of light closed in fast. At the last instant, when Sarah had resigned herself to being discovered, Riley dragged her to one side. Light blazed next to them in the passage as a member of the Special Forces, his gun raised, came into view. Sarah held her breath while Riley held her close inside the recessed alcove he'd investigated on their way in. The light crept towards them, its pervasive reach seeking to unveil their hiding place. "There's no one in this quadrant," the soldier said, his transmission audible as he walked past. "Repositioning to next level." Once his light had faded from view, Riley and Sarah made their escape, leaving the building and making their way, unseen, back to the camp. Not long after that, Riley received a visit from the Terraforce commanding officer. Now, sitting amongst the rest of the Deep Reach outfit, Riley and Sarah ate a meal cooked up by a couple of the mapping crew. Everyone looked up, the talk stuttering to silence, as the armored officer marched into the large tent, his rifle attached to his backplate and helmet held under his right arm. "Orton," he said to Riley, "two of your people were inside a restricted site. After you've completed your survey of the surrounding area, all of your team will submit their data recordings to my command post for download. No exceptions." Riley stood up from his seat. "Protocol states we only need to submit our findings back at SED command, not before." The officer strode forwards to front up to the Deep Reach team leader. "I don't give a rat's ass about protocol. Out here, what I say goes. You're lucky I don't have all your kit confiscated right now." Riley held the soldier's gaze. "I'd like to see you try." Jefferson and Cora stood up behind Riley, and Sarah did likewise from across the table. "You think you could take me, Orton?" the officer said to Riley, more as a statement than a question, a smile playing across his lips. "You may have been in the Corps, but I'm out of your league. I think you know that too, don't you? No, you're going on the false assumption that your father can protect you if you break the rules." He took a step closer, getting right up into Riley's face. "Don't bet on it. Elwood is lucky to still have a job." Taking a look around at the rest of the Deep Reach team, the officer caught sight of Sarah. "And you," he said, pointing at her. "I've got my eye on you." Giving Riley one last threatening stare, he strode back out of the tent. "Fucking hell, Riley, what have you been up to this time?" Jefferson said. Riley glanced at the outcast of Alpha 6. The Army lieutenant met his gaze, perhaps waiting for him to disclose his actions. "Not now," Riley told Jefferson. The bearded archaeologist looked at the lieutenant and understood his leader's reticence to speak his mind. Later, after everyone had gone off to fulfill other duties, Sarah found Riley sitting alone outside his tent. "Room for one more?" She gestured at the floor next to him. He nodded, and she settled down as Riley stayed silent, lost in contemplation. After a while, when it appeared he wasn't about to instigate a conversation any time soon, she asked, "Is your father someone important?" "He's a brigadier general, here at Sanctuary." "The Special Forces guy called him Elwood?" Sarah was confused, as Riley's surname was Orton. "Orton is my mother's name. I took it when I entered the Army. I didn't want any special treatment, as my father was a well-known colonel at the base." Sarah nodded. "Has your father done something wrong?" "I'm not sure. He sounded troubled. If he has, he hasn't spoken of it to me. I suppose you think I'm a fraud now, getting to where I am because of my father, taking risks as I know a safety net awaits my fall?" Sarah placed a hand on his. "Of course not. You're great at your job. The others respect you. I respect you. You said it yourself. You trust in your own abilities and judgment, not anyone else's. You've got to where you are because you made it happen, not your father." Riley put his other hand on top of Sarah's and smiled at her in gratitude. As his eyes held hers, his expression grew serious. Leaning forwards, giving her time to withdraw if she wanted, he kissed her on the lips. Sarah's heartbeat fluttered as she kissed him back. His right arm encircled her shoulder as they enjoyed a lingering embrace. After a few more hedonistic moments, he pulled away, leaving Sarah feeling elated and yet, for some reason, equally troubled. Getting to her feet, she walked away without a word, leaving Riley looking confused and alone. He called out after her, "Sarah, I'm sorry." But it was too late. She'd gone. Chapter 15. The rest of Sarah's first Deep Reach mission passed off without significant incident. After the first day, they avoided treading on the toes of the military and relocated to uncharted territory, scouting out new points of interest, mapping and taking structural readings. They had been allowed to return to the building and document the interior, although she'd noticed they were kept away from the room where they'd seen the scientists. It had also been obvious that whatever had been displaying some kind of power output had been extracted from the site, as a large, squarish hole had been cut into the roof and a tripod hoist erected over it. After she'd embarrassed herself with Riley, Sarah had kept her distance from him, making excuses to be elsewhere when he did find her alone. She still questioned her reasons for retreating from him that day. It had felt right, the kiss. But she'd been through the ringer before, with Mark amongst others. She was sure this did seem different somehow. She felt safe and happy when she was with him. So why am I so worried about it then? She wondered for the umpteenth time. Perhaps because she knew deep down she wanted to escape Sanctuary and expose it. She couldn't afford to get tied down, not now. Spending much of her remaining time with Jefferson, carrying out preliminary archaeological surveys, Sarah had taken the opportunity to quiz him about the lift systems to the surface. Apparently, the giant elevator they'd passed by on the air shuttle was the furthest one from the USSB, acting as an emergency backup if any of the others failed. Access to it could only be achieved by taking a roundabout route on foot, and it took many days to reach from another air shuttle termination point located elsewhere in Sanctuary. The worrying aspect was that the heavy protection allocated to each lift shaft wasn't just limited to the one she'd seen. Jefferson told her security had been intensified around the time she'd entered the base. Sarah found it hard to believe she could have caused such a large-scale reaction from the military commanders, but it made sense as to why she'd been held for so long in their custody. They feared further breaches of the base. The news that the elevators also required various access codes to operate further put paid to the three friends utilizing them to get out of Sanctuary. Another plan had to be devised. Realizing she needed to swing things back in their favor, Sarah had taken the bold choice of ridding herself of the tracking bracelet that had been imposed upon her on release from military custody the first time around. The strap on the device hadn't been difficult to cut through, a pair of small shears in her climbing kit making light work of the task. Ensuring no one observed her, she'd chucked the bracelet into a deep crevasse, the small object falling end over end until it had vanished from sight. The device, she knew, didn't work outside the USSB. With this in mind, she reasoned, if the Army detected it had been removed when she returned to the USSB, she'd say it had fallen off somewhere, which wouldn't be a lie, as it had fallen off, just with a bit of help. If, on the other hand, they didn't pull her up on it, then she'd have dealt with one obstacle to their escape. It was a gamble, but considering the information she'd gleaned from Jefferson regarding the lift system, it was one she had to take. The return journey to the USSB had been as, if not more, frightening than the outward trip, the cylindrical machine threatening to shake her very bones to pieces as it propelled the Deep Reach crew back from whence they'd come. Exiting the shuttle, once more with unsteady legs, Sarah had stowed her kit and then proceeded to write up her first preliminary report. She'd then endured the mission debrief and departed for some much-needed R&R at her apartment. Appreciating the soft duvet-covered bed, Sarah awoke the next day, fresh and ready to meet up with Trish and Jason, as they'd planned, before she'd left the USSB 3 weeks before. Once more, the three friends met up in the New Park district, this time opting for an opulent outdoor restaurant. All three deciding that Sarah's new salary might as well be enjoyed rather than saved for what would hopefully be a short stay in Sanctuary. Savouring a delicious first course of battered mushrooms with an accompanying sour cream sauce, Trish broke a silence that had begun to feel uncomfortable after Sarah had finished regaling them with tales of her SED trip outside the base. "The mission went well, then?" Trish said. Sarah nodded. "Yes, but we have a big problem. The elevators that lead out of this place are so locked down it's unbelievable. We'd have a better chance of getting into Fort Knox with a toothpick." Jason grunted. "So we need to find another way out." "It looks that way." "You don't seem that concerned," Trish said. Sarah grew cross. "Of course I'm concerned. Why wouldn't I be?" "We haven't seen much of you lately," Jason said. Hello, I've been on a Deep Reach mission." Jason waved away her comment. "Before that, you've been spending a hell of a lot of time with Riley." "What do you expect me to do?" Sarah looked at Jason and Trish in turn. "I had to get on that team. We all agreed, didn't we? Or am I missing something?" "You've just seemed more interested in the SED than you have in us, that's all," Trish said. Sarah couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Don't be stupid." "Oh, so we're stupid, are we?" Jason said, getting angry in return. "You're gallivanting around, having a whale of a time by the sound of it, and we're stuck here like lemons." "Okay, so I enjoyed the mission. So what? You two would have too if you'd gone on it. It was an amazing experience. But while I was there, I got rid of my tracking device, which, by the way, seems to have gone unnoticed. For now, Jason grumbled. I've ascertained we can't use the lift system, Sarah continued, ignoring him, and that the army has an inside man on every team that goes out of the base, keeping tabs on everything that goes on, making it impossible to sneak off without being noticed within a matter of hours. Despite her obvious successes, something still aggravated her two friends. Trish appeared to be apologetically annoyed with Sarah, while Jason simmered about some perceived slight. "What gives, guys? Something else is bothering you." Silence. "I'm not a bloody mind reader. For God's sake, somebody tell me." "We want to know why you couldn't get us on the team," Jason said at last, "or at the very least into the SED." "Is that what this is all about? You think I didn't get you on the team on purpose? Is that it?" Jason suggested. "You might want to have Riley all to yourself," Trish told her. Jason's eyes widened. "What? Don't you blame it on me. You agreed with me." Sarah sighed. "You really think I'd do that to you both? Screw you over for some guy I've only just met?" Trish couldn't look Sarah in the eye, and even Jason looked a little sheepish. Thankfully, she'd not informed them about the kiss she'd shared with Riley, or their noses might have been even further out of joint. "I tried my best to get you both into the SED, you know that, so I might like Riley a bit, but it isn't going anywhere, is it? We have to get out of here, so we need to stop bickering amongst ourselves and start putting our heads together." "I may have found a way out," Jason told them. "You have?" Trish said, amazed but dubious. Sarah gestured for him to continue. "Spill, then." "Well, like we decided a few weeks back, me and Trish would carry on documenting the museum and the USSB while you were gallivanting." Sarah arched a brow. Yeah," he said, aware she was having a dig at him for his previous comment. "So, when we were ferreting about, I took lots of video and stills, and I found this." He rummaged in his trouser pocket and pulled out a crumpled photograph, which he handed to Trish. "What am I looking at here?" Trish said as Sarah leaned over to take a look. It was an image of Jason taking a selfie in front of a reconstruction of an Anakim warrior. Jason had on an idiotic grin as he pulled a stupid face to the camera. "All I can see are two dummies," Sarah said, unable to help herself and making Trish giggle. "What? Give me that." He swiped the photo back. "Wrong one," he said, embarrassed. Taking out another photo, he checked it and passed it back to the two women. Trish studied it. "Is this what I think it is?" "You bet your life it is," he said. Sarah was amazed. "It's an Anakim transportation device." "With a circle to activate it," he told her, sounding proud. Sarah stared at the photo. It depicted an oblong metal plinth sitting next to a stone monolith, upon which sat a small, square, metallic plaque with an indented circle within its borders. "Why does it look odd?" she asked. "It's a print of a small section of a larger photo," he said. "It looks weird, as what you're looking at isn't real. It's part of a scale model of a particular monument, uncovered a few years ago by one of the museum's tethered search robots. Although, knowing what we do, it was probably your exploration division that found it. According to the museum guide, the structure it's contained within is massive and located at one of the deepest points ever surveyed. The site designation, Temple number 887, is in a really hot location. Apparently temperatures soar to 50 degrees plus the further down you get. They theorize there's a breach in Sanctuary proper's lower levels and magma from the Earth's core has leaked inside." "This could be our way out," Sarah said. "Excellent spot." Jason beamed at the praise, but he didn't stop there, whipping out yet another photograph, this time on an A4 sheet. He unfolded it and pushed it across the table for them both to look at. This is the same shot, but zoomed out. This image showed not one, but 5 Anakim transportation platforms, 4 surrounding one in the center. Sarah couldn't believe her eyes. 5 devices? This is incredible. Trish looked at him anew. I have to say I'm impressed. But why didn't you tell me you'd found this before? Don't get angry, he said, sensing Trish's mood had darkened. I only found it yesterday. Trish glared at him. Well, last week, he admitted, under further, unwavering scrutiny. But I wanted to tell you both together. Why? Trish said, still annoyed by his secrecy. Because it's more dramatic that way, and besides, I couldn't be bothered repeating myself, telling you and then telling Sarah all over again. Trish sighed, looking exasperated. There are 2 big problems with it, Sarah said to them both. One, we don't know where they might take us if we got them to work. And 2, we don't have the pendant to power them up. Trish passed the image back to Jason. And 3, how do we find them? And 4, how do we get to them when we find out where they are? Jason said. They each sat in contemplative silence before Sarah spoke again. Short of trying to blast our way out of here, and as difficult as this option sounds, I fear it might be our only choice if we ever want to see the surface again. Where it goes might not be an issue, Trish said. If we could power one up, we could send a locator beacon through it and then track where it came out. Didn't you say the composition of Sanctuary prevents signals passing through its walls? Jason asked Sarah. Yeah, in places, but I'm pretty sure that's only communication and data transfer. The SED use small beacons to act as critical waypoints for teams out in the field. They act as a sort of internal navigation system for Sanctuary proper. It's not great, but it does the job. I think if we could get our hands on one, it may work. How did you think of that? She asked Trish. Something I read in the museum, probably, Trish said, pleased with her contribution. Jason examined the photo again. So how do we find where this place is exactly? If it was found by a survey team, Sarah said, then there will be a map to it with associated waypoints. Wouldn't that mean we'd have to take an air shuttle to get there? Trish asked in concern. Jason's face lit up. Hell yeah! I got to try one of those babies out. They sound awesome. We'd have to steal one, Sarah said, thinking hard, and I can get my hands on the Deep Reach maps. Trish looked sceptical. Stealing an air shuttle sounds ambitious. The whole bloody plan is ambitious, Sarah said. We just need to break it down into parts and solve it step by step. It's definitely doable, I'm sure of it. Trish chuckled. I'm glad you are. What if we sent a beacon, Jason said, leaning back in his chair as their empty plates were collected from the table and their main courses put down in their place. Located it near the surface, he continued, when the waiters had departed, went there, and found we were trapped inside a sealed cave. Sarah thought for a moment. Explosives. What if it was a really small cave? Jason said. Sarah looked at him in annoyance. Hey, just trying to be prepared, he told her, holding his hands up. It could happen. Shaped charges, then. The SED will have them, somewhere. So say we get all that done, Trish said. We still need the pendant. We need to find out where that bastard Collins stashed all our gear. Jason's expression turned innocent as he looked to Sarah. Perhaps your boyfriend will know. He's not my sodding boyfriend. Methinks she protests too much, Jason said to Trish, who smiled as Sarah sent a rude gesture Jason's way. His grin broadened. Charming. He might be able to help, Trish said to Sarah, if you surreptitiously pump him for information. Jason sniggered. I think he'd prefer to be pumped more overtly. Trish laughed and then covered her mouth, looking shocked at herself as Sarah gave her a stern look. Sadly, Trish and Jason were probably right. as much as it pained her to admit it, as the two amused themselves at her expense. Riley would be a good person to ask where their possessions were being stored. He might even be able to help her get them back, if she was really lucky. Sarah looked back at Jason, who now acted out a romantic encounter between herself and Riley with two vegetables. Apparently she was a carrot and he a stick of celery. "Oh, Riley, you're so strong and manly," Jason said in a hideous attempt at a female voice, wiggling the carrot in one hand. "Of course I am," Jason answered himself in a deep voice, revelling in his role while Trish failed to keep a grin from her face. "I am prime beefcake sent from the stars to save you." Sarah watched, her eyebrow raised and her face aloof. "Keep that up," she said to Jason as his charade went on, "and you'll find those vegetables shoved up somewhere the sun definitely don't shine." Jason looked at Sarah and nonchalantly put down his puppets. "You're going to get me back for this, aren't you?" Sarah smiled at him sweetly. "You'll have to wait and see." Her answer added a hint of worry to Jason's semi-remorseful expression. Trish sipped her wine. "So then, all we need to do is get some explosives and a locator beacon, find and retrieve the pendant, steal some deep-reach maps," Jason continued, "and an air shuttle. Locate the ancient transport device," Sarah said, "and pray to God it works and takes us to the surface." Trish laughed uneasily. "Simple." "Sounds easy if you say it quick," Jason said with a wry smile. Sarah took a long draught from her own wine-glass and then held it up in the air. "To the plan, then." Jason and Trish raised their glasses to hers. "The plan," they all said in unison, the chinking of their glasses sealing their respective fates. Chapter 16. The corridors inside Sanctuary's Exploration Division, the SED, echoed with the sounds of the hurly-burly of yet another day in the life of the clandestine facility. Along one such passageway, full of people buzzing from place to place, this way and that, strode Sarah Morgan, dressed in her red and blue uniform. It wasn't lost on her that the majority of their audacious escape plan, hatched and expanded upon over the previous days, was down to her to action. Of course, Jason had been quick to point out, when Sarah had raised the issue, that if he and Trish had been in the SED, the burden could have been shared. Unfortunately, Sarah had been unable to dispute this fact, but it was a moot point. Getting her friends in was beyond her control. She had to concentrate on what was in her control, and that included today's objectives. Source a waypoint beacon, explosives, and an air shuttle user handbook. All three items would be difficult to acquire, but not impossible. Or so she hoped. Moving through the building, Sarah noticed an inordinate amount of military activity going on. Small units of armed and unarmed soldiers marched among the usual civilian ranks of the SED. Something was going on, and whatever it wasn't going to make her acquisitions any easier. Her hand strayed to her wrist, where the tracking bracelet had been attached, as she passed by a small squad of military engineers. A simmering urgency to getting the plan underway as soon as possible had been eating away at Sarah ever since they'd decided on their course of action. Surely it was only a matter of time until someone realized she'd shed the device, and when that time came, any future plan of escape went out the window with it. When yet another squad of camo-clad men and women stomped by, the metal grate flooring resounding to their combined footsteps, Sarah wondered if whatever was going on here might have actually helped distract the military when she'd dropped off the grid. If that was the case, then it might not be long until usual service resumed and her secret came to light. She increased her pace, her footfalls increasing in volume, the noise echoing her internal need for speed. Entering an office dedicated to deep-reach personnel, Sarah spied Riley in the distance, chatting to the SED commander Dresden Locke. Darting to her right, behind a partition, she took a seat at a computer terminal next to a man she didn't recognize from another team. Flashing him a quick smile in acknowledgement, she got down to work. Attaching a control circlet to a finger, she navigated through the system, attempting to locate the route to the temple Jason had found. After some searching, she located the required maps and downloaded them onto her computer phone before moving on to the equipment database. Typing the word explosives in the search box, she hit the return key and scanned the results as they appeared on screen. 5 departments had entries, more than she was expecting. Perhaps her luck was in. By the time she'd exhausted 4 of the 5, this initial thought had disappeared. The last remaining department to search, the excavation team, however, reignited her optimism. Listed halfway down its inventory was just what she was after, shaped charges. And even better, some of the devices, according to the description, were designed to punch holes through obstructing walls and rock. Noting down on her computer phone the storeroom location within the building, she took off the interface circlet from her hand and stood up just in time to come face to face with Riley. "Long time no see," he said, his expression difficult to read. "I thought I saw you scurry in down here." Yeah." Sarah felt trapped and uncomfortable under his gaze. "Look, Riley, I have to go. Speak to you later?" "Sure. How about some lunch?" "Tomorrow?" she said, backing away from him. "Okay, great." She flashed him a smile as she walked out of the office, nearly colliding with someone on their way in. "I'll hold you to that," his voice called out after her. Winding her way down into the lower levels towards the storeroom, Sarah's thoughts had become distracted following her encounter with Riley. She'd missed his company after she'd withdrawn from him during the Deep Reach mission outside of the base. Despite the critical nature of her current situation, her mind lingered on his handsome features, his muscular arms, and his sensual lips. "Watch out!" a man shouted. Sarah ducked as a razor-sharp cutting disc sliced through the air above her. Another workman pointed to the flashing warning signs Sarah had just skirted around. "Are you fucking blind?" "Sorry," she said, continuing through and then out of the cordoned-off maintenance zone. "You will be when you get your damn head chopped off," the workman yelled. "Bloody hell, get a grip, Sarah," she told herself. "You're acting like some doe-eyed teenager. Get your head in the game." A few minutes later she'd scanned her card into the appropriate locked room and ran her eyes over an inventory list on a small wall screen inside. Trish and Jason had agreed 2 charges should be enough to cope with anything they might run into, if and when they managed to get to the surface. Selecting the appropriate metal case, she extracted it from its snug position on the shelf and shifted it onto a workbench, its dense weight producing a resounding thud as it dropped onto the surface. "Careful, these are explosives," she cautioned herself. "More haste, less speed. If I'm not careful, I'll end up plastered all over the walls like tomato sodding soup." Unhooking the chrome clasps, she flicked up the catches to reveal 4 black, circular objects, each the size of a small plate. Rather than being flat, each had an identical concave depression. This was the characteristic, or shape, that would focus the energy released by the explosive itself. Sarah reached out a hand to one of the devices. Its smooth surface felt cold to the touch. Gripping its metal edges, she carefully extracted it from its soft foam surround. It was heavier than she'd expected. The lid of the case held 4 transportation containers, fabricated out of smart nanomaterials, which, according to the information she'd provided, also acted as wireless detonators. Placing the charge in its smaller home, she snapped together its lock and then repeated the process with a second unit. Closing the case, she placed it back on the shelf, but behind 2 others. Should someone find 2 charges were missing, it hopefully wouldn't be for a long time. Cradling the weighty objects in the crook of her left arm, she opened the door to the room with her right. Retreating back out into the corridor, her jutting elbow caught someone passing by, sending one of the circular cases dropping to the floor with a clatter. The offending person happened to be an armoured Special Forces commando, who turned, bent down, and retrieved the explosive for her. He handed the small canister back to Sarah. "Ma'am, you might want to be more careful where you're walking. This ordnance could take out a whole floor." "Noted. Thank you, Lieutenant," she said, catching sight of his name tag, which identified his rank, a nervous, apologetic smile working its way onto her face. The soldier gave her a stern nod and continued on his way. Sarah's smile fell from her face after he'd departed, the expression changing to a fearful grimace. Looking down at the 2 charges, she swallowed, trying to introduce some saliva into her mouth, which had gone quite dry during the incident. Blowing herself sky-high was most definitely not part of the plan. Her mother had always joked that Sarah had inherited her clumsiness from her. Sarah had never felt she was particularly cack-handed, but she had to admit, even to herself, that she did have a tendency to bang into things on occasion, perhaps more than most. It wasn't a trait she relished, especially when carrying around munitions. "Okay," she said to herself. 1 down, 2 to go. The explosives had proved far easier to obtain than she could have hoped, and she was soon depositing them in a sturdy rucksack pilfered from the Alpha 6 kit room, alongside some deep-reach uniforms she'd nabbed for Trish and Jason. The waypoint beacon, strangely, took far more effort to source than the explosives. The only place to get them was from the mapping teams, who religiously documented everything that went in and out of their manned supply station. Sarah had to fill out paperwork and make up a cock-and-bull story as to why she needed 3 beacons, deciding one would seem suspicious, and the extra 2 might, in fact, prove beneficial when they were outside the USSB. As she loaded the 3 cylindrical objects into the bag, a familiar voice spoke from behind her. "Morgan, a word, if I may." Sarah froze, and then turned round to look into the face of Commander Locke. Behind him, Cora hovered like a vulture, waiting for its prey to be incapacitated. "Sir?" Sarah said, glancing at Cora and wondering if she'd been rumbled. Locke stared at her with penetrating eyes. "Riley tells me you've performed well in the field, and that you've been an asset to the team." "But," Sarah said, fearing the inevitable. "There's no but. Just keep up the good work and ensure that inquisitive nose of yours stays out of trouble." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." She noticed that the flap of the bag which rested at her feet stood partially open, revealing its contents for all to see. Shifting position, Sarah hooked the rucksack with 1 foot and slid it under the bench behind her in a single movement. "Ladies," Locke said to Sarah and Cora, and then walked away without another word. Once Locke was out of earshot, Cora turned on her. "You think you've got Riley twisted round your little finger, don't you?" "What?" Sarah asked, distracted by the commander's praise. Looking back at Cora, she homed in on what she'd just said. "No, of course not. We just get on well, that's all." Cora's expression grew vicious. "I can see past that pretty little face, even if he can't. There's something not right about you, and I'll find out what it is. Mark my words." "You go do that," Sarah said, remembering she'd not be around for much longer, and that she needn't take or be threatened by this mad woman any longer. "Knock yourself out." Cora looked stunned for a moment and then stormed off. That was enjoyable, Sarah thought, although in hindsight, angering Cora was perhaps as good as pulling a tiger's tail and then poking it in the eye for good measure. Not the wisest move, especially if the plan got waylaid for any reason. Still, it was too late to worry about that now, and she still had an air shuttle manual to get her hands on. A few hours later, Sarah sat down, defeated, outside the SED command center. She'd been hanging around inside, making excuses for her presence, and failing to get anywhere near the manuals, which were held in a cabinet in front of the main control station, which itself was permanently manned. Realizing her efforts would continue to prove fruitless, Sarah had retired to reconsider her options. The only time the control station was left unattended was during the night shift, when air shuttles underwent scheduled maintenance or were all off-site, not to return within a minimum of 12 hours. Even then, a side room off the command center housed resting personnel for any emergency situations that arose. There was only one thing for it. She would have to come back much later, when all was quiet, and pray she wouldn't be seen. A distant rumbling signaled the imminent arrival of an air shuttle into the central shuttle bay. Sarah sighed, swung the now heavy rucksack onto her back, and headed for home. She figured she might as well dump her current load and come back unimpeded. Reaching the outer edges of the building, the main entrance sliding into view as she descended one of the short escalators, people began rushing past her in the opposite direction. "What's happening?" Sarah said to a man running towards the interior. "They found something big," he replied, without stopping. "Big?" Taking the stairs two at a time, he looked back over his shoulder. "Artifacts! Amazing artifacts!" Other people, chattering in excitement, scurried past while the area around her rapidly emptied. Torn between completing part of her mission or seeing whatever had been brought back from outside the base, Sarah stood for a few seconds and then ran back the way she'd come. She had to see this. It sounded too good to miss. By the time she'd reached the center of the building again, the corridors heaved with personnel from all over the SED, everyone flocking to witness whatever had been unearthed out in Sanctuary proper. "Do you know what's going on?" Sarah asked a woman next to her as they moved slowly forwards, people trying to find any vantage point they could to watch the shuttle bay. "An archaeological team just returned. They found a hoard, biggest yet by the sound of it." "A hoard?" The woman smiled, her eyes alight. "Treasure, artifacts, who knows? Whatever it is, I haven't seen this level of excitement for at least 5 years, so it will be worth a look for sure." Up ahead, the doorway became jammed, the press of human bodies creating a bottleneck. The woman grabbed Sarah's hand. "Follow me," she told her, and began working her way back down the corridor against the flow of people. Hot on her heels, Sarah followed the woman through an emergency door. "Shortcut," the woman said, and then ran up some stairs. Keeping up with her newfound friend, Sarah was led through a rabbit warren of corridors in a section of the building she'd never seen before. Eventually they emerged out onto a narrow metal walkway directly above the shuttle bay, which was packed to the rafters with people, the sea of noise from the crowds bubbling up around them. 40 feet below, an air shuttle had been surrounded by this mass of humanity, while a green-clad team unloaded from it 3 huge composite crates, each 20 feet long, 20 wide, and 15 feet deep. These black bespoke containers, Sarah knew, were used by teams to transport fragile objects back to the USSB, protecting them against the extensive rigors experienced during an air shuttle's journey. A bulky forklift truck deposited the crates on the ground, the archaeological team fighting for room as they struggled against the press of bodies around them. Watching the commotion below, Sarah found her attention diverted by a speaker system crackling to life throughout the shuttle bay. "This is Commander Locke. Everyone calm down and give your colleagues some space to work. You are professionals. Start acting like it." Reprimanded by their leader, people shuffled back as best they could, but it took a contingent of the army to regain some level of order. Soldiers formed a ring around the archaeologists, forcing the onlookers back. The first crate lid swung open, the compressed gases inside hissing out into the air and enveloping the crew around it in a misty vapor. With the gas dissipating, the precious cargo within, still covered by a transparent film and held down by heavy strapping, came into focus. Sarah had a prime view of what lay beneath, situated as she was on the high gantry. Everyone else below craned their necks to see what lay inside. Rather than a selection of items, Sarah could see just a single jet-black, oblong object, measuring approximately 15 feet long, 10 in width, and perhaps the same in height. The archaeologists, belonging to Team Delta 12, according to the text on the reverse of their coveralls, hooked the retaining straps onto the forklift and hoisted the precious discovery up into the air and then down onto the steel-clad floor. The glossy artifact, now fully exposed, had an intriguing hexagonal profile. The flat surface was so without flaw, Sarah could see the reflection of the surrounding people and shuttle bay within it. The straps were released and the protective film discarded, enabling lines of silver to be seen running down its length, accompanied by a fine, flowing script and curious symbols. "Do you think it's a coffin?" the woman said to Sarah, breaking the spell that had settled upon her as she watched the scene unfold below. "Perhaps," Sarah said, still engrossed, as the other two transportation cases were unloaded to reveal two more near-identical hexagonal shapes. Unlike the first artifact, these two had dirty, cracked, and pock-marked brown surfaces, appearing as ancient as they probably were. As the last one neared the ground, the forklift operator misjudged the depth and lowered it too fast, sending a heavy boom reverberating around the inside of the building, indicating to all present the immense weight of the objects on show. "Be careful, you idiot!" one of the archaeologists screamed at the forklift operator, the impact sending a small chunk of the strange monolith crumbling onto the floor. The woman next to Sarah gasped and put a hand to her mouth in shock at seeing the object's fragility and the mistake that had resulted in its further degeneration. Sarah knew how she felt. They had to be more careful. "Is this why the army are here in numbers today?" Sarah asked the woman next to her, putting two and two together. "I'm Sarah, by the way." "Anne-Marie." The woman gave Sarah a warm smile and held out a hand, which Sarah shook. "No, I don't think so," she told her, as they both looked back down once more, transfixed. "Word is the military has something coming in later. This team came back unexpectedly." Now unloaded, the green-clad team, enlisting the help of a few of the soldiers, grappled with the topside of each of the objects. Sarah realized they were trying to remove the lids. Inch by tantalizing inch, the top of each artifact slid away, the movement accompanied by grinding noises, much like the discord of heavy stone on stone. The emotive sound drifted to silence. The massive covers, now fully retracted, hung suspended off to one side, somehow still attached along one edge, perhaps by an unseen mechanism contained within. Sarah attempted to absorb everything at once, but to do so was an impossibility, and so, succumbing to the unconsidered, she let her eyes be seduced by the nearest of the now open chests. The thick side walls, made of the same material as its exterior, a dusty-looking brown rock, surrounded not a hollow core, but a single long rectangular oxidized metal insert. Sunken into this thick pitted metal were three distinct shapes: an ellipse, a semicircle with a pinched peak, and a long, slim rectangle, ending in a point at one end and a small circle at the other. 2 of the 3 cutouts sat empty, the thick metallic walls reaching down a hand's width to a flat, dark surface. Resting within the ellipse, however, lay something that held the attention. Sarah gazed at the strange object, its colour seeming to change and shimmer as the shuttle bay's interior lighting reflected from its intricate facets. "It looks like a shield, don't you think?" Anne-Marie said, captivated by the same artifact. Sarah murmured in agreement. It did have the look of a defensive, hand-held armour. The shield, if that's what it was, consisted of a dark blue and purple material, inlaid with sparkling red gemstones and chrome-like diamonds in beautiful spiralling patterns. Just in from its outside edge, a wide band of gold enclosed the detailed centre. Anne-Marie took a photo with her computer phone. It must be about 7 feet in length, most likely ceremonial. Sarah's gaze shifted to the other 2 opened caskets. The second rock-hewn block held the bones of a skeleton, or at least the remnants of one. The segments of a huge Anakim's skull, broken into 6 parts, had been positioned to give the impression of a complete piece. Each fragment had its own small compartment, sunk into a corroded metal surround, much like the shield in the other container. Along with this, around 20 other bones of various sizes had been placed in anatomically correct locations within the aging metal surface. Whoever this individual had been, they must have been important indeed. This find was a true relic in every sense of the word. The final hexagonal container, black as night inside as it was out, had been filled with 3 rows of 20 small circular holes sunk into the black onyx-like surface. Within each, apart from 9 which were empty, nestled a small round ball. Around each hole were words in the same silver script, perhaps denoting some aspect of what rested within. Looking closer, Sarah realized the spherical objects weren't round at all, but multifaceted, which gave them their orb-like appearance. Each varied in color, and although it was difficult to tell for certain at a distance, in texture and material too. Sarah disconnected her computer phone from her wrist and recorded some video footage, much like everyone else below. The archaeologists weren't finished, however, and one of them activated some kind of mechanism within the black vessel. The top surface containing the spheres sprang upwards a few inches and then parted to reveal a cavernous hole beneath. At the bottom of this secret void, Sarah could just make out a flash of gold. Anne-Marie leaned forward. "What is that?" Sarah wasn't sure, but whatever these artifacts represented, it had become of great interest to the U.S. Army and the rest of the military fraternity. Armed special forces filtered through the crowds to the artifacts, the leader recognizable as the man who had clashed with Riley back on her first SED mission. There were angry exchanges between the factions, their raised voices drowned out by dissent within the ranks of SED workers present. Finally, the archaeologists succumbed to the military's demands, finding themselves relieved of their duties before being escorted away. The Terror Force commander then gave a twirling signal with one raised hand, and his men went about closing and covering the artifacts. Jeers and catcalls rang out from the spectators, and then the command center's speaker system sputtered to life once more. "SED personnel, my name is General Stevens." Sarah looked up to see an SFSD contingent behind the control station's glass windows. A large, portly man in an officer's uniform stood next to Dresden Locke. "I have authorized the acquisition of these Anakim treasures. the general continued, "for immediate analysis by our science division. Any video or photographs taken will need to be submitted to our security teams immediately. Please report to your nearest security officer for compliance. To ensure no mistakes are made, everyone will have their recordings downloaded from all of their devices upon leaving this building, be that today or otherwise. If you have anything of a personal nature that you don't wish us to see, we recommend deleting it now." There was a ferocious vocal backlash from the SED's denizens at this sudden and unjust turn of events, and the scene threatened to turn ugly in short order. Weapons were raised and objects thrown before harmony was restored by Dresden Locke and General Stevens, and the real possibility of a riot and ensuing bloodshed was averted. "This is so much bullshit," Anne-Marie said, after things had calmed down and a soldier motioned at them, from below, to vacate the area. "Do they do this often?" Sarah asked, trudging back the way they'd come, the thrill of the discoveries still fresh in her mind. Anne-Marie shook her head. "Rarely at the SED. They normally stamp their size 12 boots all over our teams out in the field. They must have missed something they were interested in and decided to grab it now." Sarah passed her phone over to a member of General Stevens's staff for her data to be downloaded, wondering at the same time if they were going to check her bag, too. That would be bad, she thought. Her complacency switched to fear, then transformed into relief when he handed the phone back without so much as looking at her, his attention elsewhere as others pressed in around him and his colleague. With the excitement over, Sarah bade farewell to Anne-Marie. Conscious she still needed the air shuttle manual, she decided to hide in the building until the majority had left, and then acquire the prize and depart for home the following day. Working her way towards the quieter storage facilities, she contemplated her plan. Walk in when the control station is unmanned, take a manual, download it, and then walk straight back out again. Simple, but hopefully effective. The manuals weren't top secret, as who else could use them? They were just problematic to copy when someone had no good reason to do so. Well, Sarah knew she did have a good reason, just not one anyone else in the SED would appreciate. After 9 hours of excruciating boredom, Sarah relinquished her hiding place and weaved her way back up to the command center. Padding down the now deserted halls of the SED, her footsteps echoing horrifically, she reached her destination. Sliding through into the low-lit control station, her eyes flicked towards the closed door located at the back of the large room where the night shift slept. Acutely aware of this slumbering menace, Sarah made a beeline for the shuttle manuals. Leaning over the desk, she slid open the cabinet door and plucked one of the tomes from its shelf. As she did so, a chain attached to the rear of the metal folder's spine slid along with it, clinking loudly like a miniature anchor being dropped from a ship. Sarah cursed softly and looked towards the back room, holding her breath, the fear of discovery heavy upon her. Nothing. No one stirred. The sound of the chain had seemed like a thunderclap to Sarah in her cocoon of silence, surrounded by vacated desks and hibernating computer systems. The chain, she assumed, returning to her task, ensured the key system manual wouldn't go walkabout within the Exploration Division's complex. Placing the folder on the desk and grasping the metal tether in her other hand to prevent it from making any more undue noise, Sarah perused the front cover to make sure it was what she needed. In the center of the matte metal fascia, an embossed SED logo had the following text beneath it: Air Shuttle Return Procedures. Realizing she had the wrong folder, she saw each of the 6 manuals had a corresponding number on the spine. The one she now held had a number 2 on it. Reasoning number 1 must be what she was after, she returned number 2 to the shelf and selected number 1, which rested on the far right-hand side. It would help if someone put them back in order, she complained to herself, while resisting the urge to rearrange them. Placing the new folder flat, she was pleased to see the text. Air Shuttle Launch. Procedures. Opening it out, she activated the digital screen inside and unclipped her phone. She muttered a curse under her breath. The manual had no data transfer induction port, which prevented her from downloading its contents. What to do? What to do? She asked herself. There's only one thing I can do, she realized, her heart sinking. I'm going to have to film every page of the manual with my phone. Pressing a couple of control buttons on the side of the screen, she set the manual to scroll through its contents, all 600 pages of it, while holding her phone steady above. After 10 minutes, which seemed more like 2 hours, her ears straining for any sign of movement both from within the back room and outside the command center itself, the manual reached its last page. Putting the folder back, Sarah checked the other 4 files in case there was anything else relevant to their plans. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be. Sarah knew she had to get rid of the recordings prior to leaving the building tomorrow. The security officers and all soldiers would definitely be interested to know why she had launch procedure files on her person. So I won't keep the images on my phone, she thought. Stick that up your arse, General Stevens. Firing up a nearby printer and attempting to muffle the resulting emitted beeps, Sarah utilized the peripheral's integrated software to print out the manual from her phone's video footage. More minutes ticked by, the paper copy of the manual spewing forth page by inexorable page. As she waited to her right, through the 30-foot-high windows of the control station, the darkened shuttle bay brightened. Its array of lights flickered to life, and sending a white brilliance cascading through the glass to highlight Sarah within. Dropping down to a crouch, Sarah's heartbeat quickened. Creeping to the front desk, she peeked over the top to see who had tripped the automatic lighting below. A team of Special Forces commandos, replete in full armor, fanned out around the shuttle bay, weapons in hand. Accompanying them was a host of military engineers and scientists who homed in on a single docking bay. Also along with them was a cigar-toting man whom she'd seen earlier that day, one General Stevens. Sarah watched the enormous metal floor retract, the wail of sirens and flashing warning beacons unusually absent. Why were they opening the bay doors? There couldn't be an air shuttle arriving, as there was no one at the control station to receive it. At that thought, the sound of heavy-booted footfalls approached from nearby. Petrified, Sarah had no time to grab the manual, which had finally finished printing, choosing instead to dive under a desk. Curling her legs up to her chest, her hair falling over one eye, she peeked out to see her rucksack in plain view next to the printer. It was too late to do anything now, as the soldiers had arrived, their black boots treading silently now past Sarah's hidden location. Trying to keep her breathing quiet and her pounding heart slow, Sarah could just see, from her limited vantage point, the 2 soldiers disappear from view. Moments later she could see them at the rear of the room, and they appeared to be locking the door to where the emergency crew slept. Returning in their heavy shod footwear and grey and black camos, the 2 men retreated from the room, one to the right and the other to the left. When Sarah believed the coast to be clear, she crawled from her hiding place and collected her manual. Still on all fours, she deposited the wad of paper into her rucksack, which she hitched onto her back once more. Getting into a low crouch, she sidled up to the nearest door to try and get a bead on one of the soldiers. Her face pressed up against the glass, she scanned the office beyond, half lit by the shuttle bay below. There didn't appear to be anyone around, until a dark shape moved mere inches from her face, making her jump in fright, a yelp of surprise almost escaping her lips. The soldier was right there on the other side of the door, guarding entry to the control station. With her back to the wall, her breathing shallow and her chest heaving as the adrenaline sought to increase its grip on her system, Sarah spied the second soldier through the door opposite, preventing entry to the only other point of access. She was trapped. Crawling low past the nearest door, the rough carpet feeling dirty on her hands, Sarah hid beneath another desk, out of sight of prying eyes. "What's going on?" she wondered. "Surely they shouldn't be locking the night shift in their quarters. It could prove catastrophic if a shuttle came in and the correct safety measures weren't activated." Twisting round in her cramped cubbyhole, Sarah could just see out into the shuttle bay, the huge shaft now exposed, the imposing rock walls lit up all around. Above one of the twin tracks, the engineers had set up a strange mechanism along with an industrial-sized winch, which already worked away, steam rising from its thick wire cable, while two men used a hose to spray it with water as it spun round at high velocity. The toughened glass muffled most of the noise from below, but the distant whine of the winch still managed to penetrate through. As she watched, engrossed in this queer behavior, some of the Terraforce commandos, utilizing metal ropes and grappling hooks built into their armor, abseiled down into the deep hole and out of sight. The winch's high-pitched scream dropped to a low whir, and Sarah knew whatever they were bringing up was nearing its journey's end. A rush of activity preceded the arrival of a familiar shape, the tip of an air shuttle's nose cone. Bit by bit, the subterranean craft's silver subframe edged into view. Either side, the soldiers who had scaled the rock face reappeared at the lip of the shaft, returning to the thick concrete that surrounded the entire bay. Instead of allowing the machine to continue along its track, the team of men and women hauled the air shuttle to one side using what was clearly a specially designed crane. The shuttle, resting on secure ground, had been gutted, its usual seating removed to enable it to carry a special load. Using the crane once more, the general's teams unloaded the single piece of cargo, which almost filled the entire shuttle, its bulk shrouded by a thick black plastic cover. Now standing erect, Sarah estimated it to be 50 foot high and half that in depth and breadth. The object, still attached to the crane by lifting slings, hung precariously suspended until it dropped down onto a waiting flatbed lorry which had reversed unseen through the maintenance road that led out into the USSB's lower levels. Once secured onto its transport, the lifting gear fell away, and with it the cover, too. Sarah shifted closer to the glass, her hands pressed against it, eager to lay eyes on what had so preoccupied the military. It was a piece of ancient architecture, its sides made up of dense rock similar to the Anakim structure she'd witnessed on her Deep Reach mission. In fact, she decided it looked exactly like the stone formation at the site. The size, too, sparked off her memories of the hole the military had cut into the building's roof. Is this what had been producing the energy reading she and Riley had witnessed on their unofficial scouting mission? It must be. Obviously too big and heavy to bring back to the USSB by normal means, they had gone to great lengths to bring the load across many miles of sheer drops, vertical climbs, and twisting tunnels. Such commitment meant that piece of rock must be important indeed. Turning within the shuttle bay, which had by now been resealed, the transporter executed a 180-degree maneuver, its great deep-treaded tires bulging from the weight of its single consignment. As it turned, Sarah saw the monument had a similar shape to the caskets she'd seen brought back by the archaeological team, only this monstrous thing had the look of a pentagonal prism. The meaning of the shape wasn't lost on her, the same form as her confiscated pendants, a 5-sided polygon. It also suggested a link between it and the image of the Anakim priestess Sarah had seen on the interior walls of the 900,000-year-old edifice. The 18-wheeler completed its about turn, bringing the opposite side of the object into view. Unlike the rest of the dark, coral-like rock, run through with seams of lighter sediment, one of the wide pentagonal sides contained a large sunken cutout, rectangular in shape. Within the recess, a foot in from the edge and half the length of the outside structure itself, a 10-foot-wide glass-like enclosure rested. Around this transparent case ran a corroded metal frame. At its base, a wide, flat panel had been installed, and sunk into its center were 3 distinct and identical shapes, perfectly formed circles. Sarah knew the implication of these indented discs. They meant this mysterious object could be activated by 3 giant individuals who wore a special pentagonal pendant, the same as the one she now had to reclaim herself. The juggernaut edged off, the movement causing the pale material behind the glass to shift. Slow, dark swirls spun out from the deep interior, suggesting the chamber contained a heavy, viscous liquid. As Sarah watched it being driven away, General Stevens spoke to some of his men, and then he too departed the shuttle bay, leaving those remaining to clear up the area. Realizing the opportunity to get a record of the departing artifact was disappearing, Sarah held up her phone and took a picture, but in her haste her finger clipped another command, setting off a powerful flash. Horrified at her mistake, Sarah looked down to see an engineer looking up in her direction. The man called out to one of his Special Forces colleagues. Surely he hadn't seen it, had he? The engineer, now joined by the Terraforce commando, pointed up towards the control station's windows, behind which Sarah knelt, concealed by a piece of frosted glass and a section of desk. The armor-clad soldier dropped his raised visor down over his face and turned on his interior systems, sending a green glow emanating from the helmet's eye-like sculpturing. With the forbidding mask looking in her direction, Sarah knew the man within scrolled through various spectral ranges which could identify her heat signature, her own deep-reach headgear having the same feature. The soldier's gloved hand moved to one side of his helmet, most likely activating a communication to the men standing yards from Sarah's position. Knowing the game was up, Sarah threw caution to the wind and scrambled out from underneath the desk. Standing upright, terror gripped her mind like a shrieking banshee, rooting her to the spot. Where could she go? A sound to her right triggered her flight-or-fight response. She found herself running full pelt in the opposite direction. "Stop right there!" a man said from behind. This failed to break Sarah's stride as the other door opened ahead of her. Instead, the words, "Sod you!" erupted unbidden from her mouth as she launched herself forwards into mid-air and oblivion. Chapter 17. Tucked away just south of Colorado, within the state of New Mexico, sits the small town of Dulce, population 3,409. Consisting almost entirely of Aboriginal Americans, the remote New Mexican reservation had acted as a home for the Jicarilla Apaches for generations. Surrounded by dry scrubland and a rocky, hilly terrain, the whole area exuded an arid beauty, baked dry by the endless sunshine that had once shone down upon it.
Since the asteroid AG5 had impacted, the sun had been taken, and as some knew, this was an act of the Creator. The dust on the ground had now been mirrored by that in the air high above, shielding the light-giver from its subjects below. What the future held was unclear, but what the present supplied was plenty.
"Where is the sky, Father?"
the young boy asked as he looked up to the heavens, seeking glimmers of bright blue he knew should be there. "The sky is still there, Kuruk. It is just dark." Kuruk eyed the brooding skies in an inquisitive yet fearless manner.
"Like the bad spirits?"
"No, my son, not like the bad spirits. The gods are testing us. If we can survive without the sun, we can survive anything."
"Anything, Father? Even death?"
"The body does not survive death, Kuruk, but our spirits will live on in the land of ever summer. Hardships in life give us greater strength in death." Satisfied with his parents' answer, Kuruk jumped down from the large boulder he'd been sitting on and bounded away into the darkness. "Don't go too far, Kuruk," his father called after him as the boy disappeared into the night-like day.
"I won't, Father,"
Kuruk threw back, switching on a small torch to seek out his favorite places to play. Kuruk loved to run in the dark. The challenge of remembering small paths and trip hazards kept his senses honed and his balance true. Today he felt energized, and so he decided to reach the secret place, somewhere known only to him. Half an hour later, Kuruk pushed aside a low branch, the light of his torch highlighting the small leaves and grey knotted wood of the bushy tree which rustled at his passing. Lying down, he squirmed his way inside a tight gap in a craggy rock face, the dust of the earth kicked up by his movements hanging in the air around him. A metre further in, and Kuruk found himself in his tiny den. At the back, against the craggy stone, a deep, narrow fissure sank into the bowels of the earth. Hot, warm air gushed through this crevice to the surface, heating the cavity against the cold air from outside. Now, in the wilderness, the silence surrounding Kuruk was perfect. Leaning forwards and cupping his hands to his ears, he sat still and unmoving, straining to catch the sounds from below. He didn't have long to wait, as after a few minutes, on the very edge of his hearing, a small chinking sound echoed up to him. Father said the white man built their own secret places underground. Kuruk couldn't believe that. He fancied it was the spirits of his ancestors seeking their way back to the living.
"I would very much like to talk to my grandfather,"
he thought, the vague but comforting memory of his father's father sending a pang of yearning through his tender heart.
"Grandfather!"
Kuruk shouted into the deep black hole.
"This way, grandfather! This way!"
As usual, only his echoes could be heard, along with the ever-present chink, 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 drifting up from the depths. Over a kilometre below Kuruk's feet, through layers of compacted soil and dense rock, the men and women of USSB Steadfast toiled by hand to clear debris from an emergency stairwell. The sound of picks and shovels striking the dense rubble reverberated through the surrounding area and beyond, sharp edges of hardened tools biting deep into pulverized stone and broken boulders alike. The collapsed tunnels leading to the surface had been compromised by strategically placed explosions. Critical excavation machinery had been either removed from the base or disabled beyond repair, and the interior-to-surface lift systems lay crippled. In the heart of the subterranean complex stood the reinforced 50-story-high command center, its grey-clad bulk cleaving through 3 chamber levels. Running vertically down one side of the building,
Large three-dimensional lettering spelt out the name USSB Steadfast. In the lowest rooms of this central command structure, a select team of people awaited the arrival of the man that called the shots. He wasn't normally in charge at Steadfast, only having arrived just before the meteorite impacted in 2040. But now their director had left the base, the GMRC Director General of the Subterranean Program himself had taken direct control, which was just as well, as no one else had the experience or expertise to deal with the crisis at hand. The large glass double doors opened with a pneumatic swish, and the assembled ranks stuttered to silence as everyone stood. A man of small stature and a powerful presence, flanked as ever by his personal aides, entered the room. Wearing a simple grey GMRC uniform, the Director General's only indication of rank was the inconspicuous golden weave adorning his cuffs and epaulettes, and a badge on his right shoulder, the symbol of the powerful and influential GMRC Directorate. "Please be seated," Professor Steiner said, adjusting his glasses and taking his seat at the head of the large conference table. A shuffling of chairs and the muted rustle of clothing followed his command as everyone sat back down. The Steadfast personnel glanced at one another in anxious anticipation, waiting for their leader to begin. Professor Steiner cleared his throat and spread out some paperwork before him. He then looked to the greying, clean-cut, middle-aged man to his right. "Nathan, can you bring up a map of the base on the wall screens, please?" "Certainly, Professor." Nathan got to his feet and walked to the far end of the room to access the building's internal computer system. "Ladies," Professor Steiner said, looking over the tops of his glasses at the women in the room. "Gentlemen," he continued, perusing the men before him. "As you are all very much aware, USSB Steadfast is still cut off from the surface. Critical systems have been patched up as best they could be, and the majority of the 475,000 souls that still call this base home have been relocated to the lowest levels for safety. It has been many months since this situation was thrust upon us, and we are no further along in securing any kind of route to the surface despite our best efforts. The people responsible for our entombment did well when they sabotaged Steadfast systems. The damage caused to life support has ensured most of our efforts are directed at keeping ourselves alive rather than evacuation. Every attempt we do make to reach the surface has been thwarted, not just by the previous efforts of our tormentors, but by those still stationed on the surface tasked with preventing our escape." The doors to the room opened once more, causing Steiner to pause. 5 U.S. Army officers marched into the room. At their head stalked a large, powerfully built man with a self-indulgent swagger, his scalp sprouting thick, dirty blonde, receding hair, which flowed down into shorter, bristling stubble that covered half of the owner's grizzled face. Unlike his uniformed comrades, he wore heavy green and brown body armor that had seen its fair share of engagements, its thick, composite metal exterior bearing the marks of combat, shiny metal gashes and grazes standing out in stark contrast to the camouflage paint around it. "Ah, Colonel Sampson," Steiner said, while glancing pointedly at his watch. "So good of you to join us." Sampson sat down at the opposite end of the table to the professor, his fellow officers taking seats either side of him. The colonel, instead of responding to Steiner's acknowledgment, merely glowered, his heavy brows hovering over a pair of pale, cold eyes. "Okay, shall we continue?" Steiner clasped his hands before him, undeterred by the antagonism permeating from the very pores of the military leader opposite him. "Excellent," he said in his confident tone, as some of the civilians looked nervously towards Sampson and his cronies. "I have called you all here today to outline my proposal for extricating everyone from this facility. The reasons for our abandonment by the GMRC and U.S. military on the surface is still unknown, although it is clear that Intelligence Director Joyner played a leading role in the affair. Since we have been left to our own devices, it has fallen to me and the people in this room to take control of all our destinies. Now that we have stabilized our environment, it is time to take the next step. Nathan," Steiner motioned with a hand at his friend and confidant, "if you will." Nathan Bryant nodded and activated the wall screens around the office, each wall displaying the same image, enabling comfortable and clear line of sight for each person regardless of their physical position. "As you can see," Nathan said, "this is a detailed schematic of USSB Steadfast." Steiner eyed the graphical representation, noting the many intricacies of the base he helped to design. "And here," Nathan said, highlighting in a red hue various vertical sections as he tapped the screen with a couple of fingers, "are the main and subsidiary exits to the surface, all of which have been blocked, disabled, and, as far as we have been able to tell, guarded topside." He zoomed into the top right-hand side of the base and executed a command to produce a bright green line which reached the surface by a roundabout route. "Here is conduit shaft 183B. With a flourish, Nathan flicked the image into the middle of the table, the transparent hologram rotating slowly on its axis. A woman in a prim grey suit raised a tentative hand in the air. Nathan pointed at her. "Yes?" "That shaft doesn't exist. I run the engineers in that sector, and I know that particular area like the back of my hand. There's nothing there." "You are partially correct," Steiner told her as he gave Nathan a small nod to indicate he would take it from there. "There is no access to the shaft, as indicated on the plans before us. However, if I have remembered correctly, when this base was constructed, that shaft was built but not completed, being classed as obsolete by further advances in the overall design. If that is the case, which I believe it is, then it may be possible for a team to use 183B to reach the surface without detection by those above, as it is an unknown potential exit." A civilian manager spoke up. "Wouldn't the Army be guarding the whole area and not just specific points of access?" "Yes," Sampson said, his gruff manner out of place in the office environment. "Thank you, Colonel." Steiner turned to address the manager who had spoken. "Yes, there will be, but as you will note on the screen, this unfinished shaft bisects the surface at the furthest extremity of the upper footprint of Steadfast. This means any military presence at that location will be much less than elsewhere, or so we can hope." He looked to Sampson and his colleagues. "Do you agree, gentlemen?" A collection of nods and yeses answered the professor's question. "Excellent," Steiner enthused. "So with that in mind, any excursion will have a good chance of survival if exiting at that location." The female engineer raised her hand again. "But isn't this all redundant if we can't access the shaft in the first place? We don't have any functioning equipment with which to reach it." "And you could only squeeze a few people through that conduit tunnel," another man said, "which looks to run vertically for long sections. What could so few hope to achieve if they managed to evade those on the surface?" All valid points. Steiner was buoyed by the input. First, access to the shaft can be attained by some good old hard labor. Working through one of the collapsed emergency stairwells, we can use the destruction of the surrounding rock to our advantage. There will be no need for any equipment or to risk further destabilizing the exterior walls of the base by using any kind of explosives. As to reaching the surface, a team of well-trained climbers can make it, and our resident Special Forces subterranean detachment," Steiner extended an open hand towards Colonel Sampson, "will be perfectly suited to making the ascent and securing a pathway to safety. As to what such a small number of people can achieve, that will depend on those who will be taking the trip with them." Sampson frowned. "And who might that be?" "A few select individuals," Steiner responded, a serious intent to his tone. "Communication experts and someone who can call on contacts within the GMRC to go against whatever orders Director Joyner has managed to put into motion." "Who would be able to do that?" one of the other Army officers asked. "That would be me," Steiner said. The room erupted into a cacophony of complaints and dissent at the suggestion. Waiting for everyone to calm down, including Nathan, who perhaps voiced the loudest protests, Steiner held up his hands. "I expected such a reaction," he said, although he noted Sampson had not raised any objections whatsoever. "However, I am the only person in Steadfast who has the power to counteract Malcolm Joyner's commands." "You're also the person we're relying on to keep this place functioning, Professor," Nathan said. "Who else could run this place with you gone? The majority who had the expertise to overcome Steadfast's ongoing system issues fled the base with Richard Goodwin. Without you, we'd be floundering within the week." "They fled on my command," Steiner reminded his friend. "And your assertion that you would not be able to cope without me is a false one. The people in this room, every one of you," he said, looking around at the many faces turned towards him, "have proved they have what it takes to fill the void of those who went before them. The nuclear-powered generators have been dealt with, the air and water systems stabilized. Yes, perhaps I could apply my expertise further if future problems arose, but right now our priority must be to change the game, and I am the only one who can readjust the music to play a tune more to our liking." "And when do you expect this mission to take place?" Sampson's voice was hostile. Steiner interlaced his fingers. "By the end of the week." "Surely it will take months to break through to the conduit shaft you mentioned," another person said. "Yes, approximately 2 months," Steiner agreed. "But since I put 3 teams to work on it round the clock 7 weeks ago, the route through will be available to use sooner rather than later." Sampson snorted in derision. "You had this plan 2 months ago, and you've just decided to let us in on the fact?" He looked around at those present. "And you look to this man as though he's your savior. You people are a bunch of simpering fools. Can't you see this man is no different from the one who put us here? Everyone on the GMRC Directorate is the same. Cold, calculating, cowardly, and devious." A few of the civilians gasped in shock at Sampson's words, while the other military officers present appeared embarrassed by the colonel's outburst. Professor Steiner, his face grave, held up his hand to quieten those coming to his rescue. "Coming from you, Colonel, I find such hypocrisy obscene." Sampson stood up, placed his hands on the table, and leant towards Steiner. "I may be cold and calculating, but I don't try and hide the fact from these simpletons you're quick to heap with false praise." "You forget yourself, Colonel." Steiner rose from his own chair, his powerful voice belying his lesser physical stature. "These men and women do not need their courage undermined by a bully such as yourself, and I never, ever praise those that don't deserve it, which is why you have never heard those words directed at yourself." The two men stood, eyes locked and unwilling to back down, as everyone else watched the clash of wills with a fearful anxiety. Nathan stepped forwards as if to intervene. The movement caught Steiner's attention, dragging his gaze away from the colonel's detestable face. "Sit down, Colonel," Steiner said, returning to his own chair, his fury ebbing away. "Or leave this meeting. Your destructive input is not welcome here." Without a word, Samson stomped down the side of the room towards the door and paused next to the professor. "You may not like to hear the truth of my words," he said to Steiner in a deathly calm voice, "but your plan will need my leadership and men for it to succeed. All of you will be relying on me," he said to the rest of the room. "We'll see how much my input is needed then." The doors opened and closed. Samson had gone, leaving behind an uncomfortable silence enveloping those who remained, which included the 4 other military officers. "Why do you persist on inviting that man to our meetings?" Nathan asked Steiner, his exasperation plain to hear. "He's unable to act in a civil manner and always seems bent on challenging your authority and disrupting an otherwise constructive debate." "Samson is a man of action, not talk," one of the officers, another colonel, spoke up in defense of his colleague. "He may not be to most people's tastes. God knows I've had my fair share of run-ins with the man, but he demands respect in our ranks, which makes him a valuable asset. Ever since our generals left us to die down here," the man continued, "he has been crucial in maintaining discipline, not only in his own men, but throughout the rest of the armed forces stationed within this base. He may be confrontational and unstable, but without him, the large numbers of soldiers trapped underground, fearful and nervous, may well have lost all sense of control. If that happened, we would be facing a breakdown of law and order very quickly, and that's something we can ill afford right now." Steiner nodded. "Well said, Colonel Weybridge. We owe more to Samson than perhaps we would wish." He looked to Nathan and those around the room. "These are trying times, and putting up with one man's outbursts is the least of our worries. If Samson is so crucial to keeping Steadfast's military in check," a senior manager from the transport department said, "then to have him heading the expedition to the surface is counterproductive, is it not?" "It's not ideal," Steiner admitted, a small frown appearing on his brow as he leaned back into his chair. "However, needs must. Others will just have to step up to the plate." He held the gaze of Weybridge at the other end of the table. The colonel returned the look, his expression unreadable. After a further 3 hours spent discussing the ins and outs of the escape plan and the utilization of the conduit shaft, including how they would proceed with a full-scale evacuation of the base once the surface had been secured, the meeting drew to a close. Steiner, making sure he was the last to leave the room, made a point of exchanging a few words with each person as they left. "Professor," Weybridge said as he departed, "be aware the rest of the military in Steadfast do not share Colonel Sampson's opinions about you and your leadership. We are more than willing to follow your lead." Steiner shook Weybridge's offered hand. "Thank you, Colonel. Sampson is right about one thing, though. He is critical to our plans. When the team reaches the surface, we may well be in a fight for our lives. And there is no man in this base as fierce or as skilled in battle as Sampson," Weybridge said. "Or so it is said." Steiner found it hard to keep a note of skepticism from his voice. "Don't be fooled by the man's short temper," Weybridge cautioned him. "He can turn off his emotions like a switch. It is surprising such a volatile individual can act well in the field, but I've seen the man in action, and you need a calm mind to react as he does under fire." "That's good to know," Steiner said, feeling grim that he had to utilize the talents of such a man. "Let's hope he's as good as you say, for all our sakes." Chapter 18. 5 days had passed since Professor Steiner had disclosed his full proposal to save Steadfast's trapped residents. In that time there had been a lot to prepare, and he and Nathan hadn't had a spare moment to converse in private, one thing or another cropping up to draw their attention elsewhere. Now, alone in his office, Steiner sat in his large chair, elbows on his desk, hands propping up his chin, as he closed his eyes to accommodate a deep sense of tiredness that had suddenly swept over him. He expected Nathan to arrive in an hour. Time enough for a snooze, he decided, and he took off his glasses, folded his arms on the desktop, rested his head on them, and drifted off to sleep. It seemed no sooner had Steiner shut his eyes than a persistent bleeping noise roused him from his slumber. Wiping his eyes with one hand, he searched the table for his glasses with the other, his fingers probing and then finding the familiar frame close by. Popping on his spectacles, he focused in on the intercom built into the polished mahogany desktop. "Yes," he said, thinking whoever had disturbed his sleep had better have a good reason for doing so. "Sir, Nathan Bryant is here to see you," said the disembodied voice of one of his dark-light bodyguards, the private security contractor positioned 50 feet away, outside of Steiner's command suite. "He wasn't due until 10 o'clock, Steiner replied, trying and failing to keep the annoyance from his tone. "It is 2200 hours, sir." Where did that time go? He wondered, feeling far from refreshed after his sleep. I must be getting old, he decided, the boundless energy he'd enjoyed in his youth and middle age leaving him as the years ticked by. Such demanding times have brought my physical limitations to the fore, it seems, he thought, stifling a yawn before advising the security operative to send his friend in. Nathan soon knocked on the door and entered at Steiner's invitation. "Professor," Nathan greeted him, his usual broad smile a bright welcome to Steiner's weary eyes. "You look awful," he added, sitting down in one of 4 chairs opposite. "Thank you for that kind observation." Steiner gave a small smile of his own. Not many people spoke to Steiner that way, and fewer still that got away with it. Nathan, though, had been his friend and colleague for almost as long as Steiner's GMRC career, and was the one person in Steadfast he knew he could count on, no matter what. "I'd say to arrange to meet up another time," Nathan said, "but considering you're leaving in a couple of days, I doubt we'll have another opportunity such as this." "I'm fine." Steiner put a hand over his mouth as a full-blown yawn took control of him. "Just in need of a little sleep, that's all." "Perhaps a drink will get you going." Nathan got up and poured them each a small glass of cognac from the ornate decanter which sat on Steiner's desk. Steiner accepted the offered glass and savoured the aromatic brandy as it warmed his throat on its way down. "So," Nathan said, looking into his own glass and swilling the golden liquid around inside it, 2 days until you place your trust and everyone's lives in the hands of a madman. Confident?" Steiner let out a small chortle, as confident as any man of my age would be when attempting a grueling climb, followed by a potential firefight. "As to relying on Samson, I believe my trust is not misplaced. He wants out of Steadfast as much as we do, and is no friend of joiners. Nevertheless, once he has secured the team's safe passage from the immediate vicinity on the surface, his role will become less important. That is when I will attempt to establish communication with select people within the GMRC and U.S. government, The sooner I can secure a solid platform of support, the sooner I can reassert my control and countercommand Malcolm Joyner's orders." Nathan sounded unconvinced. "There's a lot that can go wrong, but as you said before, we have little choice in the matter. When the next asteroid hits in 8 months' time, everyone in Steadfast will either die instantly or suffocate soon after. I still don't understand how Joyner kept the altered trajectory of AG5C a secret for so long. How can you hide that kind of information from the thousands of people working for NASA and all the other space agencies?" "It's been done before, and it will probably be done again," Steiner said, finishing his drink and pouring another. "If you control the flow of information, all you need to do is select a particular spot before the data cascades down, altering it almost without trace. Many teams work independently of one another, and if the oversight itself was compromised, which it must have been, then such an outcome was possible, albeit an outcome that must have taken a great deal of effort and planning to accomplish. Since Joyner is the intelligence director for both the GMRC and the U.S. government, a position one person should never have been allowed to achieve, in my opinion, it's not as crazy as it sounds to keep such a small detail hidden. That small detail may end up killing 500,000 people," Nathan pointed out. "Small in mathematical terms," Steiner said. "Not that I consider the deaths of 500,000 people to be inconsequential." He sipped his cognac. "The alteration of the data was tiny, but enough to put the impact zone of AG5C almost directly on top of Steadfast. If Joyner hadn't shown his hand by sealing us down here, I would never have spotted it." "And you're positive none of the other data streams were corrupted?" Nathan said. "How many times have you asked me this?" Nathan shrugged. "Twice?" Steiner laughed. "More like 20 times, but no. The other sets of telemetry were, as far as I could see, untouched. The other 5 asteroids will be impacting as predicted." Nathan downed the remainder of his drink. "Unless Joyner intercepted the information flow even higher up the chain." Steiner made a face. "That's something I'd rather not consider, and the likelihood is extremely remote." "I have to say," Nathan said, placing his empty glass down on a leather coaster, "I wasn't too happy you kept secret the fact that you'd be going to the surface as part of the team. You couldn't trust me enough to tell me beforehand?" Steiner noted his friend's hurt demeanor. "I didn't say anything because I knew you wouldn't relent until you'd talked me out of it." Steiner gave Nathan a fond look. "You can be quite persuasive when you want to be." Nathan seemed a little mollified by the comment and picked up his glass again, twizzling it round in his fingers in contemplation. "I don't think Steadfast's new command group was convinced by your explanations for leaving them without you or Sampson at the base." Nathan looked up from his tumbler. "That's because they don't know all the facts. Our predicament is more dire than they know." Nathan shifted in his seat. "Perhaps we should tell them, then. Don't they deserve to know? Doesn't everyone down here deserve to know?" "What they deserve is of no consequence," Steiner said, "as much as I hate saying so. If we revealed to them we have a finite time frame to get out of this facility, what do you think would be the result? The fact is, informing them of their impending doom would only cause mass hysteria. Colonel Weybridge said it himself. Only with Sampson's iron hand did they keep their personnel in line during the initial uproar when everyone found out we were trapped down here. I consider our course of action sound, and the only one available to us at present. Believe me when I say I have deliberated every other option to the nth degree. As well you know. I've talked most of them through with you. We have to maintain calm until no other option is left to us." Steiner opened a drawer in his desk and withdrew a folder which he placed in front of Nathan. "What's this?" Nathan picked it up. "Final contingency protocols." 4? Nathan flicked through the thick wodge of paper inside. "To help the leader of Steadfast and his team make final arrangements if my mission fails." Nathan looked wary. "What sort of arrangements?" "Necessary ones. If I'm unable to secure freedom for all Steadfast's residents, then there will only be one alternative for your escape." "Fight our way out," Nathan said, his expression grim. "Yes, and undoubtedly such an assault against the forces on the surface will result in significant losses, perhaps as much as 90%. Steiner rubbed his beard in distraction, the coarse bristles feeling comforting against his palm. "Joyner may have even put in place orders to detonate large devices within our lift shafts to prevent any such action." Nathan folded his arms across his chest. "That's an awful thought." Steiner considered his friend, whose kind face and compassionate soul masked an intelligent mind full of untapped strength. "I just wish I didn't have to leave you all down here," he said, ending the pause in conversation. "I feel like a captain abandoning his ship as it sinks. But I know if I don't go, it increases the likelihood that everyone left in Steadfast will perish." "It's a difficult decision," Nathan said. "Not one I agreed with at first, I admit. But now that I've had time to think about it, it does appear to be the best and perhaps only option we have to save all these people." "I'm glad you feel that way." Steiner braced himself for the complaints to come when his next words were spoken. "With that in mind, and in respect to the contingencies which you now hold," he paused, looking at his friend, gauging his mood. "There's no right time for this. Best get it over with," he decided, as Nathan looked at him, blissfully unaware of the responsibility he was about to inherit. "I will be leaving you in command of Steadfast." Nathan's expression portrayed a myriad of emotions all at once, fear, shock, and horror the most prevalent that Steiner could see. "What? Are you out of your mind?" Nathan got up and stared down at Steiner as if he had indeed lost his senses. "I'm no leader, especially not one who could command 500,000 people." 470,000, Steiner said, the pedantic comment not even registering with his friend, who failed to deliver his customary look of reproach as he paced around the room like a caged animal seeking escape. Nathan came back to stand in front of the desk as he rallied. "This is wrong. There are lots of people who can run Steadfast, and they are all better choices than me." Steiner raised an eyebrow. "Colonel Weybridge, for one," Nathan answered the unspoken challenge. "A well-spoken and highly regarded officer, a born leader. He has the respect of both military and civilian personnel, which is something I can never hope to have." "Weybridge will have his hands full filling the void left by Sampson," Steiner said. "Besides, he knows nothing of running the civilian-led systems which operate this base. His tenure would quickly lead to disaster. Also, while you may not realize it, you already have the respect of many of the people who currently run Steadfast." Nathan, ignoring Steiner's last comment, plowed ahead. "The chief of police, what's her name?" Steiner tried to keep a smile from his face as he watched his friend begin to flounder. "Helen Warren?" "Yes, Helen," Nathan said, struggling to keep his composure. "She's worked closely with the U.S. Army in the past, and she has civilian authority." "And knows nothing about Steadfast's multitude of systems when compared to you," Steiner added, blowing that argument out of the water with ease. "James Fullerton," Nathan continued, "Senior Data Analyst and Director of Human Resources. He also has experience in various critical systems throughout the base and has been here for over a decade." "The military will not accept a backroom administrator without operational knowledge and oversight," Steiner told him. "Nathan, I have considered all the options you are presenting, and many more besides, and the only one that comes out on top is the man I'm looking at now. A man who has been involved in the GMRC since its inception, a man who has also operated within the inner circles of the GMRC Directorate and is privy to some of the most sensitive information on the planet. You have worked in multiple divisions for the GMRC and within multiple USSBs. You have excellent communication and leadership skills." Nathan snorted at the mention of the word leadership. "You are also the only person who will be left in this base who knows about the asteroid. Plus, and perhaps most importantly, you were the only man I trust to lead these people to safety in my absence." Nathan looked distraught. "But no buts." Steiner grew stern and a little angry that his friend couldn't recognize the leadership qualities he so clearly possessed. "Nathan, listen to me. You need to trust in your own abilities. Whatever doubts you have about your capacity to lead, whatever shortcomings you have convinced yourself of over the years, are most likely born of redundant situations from your youth, and it is time to let them go. I have worked with you for nearly 30 years, and in that time I have seen you develop into a powerful individual capable of dealing with the sort of highly charged, complex situations most people would find overwhelming. You have excelled in the jobs you have been assigned to, but you have never sought out responsibility. It has always been accepted reluctantly. This time, however, I am putting you in a position where thousands of people will rely on you for their very lives, and I would not do so if I didn't think you were up to the task. I need you to put away your fears and be ready to lead these people with confidence. Can you do that for me? Can you lead these people to safety when they need you most?" Steiner looked at his friend as he struggled with his own internal demons. Steiner knew Nathan had to accept the position willingly to ensure the best possible outcome for Steadfast and its people. "Well?" he prompted, as Nathan sat looking at the floor in silent contemplation. "Very well." Nathan looked up and squared his shoulders as though physically accepting the burden placed upon him. "I will take charge of Steadfast. If you think I can do it, then I must be able to," he added with a self-deprecating smile. Steiner, able to relax somewhat, nodded and smiled at his friend in gratitude. "Thank you. It's a big weight off my mind knowing that I leave you in charge. You will, of course, have Sophie, my primary aide, to help you in your daily duties, along with other members of the team I've had working with me here. I will also transition your command by addressing the whole of Steadfast before I leave, outlining, where I can, what we are proposing to accomplish with the mission to the surface. You will find in the contingencies a code which, along with your biometrics, will unlock a film I have recorded for you to air to the base when the deadline has passed for my return or contact. The code will also be able to verify I am who I say I am if I get back in touch with you." "A film? What does it say?" "It discloses the arrival of the next wave of asteroids, and the imminent arrival of AG5C and its impact proximity to this base. The contingencies allow for a staggered revelation of the truth over a couple of weeks to nullify panic as much as possible. I have also formulated a full-scale assault plan, with the help of the colonels, of course, against the surface emplacements. These plans will need to be enacted as directed, although once it begins, it may be that events take a direction all of their own." Nathan looked surprised. "Didn't the colonels wonder why you wanted such a plan?" "I claimed belt and braces. They may not know about the asteroids, but they know we have to get out of here eventually, and force may be the only route. What they're unaware of is how soon we may have to put such a plan into action, and how far we may have to take it." "Can we use the missiles we have stored down here?" Nathan said. "It's debatable. Joyner also disabled all our external weapons systems before he departed. If we can rig something up, it will be dangerous and to be used only as a last resort. Using such high-powered weaponry could collapse whole sections of the base, killing more than it might save." "Let's hope it doesn't come to that, then," Nathan said with feeling. Steiner raised his glass. "I'll drink to that." Chapter 19. The next day found Steiner once more in the command center at Steadfast, his office a welcome refuge from the crash course he'd had to endure in climbing equipment and its use. Over the last few days, a commando from Terra Force had put Steiner through his paces with no regard for his age or position. Steiner was pleased the man had pushed him so hard, as he didn't fancy falling to his death, although on reflection he decided that might just be delaying the inevitable, as on the surface he might get shot or be blown up. Thankfully, Steiner knew most of the hard work on the ascent through the conduit shaft would be shouldered by those around him. He would be getting not a free ride as such, but as near to it as was possible, from what he'd been told by those within Sampson's team. While Steiner perused his itinerary for that day, prepared by his irreplaceable aide Sophie, he was disturbed by a commotion outside his office. Raised voices could be heard coming through the thick wooden double doors that separated his room from reception. The intercom buzzed, and one of his security guards began to speak, but the sound cut off before he could form a word. "Hello?" Steiner said into the microphone. "Is everything okay out there?" No answer. Standing up, Steiner walked round his desk and reached out to one of the brass door handles. But just as he did so, it jerked away from his grasp. The tall, imposing figure of Colonel Sampson filled his vision, as ever garbed in his combat armor. "Colonel?" Steiner stared into Sampson's deadpan eyes. "I have a busy schedule today. Can I ask you to—" Steiner's voice tailed off as he peered around Sampson to see the prone bodies of his two dark-light security guards. Sophie lay sprawled across her desk, unmoving. "What's going on here?" Sampson shoved him back into his office without a word. Staggering back, Steiner turned and ran to his desk to call for assistance. As his fingers reached his phone, a metal-clad hand slammed down onto his own, crushing it in place. Sampson lifted Steiner's arm away from the desk and then pushed him down into a chair. "You don't want to call for help," Sampson told him in his gravelly voice. "You don't know what I might tell them." "What's the meaning of this, Colonel?" Steiner cradled his throbbing hand. "And what have you done to my staff?" Sampson gripped the edge of Steiner's desk and heaved it away from him, sending papers flying and everything else tumbling to the floor. Sampson glared at him. "Your people are sleeping off a sedative." "Do you realize you've just crossed the line, Colonel, assaulting my bodyguards and an unarmed woman? There's no going back from this." Sampson laughed, the disturbing sound making Steiner question whether Sampson was experiencing some kind of mental break. If that was the case, there was no knowing what he might do next. "I've crossed the line." Sampson kicked out at a wooden chair, sending it crashing into the wall and splintering into pieces. "If I've crossed the line, then you've taken the line and fucking obliterated it." Steiner stared at the irate Terraforce commander, whose chest heaved up and down as his face seethed with a fury that made Steiner fear for his life. He glanced over to his desk. He couldn't reach anything to call for help. If only I'd kept my earpiece on, he thought, rueing the fact that he declined to wear it because it made his skin sore. "Nothing to say, Professor?" "I don't know what you want, Colonel, but I assure you I'll be lenient when charges are brought against you." "Oh, you will you? Perhaps it'll be me that is lenient toward you." Steiner floundered for something to say. What was the man going on about? "My fucking God! The great Professor Steiner, Director General for the GMRC's most powerful division, lost for words. Let me show you something which might make you more talkative." Samson removed a small device from a side pocket on his utility belt and pressed it against the room's wall screen data pad. The flat display flickered to life, and a scrambled black-and-white mass of pixels danced across it, accompanied by a loud, hissing crackle. The same repetitive noise and picture went on for some time. "What are we supposed to be looking at here?" Steiner said as Samson watched him like a bird of prey eyeing up its quarry. Samson didn't respond, and Steiner moved his eyes back to the screen in an attempt to avoid the Colonel's unnerving stare. Finally, a picture resolved itself, a section at a time, and a garbled audio track stuttered to life. Steiner realized what Samson had brought him to watch, and his heart sank, the reasons for the man's actions becoming clear. The voice emanating around his office from the speaker system, now fully recognizable, was his own. He watched in shock as the imperfect footage of himself he'd recorded months before on a computer phone in this very building played out on screen. "About to tell you is well beyond top secret," Steiner's slightly younger self was saying, "and is far above your clearance level. But given the new circumstances forced upon us by Malcolm Joyner, I feel full disclosure is very necessary at this point. When the asteroid 2011 AG5 was first discovered 29 years ago, NASA had already begun testing a new high-Earth orbit deep space detection array. This system was categorized as an unacknowledged special access program, or BLACK project, as we call them, due to its unique capabilities, which included satellite disruption technology that was to be utilized against enemies of the United States as required. During its first year of full operation, the array surveyed large swathes of space. In 2012, this new system revealed an extremely disturbing image. Following in the same trajectory as AG5 were 6 other asteroids. The first 4 of the 6 will be impacting Earth in 2042. The last, the picture distorted wildly and then went black, the sound also cutting out. Steiner found himself gawping at the wall screen. He composed himself, his jaw tightening as he turned back to his tormentor. "How did you come by that message?" "You don't deny its authenticity, then?" Samson said, now frighteningly measured, serene even. "Good. As to where I got it, I'll tell you a little story." "Wonderful," Steiner thought, his inner voice dripping with witty sarcasm. "Just what I always wanted. A tale from a psychotic Neanderthal." "I've been wondering, as many people have," Samson began, "why the Director of Intelligence, Malcolm Joyner, buried us all down here. Why would a member of the GMRC Directorate be willing to condemn a whole base, including the Director General of its prized subterranean program, to a slow and painful death?" "If you think I know why Joyner did what he did, you are mistaken," Steiner knew that he could only guess at Joyner's duplicitous actions. Sampson's mouth twisted into a sneer of contempt, his disbelief at Steiner's comment complete. "A few months back," the colonel said, resuming his tale, "I ran into a technician from the Signal Corps. They carry out communications, development, management, and I'm well aware of the function of the Army's Signal Corps, Colonel," Steiner said, in no mood to be lectured by a man who effectively held him hostage. Sampson, now in his favorite position of control, didn't become agitated by Steiner's scathing tone. In fact, what passed for a smile flitted across his craggy features. A bitter and twisted smile, perhaps, but a smile nonetheless. "The technician revealed to me," the colonel continued, "he'd been trying to trace and pinpoint Joyner's transmissions prior to him ordering our forces to take out your precious Darklight mercenaries. He believed if he could retrieve the streams from the ether, it may shed some light on what had transpired and the reasoning behind it. He failed, but the idea was sound. I asked him if he'd found anything else around the same time on other frequencies or systems. Turns out it takes time to trawl through the data and track down what could constitute something of interest. I told him I wanted him to spend as much time on it as he could, and if he found anything, to send it directly to me without watching or listening to whatever it was himself. If there was something important, I didn't want an NCO finding out about it and blabbing it all round the base first." "And you're sure he did what you asked?" Steiner said, now more concerned that this information might not be just in the hands of Sampson. "I can be very persuasive," Sampson replied ominously. Of that Steiner had no doubt, and it was perhaps just as well in this instance, he concluded. "And there are no copies?" he said, pressing the SFSD commander. Sampson smiled at Steiner again. "Most likely happy to have me just where he wants me," Steiner presumed with bitter remorse. He'd thought the data file he'd sent to Richard Goodwin had enough encryption to be secure. He was wrong. At least only a partial section had been retrievable. The full truth still eluded the colonel. But Steiner knew Sampson wanted the whole shebang and wouldn't relent until he had it. "I wonder what would happen if your precious followers found out that 6 more asteroids are headed our way," Sampson said, his calm voice belying the vicious nature of the remark. "Would they remain loyal to you, or would they string you up from the rafters?" "Colonel, the information you hold is very dangerous. If there are any copies, they need to be destroyed." Sampson laughed at him. "Are you pleading with me, Professor?" Steiner wanted to curse at Sampson and physically wipe that filthy smirk from his cruel, spiteful face. He knew, however, Sampson could squash him like a bug, and to reveal his emotions to the man would only please him further and weaken Steiner's own precarious position. "I must find out if a copy of the video has been made," he told himself. "If this information got out, it wouldn't just be my neck on the line," Steiner said after a momentary pause, attempting to tackle the colonel by another route. "You think your men would believe you didn't know either? Everyone in authority would be enemy number 1. Sampson considered Steiner in return. "What are the impact zone coordinates for the 6 asteroids?" he asked, his intensity and anger frothing back to the surface. He walked over to the disheveled table to pick up a glass. Looking at Steiner, he crushed the thick tumbler to dust within his metal-shrouded hand, a crude yet effective threat of violence, which Steiner had no doubt was designed to intimidate him into submission. The sad fact was, he had no other hand to play than the truth. A physical beating would be extremely unpleasant, but one he could ill afford if he was to attempt to save the lives of all those entrusted to his care. Besides, Samson knew too much, and further lies would be pointless and transparent. The colonel was no fool, despite his actions intimating otherwise. "There's an atlas on my bookshelf," Steiner said, pointing. Samson strode to the shelving, his heavy metal-clad boots thudding dully on the carpeted floor. He selected a large, leather-bound volume, the cover whispering as he withdrew it from between its fellows, then stomped back and dumped the atlas into Steiner's lap, making him jump slightly at the force. Opening the cover, Steiner flicked to an illustration of the world, located within twin intersecting ovals and spread across two adjacent pages. Angling the book towards Samson, Steiner pointed, one by one, at the locations where each asteroid would touch down. "Wait," Samson said after Steiner had touched the map near the New Mexico and Colorado border. "That's right on top of us." Steiner looked up at Samson and gave a solemn nod. "When will it hit?" "We have 8 months," Steiner told him, expecting the man to go ballistic. But instead, Samson walked to the other side of the room, deep in concentration. Facing the wall, the colonel put a hand to his mouth and flicked his head back as though taking a pill of some kind. "The size, what size is it?" Samson asked, his voice strained. "Half that of AG5 itself. It will decimate the continental United States. The southeastern and central states will face annihilation." "What of the others in 2042? Samson said, still with his back to Steiner. Steiner looked at the door, but decided it would be futile to try and run. He looked back to see Samson had turned around, his blue eyes fixed once more on his hostage. "Another is a little larger and will hit in northern Africa," Steiner said. "The one making landfall near the Russian-Mongolian border is twice the size of AG5, and the fourth, touching down in the Pacific Ocean, is 5 times as big." "The other 2, when and where?" "Both will impact in 2045, the first in the southern Atlantic, the next in the Pacific. Each is much larger than AG5, and the final one may well be large enough to trigger an ignition event." "Which means," Samson said, "that the detonation from the resulting strike may set in motion a chain reaction that would destroy the Earth's atmosphere." "So that's why so many bases were made," Samson muttered to himself. "Not to protect us from AG5, but from what was to follow." "Now, do you see why we had to keep it a secret?" Steiner said. "If people had known the truth, the construction projects would have been severely limited and delayed by mass hysteria. Dissemination of the information we had was not an option. The future of our entire race was at stake, of all life on Earth, for that matter." Samson didn't appear to hear Steiner as he leaned one hand against a wall, the information apparently too much even for the hardened colonel to take in. "Colonel, this information must not get out. Please, can you tell me if there are any copies of that recording?" "There are no copies," Samson told him, finally relenting. "But this one," he held up the small data device, "stays with me as collateral." Steiner turned as the office doors burst open and armed dark-light forces swarmed inside, the black-clad security contractors shouting at Samson to kneel down and put his hands on his head. "Are you okay, sir?" one of the dark-light officers asked Steiner, as Samson held his ground, his own weapons drawn. "I'm fine, Captain, thank you. Tell your men to stand down." The dark-light man looked confused. "Sir?" "The colonel is no longer a threat. He's free to go." The captain nodded and barked out orders for his team to shoulder their weapons. As they did, Samson did likewise. Pushing his way past the similarly armored dark-light operatives, Samson paused in front of Steiner. "Thank you for your cooperation, Professor," he said, his inflection condescending, a malicious glint in his eye. "I'll look forward to working with you on the ascent to the surface." Steiner's eyes narrowed in suspicion and anger at the colonel's insincerity. Samson threw an insolent salute in the direction of the dark-light captain and walked away, passing Nathan, who was making his way in. Nathan's expression was full of concern. "What's been going on? Are you okay, Professor?" "Do you know how that famous saying goes regarding Houston?" Nathan appeared uncertain. "The Apollo 13 reference?" "Yes, that one." "Why, do we have a problem?" "Oh, yes," Steiner said, watching through the reception's windows as Samson disappeared from view. "A big one." Chapter 20. Water cascaded over Professor Steiner's hands, miniature rivulets tracing the lines in his cracked and weathered skin. Many of his early years had been spent working on various engineering projects, and the materials and chemicals used to perfect pioneering developments in the field had taken their toll, affecting the ability of the skin on his hands to maintain its moisture. Steiner shook the droplets free over the sink, and then looked at himself in the mirror. "I hope you know what you're doing," he said to himself. His reflection failed to supply a response. Looking down, he twisted a simple golden band around a finger on his left hand. Amelia, his wife, had died in a freak accident many years ago, back when he was still a fresh-faced lecturer at Stanford University. He still vividly remembered the day when a police officer had interrupted one of his classes. Steiner initially joked with his students, asking which of them had parked their car in the dean's space again. His laughs had turned to confusion and then despair when he was given the news that his wife was being flown by a life-light helicopter to the ICU at the university's own medical center. The words hadn't made sense to him at the time, the information illogical. "Amelia can't be in Stanford," he assured the policeman. "She left the county this morning. She was driving down to Bakersfield for a conference." He looked at his watch. "She should almost be there by now." "I'm sorry, sir," the officer replied. "As I said, there's been an accident. Your wife stopped at a convenience store outside of town. A large vehicle lost control in the street and ended up smashing into the front of the building, causing the roof to collapse. Your wife was critically injured. It took some time to cut her free. She may not have long to live. She's asking for you." Numb, he was led away, his trance-like state only allowing his senses to roar back to life when he caught sight of the woman he loved. Wires and machines surrounded the bed on which she lay. The emotive sound of the ventilator filled the sterile room as it helped Amelia to breathe, her chest rising and falling in time to the slow and insistent rhythmic compression of air. A heart rate monitor bleeping erratically in the background served as a relentless reminder of his wife's tenuous hold on life. Sitting beside her, Steiner reached out and gently squeezed her hand with his own. Her face was pallid, and a tube led into her nose. A large graze on one side of her face brought a tear to his eye, which he brushed away when a nurse walked in to check on her patient. "Can she hear me?" he asked. "She drifts in and out of consciousness," the nurse said. "Whenever she wakes, she asks where you are." Steiner gently moved aside a lock of Amelia's hair which had fallen across one eye, and as he did so, her eyelids flickered open. Turning her head with painful difficulty, she focused on his face. "George?" she said, her voice barely audible. Her hand grasped his, and he leaned in closer. "I'm here, my love," he told her. "I'm here." "I'm sorry," she said, as ever thinking about him rather than herself. "What have you got to be sorry for?" "I don't want to leave you. It's too soon." "You will never leave me," he said, his voice choking as his emotions overwhelmed him. "I love you." Her voice grew fainter. "Promise me you will follow your dreams?" "I promise I will," he said, as his tears came. "You can do great things, George," she whispered. "I believe in you." At those words she had lost consciousness, never to regain it. They'd turned off the life support equipment a few hours later, and Steiner's world had been changed forever. The first few years after his loss, his carefree demeanor had left him, and bitterness had sought to consume his mind. His work had been his only motivator, fueled by Amelia's final words. Eventually he'd learned to enjoy life once more, although he knew he'd never be able to love another woman like he did Amelia, and so shied away from emotional bonds. On the odd occasion later in life, when loneliness raised its ugly head, Steiner was in no position to act upon the instinct, as he was by then far too deeply entrenched in directing the GMRC's subterranean program. Now, whenever Steiner needed inspiration or courage, something to light his darkest hours, the memory of Amelia, inextricably linked to the single gold band on his ring finger, gave him the strength of will he needed. Her presence, as ever, guided him in life, as he knew it would in death. The door to the washroom opened behind Steiner, and a familiar face appeared to snap him out of his poignant thoughts. "They're ready for you, Professor," Sophie said. "Thank you, my dear." He mustered a smile. "I'll be right out." Steiner looked at himself in the mirror one last time. His usual grey GMRC uniform had been replaced by new and alien attire. A heavy climbing harness overlaid a pair of sturdy red coveralls normally reserved for Steadfast's maintenance workers. Unlike the Special Forces commandos he was about to join, Steiner's body was small and slightly rotund, his frame unsuited to the gear worn by the SFSD. Even the clothes he wore now had been hastily adjusted to suit. His normal footwear, comfortable GMRC issue, had also been substituted by special climbing shoes, adapted for use inside the man-made confines of USSB Steadfast. Various ropes, crabs, cams, pulleys, and clamps hung from him like the small tassels on a brightly coloured piñata. He just hoped he wouldn't be broken open so others would see what lay inside. "Right then," he said to himself, "let's get this show on the road." Pushing open the door, he walked out into a clearing surrounded by tall fir trees on one side and a sheer light grey rock face on the other. Behind him stood the small outpost he'd just been inside, the building normally utilized by workers managing the underground ecosystem and bio-chamber complex in which he now found himself. The air here seemed fresher than elsewhere in the base, a pleasant byproduct of the oxygenation process taking place within the forest of trees and plants that surrounded them. In the treetops, a few birds could be heard whistling and chirruping to one another, unaware and uninterested in the events unfolding close by. A few 100 feet above, bolted to the chamber's vast ceiling, the powerful, magnificent, and all-encompassing sunlight generator threw down rays of light, bathing those beneath in its warm and pleasant glow. "Professor," Nathan said, moving away from a crowd of people to meet him. The team is assembled and ready to depart. As requested, the Dark Light Captain, Iwamoto, will be accompanying you along with 19 of his men. With Sampson's Terraforce unit and the 3 communication technicians, there'll be 74 of you making the ascent. Do you have everything you need? Iwamoto says he has some bulletproof clothing for you for when you reach the surface. Make sure you follow their every command. If the fighting is fierce, stay back until a safe path has been cleared. Steiner placed his hand on Nathan's wrist. His friend's face already looked stressed due to his new role as acting director of the base, and his concern for Steiner's safety was evident and quite touching. "Don't worry about me," Steiner said. "I'm in safe hands." Nathan eyed Colonel Sampson as he readied his men on the outer edge of the clearing. "That's debatable." "I was actually referring to Captain Iwamoto," Steiner said, following his friend's gaze towards the man on whom so much of his plan rested. "The fact Sampson knows about the next wave of asteroids unnerves me more than I can say," Nathan said as he looked back to Steiner, his brow creased and his voice drawn. Steiner had been quick to tell Nathan about Sampson's new insight into the events that would be unfolding on the surface over the coming years. Nathan's reaction had been that of shock and utter consternation, a feeling that Steiner well understood and shared. "There is little we can do about it," Steiner told him. "It appears he's willing to keep the information to himself. We must hope he's true to his word. The repercussions in Steadfast, if such knowledge got out, could be devastating. But if word spread on the surface," Steiner left his sentence hanging, "would be an unprecedented disaster," Nathan finished for him. "I don't understand why you didn't have him arrested when you had the chance." "Because he would have told all and sundry about the next wave of asteroids, and his team wouldn't act while their leader was imprisoned. Furthermore, despite what he says to the contrary, he may have another recording of the message I sent to Richard Goodwin. I trust Sampson about as far as I can throw him." "Perhaps he should be taken care of when he served his purpose." "No," Steiner said, "I'm not Malcolm Joyner. Such a thought is beneath you, Nathan. I'm surprised at you." Nathan sighed. "I'm sorry. I'm just worried for you. For us all. The GMRC has worked so hard to ensure humanity's continued survival. For a man such as Sampson to have the slightest chance of endangering that, no matter how small that possibility may be, shouldn't we do something about it? I'll keep a close eye on him. You can be assured of that. Besides, Joyner's intelligence division, despite its methods leaving a repugnant taste in the mouth, would be able to quash any chatter if word did somehow begin to circulate." Nathan didn't look convinced, and he had to admit that Sampson's unpredictability left Steiner himself feeling nervous and exposed. The information Sampson was now privy to gave him power a man such as he shouldn't possess. As he looked in Sampson's direction again, he saw that the colonel had completed his duties and was striding across the forest floor towards them. "This should be fun," Nathan murmured as Sampson drew nearer. "Colonel," Steiner said to the Terraforce commander. "We're ready," Sampson answered the greeting, his customary lack of manners and respect seemingly unaltered. "Are you and your men prepared to engage U.S. Army personnel on the surface, Colonel?" Steiner asked. Sampson bristled. "Why wouldn't we be?" "Your team is still part of the U.S. Army. You'll effectively be fighting men on your own side. Now that the time approaches, I find it hard to believe your team hasn't voiced any concerns over the issue." "They haven't, and nor will they," Sampson said matter-of-factly. "We're special forces. We are trained for all eventualities. My men will follow my orders without question." "And you will follow the professor's," Nathan added. Samson paused as he looked at Nathan, and then back to Steiner. "Of course." "I only ask, Colonel," Steiner continued, "because we're in a highly unorthodox situation. Our priority is to ensure the safety of the men and women of this base, despite what Intelligence Director Joyner has planned for them." "How do you know the GMRC or the government aren't complicit in Joyner's action?" Samson said. "Perhaps you've been deemed surplus to requirements along with everyone else in Steadfast." Nathan's temper rose. "Preposterous! The professor has almost single-handedly made the global subterranean program the force it is today. Without his innovations and designs, the world's preparations would be a shadow of what they are." Steiner, remaining calm, touched Nathan's arm to halt his defense. "You are quite right to question the motives of those above ground, Colonel. We are cut off and without any knowledge of what occurs in our absence. However, let me be clear that I believe Joyner is acting alone and does not have the support of the government or GMRC Directorate. He may well be manipulating those in power to deflect his actions and explain away Steadfast's communication issues and my sudden disappearance. Make no mistake, as soon as I have regained a position of safety and a platform from which to address the Directorate, I will have Joyner removed from office and punished for his crimes, along with all those that aided him." "Strong words," Samson said. "I hope you're able to back them up when it matters." "It matters now." Steiner watched Sophie, now Nathan's primary aide, approach. "Gentlemen," she said by way of interruption, "the last of the engineers has pulled out of the tunnel. The way into the conduit shaft is clear." "Thank you, Sophie," Steiner replied, and then held out an arm to Samson, inviting him to lead the way. "Shall we?" Samson grunted and stalked off to his 50-strong SFSD contingent, who had now assembled close to where the entrance to the destroyed emergency stairwell had been excavated. Steiner, followed by Nathan and his retinue, walked over to the 20-strong Darklight team. Captain Iwamoto extricated himself from an animated conversation with his lieutenants to meet Steiner as he approached. "Director General," Iwamoto greeted him with a perfunctory bow, his Japanese accent indicative of the various nationalities that made up the private security forces of Darklight. "Captain Iwamoto," Steiner said, addressing the lean figure of the black-clad officer. "Ready for the off?" "Yes, sir." Iwamoto's voice implied otherwise. "Is there a problem, Captain?" "Sir, some of my team are still reluctant to work alongside the Colonel and his men." Steiner stifled a sigh. "I thought this wasn't going to be an issue." "I didn't think it would be, sir, but now that they're alongside the SFSD, it seems tensions are running high." "It is understandable," Steiner said. "I've asked a lot of the men and women within the Darklight ranks while you've been deployed here at Steadfast. Ever since you arrived, circumstances have been anything but run-of-the-mill. I can well understand the difficulty of working with those who, only some months ago, were responsible for the deaths of many of your colleagues. Since I ordered your release from their custody, I have tried to keep Darklight personnel away from U.S. military forces within the base as best I could. To put your two sides together now would not have been considered were it not totally necessary." Steiner made sure they were out of earshot of anyone else before continuing. "I require your protection, Captain. While I believe that the Colonel will do his duty, I do not have the same faith in him as I do in Darklight. The Colonel will be susceptible to being coerced into the fold of his military superiors once on the surface, and as we know, these generals are being controlled, directly or indirectly, by Malcolm Joyner. I will be relying on your men and women to ensure my safety and freedom. My capture may prove disastrous for those left behind in this base. If you can instill in your unit the importance of their involvement in this mission, it may serve to help put aside their animosity to those working beside them." Iwamoto, after listening intently to every word Steiner said, nodded his understanding. "Thank you, sir. Your words are welcome, and I will relay them to my team. Aisatsu wa toki no ujigami," he added in Japanese. Steiner raised an eyebrow, unsure of what had just been said. "It means a word of meditation at the right time is blessed," Iwamoto said. Steiner smiled, nodded, and held out a hand which Iwamoto shook. The Dark Light captain then bowed low before retreating to re-engage his lieutenants. Steiner watched the captain for a moment, and then moved away to make his final goodbyes to those remaining behind, including Sophie, who gave him a warm embrace. Nathan came to stand by Steiner's side as the first of Sampson's men disappeared into the excavated hole in the cliff face. "This is it, then?" "It appears so," Steiner said, feeling a mixture of emotions as he prepared to say goodbye to his friend, quite possibly for the last time. "I will do everything in my power to get you all out as soon as I can. If I fail, you know what to do." Nathan nodded and held out a hand, which Steiner clasped in both of his. "Be careful, Professor." "Likewise, my dear friend. Good luck." "Good luck to you, too. To us all." Steiner gave Nathan's hand a final squeeze, released his grip, and looked around at those assembled. "Until we meet again," he said, and with a confident smile and a farewell wave, he turned and followed Sampson's men into the tunnel. Chapter 21. The climb so far had been cramped, long, and arduous, and they still had a way to go until they reached the surface. Steiner had lost count of the number of times his small safety helmet had clonked against a wall or pipe of some description. Sweat drenched his clothing as he exerted himself far beyond what he normally had to endure. Those around him took some of the strain, assisting his ascent using a pulley system laid down by those preceding them. He was grateful for all the help he could get. He was, after all, in his early 60s, and by far the oldest of those making their way to the surface. A small torch on his head lit up his immediate vicinity, a tight concrete channel 3.5 feet square and currently running at a 45-degree angle. There was barely enough room to shrug your shoulders, let alone haul up the heavy kit the soldiers had to contend with. His climbing gear clinked and rattled as he crawled forwards, his feet occasionally slipping from under him. Holding on grimly to the guide ropes, his special gloves gripping to him like a gecko's feet to glass, Steiner hauled himself onwards. The noises of those accompanying him echoed down the tight passage. Voices issued direction, while others let out a variety of curses and replies, as everyone did their best to cope with the difficult conditions. Leading the way, the Terraforce unit forged ahead. Next came Steiner himself, then the 3 communication technicians, and bringing up the rear, the Darklight team. After another hour, Steiner scrambled out into a wider area where 20 of the SFSD commandos had assembled, accompanied by their colonel. On one side of the smooth, circular concrete wall, the code 183B had been stenciled in pale blue paint, looking for all the world as if it had been put there recently, rather than 3 decades past. Above, the small chamber narrowed once more, taking a vertical path straight up. Ropes dangled down from it, half of Sampson's men having already moved on. Catching his breath, Steiner leaned against the wall for support. Captain Iwamoto emerged from behind soon after, seemingly no worse for wear than he'd started 12 hours before.
"Are you okay, sir?"
"Fine," Steiner said, gasping. "Thank you, Captain."
"This is the final section of the conduit shaft," Iwamoto told him. "After that we'll reach another area much like this one, where we can regroup and prepare for our exit strategy."
Steiner nodded in understanding as he took a water bottle from his harness and gulped down some much-needed fluid. The enclosed space they now occupied didn't lend itself to ventilation, the smell of warm bodies pressing in around them. Steiner sank to the floor to ease his aching back and tired limbs. He watched while Samson hooked himself onto one of the ropes and, using some sort of handheld mechanism, with little effort, pulled himself up and through the opening overhead. One by one his unit followed suit, their position in the round junction room soon replaced by the Darklight personnel, still filing out from below. It was now Steiner's turn to head upwards. With the help of Iwamoto and a female Darklight lieutenant at the bottom and an SFSD commando above, Steiner embarked on the vertical climb. Feeling like a piece of baggage, Steiner was pulled upwards, his own feeble efforts doing little to aid those taking the strain. He'd already resigned himself to relying on the assistance of others near the start of the climb. When he'd attempted to propel himself along using his own strength, he'd quickly tired, his exertions merely serving to delay the whole group. Back in the present, and now passing the shaft's halfway point, Steiner became aware that those below had encountered a problem. One of the technicians had become entangled in their gear, and only someone from above could rectify the issue. Since Steiner was unversed in such things, it had been decided to winch him up and then send someone else back down to resolve the issue. Carrying on, Steiner now had no one following him, only a dark, ever-increasing void ending in the faint light of the stuck communications technician far below. The end of the tunnel finally approached, finishing in a deep overhang. It looked, from Steiner's perspective, like he would need to clip himself onto another rope in order to enter the area above. The men that had been helping in his ascent had forged ahead to disappear from view, almost as if they'd forgotten he was relying on their help to move. Unsure what to do, he called out. A face emerged upside down from the nearby aperture. It was the colonel. "Grab my hand." Samson held his arm out towards him. "I need to clip myself onto the other rope," Steiner said, unnerved by Samson's appearance. "Stay attached, take my hand, and I'll transfer you over." Steiner considered Samson for a moment, his distrust for the man sending warning bells ringing in his head. "Come on, man," Samson said. "We don't have all day." Steiner looked down and then back to Samson's outstretched hand and decided he didn't really have any other option. Grasping Samson's hand, Steiner swung out into the middle of the shaft. Now suspended over a sheer drop, he held on to Samson's vice-like grip, the colonel's bunched muscles and sinews standing out as he held Steiner's full weight. With his free hand, Samson unclipped Steiner from the safety rope. "Wait, transfer me first!" Steiner yelled at him, but it was too late. His mistake had been made. Steiner's life now hung in the balance, only Samson preventing him from falling to his death. The colonel's eyes bored into Steiner's own, the man's manic expression indecipherable. "Can you get us into sanctuary?" Samson asked, while straining against Steiner's dead weight. Frantic, Steiner tried in vain to hitch himself back onto the safety line that ran parallel to the wall. "Professor," Samson said, his voice shaking with the effort required to hold Steiner aloft, "I don't know how much longer I can hold you for. Can you get us into USSB Sanctuary if we get out of here? Yes or no?"
"Yes, now clip me on."
"How can I be sure you're telling me the truth?"
Steiner felt his hand slip half an inch inside his glove. "Because I helped design it, and I'm a GMRC Director General." Steiner glanced below at his flailing legs and the darkness beyond. "I know all the access points. I helped oversee software creation for Sanctuary's security systems. You have my word, I can get us inside." More moments passed, Samson searching Steiner's face to see if he told the truth. Finally, he reached out his other hand and hooked Steiner's harness onto the second line. With a heave, Samson pulled Steiner through and up into the section above. Steiner now found himself in a small intersection, a low doorway leading off to one side. Samson brushed past him without another word, calling to two of his men to head back down the shaft to clear the way for the technicians and the dark light crew still caught up below. Steiner felt too shaken to tackle Samson over the incident that had just transpired, and the colonel had now rejoined his men, perhaps in a ploy to head off such a confrontation. Why the colonel hadn't just asked him about Sanctuary without risking his life, God only knew. The man was once more living up to his unpredictable nature. The plan was to relocate Steadfast's residents to a variety of bases, when and if he could get them safely to the surface. The bulk of the near 500,000 souls that remained in Steadfast would indeed be heading to Sanctuary, if Steiner had his way. Why Samson wanted to go to Sanctuary specifically made no sense. Had he seen more of the message Steiner had sent to Goodwin than he was letting on? And why did he ask if Steiner could get them inside? If they were successful in their plan, Steiner would be back in command of the whole GMRC subterranean program, and access would be a formality. As he pondered on these thoughts and more, the problem with the technicians' ropes was resolved, and he was eventually rejoined by Captain Iwamoto and his unit. Not wanting to cause further problems between Darklight and the Terraforce commandos, Steiner refrained from informing Iwamoto about Samson's recent actions. Assuming they made it past the forces waiting for them above, and he secured his position back within the GMRC, he would have Samson dealt with once and for all. A sturdy prison cell in USS-B Alaska should suit him just fine, he thought grimly. The climb completed, everyone assembled in the final area of the conduit shaft, a long horizontal corridor attached to another round, concrete-clad structure. 2 more hours passed while people shed their climbing equipment and replaced it with battle armor and weaponry. Steiner and the 3 technicians, huddled together, wore bulletproof vests and flexible shielding over the rest of their bodies. Around them, Darklight and Terraforce soldiers alike clipped on their metal and composite plating until they were encased in suits of lightweight armor. Visored helmets followed. The blue glow of the Darklight Force's internal combat displays emanated out of the eye-like holes, mirrored by the headgear worn by the SFSD, the light from their helmets a steady green. The top of the shaft had been capped off by 2 thick circular steel covers, riveted into place and spot-welded one above the other. These metal barriers had already been removed using special thermal cutting gear. Above, a 2-foot compacted layer of earth hung suspended over the open hole beneath. The accumulation of soil had been deposited over the shaft after its construction was deemed obsolete many years ago. This dry, permeable substrate, now the only barrier between those in the shaft and the forces that would surely be waiting for them somewhere, out there in the darkness. Samson's helmet slid over his head, the interior fabric fitting snugly into place and feeling comfortingly familiar against his skin. With a command panel on the inside of his wrist plate, Samson tapped in a code to give him full connectivity to those around him,
including the dark light mercenaries to the rear.
"Listen up,"
Samson said, noting with satisfaction that as one his men ceased whatever they were doing to look in his direction, their visors retracting to reveal their faces.
"That includes you too, Dark Light,"
Samson added when some of the black-clad soldiers failed to heed his voice. Satisfied, he now had everyone's attention. He continued,
"Any second we'll be on the surface, leaving this rabbit hole behind. A scope recon up through the ground layer has revealed very little. Sending up small aerial drones is out, as any wireless signals will be detected. We will have to assume the forces above will be concentrated in and around the interior footprint of Steadfast, but we must be prepared for any eventuality. As we haven't had time to work as a single unit, we'll keep things simple. Terraforce will initiate a 50-yard defensive perimeter to the north. Dark Light, under Captain Iwamoto, will secure the south on our 6. If all goes well, we'll then transition undetected to the designated RV before making for the Dark Light enclave 20 clicks due east. Anyone who hasn't completed a full diagnostic on their combat system should do so now. We can't afford to have even one person out of sync with the rest. The Director General and the comms tech will remain under Darklight protection unless circumstances dictate otherwise. I want all my orders actioned swiftly and precisely. If anyone fucks up out there and they don't die, they'll wish they had by the time I've finished with them. Do you get me?" "Ooh-yah!" the Terraforce commandos responded as one.
Samson nodded, pleased with the response, but noted that the Darklight troops had failed to acknowledge his demands. Opening a pouch on his utility belt, Samson extracted one of his red pills and flicked it into his mouth, swallowing it down. Pressing a button on the side of his helmet, the visor and faceplate snapped into place, the two pieces interlocking to form a seamless shield. The rest of the soldiers did likewise, creating a low, steady glow of green and blue within the enclosed space.
"Activate partial camouflage,"
Samson ordered, watching the armor on his men and Darklight troops alike ripple and shimmer, the surfaces contorting visually until each individual composite metal plate matched the background behind the soldier wearing it.
"Major,"
Samson said to his second-in-command,
"we're a go."
The major, a few feet away, nodded to his superior and gave the order to collapse the compacted earth above the open top of the conduit shaft. Two commandos dug into the dry soil with their large knives, sending dust and dirt sifting down in waves around their feet. Clumps of earth dropped with dull thuds to the concrete floor, old tree roots drifting down with them. As the debris ceased to fall, the hole now fully exposed, Samson reached behind his back and unclipped his assault weapon from its snap-on clamp. Drawing the rifle down, he checked its digital display within the scope and then synced it with his visor, spooling up ammo, range, and targeting data on his head-up combat display.
"Lock and load,"
Samson said to his men, who similarly prepared their weapons on his order.
"Defense pattern Sigma 2. Major, take point."
The SFSD major didn't need further encouragement. Getting a boost from two of his men, he disappeared through the opening in one smooth, silent motion. More soldiers followed him out, until Samson himself put his foot in the hands of one of his men to be launched upwards, his metal-encased hand digging into the shaft's dusty dirt exterior to aid his ascent. Rolling to one side, enabling the next man to exit from beneath as quickly as possible, Samson gained his feet and scanned the terrain with an expert eye. The optics on his gun and visor, operating on the same combined spectral fields, produced a strange, multicolored image that picked out even the smallest of details from the darkest of landscapes. As if to hail the arrival of their small band, A distant rumble of thunder echoed in the dark skies above. It had been many months since Samson had been topside, and the lack of stars and moon in the night sky was an ominous reminder that the predicted dust cloud had shrouded the planet on cue. Acting on instinct, Samson relocated to take cover behind a nearby cluster of boulders, the position offering a healthy overview of his men as they fanned out ahead. The red, yellow, and blue spectral image of the camouflaged soldiers, processed by the combat system, made them stand out against the brown and grey topography that surrounded them. The radar displayed on the far left of his visor indicated that the dark light team exited behind, heading south as ordered. The single red and 3 yellow dots amongst the black indicated the position of the communication technicians and the Director General. His mind processing everything at high speed, Samson noticed a small movement in the air 300 yards from their location. A drone. "We have a fast mover, north-northwest," Samson broadcasted. "All units evade Protocol 4, shelter, and cease movement." Samson sank down to his haunches, remaining stock still as the small drone flew closer to their position. He trained his scope on the target, zooming in on it as it approached. The illuminated red crosshairs and green rangefinder, supported by the digital readouts and tracking lines that ran throughout the length of the scope, helped guide his aim. There was no mistaking the model, a typical 6-rotored affair used throughout the U.S. Army. Samson slowed his breathing and considered his next course of action. He knew from the radar scans they'd made of the area prior to their breach of the surface that drones were deployed in the skies. He also knew their armor should enable them to remain hidden from view unless the vehicles had been retrofitted, in which case they were screwed. "Iwamoto," Samson said to the dark light captain while tracking the drone's path with his weapon. "Make safe the director and the comms techs." "Already done, Colonel," came the immediate response via his helmet's internal speakers. The drone had slowed as it neared the outer boundary of the USSB's surface footprint. Now, 100 yards from Samson's position and a mere 50 from their perimeter, the circular machine spun on its axis, hovering for a few seconds before altering course. Samson swore it was heading straight for them. Had it caught a small movement from one of his team, or did the intelligence software spy something else? Either way, the drone had overstayed its welcome. Samson's finger, already resting on the trigger, tightened. The first stage of the firing mechanism's pre-travel complete, Samson followed the drone, the crosshairs locked in on the tiny craft's central hub. Deciding the machine had spent far too long in their vicinity, Samson made a split-second decision. "I'm taking the shot," Samson informed his team. Squeezing the trigger through its second stage, his rifle fired, the silencer muffling the sound as the butt of the stock kicked hard back into his shoulder. The bullet ripped through the drone, sending sparks flying, and the crippled object plummeting to the ground. "We have multiple targets inbound," the Major's voice crackled through the comm. "Prepare to engage." No sooner had his XO given them the heads-up than a raft of drones appeared on radar. At the same time, a barrage of flares soared into the skies around them, bursting into life and shedding a dull yellow light over the New Mexican landscape. "Take out those drones," Samson said as he himself selected one of the flying machines, fired, and then cycled to the next target. Sporadic gunfire from the left flank erupted into a continuous exchange as the SFSD defended their line. Samson's onboard graphics highlighted a worrying scene as ground troops and vehicles homed in on their location from all directions. A bullet whizzed past his head, followed by another 3, one grazing an armored panel on his shoulder. Switching to his gun's grenade launcher, Samson fired a quick succession of projectiles towards the onrushing vehicles, taking out 2 and disabling another. Explosions and bullets rained down on the SFSD unit as they fought a rearguard action, driven backwards by the sheer weight of numbers now upon them. Joyner really didn't want anyone escaping steadfast, it seemed. Samson advanced to the front, making use of various depressions and trees for cover, dispatching 2 U.S. Marines who'd already circumvented his men's line and scooping up one of their radios as an afterthought. Samson stepped over the body of a dead comrade to join his major. "I don't think we're going to be able to hold them for much longer," the major shouted to Samson, his voice muffled through his helmet. Samson didn't reply as he took down 4 more men, 2 of them in one shot. His back to a craggy rock, Samson saw the shadowy, semi-transparent forms of dark light rushing to replenish his Terror Force's depleted ranks. Flash grenades and smoke canisters shot into the air as the enemy altered tack, trying to disorientate the smaller group from steadfast. The thump of the projectiles hitting the ground sounded all too familiar to Samson, the noise quickly followed by ear-shattering detonations. Light exploded all around them, coupled with thick, oozing clouds of acrid grey smoke. Checking his visor's display, Samson saw that Iwamoto and another Darklight operative had fled from the battle out to the agreed coordinates, escorting the red dot of Steiner along with them. 100 yards behind this group of 3, 2 more Darklight soldiers shepherded the 3 yellow dots of the communication technicians in the same direction. If Samson's men and the remaining Darklight soldiers could waylay the U.S. Army long enough, those 2 small groups might be able to escape undetected. Samson knew if he was going to make his move, it had to be now. "Major, take command and hold them back as long as you can. No surrender." "Yes, sir." The major rattled off a clip of armor-piercing rounds into an approaching personnel carrier that had appeared through the misty haze. Knowing his last order would be adhered to, Samson retreated back to the opening of the conduit shaft, dodging in and out of cover as he went. Detaching a dense hexagonal object from the armor on the outside of his left thigh, he flicked a switch to start a small green light pulsing along its length. Flinging the device down through the opening, Samson ran off into the darkness, away from the chaotic firefight behind. Securing his rifle diagonally onto its clasp in the center of his back, the barrel poking out over one shoulder, Samson picked up speed as he hunted down the people ahead, making for safety. His well-conditioned body enabled him to catch up to the first group, heavy boots eating up the distance with each powerful stride, the ground beating to the rhythm of his footfalls as he passed by. In front, his visor picked out the first of the Darklight men, protecting the 3 comms techs. Had Samson been without the correct frequencies the Darklight man's armor utilized, he would have found it difficult to get a bead on him. As it was, he stood out like a pig in a top hat, ludicrously plump and ready to be slaughtered. Sliding to a halt, his boots kicking up gravel and dust in the darkness, Samson unhooked his rifle again. Switching in a clip of armor-piercing rounds, Samson pulled back the heavy bolt and loaded a bullet into the chamber and took aim at the Darklight operative's head. With one swift movement, he squeezed off a round. 60 yards away, the Darklight man fell as he ran, his life snuffed out without warning. The sound of a low-flying drone overhead made Samson freeze in place. Now, in combat mode, the robotically controlled machine bombarded the other Darklight soldier and the communication technicians alike. Samson watched a small but deadly accurate grenade deployed by the drone deal the soldier a fatal blow, throwing his broken body into the air. The drone's controller then switched to a small machine gun turret located on its underbelly to strafe the technicians with a hail of bullets. After the massacre, Samson took aim, sending the drone spiraling to the desert floor. Making his way to the crash site, Samson surveyed the scene. 4 bodies lay motionless on the ground. Moving amongst them, Samson put a bullet in each of their heads, before taking off on foot once more. His radar told him Steiner and his 2 Darklight bodyguards had reached and then passed the rendezvous point. They knew as well as he that the battle was lost. Half a click later, and Samson had run the 3 of them down. "Colonel?" Iwamoto's voice came out of the darkness ahead as Samson slowed to a walk. "Yes, it's me." Samson joined the Darklight captain and his female lieutenant. Samson disliked women in the armed forces. They distracted the concentration of a good soldier. He made a point of having no females in any unit he commanded. Of course, the army didn't agree with that view, but Samson ensured any woman that passed the rigorous vetting process for the SFSD had to undertake a special strength test, purposefully designed to ensure failure. He always got his way by hook or by crook. "Where are the technicians?" Iwamoto asked him. "Dead. Drone strike. Is Steiner unhurt?" "The professor is fine. He's just over there." Iwamoto pointed to where he stood. Samson peered over his shoulder and caught sight of the small figure of the professor pacing about 20 yards away. To Steiner, without a combat helmet, the darkness would have appeared all-encompassing. Gunfire echoed in the distance. "Sir, we have to move," the lieutenant said to her captain. As Iwamoto turned towards her, Samson, now within touching distance, slid his large knife out from its sheath and lanced the blade up underneath the back of Iwamoto's helmet, the shuddering blow severing his spinal cord. The Darklight captain's body fell towards the lieutenant, who reacted to Samson's attack by rolling to one side. Unfortunately for her, Samson was quicker. Smacking the pistol from her hand, the 2 highly trained soldiers grappled on the dusty ground. The lieutenant initially had the upper hand, as the move against Iwamoto had surrendered Samson's advantage. However, his superior strength and skill quickly told. On top now, Samson rained down blows upon the Darklight officer's helmet, the dull thud of metal on metal ringing out into the night. The blue light from the woman's black helmet grew brighter and then went out as Samson smashed his fists into the faceplate, the helmet caving inwards under his animalistic ferocity. The lieutenant's arms went limp, and Samson paused, realizing she was dead. To make doubly sure of the kills, Samson slit each of his victims' throats, noting the legs of the lieutenant still twitched as he did so. "The body is a fragile thing," Samson thought idly as he retrieved his rifle, which had fallen off during the struggle. Samson approached Steiner, whose back was to him, the professor unaware of his close proximity. Samson reached out a hand in the darkness, but just before he touched him, Steiner turned around, and Samson dropped his arm back down to his side. "Who's that?" Steiner said, the faint green light from Samson's visor reflecting off the professor's face in the dark. "Colonel, is that you?" Samson stared at the small man in front of him, thinking how easy it would be to end the old man's life here and now. A quick strike, simple and swift, over in a heartbeat. "Colonel," the professor said, unnerved by the lack of response coming from the shadowy form of what he believed was the Terra Force commander. Samson moved closer. "Yes, it's me." "Where are Captain Iwamoto and his lieutenant? I heard a commotion, but the explosions in the distance turned me around. It's difficult to get your bearings in the dark." "They're both dead," Samson replied in his usual cold manner. "Sniper took them out. I took out the sniper." Oh, dear God. Steiner was in shock. He'd only been talking to them a few moments before. "Are you injured, Colonel?" Steiner noticed what looked like the glint of blood on his armor. Samson didn't respond. Instead, he slid a small device from a clip on his chest plate and launched it into the air, the tiny blades whirring away into the darkness. "There's no further pursuit," Samson said, as he assessed information being fed back to his combat system by the miniature aerial drone. "Let's move. I need to get you to safe harbor." What about the technicians, the equipment, the rest of our team? We need them to complete our mission. The comtechs are gone, the equipment lost, and the rest of my unit are as good as dead. Their sacrifice will help us escape. We cannot wait here any longer. They will find our tracks soon enough. Samson nudged Steiner forwards with a forearm, lighting his way with a small, dimmed torch mounted on the side of his assault rifle. "Wait!" Steiner stopped. "What about the conduit shaft? We can't leave it exposed, or they'll send engineers down to collapse it from the bottom up. We must preserve its structure, at least in part." Samson turned over his wrist and opened a small panel on his armor, revealing a digital display. Extending his metal-clad index finger, he tapped away at it for a moment, finally pressing a square section that lit up in red. A massive explosion ripped through the night sky back from whence they came. A huge fireball billowed out and up, the sound far louder than the thunder that closed in on their position. "Problem solved," Samson said after the blast and flames had dissipated. Steiner stared out into the darkness as the first drops of rain pitter-pattered onto the dusty ground around them. "That was a big blast. You probably just killed any of our men who were still left alive back there." "As I said, they were as good as dead." Steiner looked at Samson's expressionless mask, the green glow pulsing from the visor in the oppressive blackness. He felt sickened by the man's lack of compassion for the lives of the people he'd just snuffed out like a candle. "If the blast didn't kill them, the army would have," Samson said, as if that exonerated him from the crime. "They might have been taken prisoner." Steiner's tone was accusatory. "And they would have talked, eventually. They're better off dead, for our sakes and for the mission." Steiner stood unmoving, numb from his adrenaline-filled flight from the battle and the unsettling callous nature of his lone companion. Samson nudged Steiner again, motioning with his gun for him to carry on walking. Knowing he must go on, and that he now needed Samson more than ever, Steiner put one foot in front of the other. Drops of rain transformed into a torrent, and lightning flashed through the heavens. For a split second, the bright white light highlighting the path ahead. Thunder cracked out its deep rumbling reply, a mournful echo of Steiner's heavy heart as the two men disappeared into the endless night. Chapter 22. GMRC Subterranean Base Director Richard Goodwin lay on his bed, staring up at the white fabric roof of his tent, the intricate pattern of the stitching between the durable cloth panels keeping his subconscious mind occupied, while his higher brain wandered free of visual constraint. Currently, Goodwin's thoughts lingered on the same quandaries that had plagued him every day for many months: how to locate Sanctuary's USSB, and how to keep up the morale of those he was duty-bound to protect. As the former director of Steadfast, Goodwin was used to leadership and, by all accounts, quite good at managing those under his care. Until now, however, he'd not had to contend with such an array of adverse challenges. Having to provide people with a steady supply of food and clean water signified the magnitude of his problems, although a welcome stroke of luck had ensured this most pressing of issues had thankfully fallen down his list of priorities. With the basic necessities taken care of, getting out of their current location had taken center stage. Ever since their arrival in the deserted Anakim city, well over 200 days earlier, the 30,000 people he'd brought with him from Steadfast, predominantly civilians, but including 5,000 Darklight contractors, had been living out their existence in the revelation that was Sanctuary. Unfortunately, setting up home in this frankly unbelievable and barren ancient underground structure had not been their goal. Professor Steiner, Goodwin's direct superior within the GMRC, had directed him to break into USSB Sanctuary a facility Goodwin had believed to be just another underground base, built as a failsafe against the asteroid AG5 that had finally impacted off the South African coastline in 2040. The reality was the USSB, a United States subterranean base, was contained within a much larger structure of the same name. Sanctuary's immensity, Goodwin's unauthorized access, and an earthquake had all conspired against the steadfast evacuees, who'd quickly become lost and trapped within a ghostly, abandoned city of, at the time, unknown origins. Only the arrival of a pre-recorded video message from Professor Steiner had enlightened Goodwin to the truth, not just about Sanctuary and those that built it, but about the continued threat from space and the 6 remaining asteroids destined for Earth. Thoughts of the disclosure of the catastrophe that awaited those on the surface always brought a deep melancholy upon him, and now was no different. Goodwin still had relatives on the surface, as did many others that shared his current predicament. If only he could escape this place and warn them, bring them back underground to safety. A sardonic chuckle escaped his lips, making his chest shake. Safety? Pah! It was all he could do to stay alive. The thought of rescuing anyone at this point seemed deliciously ludicrous to his mind. And even if I could warn those I held dear, would I? Or more importantly, should I? Professor Steiner had entrusted the secret to him in the belief he would hold it close, not for his sake, but for the sake of humanity itself. Could I really be that cold and leave those on the surface to die without doing something to save them? The professor had. The loathsome thought declared itself unbidden and unwelcome, driving its way to the forefront of his deliberations. Goodwin knew the professor's actions were disconnected from normal reality, but they were still cold and distant. The condemnation of billions of lives apparently accepted as an inevitability. What else could he have done? Goodwin wondered. The answer came quickly. Nothing. There was nothing that he could have done. Goodwin had decided early on to keep the momentous secret about the future between himself and one other person. For now, anyway. If he disclosed the truth to everyone, it would only serve to nullify his efforts to keep those with him calm and functioning. Knowledge such as he now possessed would send many over the brink. Despair was the one thing the steadfast evacuees could do without right now. The one person he knew he could burden with the information was the Dark Light leader, Commander Hilt. The man was the proverbial rock and had taken the news surprisingly well, accepting what Goodwin told him without question. His impassive features had altered to show a deep consternation, of course. Anyone hearing that the planet as we know it was nearly at an end would give some kind of reaction. Any sane person, at least. A noise nearby caused Goodwin to lapse back into reality, and he rolled his head to one side to listen as low voices murmured on the edge of hearing. Probably a couple of soldiers preparing breakfast, Goodwin surmised, as the sound of footfalls faded away. His thoughts turned to the professor again, his friend and mentor. He hoped he was okay. Malcolm Joyner was holding him under arrest when Goodwin left Steadfast, and it had seemed the Director of Intelligence would go to any length to stop its evacuation. This could mean that Steiner and the rest of Steadfast's staff were still trapped in the base. That, combined with the fact that, according to the professor's message, Steadfast could be destroyed when the asteroid hit, didn't bode well for the professor or the hundreds of thousands left behind in the base. Goodwin heaved a sigh. There was very little he could do about it now, if that was the case. He must live in hope that the professor had got them out somehow, and he believed if anyone could, it was him. He might even be on his way to Sanctuary at that very moment, or already preparing to send out search parties for Goodwin. A pleasant thought indeed, but an unlikely one. The sensation of the bed covers shifting brought his mind back to his surroundings once more. More movement, and the sheets were pulled away, leaving half his body exposed to the cold outside air. Smiling, he propped himself up on one elbow and leaned over to look at the small woman who shared his bed. Dark brown, shoulder-length hair lay fanned out over her well-tanned skin, the dyed blonde highlights almost completely grown out, a consequence of their stay in sanctuary where luxuries were few and far between. Kara van der Voort murmured in her sleep as Goodwin bent down and kissed her on her soft, freckled, upturned cheek. She was such a beauty. He was a lucky man to have such a brave, intelligent woman in his corner. He'd always seen himself as rather plain and ordinary, an unattractive proposition to such as her. At first he'd been confused by her advances, finding it hard to believe she would be interested in him. When she'd failed to lose interest, he eventually built up the courage to do something about it. He was glad he had. To the casual observer, Kara appeared only to be in her early 20s, and since he was a 44-year-old man, the match would have seemed ill-suited, to some, anyway. In actuality, Dr. van der Voort had 33 years under her belt, and had been Steadfast's ecosystem director, part of Goodwin's key management team at the base. He'd told Kara many times that he couldn't have held everything together if she hadn't been around to lend her support and buoy him up when the stress and strain of their current situation sought to overwhelm him. Kara, as ever, had told him he'd have performed just as well without her, if only she knew how wrong she was. Not wanting to disturb her, Goodwin decided to rise and slid from the bed, the cold floor sending a shiver through his body as he did so. Taking his clothes from the crumpled heap on the floor where they lay, he pulled on his suit trousers, the belt much looser on his waist than it had been when he'd first arrived at Sanctuary. "I'll need to make another notch," he mumbled to himself, shrugging into his creased white shirt. Pulling on some dirty-looking socks and a pair of repaired dark-light issue boots, Goodwin picked up his red body warmer, opened the tent flap, and ducked outside. A gust of cold air ruffled his thick black hair. "So strange," he thought. "I'm miles underground, and yet there is definitely wind down here." He'd surmised it was probably a result of the size of the chamber they were currently in. At around 3 miles high, the cavernous space was, well, words failed to do it justice, but as Kara said in her South African drawl, it was bloody massive. The scale of the towers within the city also boggled the mind. Not that they were visible in the pitch blackness that surrounded them. They could only be seen using some high-tech dark-light visual spectrum enhancement goggles. They were there, though, just a few hundred yards away. Goodwin looked up into the black, visualizing the hundreds of gigantic edifices that populated the Anakim city, the name the professor had used for the race that had built them. Knowing who'd created these monstrous buildings didn't detract from their eerie nature. In fact, it enhanced it. Goodwin could almost feel their presence permeating through the air towards him. Another shiver ran down his spine, this one not induced by the low temperatures. He looked at his watch. The time was 5 a.m., and the rest of the camp remained quiet, or at least the section he was in did. 30,000 people covered a substantial amount of land. It had been decided early on that setting up residence in the city would have been too unnerving, and many of the civilians and even some of the Darklight soldiers had voiced their unease about such a plan. Goodwin had been quick to agree with them. The supplies brought along by the Darklight forces had quickly proved inadequate, but somehow enough makeshift tents had been erected, interspersed by small water-powered generators that ensured the portable floodlights stayed on 24/7. Without them, they'd have been totally blind. That the Jennies worked with water wasn't luck. The state-of-the-art equipment brought along by the Darklight private security firm was capable of producing electricity using a variety of fuel sources, even biomatter. What was fortuitous was the presence of a huge freshwater aquifer located 2 miles away from the city and their camp. They'd needed something to go in their favor, considering what had gone before, and a steady supply of drinking water and fuel for the lights hadn't been the final surprise relayed by one of Commander Hilt's reconnaissance teams. Whether by design or otherwise, the body of water teemed with a mackerel-like fish. Alongside this animal, many other species had been extracted by improvised angling gear. Giant catfish, supposedly nearing world record size, had been landed, alongside other creatures that looked distinctly prehistoric, many of which may have been unknown to science. The forms of these aquatic wonders, hauled from the depths, resembled marine life usually found in the world's deepest oceans. Prehistoric, pale white skin and transparent bodies with large black eyes and razor-sharp teeth did little to whet Goodwin's appetite, but eat them he did, as did everyone else. It was either that or starve. An enforced pescatarian diet did not suit most, but proved impossible for others. Those who found the pungent fish too difficult to keep down had to make do with a variety of edible plants found around the fringes of the lake. To Goodwin, the colourless vegetation appealed far less than the meat on offer, and the taste had confirmed his observations. The reason how so much life thrived underground was unclear, although the lake itself turned out to be in line with everything else around it, its enormity more akin to a Scottish loch or inland sea. From what they could tell, the expanse of water stretched for over 3 miles in breadth, and thrice that in length. When it came to the depth, a crude plumb line had been unable to find the bottom, which shelved off sharply. The line used had run out after 1.5 miles had disappeared beneath the inky black surface. Walking through the camp, Goodwin headed for what served as the command post, a lean-to against a large outcrop of rock a few minutes away from his and Kara's tent. Hilt's recon teams had been due back late the previous night, and Goodwin was eager for news of their scouting mission, which was most likely the reason he'd awoken so early. Perhaps today would yield some better results than the previous expeditions undertaken. Hysterical laughter drifted on the soft breeze, making Goodwin pause in his passage, the light from a distant lantern barely highlighting the path ahead. A shriek and a scream made him alter his direction. Jogging along, he made haste towards the source of the commotion that still echoed into the darkness. A young man came into view ahead, his height towering above a woman he now grappled with, both toppling to the floor. Rushing forwards in the half-light, Goodwin grabbed onto the man's heavy knit sweater, doing his best to haul him off his victim. Staggering back, it was all Goodwin could do to hold onto the person as he twisted and wriggled in his grasp. "Wait! It's okay! He's just playing!" the woman said to Goodwin, picking herself up from the floor. Goodwin squinted at the shadowy figure. "Rebecca, is that you?" "Richard, yes, and Joseph, too." "Joseph?" Goodwin let go of the man who'd become limp and still at the sound of his voice. Joseph turned around and beamed at him, his wide, innocent smile infectious, making Goodwin laugh in relief. "Thank God," he gave Joseph a pat on the arm. "I thought someone was being attacked." A strong beam of light appeared 10 yards away, making Goodwin and Rebecca cover their eyes with a forearm, while Joseph pulled his jumper up over his head. "What's going on here?" an authoritative voice demanded. "It's fine, just a misunderstanding," Goodwin said to the Darklight soldier, who'd also been drawn to the kerfuffle. The soldier angled the torch in his direction. "Director Goodwin, forgive me. I didn't recognize you back there." "Yes, thank you." "Do you mind not pointing that thing in my face?" Goodwin turned his head as he tried to maintain some of his night vision. "Of course. Sorry, sir. Perhaps you could try and keep the noise down, miss," the dark-light man said to Rebecca once he'd dimmed the light down to an acceptable level. "Sound travels quite far out here, and we've had some complaints recently about your group." "I don't think that will be possible," Goodwin said, coming to Rebecca's aid as she floundered for a response. "And you should tell anyone who has a problem to come and see me." Goodwin knew Rebecca had her hands full with caring for her wards. She didn't need anyone else foisting their stress onto her. "Very good, sir." The soldier gave him a crisp salute before going back about his business. Joseph pulled Goodwin forwards with typical childlike exuberance. "Winnie play?" "Richard can't play, Joseph," Rebecca said. "He's a busy man." A look of intense concentration stole over Joseph's face. "Guess Winnie." Puckering up his mouth, he made a squawking noise, uncannily like a parrot. "Parrot," Goodwin said, having played the game of imitation many times before. Joseph grinned and clapped his hands, screwing his face up again. He let out a realistic roar. "Lion," Goodwin said. Joseph beamed again and then made a noise like a chimpanzee. "Monkey!" Joseph giggled joyously and gave Goodwin a big hug. Goodwin couldn't help but smile at the man, as ever a bright ray of sunshine in a sunless world. The name Joseph had bestowed on him, Winnie, was sweet and endearing, and made Goodwin feel quite protective of the young lad. According to Rebecca, he'd been mentally handicapped from an early age when he'd been accidentally smothered by his foster parent. The ensuing brain damage caused by the lack of oxygen had severely limited his ability to learn and understand the world around him in anything other than the capacity of a toddler. Joseph had been a full-time resident at Rebecca's place of work, a care home in Albuquerque, before the dust cloud kicked up by the asteroid had encircled the world, throwing it into chaos. A series of unconnected events had led to Rebecca and those she cared for becoming embroiled in Goodwin's flight from Steadfast, all of them winding up in sanctuary, lost and disorientated. Goodwin still felt guilty for having led Rebecca and her vulnerable patients into the mess they were now all subjected to. Rebecca, as sweet and kind as ever, had never once placed any blame on Goodwin, accepting her lot with good grace and battling on as only she knew how. If Hilt was a rock, then Rebecca was a mountain, unshakable in her duty to protect those she cared for, regardless of her own well-being and the obstacles thrown in her path. Goodwin helped Rebecca lead Joseph back to one of the biggest enclosures in the camp, its ample size enough to house Rebecca, Joseph, another 2 carers called Julie and Ariana, and 10 other patients of varying ages and degrees of mental disability. "I'm so sorry for causing a problem," Rebecca said as they entered the large tent. "Joseph can run wild sometimes. I used to have trouble with him in the daylight in a large park, but here—" "I understand." Goodwin watched Joseph bounce away to join his friends. His heart went out to this young woman who struggled to do the best she could with limited resources in an alien world. He reached out to lay an understanding hand on her shoulder, but as his fingers touched her, she shied away, a haunted look flickering across her face. Folding her arms tightly across her chest, Rebecca gave Goodwin a forced smile and moved away to tend to the rest of her flock. "She still doesn't like people touching her," a small voice said from next to him, "apart from Joseph, me, and the other patients." Goodwin looked down to see Rebecca's friend and co-worker Julie had come to stand by his side. "She went through a lot of trauma," Goodwin said, inwardly cursing the sick filth who had seen fit to rape Rebecca during the civil unrest on the surface. "I hoped she would have got better by now, but I fear this place, this darkness, hasn't helped her to let it go." Julie's sad voice echoed Goodwin's own thoughts and compounded his need for action to rid them of this dank existence. "She'll improve over time," Goodwin told her, trying to lift her mood. "She has all of you to look after her, and I'll try and get us all out of here as soon as I can. I'm just on my way to see the commander. I'm hoping he'll have some good news for us all."
"Really?"
Julie's eyes brightened. Goodwin berated himself for his hasty words. False hope was a dangerous thing to bandy about. "We'll have to wait and see." He watched her expression crumble, making him feel like he'd just kicked a small kitten. At that point, Joseph came back up to Goodwin, pulling a reluctant 30-year-old woman called Susan with him. "Present!" Joseph pushed the shy woman towards him. Susan had taken a shine to Goodwin ever since he'd first visited them at their new home a week after the camp had been set up. Holding out a podgy fist, Susan dangled a heavy bracelet for him to take, the fear of rejection on her face barely outweighed by the hope of acceptance. He smiled. "For me?" Susan nodded, chewing her lower lip and scuffing at the ground with one shoe. "She's been making it all week," Rebecca said, coming up as Julie departed without a backward glance. "It's very nice, thank you, Susan," Goodwin enthused, making a point of examining the crude object with interest before sliding it onto his left wrist, the small shells and stones adorning it softly jangling. Susan put her head to his arm, cupping her hands around the bracelet. Goodwin looked at Rebecca for help, unsure what the woman was doing. Rebecca chortled at his confusion. "Some of the stones on it glow in the dark." Susan stood up and waited for Goodwin to try for himself. Pulling his thick shirt-sleeve up over his new gift, he shielded his eyes with his free hand to create a dark space in which to view the phenomenon. Rebecca was quite right. Many of the stones did indeed glow, and brightly, too, their iridescent blues surprising Goodwin with their intensity. "Wow, that's great," he said, genuinely pleased with the effect. It would look excellent in the darkness, and considering their current location's dearth of light, it would be appreciated on a regular basis. Susan grinned and pulled up a sleeve on her jumper to show off her own bracelet to him. "Excellent." He put his wrist next to hers. "We're bracelet buddies." "Buddies," Susan said, looking at him as if trying to figure out the meaning of his words. If images could materialize out of thin air, a small light bulb would have appeared over Susan's head as her eyes widened in understanding. Letting out a squawk of sheer happiness, the young handicapped woman flung herself forwards, gripping Goodwin in a tight embrace. Goodwin held his arms aloft, caught off guard by the sudden show of affection. "I think you've got a friend for life there," Rebecca said, as Joseph, feeling left out, gave Rebecca a similarly full-blooded bear hug. Goodwin chuckled and put his hands on Susan's shoulders to gently prise her limpet-like grip from around his waist. He didn't want to encourage any romantic feelings in the girl, but his embarrassment at the situation was balanced out by the touching nature of the moment. Soon after, Goodwin said his farewells to them all and took his leave. As nice as it was to be in the presence of such joyous innocence, he had important matters to attend to. He did, however, promise to return when he was able, the happy group lightening his day almost as much as it did when he found the time to be alone with his precious Kara. Back out in the darkness, Goodwin felt his new bracelet slip down to his hand. Out here, its luminous attributes were beautiful. Allowing himself a moment of contentment, he surveyed the area, the brisk air tugging at the edges of his clothing. In all directions, the camp's lights sparkled and shone, holding the unrelenting blackness at bay and conjuring up the effect of a never-ending blanket of stars. It would have been a sight to behold had their circumstances been otherwise. Instead, The vision merely served to depress him, bringing him back down to reality. With a sigh, he moved away from the tent in search of answers that might never come. Chapter 23. Goodwin approached the center of the camp after his pit stop with Rebecca and Joseph. The constant hum of electrical generators was louder and more incessant here than elsewhere in the sprawling and often haphazard site of Steadfast's refugees. The number of lighting rigs also increased around the central hub of the encampment, their tripod-like design dotted around the cobbled-together command center. 5 large tents had been disassembled and rearranged to create 3 sides and a roof for the temporary structure, their black material rippling against the faint currents of air that circulated within the enormous subterranean chamber. To the rear, the smooth rock face of a small promontory acted as the final wall to the enclosure. On top of the makeshift shelter, someone had erected a dark light flag, proudly displaying the security firm's white logo on a black background. At first, the dark-light commander had posted 2 sentries outside the entrance to the command post, but as the days turned to weeks and then months, it became clear every able body needed to be utilized for more critical tasks. Goodwin walked unchallenged into the tent, ducking his head as he entered. Inside, portable computer hardware and communication equipment lay dormant and unmanned on top of an ingenious system of interlocking pop-up ultra-lightweight tables. More of these flimsy desks stood off to the right, and there, standing alone, was the bulky figure of the dark light leader, Commander Hilt. Standing over 6 foot 6 inches tall, the commander was an imposing sight. Barrel-chested, Hilt's massive arms mirrored the tree-trunk-like appendages he called legs. Unlike most men of his size, Hilt wasn't lacking in speed and agility, his lightning-quick reflexes belying his muscle-bound frame. The man's physical prowess, coupled with his calm, controlled demeanor, exuded competency, leadership, and strength. If anyone were to search for a person to epitomize the term warrior, then they need look no further than the dark light officer. As Goodwin moved around the desk, Hilt looked up, his granite-like features as ever marred by a nasty scar that ran down the center of his face, the tip of his nose partially missing, a war wound from whatever or whoever had dared to take a swipe at the man. "Commander," Goodwin said formally, knowing full well how Hilt liked to keep his distance from a first name or even a surname basis. "Sir," Hilt replied in his deep baritone. "You're up early?" "You could say that." Hilt looked back down at the array of unfurled maps and computer screens that covered the surface on which he worked. "You've been up all night?" Goodwin noticed on closer inspection that the commander did indeed seem somewhat weary. "Yes, I wanted to compile the latest data that came in yesterday evening." "The recon teams?" Hilt nodded. "We had a preliminary debrief on their findings. I've been transferring that data onto our maps ever since." "Anything interesting?" Goodwin said, hopeful. "Nothing that will get us to the USSB, but I think we have a clearer picture as to the lay of the land." Goodwin's heart sank, his disappointment almost palpable within him. Were they ever going to get out of this place? Every search so far had ended in failure. He was beginning to lose hope that they would ever see the light of day again. Bad choice of words, he thought to himself, when he remembered what had happened and what was to come on the surface, miles above them. The way they'd entered sanctuary through a maze of natural cave formations had become blocked when an earthquake had struck, collapsing the ceiling behind them. At the time, they'd been attempting to find a back route into the USSB to find a place to lay up so that Goodwin could negotiate their transition into the secretive military-run base. Creating a path back through the rubble that barred their way had been the first course of action. The danger had been that the whole area had become unstable, preventing removal of the debris by hand. Not that much rock could have been moved quickly anyway, far from it. So the decision had been made to use explosives. Hilt had said it would be a risk, and his fears had turned out to be well-founded. The charges had been set and detonated. The result, a huge cloud of dust which settled to reveal they'd only made things worse, much worse. A quarter-mile of the twisting, naturally occurring tunnels had completely caved in, ending whatever faint hopes they'd had of escaping the same way they'd entered. Goodwin moved round the central table when Hilt gestured for him to take a look at the screen he'd been working on. In front of him a two-dimensional digital map had been drawn, depicting the chamber they now called home. "There's a lot more information on here," Goodwin said. "The last time I looked at this, it was less than half the size of what you have now." "I've pushed my teams to the limit." Hilt stood upright and stretched his thick neck to one side to probe a shoulder with his fingers. "Our situation is becoming desperate," he continued, apparently feeling the need to justify his actions. "Our medical supplies are running low. We never envisaged we'd be spending so long away from a supply station. Not only are we having to deal with an increasing number of minor to mid-level injuries, it's only a matter of time before more serious treatment is needed. People who have chronic conditions are running dangerously low on their medication and will most likely be the first to require emergency care. If we don't get out of here soon, we could be facing our first fatalities since we arrived, and sooner rather than later." "You've got no argument from me." Goodwin understood all too well the pressure Hilt was under. "We have to do what we have to do. If any of us civilians can help, just say the word." "We have a limited number of torches as it is," Hilt told him. "More bodies scouring this place wouldn't be feasible or safe. Besides, your people need to concentrate on keeping everyone fed and watered. The fish they've been pulling from the lake keeps us all going." Hilt was quite right. Goodwin's 25,000-strong civilian workforce was doing a wonderful job, many working just as hard, if not harder, than the Darklight forces themselves. Everyone strove to maximize the materials at hand to produce a variety of fishing equipment. They'd even created rafts out of the ancient, long-dead tree trunks that littered the ground surrounding the ancient city, trees that lurked in the shadows, sprouting from the earth, their black crystallized forms, yet another oddity that made up the complex riddle that was Sanctuary. "So where do we stand now?" Goodwin said. Hilt cleared his throat and ran a hand through his short, jet-black hair as he collected his thoughts. "We've finally determined where the cavern ends on two sides. Here and here." He pointed to two lines running down the left-hand side and bottom of the map. "This section," he continued, tracing the line on the left, "is 5 miles from our location and 2 miles from the edge of the city's southern border. As our remote drones don't function down here, some kind of interference, I'm told, we're still to pinpoint where the chamber terminates to the north and east. My teams report the terrain further out becomes increasingly difficult to navigate, full of deep chasms and sheer cliff faces. As you can see by the scale, here," Hilt tapped the graphical tablet to switch the image to a three-dimensional render, "they've managed to penetrate almost 30 miles in both directions, with no end in sight." 30 miles? That's insane, Goodwin said in disbelief. "The professor said this place was big, but I never imagined an individual chamber could be this size." Hilt glanced at him. "Given it touches 3 miles high in places, is it so hard to believe? Some of the towers in the city are 2 miles in height. Everything down here is on a massive scale. Who knows how far this chamber could go? 50, 100, 1,000 miles. Goodwin's mind reeled, and not for the first time, at the magnitude and reality-shifting implications of this most mysterious of places. I still find it hard to believe the U.S. military in the USSB don't know this Anakim city is down here. We waltzed right into it, but according to the U.S. Army decontamination team we took prisoner on our way into Sanctuary, they never knew anything like this existed.
I've been thinking about that, Hilt said. Do you remember we walked through a section where the floor was covered with rocks and pulverized stone?
Goodwin thought back, vaguely.
Well, I think that area used to be blocked off, but a seismic event which we know occur in that area could easily have brought it down, opening up whole new sections of the cave system. If that's true, then any previous exploration would have finished at a dead end. This could well be virgin territory.
For humans, anyway, Goodwin said.
Indeed.
The gravitas of Hilt's tone emphasizing the seriousness with which he now viewed the notion of the Anakim, their existence, and the implications therein. How are the USSB soldiers settling in with your men and women of Darklight? Goodwin asked the commander. They've been working with you for a few weeks now. Any trouble with them following your orders? Goodwin was keen to find out if the two factions were getting along. It was his idea to release them from Darklight's custody when it became apparent they weren't getting back to civilization any time soon. Initially, Hilt had put restrictions on their movements, coupled with round-the-clock surveillance. As their situation progressed from dire to critical, it had slowly dawned on the small, captured unit of U.S. military personnel that Goodwin, his steadfast GMRC civilians, and Darklight weren't the enemy they'd initially believed them to be. Obviously, when they had been sent from USSB Sanctuary to carry out decontamination procedures on Goodwin and a handful of civilian personnel, they had been expecting a routine job. What had greeted them was a small army of heavily armed and armored Darklight mercenaries escorting in 25,000 civilians. From their perspective, Goodwin and his cohorts were a huge hostile force, and after they'd been compelled to surrender, they'd reacted as their training dictated, only giving out their name, rank, and service number when questioned. The irony was, if they had helped Goodwin at the time, they'd all be safely tucked up in the USSB. Sadly, it seemed, things were never that easy.
"They're a pain,"
Hilt grumbled in a rare show of emotion. Really? Goodwin was surprised. I thought they were getting on well. There are only 30 of them. How much trouble can they make?
Sergeant Alvarez, their CO, and his corporal, Walker, keep pestering me to let them have their weapons back. If it isn't that, it's Alvarez sticking his nose in. He seems to think, as he's from Sanctuary, he knows best.
His insight is invaluable, isn't it? Goodwin said.
That's the problem, and he knows it too.
I'm sure you'll get a handle on it. Hilt grunted, and Goodwin took the hint. The commander didn't want to discuss the subject any further. I was speaking to a couple of them the other day, the decontamination team, I mean, Goodwin said, changing the subject slightly, and looking about to make sure no one was around to overhear. It appears they're not aware of the next wave of asteroids, either. Hilt shot him a look, his brows furrowing in concern. Don't worry, I haven't told them or anyone else, Goodwin said. I just posed some searching questions, very subtly, and it's clear they only know about the first one, AG5. Hilt looked at him impassively, perhaps wondering what Goodwin was leading up to. I think, Goodwin continued, that no one else in Sanctuary can know either. If the military personnel are clueless, then it goes without saying that the civilians within the USSB are also in the dark, It may be that even Sanctuary's generals have no idea what is to come."
"Someone knows,"
Hilt said with an ominous air. He was right. There must be at least a few within Sanctuary who knew the full truth. Joyner did, that was for certain, and he could probably move in and out of Sanctuary as he pleased, too. Nothing would surprise Goodwin now about the reach of the GMRC's intelligence director. The professor had been bound for USSB Sanctuary before he'd decided to stay at Steadfast, but surely others knew too. Everyone within the GMRC Directorate had to know, but what about the politicians? Not for the first time, Goodwin felt a headache coming on as he tried to unravel the complexities of the cover-up. It's no good worrying about it now, he chided himself, his mind returning to the here and now. "They all know about these Anakim, though," Goodwin continued, referring to the U.S. Army personnel once more. He was pleased to be able to talk freely in front of the commander. With things as they were, Hilt and Goodwin, the appointed leaders, rarely found time to converse in private, and it made a change not having to watch what he said all the time for fear of revealing something he shouldn't. "It sounds like the existence of these giants is common knowledge within the USSB, from what they say."
"Which is still very little."
Hilt continued to add data to his map.
"There's a lot they're not telling us. As soon as you ask them about the USSB, they clam up tighter than a gnat's ass."
"I know," Goodwin said, "but can you blame them? We had them tied up for days and then held prisoner for weeks on end. When we finally set them free, we keep their weapons from them. How would you feel in their shoes?" Hilt didn't respond to the question, typically keeping his thoughts to himself. Goodwin had noticed, over the months they'd been together, the commander had let down his guard ever so slightly. He wasn't as standoffish with him as he had been at the beginning. The Dark Light officer was an enigma, and Goodwin was sure he'd only begun to scratch the surface of the man that lay beneath. What he did know was that he could put his trust in him 100%. You got the feeling that when Hilt accepted you as a friend, that was it. He'd back you all the way. And Goodwin did feel like they'd created a friendship of sorts, or if not yet that, then a definite mutual respect had been forged between them. At least, that was his take on it. "So, have there been any other developments I should know about?" Goodwin asked.
"The teams I sent back into the city have returned empty-handed again. Every tower they've searched is completely devoid of anything, just large, strangely decorated hollow shells."
"Perhaps whoever used them, lived in them, had no need for furniture or possessions." Goodwin leant against the rock wall at the back of the room, due to the lack of any seating. "Who knows how they lived? Their way of life could have been totally alien to ours."
"Whatever the case, there's nothing of use to us in them," the Dark Light man said.
"And it would take years to search them all thoroughly," Goodwin added. "And from what you've said before, they can't access the upper levels of the towers as there are no staircases."
"Yes, they must have used a mechanism we've been unable to locate. One of my teams did enter the first floor of one of the smaller structures. The grappling gun they used just reached one of the windows. They have no glass in them, they're just open apertures into the building."
"The same thing? Empty interior?"
Hilt nodded in confirmation.
Goodwin wandered around the room, picking up and perusing random maps brought back by the reconnaissance teams. "Where are we at, then? How the hell do we get out of this place?" Hilt sighed and squeezed the bridge of his nose with a thumb and forefinger.
"Okay, our options are running out."
He picked up a large knife that had been doubling as a paperweight and pondered the polished blade as he turned it over in his hands.
"We can't stay here forever, but there is no obvious route out. The lake has underwater caves within its structure, according to our scanners, but we have no equipment to even attempt to explore them.
Sergeant Alvarez suggested the caves might lead back to the USSB, although he refused to elaborate on why he thought this. My guess is this water source is used in the USSB, if not for drinking water, then for other utilities within the base. Such a large resource would not be ignored if access to it was at hand. The cave system that led us here is now even more congested, unstable, and impassable after our disastrous attempt at blasting our way out, and the tunnels we've found beneath the city are a veritable labyrinth, the most promising of which have proved to be dead ends.
So far, Goodwin said.
Indeed.
Hilt seemed unperturbed by his director's interruption.
Although the tunnels that keep on going all descend into the bowels of the earth, which is the wrong direction. The areas to the south are a mass of deep crevasses, gaping wide ravines, and vertical and reverse-angled cliffs, all of which require a host of climbing equipment to circumvent, equipment we don't possess. According to Alvarez and his U.S. Army decontamination team, there's no point exploring this chamber any further east, as that leads us in the opposite direction to the USSB. So, as far as I see it, we're left with 3 choices, all of which are shots in the dark. 1, we send a team north as far as they can go. Behind this team, we place units at specific intervals to act as a supply chain, enabling the unit on point to roam much further before having to return. Hopefully, they'll find a route out. 2, we use the same tactic in the tunnels under the city, a roving unit backed up with a supply chain. And finally, 3, we fabricate climbing gear from other bits of kit and send our best climbers south, although without any support, their range will be limited and chances of success slim.
Goodwin didn't want to state the obvious, except he had little choice but to do so. "None of those sound particularly promising," he said, his mouth set in a grim line of displeasure, his frustration mounting.
"Failing those, we can go east," Hilt replied.